Well, very good morning, everybody. Hello. This is early. And normally we stop for Popmaster at this point here on Online Darts. Normally we stop for Popmaster at this time on Online Darts, but rather than stopping for the next 15 minutes, we're going to be stopping with you for the next 12 and a half hours of live UK Open coverage. A very warm welcome, everybody. Jonathan here for the next 20 minutes, just basically giving you a bit of an overview of the UK Open before we start our coverage properly around about 10:50. Joining me to do that with you guys is Phil Bars and Jack Gobby-Garwood. Gentlemen, good morning. I have never been up this early for a darts event in my life, apart from last year potentially, but it feels great. It is for me, and you know, and I appreciate that people will think differently, but for me, it's the best day of the year.
I prefer not to speak. If you're a fan. Best day if you're a fan. If you're sat there where it's at, Jesus.
You're not a fan of this day, then, Phil, either?
I'm not saying I dislike it, but it's not my favourite, as everyone well knows.
But well, it is mine, so we're going with it now, and that's it. It is my favourite, so go with it. Right. So look, it's going to be one of those great days today, though, because we're going to see so many shocks happen. We think today, and no matter what happens, Gob, no matter what happens in the first 3 rounds, and appreciate Barney's happening, which we will talk about in a minute. The only thing that people want to know is what happens when that 4th round draw takes place at around about 5 o'clock GMT this evening.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've got a couple of absolute cracker draws for the first 3 rounds, but other than that, everybody's waiting for the big guns to come in tonight. We saw the damage the draw did last year when Nathan Aspinall, the reigning champion, got paired with Michael Van Gogh, and immediately we're hoping for similar chaos today. It just creates so much drama, and it just regalvanizes that afternoon after such a long slog, if you like, for the rest of it. So we're also probably going into it in the most open UK Open I've ever seen. And with those big guns all coming in at the same time, of the 32 names that are going to enter at that point, there's already a couple in the draw that would have been playing already that I think could go on to win it. There's at least another 20 names coming in at 7 o'clock tonight that can go on to lift this trophy in 2 days' time.
Yeah, 100%. Look, if you'd be brave to call a winner now, the way we've seen everything go on is the thing. So look, yes, you can say he's playing well, he could do well, he's favourite, but you'd be very brave to call an outright winner on Friday morning.
I totally agree with you. Look, you can't. It's very rare for me that we're in a position of where we are now, where we have. I can make a case for about 25 players to go on and lift this title, and that is and that's me being generous, really, in terms of not going for another 32. But you know, there is that many players that are going to be in there. One player, though, PB, that we all are going to be looking at, and the Barney alarm I'm hearing is back for this afternoon. Raymond van Barneveld makes his return to the televised PDC games against Alan Suter. What a game that could be.
When we were all at school, remember you used to have to do fire practice?
Yes. It's back.
You've been sat with your finger on that button since we pressed live, haven't we? We haven't transitioned any other screen. You've just been sat there waiting to go, haven't you?
He's had that button live since the end of the Super Series.
So I'm going to show my age now. Remember the old Batman, not cartoon, but the thing where you had the two, like it was the 2 actors which were terribly done, climbing up the wall with a rope and everything like that. In Commissioner Gordon's office with the red phone. With the red phone, they used to take the case off and call Batman. It's like that. It's been there ready. Not sure if we've lost Jar, but I'll just jump in until we can get him back or whatever. It wouldn't be a Friday morning without some technical hitch. Joe, I'm just getting no audio from you at the moment. But never mind. We'll carry on. Obviously got the news as well for people.
Started, but Jesus, mate, that was lightning quick.
Yeah, gone. We were saying, Gob, as well, Justin Pipe, the only person to fail the COVID-19 test.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's not bad going, considering the size of the field. You think how many staff are there, how many TV crew are there, how many people there were rigging the stage setup, which, by the way, if you don't follow Martin Leake on Twitter, and you're going to watch the coverage live and see it for the first time today, it looks spectacular. Pipe is the only one that's had to withdraw for a failed COVID test. We've also lost Christo Reyes and Florian Hempel. They've withdrawn in advance, citing family issues. So obviously we wish all three of them the best, but we are starting with a slightly depleted field and not complete rounds until the fourth round draw is made.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. Probably Luke Humphreys is there going, yeah, I'll take that. But on form, you'd fancy Luke to beat Justin anyway. I know anything can happen, but Luke would have backed his own ability in that game.
Yeah, I think so. You're not a professional dart player if you don't back your ability to win every game, unless you're a new tour card holder that's only ever averaged 85 and you're playing Michael Van Gerwen on the main stage. Like, you should be expecting you're going to get something out of every single time you pick your darts up.
Yeah, 100%.
So you should be able to hear me now, gents. Am I back?
Yes, you're back. He's back.
I got feedback from the show in my ears. Then I was like, going, where the hell? I was trying to look through my entire setup, going, have I got the show live? Well, I could hear the show for some reason. So apologies for that, everybody. We're like I say, we're about 10 minutes away, we think, from probably swapping on for me. I'm going to be heading off at around about 10:50 this morning, and joining Gob and Phil to keep an eye on all the boards today. In the afternoon session will be Lee Boyce and Scott Mitchell. We will say hello to them in just a little while. I want to touch on, though, Gob, if I may, a couple of real standouts on the second stage that I'm really looking at, including a game that neither player wanted. Ross Smith against Callum Ridds in round 3. That could be very tasty indeed. And just looking at this one as well, Zoran Lurkbacher against Jim Williams in round 1.
Yeah, like you said, a couple of absolute stinkers, but that's the beauty of this draw. I mean, I say it's the beauty of this draw. We had some absolute stinkers in the first round of the Pro Tour, the Super Series, for 4 days. This is what we've come to expect from PDC darts. There is so much talent, so many players that are capable in this field, so many players that have pedigree from various different backgrounds, all amalgamated in one big mixing pot, and it's inevitable that we're going to get these tasty first rounds no matter what you do.
I mean, what do you think, PB? There are a couple of games that really stand out there. And I heard, obviously, because I heard the feedback of the show, that we were talking about stuff on the main stage. What couple of games maybe catches your eye on the outside boards today as you guide all of our viewers through everything later on?
Look, I just think when you look through everything, that on those outside boards, anything can happen. It is like the Wild West out there, as it's been called before. We've seen shocks galore. It takes the more established players out of their comfort zone. Everyone says, they play on the Pro Tour. They do, but it's not like a Pro Tour, those outside boards. They're not boxed. You can see the other games where on a Pro Tour, you're boxed in this little area and you're fine. You're in this whole little world, where here, if someone 3 boards down hits a big score and celebrates, you can see it. You know what's going on. So I always say that this takes them completely out of the comfort zone going on the outside boards. But having said that, look, the strong should survive, but they don't always happen. But in terms of who am I looking forward to, potentially a round 2 clash between Jeff Smith and Martin Schindler. I know Schindler has to get past Barry Van Peer, but if he does, I think that is an absolute belter.
Look, I'm certainly hoping so because I've got Manchester to beat him in my ACCA this afternoon. But that's for another day, indeed. I am looking forward to another big game. I think on the main stage, Gob, it's a huge game really between two tour card holders that we haven't really seen a lot of at all, and that's Aaron Beattie against Lisa Ashton. And this game, I don't wish to be rude when I say this, but if they could handpick a draw, I think they would have handpicked themselves, each of them. Do you know what I mean? Beanie playing Ashton, Ashton playing Beanie. It's a big opportunity for one of them to go and win themselves a grand, which at the end of the day, that will keep you in the hunt at least to getting a tour card.
Yeah, I think I agree. Lisa is a big draw commercially, so she is pretty much always going to be on the TV. We saw that last year when Lisa and Fallon were both there. They played within 3 games on the main stage. They were the attraction, if you like, in the afternoon, and the broadcaster and the PDC are going to showcase them. It's Beanie's ticket to play on TV for the first time, if you like, and it's Lisa's opportunity, without being respectful, after what we've seen of Aaron last year, to get her first win on TV in the PDC.
Yeah,
it's
100%.
It's a fair. Go on, Phil. You jump in there. I was going to actually throw to you about this game because this is a very toss-em kind of game.
Yeah, look, Aaron Beanie hasn't played well on tour yet. We've seen flashes, games here and there, but we haven't seen him yet play well consistently on tour. However, we've seen careers turn on one match. This could be the one. If he goes up on TV and plays amazingly well, this could literally turn his career in the PDC because he's fighting to save his tour card now. But a good run here, and anything could happen. So it's a real interesting and intriguing one, this one. And someone just says, I think it was Bob, says, am I doing it from the surface of the sun? This is good. I'll just show you what happens if I open the blind slightly. The boys laughed a minute ago.
Dazzling as ever, Mr. Man. Dazzling as ever.
So literally, the sun passes around. I've got to suck it in for about another half hour, and then it's fine.
I was about to throw to that comment actually. Eisman talks about and saying, how is Lisa a big draw? Well, I mean, look, Lisa is a big draw because she's the first female to win a tour card through Q School. She's also a 4-time women's world champion. Of course, she's a big draw. Like, that's what happens. And also as well for the PDC, they want to promote women in the game. Like, we saw what happened with Fallon at the World. We saw what happened there with Lisa Makuru as well at the Grand Slam and all that sort of stuff. She is a big draw just because she hasn't particularly done great things at this moment in time. She's still easily cleaned up at the Women's Series, played okay at the World. I look, she's a big draw, regardless of whether you like her or not, and whether you might not think that, and that is entitled to your opinion. For darts as a whole, Gob, you would agree that she is a big draw. The man, people do want to watch her because she's a woman. That's what happens. Like, they want to see if the upset in people's minds of the casual darts fan can win.
Yeah, completely agree. And there might be people out there that disagree with that sentiment, but in terms of the PDC, how they want to market their product, Lisa is a ticket to TV. You're going to be on TV at this stage. And let's be fair, I can't remember who I saw on Twitter earlier in the week saying they were looking forward to seeing Wayne Mardle. Well, obviously, completely wrong broadcaster, and Wayne didn't exactly get it down. If you're a tour card holder that didn't really expect to be a tour card holder and aren't really going to possibly keep your card after your second year, etc., drawing Lisa Ashton at the UK Open is your one-way ticket to your television debut. We said it exactly at that moment.
Don't disagree. BB, have you got any other thoughts on this?
No, look, there's never going to be a complete women's tour in the PDC. There'll be women's series that we think, and the PDC want to grow the women's game, but they also want to combine it with the men's game, is the thing. So giving them more opportunities, like to play on the main stage and everything like this, will only do them good in the long run. I've said it many times. For me, the ladies' game is probably 10 to 15 years behind the men. In 10, 15 years, will we see women competing with men regularly in darts? Yes, I genuinely believe so, because the way the JDC works into the sub-tours, that if the ladies want to take the game seriously, there is now a pathway for them to compete. But in the short term, we need to bridge that gap with ladies series and giving them opportunities to bring that level up. People seem to forget the PDC wasn't at this level in its infancy. It's grown because of strength in depth and competitive play. And that will be the same with the ladies. In time, with more competitive play, strength in depth, it will develop.
Look, yeah, you're right. I was going to say this. The PDC, apart from Taylor and Mardle, Painter and that era, personally from 2003, John Part obviously as well, they were the 4 real professionals that can make it in the game. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Once Barney moved over, that then changed the game completely and changed the BDO from being the dominant organisation in the sport to then not being the dominant organisation in the sport. As soon as Barney left, the domino happened, and it has taken 15 years since he's moved over, 13, 14 years for the PDC to have that effect. We've got about 5 minutes left before I have to jump off and head on to the live blog, gentlemen. So there's a couple of other people, a load of people who are watching this who are already normally in Minehead. Look, do not mention the M word around me, okay? It is my favourite weekends of the year going down to Minehead. So do not mention the M word. That is literally what we're not going to do that. That's a rule now. So do not mention the M word in the chat room because I'll get even more upset. But glad to have so many people watching alongside. Boris asks us this. Who do you think is good for a big surprise over the weekend? And David's also put in there saying, who were your early tips to win outright? Well, Gob and I last night we had a socially distanced chat over Zoom, and we were discussing stuff ahead of today, and we picked a couple of players that are not necessarily what's the word I'm looking for? Normally people would pick at this moment in time. There are some big odds out there, Gob, if people want to get on it quickly, that people need to try and get to. So go for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that either of these players are going to win. But I've picked 2 players that have pedigree, have won at the highest level, are world champions, and are currently at ridiculously long odds. We've seen glimpses of brilliance from them over the last couple of months. Both players' actions look a lot better than they have done in the past. And they seem to be back on the up, and a good run here at a TV event would certainly set them up for the year. Rob Cross is 66-1 to win the UK Open. That is far too long. All right, we can sit here and have our usual what is a Rob Cross discussion and does he have the same consistency and whatever, but let's be honest, he won the match play and he won the Euros with his B game. If that B game turns up here, it could quite easily be enough to win through this field again. That's just what the man can do. He's got the stamina, he's got the staying power, and he's got the ability.
Yeah, just a quick one as well. Remember, he is defending a final. I mean, I know the money's come off, but he is defending a final from 2 years ago.
And the other one will come as absolutely no surprise to most that I've backed this player. But former 2-time world champion, a player who I think is still yet to peak. I've seen signs that actually that wasn't the best we've ever seen of him, and he will be above that. Adrian Lewis is 100-1 to win the UK Open. And I cannot ignore those odds.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. I've also picked James Wade as well at 33-1. Although I'm surprised at the moment that the Ferret PB, when he has been in such great form, is still 10-1. You can still get him 4th favourite at this moment in time.
Yeah, look, he's the man of the moment. There's no questioning that. But the reason I think the odds are slightly longer here for most players is because of the draw factor. You just don't know who they're going to get, who they're going to be put up against is the issue. So although Johnny is in the form of his life, when they stand on that stage at 5R5 and pull the balls out for round 4, they could quite easily go, Johnny Clayton, get a win price.
I don't, it's a fair point. So who would you? So who? Remind us who you picked on the live lounge.
My final, as long as they get kept right in the draw, will be the Rockstar Joe Cullen against Dynamite Keane Barry.
One has got half a chance. One doesn't have any chance whatsoever.
All I'm saying is, last time the UK Open was behind closed doors, did you see Corey Cadby, David Pallett, and Robert Owen getting to a semi-final?
Corey Cadby had just got a Pro Tour title. Literally 6 weeks
never done
before. He was doing bits.
He was ranked something in the world or whatever it was.
Yeah, but he got and done bits at the World Series.
But we didn't think he'd get to a final of a major.
Hashtag, oh, you called it. Hashtag, what's a major? I love it. We're having that discussion early doors at 10:50 in the morning. Yeah, by the way, everybody, we'd love to see... Well, yeah, that's true. Fair play. Right. Any who wants to give their predictions in the chat room, let us know right now. You can be in there all day. Just a quick reminder for everybody in there. Look, we appreciate people are passionate about their favourite players. We appreciate that people are passionate about darts. Please try and keep it clean. This is for us. It is the best chat room in darts because you guys are so positive about most darts players. Anything that we do, and we'd love to keep it that way. It's such great discussion to see you guys getting involved in the chat room together, but please keep it clean. We don't want to have to ban anybody, and we appreciate it's a long day and, all this sort of stuff, but please try and keep it clean. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so it is 10:52. We are waiting Scott and Lee to join us in a moment. I'm just going to let you know what's going to happen throughout the day while we wait for them. So we are here for you. 11 a.m. GMT is when the stages kick off. Then it is through until 5 o'clock in the afternoon in GMT that we have all the action going on between rounds 1 and 3. The draw will then follow. Straight after that, we will bring it to you as live as it happens. Straight after that, between 5 and 7 o'clock, or between the end of the first session and the start of the second session, we will still be here. So you can dip in and out. You can have a go. We will be here all the way through for you. And Gob, you're going to be premiering. You're going to be premiering a brand new game for us tonight.
I am, yeah, quite excited about this. I was midway through trying to come up with another TikTok trick shot, easy to say, at 10 to 11 in the morning on a bottle of Lucozade, honestly. Got absolutely stumped because I wasn't playing very well, so tried to do a few practice routines and developed an entirely new competition that we're going to be rolling out. It's interactive. It involves you guys playing on our channel. We're going to get you on hooked up and webcams and see what you can do. That's all I'm going to say at the minute. I'm not going to explain the rules just yet, but myself and possibly Cam will be demonstrating later this afternoon. And then we're going to try and get you guys involved throughout all of the season. We're going to keep this running right up until the World Championships with a massive leaderboard. And we'll keep you guys involved as and when we can.
To be fair, I'm just going to jump in quickly because I can see that our guests joined us in the chat room, and there's a couple of Lee has gone for a cross between Wayne Mardle and Chris Mason, two guys that possibly you wouldn't leave in a room together alone. However, he's gone for a fully fledged hybrid between the two.
So they're ready to go. They're ready to go in a second, are they?
They are, yes. So just to let people know, obviously, we're going to be keeping our eye on everything. And then you won't see my mush this afternoon. Jar's coming back on this evening to host this evening while I go and speak to some players on Zoom. So, again, we're keeping every base covered for you at Online Darts. Lendl says, like the backgrounds, guys. Yeah, I was bored on Photoshop yesterday and I got carried away with some stuff, and this is how we've ended up.
Well, indeed it is. So it is 10:54 GMT. We are 5 minutes away from the Ladbrokes UK Open 2021 starting here. Thanks so very much indeed to all of our sponsors that you can see on there. MODUS, Red Dragon, Windmill and Boyles. Thank you very much for everything that you're going to do for us throughout the event. As we say, 11 o'clock GMT we start through until 5 p.m. We're going to be with you for 2 hours live on the stream here, taking your darts questions, and God will be back at 6 o'clock alongside myself to premiere our brand new game show that we're going to be doing. We will talk about that a little bit later. 7 o'clock this evening, Lee, the boys will be with me and Gob alongside Luke Pickering, who will join us. Scott will move to the live blog alongside Cam. If you are going out today and you do have to make an essential journey, please be safe. You can take our live blog with you wherever you go with myself and Brad Pates through the afternoon and into the evening at 11 o'clock GMT. But at 10:55, I think it's time, PB, for me to shut up and leave you to take our coverage. After this ad break, we'll be with you with live coverage of the Ladbrokes UK Open. Enjoy, everybody.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Jar has departed. He's off to do the live blog, and we are now here with the fabulous four: myself, Phil Bars, Jack Gobby Garwood, who's disappeared somewhere, Lee Hawaii 501, Mace the Ace Boyce, sorry, and Scott as well with us. Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm excited, but clearly not as much as Lee by the looks of that.
Yes. I'm with Jar. This is my favourite day of the darting year, so I thought I would dress for the occasion, and I'm ready to go in 4 minutes' time.
Lee, has your gambling weekend started off that badly? You've had to wear that shirt.
What's up with this shirt, though? The wardrobe is ready. This is just session 1 shirt. There's session 2 shirt for this evening and a special one for tomorrow as well. So I'm good to go.
There are a few boards warming up, which is all good. I'm going to do the 2 TV boards. Sorry, just looking at something that came through there. I'm going to do the main stage when it drops on TV and the PDC board. And then the guys are going around the boards, just so you know. Gob will have boards 3 and 4. Lee will have 5 to 6. And Scott will have 7 to 8. Gentlemen, have you done your prep? What stands out on the outer boards for you?
Prep.
Probably the one for me, because I don't want to look too far ahead into the possibilities of round 2 and 3. At the round 1 games, Louis Williams versus Luck Peters. Williams had I remember him having a very good day at the Super Series, getting to the last 16, maybe last 8. And Luck Peters. So I'm looking forward to that one, which is third game on stage 5. There's some other ones I'm looking forward to, but we're waiting to see who will meet in those round 2, round 3 ties on the majority on those boards.
For you, Scott?
I'm looking forward to the second round game between Ryan Murray and Krzysztof Chuk. The Polish guy had some decent runs at the weekend at the Super Series, and Ryan Murray did the same basically just before the turn of the year. So it'd be interesting to see what both their forms are. I think that could be a decent game.
Yeah, agreed. Should be good. Looking forward to it. They're all warming up now on Dart Connect, which is good. It means the markers are there. They're in place. I'm not sure if we've actually got proper markers this time around, or if you lose, you have to mark. Not sure what the protocol is.
I guess that there'll be the PDC officials, Scott and Chalker Walker, etc. They'll be on their board. We had, who was it last year? Who's the Welsh ref? He did all of stage 2 on his own with
Hugh.
Hugh did all of stage 2 with, what is his name? I'm sure the referee will distribute and No, it wasn't Andrew. It was young lad, Cambridge way.
Owen Biggs.
Owen Binks and Hugh did stage 2 on their own last year. You'll have a couple of stage markers on stage 1 with the refs. You'll float them 2 in. I think Kirk did a board on his own last year. He did like board 3 or 4. Scott Giblin did a board, everything. So, yeah, that's the way.
That's the way forward. Like we say, games are warming up. Any questions in the chat room? Let's have them along whilst we get going. It is 11 o'clock. We are now expecting someone to push the button.
In England, are ITV showing the games from 11 o'clock? Because up here, I've put it on and I got like some 1970s programme at 11 and I was very confused that I got the wrong day.
Midday. That's why we started early. Outside boards start from now, including 2, I think. Stage 2 start now. Stage 1 doesn't start until midday. Hence us being on at 10:30 this morning while you two were still doing your makeup. I'm not bitter.
I thought you were going to say no amount of makeup can make that face look pretty.
Oh, I
Mine's just kicked off. Don't know if it's the first one, but mine's just kicked off. Joe Davis against Kevin Dotes is on the way, so I'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I'm just getting the graphic ready on screen.
Barzi underway on 2 as well. Kirk Shepherd went 5 darts into a 9 in the first leg. What a way to start your campaign. And lost the leg. Mathers with a 1-3-4 to hold throw. We have drama already.
It wouldn't be a PDC event without drama, would it?
Of course. Oh.
There we have it. Graphic is now up. Just diving into the chat room.
I'm underway as well. Reece Griffin versus Sean Fisher on board number 3. And I'm not sure what's going on with board number 4 because I've got 2 withdrawals on it. So Gert de Vos, Neil Zonneveld is not showing up as warming up as yet, but they will be first game on that board. England.
Right. So stage 2 looks absolutely mint. To be fair, the way they've done it, it looks superb. And Shepherd and Mathers are tied at 1-1. When all the games kick off, I may have to adjust the screen a little bit. But we are underway and on board 5, Lee. I know you did a lot of Q School with us. Shane McGurk and Jack Main, did they meet at Q School?
Not that I know to. Not that I know to. And they've both started very slowly here. Both have done 140 in this second leg, but the first leg, Jack Main took it out in 20 darts. So a bit of a slow start by both players, but it'll be interesting to see Shane McDurton push on in this one. But as you know, Jack Main had a good run at Houston, so very interesting first round tie on board 5.
Yeah. And it looks like Gordon Mathers has darts at 32 here to take a 2-1 lead, and he only needs the one. So Gordon Mathers leads Kirk Shepherd 2-1 on stage number 2. Anything going on the outer boards? Scott, anything on yours of interest yet?
No, some good stuff. It's a good standard, but 2 holes of throw. Jake Jones is winning 1-0 and Kevin Dotes is winning 1-0, but it's all going on throw, high 80s average, so standard so far, but good.
Just first time I've really had a proper look at Gordon Mathers, and I quite like his throw. It's solid enough, to be fair. Obviously, we'd see him a few times at World Series and everything like that, but he looks solid. His throw is certainly better than Kirk Shepherd's.
How on earth Kirk made a world final with his throw? I do not know. There's so much that can go wrong in it, and the pause is at the complete wrong time for any momentum. The only issue I've got with Mathers is there's a little bit of a finger roll at the very end of the throw, and if that's off, he misses by a mile. But other than that, the action of the arm all the way up until the wrist is absolutely solid for Mathers. It is literally just that little finger roll at the end of the barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, just... Kirk Shepherd giving free branding away to a manufacturer that doesn't actually sponsor him. Different.
Kirk is different, though.
Tell you what, I've had back-to-back 14 dart legs for Rhys Griffin to lead Sean Fisher 2-0, and in response, Fisher has just opened with a max. And a 1-3-4. Ooh.
I'm quite surprised to see Sean Fisher there after some of the Q School stories.
Moving on. It's not even 10 past 11. Come on, man.
What's said it there? Reed in the chat room says, Phil, are you doing interviews in the evening? Yes, I am, mate. We'll have Zoom interviews tonight, tomorrow night, and with the winner, maybe runner-up, depending who it is. Some of them aren't good runner-up. And Jar will be jumping on the stream instead of me for both evening sessions. Going to the outside board. On board 7, Scott, the Wild U finalist is in a little trouble.
He is just 3-0 to Kevin Dotes. Now, Davis had 79 attempt to stay in it. Looks as if he probably missed the dart with the way it's going in Dart Connect. Obviously, you can't see. But he's not playing bad. It's just that Dotes has always just got his finish just the one before while Davis is waiting. But yeah, he's in a whole world of trouble.
Oh!
He's got his head.
Sebastian Bialetti has just hit a 9-dart lead. The third lead of the day. Sebastian Bialetti has just hit a 9-dart lead and Spin Medewing to go 3-0 in front. There is so many 9-darters I missed at the Super Series at Houston. But in the third leg at the UK Open, we have our first 9-darter.
I'm fuming. Do you know what I'm literally searching for on my phone right now? A bookie to give me odds on 2 or more 9-darters for the weekend, and I can't find it. And now they're going to absolutely crumble. I fancied it so much after the Super Series. One a day, this entire field. I was like, yes, we're going to get at least 2, if not more, this weekend. And you've had one already. And now I can't get it on anywhere. Thanks, Lee.
We are 10 minutes in to the 2021 UK Open, and we have had a 9-darter on board number 6.
There is a reason I wore this shirt for special moments, Dom, and that was one of them.
Ned will be reporting on that as soon as the ITV coverage starts at midday.
We beat them to it. Juanita says, "Wonder how many 9-darters we'll get." I think there'll be 2 or 3.
I'm fuming. I couldn't get anything on 2 or more. Fuming. Tell you what, Sean Fisher has turned his game around, by the way, boys. It was 2-0 down to Rhys Griffin. Griffin had gone back-to-back 14 darters, averaging 107. Fisher was averaging 91 at that point. He's now averaging 107 himself. It's 2 each, and is 160 away from a 3-2 lead. With Griffin back on 207.
Good stuff. Just going through, doing some stuff on social media at the same time, just sharing a few links. Remember, if you see a link of ours telling everyone we're live, then please share it with us. Richie says, "I've had an 8-darter before." What's that? 301? Because there are some leagues that do. It's all gone a little bit quiet here, but Gordon Mathers has missed a huge opportunity here to go 4-3 in front, and now Kirk Shepherd has broken the darts at a big time.
Tell you what, Phil,
Big
Simon
moment
Lippett's
here.
just put Darts Connect has just added board 2. Darts Connect have got boards 1 and 2 this weekend as well at the minute.
It's interesting.
Something we were not expecting.
I'm trying to look on stage. No, I haven't paid any attention to what's on stage. Hopefully they'll give me a picture of what's behind me, because normally you have markers on. So
No,
unless
it's still George with Owen Binks. It's George with Owen Binks by the looks of things, and they're set up 4 stage markers. I don't know if they've got somebody specifically running the data into Dart Connect afterwards.
possibly. Interesting times.
Big checkout on 5, Lee. What have you got?
Yeah, Jack Main tight total 106 to go 4-1 in front against Modurth. Modurth has just stopped one back with an 83. Jack Main is winning 4-2. Shane Modurth is averaging 2 points higher than Jack Main, but he's just missing his chances on a double. So Jack Main has now got the eye from going through in that one. And Sebastian Bialetti, who we know is at that 9 darts today, is also 1 lead away, averaging 94, but winning 5-0 against Jim Madoon, who has himself missed a couple of darts in previous leads, but Bialetti in control in this one and 5-0 up. So we may have our first Badal in that one.
Oh, here we go. In the chat room, Thomas asked TV ? Right, so the main stage, it will be on ITV4 from coverage starts at 12:45. I think 12 or 12:45. Stage 2 is exclusively live on PDC TV, and then the rest of the outer boards you can sit here with us and watch them all in one place.
And again, is Jack just taken out back-to-back 10+ checkouts?
Yeah, so after hitting 106, he's now just taken out 121, a 12 dart leader than Shane Madert. So moved himself 1 away from a 6-2 win. So yeah, 106 and 121 in the past couple of leads from Jack May.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here because I have got a result for you. Kirk Shepherd has beaten Gordon Mathers 6-3, 47 points, and he's gone 15, double 16 in 2 darts, and that game all swung when Mathers missed darts to go for a piece. Didn't, and Shepherd, the former world finalist, steps in. But we're going to come to you, Scott. Board 7. It's not quite done yet. Joe Davis has avoided the bagel.
Yeah, avoided the bagel, but he's not looking good in this last leg. He's got the maximum, but he's about 50 odd points behind. It's looking good for Kevin Dotes here. Again, it's not really been a thrashing, but it's just been Dotes has always just been that one treble more on every visit that's got him ahead of it. So scoring probably flatters him a bit, but he's on 116 checkout for the match.
I'm going to go to board 6 and Lee.
Yeah, so board 6, Bialetti left himself 38, so I thought he was going to be coming back for a 6-0 win in the Badal. However, Jim Madoon has just taken out a 1-3-2 before Bialetti could come back and wrap this one up 6-0, so there's not a lead back on the board. So we are now 5-1 in that one, but switching to board 5, Jack Main has just taken out 76, 15 dart lead, and Jack Main beat Shane Madert 6-2.
Results starting to come in. We're going to come to you, Gob. Rhys Griffiths has turned it around on board 3.
Yeah, he's back to 4-3 in front. It was 2-0 up, pinned back to 3-2 down, levelled up, and then in the last leg, he broke the Sean Fisher throw. Wasn't the best looking leg in the world. Both players missed a handful of doubles. It went in about 21 darts in the end. But yeah, Rhys Griffin has edged back in front of Sean Fisher, both still averaging just above 90 with all those missed doubles. Bit nip and tuck, but a good game nonetheless.
This is where it all comes round, but we're going to come back to you, Scott. You said Kevin Dotes was looking in control, but it's Joe Davis who has pinched another one.
Yeah, after that, Joe Davis swooped in and took it. He went 180, 140, then took out a turn to save the match. I said this about 2 minutes ago, but in this week, it looks as if this is going to be the end for Joe Davis. Dotes does look in control at 5-2. Just wait to see his visit here. Only 44, so you never know. Joe Davies might actually have 6 starts at 188, so he might still be in this match. Jumping to board 8, Dom Taylor should probably be out of sight by now as well, but Jake Jones has tussled it right back. Again, it's been an even game, but Taylor's just taking his advantage more so. He's in the 150, Jake Jones in the 110. It's a 4-2. Tight games, but just the man in front's taking his chances much better.
Interesting. Gob, going to come to you, board 3.
Yeah, Sean Fisher's just taken out 1-2-1 to level up again. I think it was a 15 dart leg. Back level at 4 apiece. Effectively, a best of 3 from now. And like I said, a really, really good game.
Scott, back to you. Board 7, ton plus checkout.
Yeah, Joe Davis has just saved the match again with another ton plus checkout. It's 103, not the most glamorous, but he's done it again to save his skin against Kevin Dotes. Wisdom will hold the throw. I'll keep saying it. Dotes should get over the line. But this twice in a row, Joe Davis has saved his skin, so fair play.
Yeah, I've got an absolute belter just underway here in round one. Round 1, ridiculous. It is Boris Koltsov against Roby John Rodriguez. Was it Roby or Rusty? One of them. Rusty. Look at the wrong screen. You want to see it? You want to see the 3 brothers when they're all in the same room? It's an absolute nightmare.
I've seen it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Tell you what a stat that is.
Boris. Go on.
That ton plus from Kirk Shepherd is the first, that average, he won 6-3 against Mavericks with 100.6 average. That's his first ever ton plus average in a PDC major. The man's a world finalist.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Scott, he saved the match twice, but he hasn't done it anymore. What happened in that final leg between Doets and Davis?
Do you know, Dotes was miles ahead. It was quite emblematic of the match. He was miles ahead. I think he left 39 after 12. I think he did really well. But Joe Davis was sitting at 112 again. There was another ton plus finish that he was waiting for, but he didn't get it going at this time. So 6-3 finish to Kevin Dotes. Good comeback, but not enough.
Lee, board 6. Got a result as well.
Yeah, so Bialetti comes through that one 6-2, taking out 14-2 for a 14 dart lead to wrap that up. It was 5-0 in front and 1 away, obviously, from that bagel. But we've seen a 1-3-2 check out to that one back and then a good hold and throw. But the story in that game was lead free. As Dob was looking for those 2 9-dart bets, we had one while he was looking at that from Sebastian Bialetti, 9-dart lead in lead free, and goes through to round 2 with a 6-2 win.
Interesting scene. Scott, going to come to you on board 3. We're into the 10th leg.
Yeah, and we probably should be in a decider right now. Reece Griffin has just missed 3 darts from 24, finding himself on 3. So he's split again with Fisher not on a finish at that moment. So he's still gone for the double 3. Probably a little bit bold, in my opinion, especially as he just bust a 3. Sean Fisher finding a 1-3-4 from that 204 and now wants 70 to absolutely burgle this leg and with it, win the match. It doesn't go, but he has left double 10. So this 3 is absolutely horrid. And I have to question, why on earth you put yourself on it in the first place? He must be regretting attacking the double 6 and the double 3 now and not just laying up or busting. Maybe not anymore. It goes in 3 darts and we're into a deciding leg. We've got our first noble of the day. We know George isn't actually reffing it because he's on stage 2 with Boris and Rusty Jake at the minute. But nonetheless, we have gone all the way for the first time today.
Yep. Boris Koltsov is quietly going about his business here, looking decent. I think there's a slight change in throw what I'm watching here as well. As Rusty misses darts, but Boris. And PDC have lost the graphic. Shock.
Let
me get
that on the bingo card. Tell you what, boys, Sean, Reece Griffin is 40 points away from the second round in what would be a breaker throw in the decider as well. It's been a superb leg. He opened with a 41, not really good enough. But since then, he's gone 180, 140 ton, and now got 3 in hand at double top to wrap up a 6-5. Fisher sat on 62, but it goes first dart for Reece Griffin. So topsy-turvy in that one. He led 2-0, trailed 3-2, back at 4 apiece. And then clinches 2 legs in a row to win 6-5 on board number 3.
I'm genuinely confused what's going on in this game because Darts Connect keeps. I can only think that someone is doing Darts Connect behind the stage because it is all over the place from what I'm watching on screen to what I'm watching on Dart Connect on the stage games. Rusty Jake 2-1 behind, but Boris has started 140 on throw. But we're going to come to board 4, Gob.
Yeah, slow to start this one. I think it was delayed slightly because of the withdrawal on the game that was meant to open on this board. But Neil Zonneveld has raced to a 3-1 lead over Gert de Vos. Gert looked in good position there to level up at 2 apiece, but he only hit 39 from 1-2-4. And Zonneveld nips in. I sent you a message there, it's a ton plus. It is barely a ton plus because it is 100 checkout, but it goes anyway. And Zonneveld leads 3-1 in that one. A very, very good game between the two as well.
Yeah, definitely. We saw at the Players' Championship that Neil Zonneveld has got bundles of ability, just needs to find consistency.
Yeah, completely. To be honest, the same with Gert de Vos. He raced through Q School. Did he not threaten or did he not beat Van Gerwen's record at the Grand Slam previously? His ceiling on that was absolutely ridiculous. But then he's got the tendency to chuck in an 87 average like he's doing at the minute.
Yeah, someone's just said Boris 3-1 up, Dart Connect behind. Yeah, it's really tough to follow because on the screen, the PDC haven't got a score graphic up and Darts Connect is behind. So this is really confusing trying to follow this one at the moment. I'm genuinely not sure how they're doing Darts Connect for these games.
Maybe you should have stuck with live darts data.
Yeah. Because that's an absolute mind. So what? Either they've got someone behind the stage or someone from Darts Connect is trying to do this remotely. But whatever way, it's a mess. However, I've gone to the old trusty friend. If in doubt, go back to what you know, and we are back to live darts day. But we're going to go to Scott on board 8.
That was unreal. Dom Taylor was on a 170 for the match. Set it up well on 40, but Jake Jones was on 52 to take the decider. He busts 52, leaves Dom Taylor 3 darts at tops. He comes inside every time, he leaves 5, and then Jake Jones is now taking us to the decider. Dom Taylor should have had this game long ago, but it's Jake Jones with the darts in the decider, and he's the favourite to win this match now.
Yeah, and Boris now leads 5 legs to 1. Big bad Boris, averaging 94 and change here. This is the Boris Koltsov we've been waiting to see, Gob.
I love this Boris. I've said it so many times, and I keep talking about player ceilings. I mean, when they're on it, what is the absolute best they can play? And Boris's is right up there. We've seen it at times before. We've seen it in the MODUS League. He is capable of chucking in the most magnificent averages and putting together superb performances. And he's doing so right now in his first major as a PDC card holder.
I still find that staggering. This is the first time he's had a tour card. Way too good a player.
Massively.
Just saying, Gob, you followed him as I have. I see a slight change in his finger position. That little pinky finger now is slightly curled over, where I don't remember it that prominently curled like it is now.
Yeah, it was definitely more upright, which is something that I do myself. I can't explain why. I just always have done it. But yeah, it definitely looks a little bit more shallow. Is there a pause in his action, or is my stream just lagging?
2 seconds, I'll tell you.
Is there more of a setting of the elbow before he brings it up?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, I've got that much running. No one else in my close is using internet today, that's for sure.
Tony and Scott, you're in a deciding leg. We must be getting close to a result in that one.
Well, Dom Taylor's got match darts. Jake Jones, in the last 9 darts, has managed to score 116 points in 9 darts. He's just completely fallen off a cliff. But he might still do it. Dom Taylor's missed 3 darts for the match. He managed to come inside on double 10 and hit a 6, I think, to go for that, because he left double 2. So now it's Jake Jones 112. If he can sneak this out, what a steal this would be in the game. But as I say, he's not done it. He's left double 10 as well. So Dom Taylor back on the match. We're both getting a bit of nerves at this stage of the game. He should have had this wrapped up about 3 legs ago. But he's done it now. First start at double 2. So Dom Taylor squeezes through it, made that way harder than it needed to be. But we'll have a result at least. Dom Taylor won it 6-5.
Yeah, I've got a result as well. Boris Koltsov, 6-1 winner over Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Boris averaging just over 90 in the end. But Lee, we're going to come to you as well on board 5. Jason Heaver on the brink.
Yeah, Jason Heaver's played very steady in this. He's around the 90 average, but Lorenzo Pront just hasn't turned up at all. His best scoring lead is this one, currently with a 100 and 140. But we've seen quite a few lads where after 15 darts, he's not been on a finish. Storing just hasn't been there. He's averaging 77 at the moment. He's looking in control of this one with 161 left after 9. As I said, his best scoring lead. Jason Heaver has also left 161 after 9, but it is on Pront's throw. So Pront's got an opportunity here to get another one back, but Jason Heaver is playing some very good stuff in this one.
Yeah, as well. Let me move. Got that much open, just blocking stuff off. On board 7 for you, Scott. Gaulas in trouble.
This has been a great game, though, to be fair. He's having a terrible leg, but he's averaging 96. He's been playing well, but it's always been Gino Voss. He's averaging 106. He's been on fire. He hasn't really left a chance, but I see Gob has got some action with him. But great game so far. Gino Voss won 3-1 against Gavlas.
Gob, going to come to you. Board 4, you've got match starts.
Yeah, for Neil Zonneveld, he was on 125 and has just left himself on 20. Gino Voss found himself on Shanghai and also finds himself on 20. So with 3 in hand to wrap this one up 6-2. If not, the Voss will be coming back for the same target. Niels is not the fastest player in the world. Still no update. This is the longest attempt at double turn I've ever seen in my life, but it goes in 3 darts. Neil Zonneveld wraps up a 6-2 victory over Gert de Vos.
Yeah, on board 6, Lee. Chaz Barstow tied at 2-2 with Lucas Weinig.
Yeah, so 2 piece. Both have started pretty well. Barstow had an opportunity early on, but missed quite a few doubles in lead 1, then not punished in lead 1. He then went 2-1 in front, but he's found himself level at this stage, but he's in control in this lead, which would be a break throw, leaving 84 after 9 darts, with Vainid back on 133 after 12. So Barstow can't take it, leaves double 11. So Vainid's got a big check out of 133. If he takes that, it will just be a hold and a 3-2 lead. If not, Barstow will be coming back for double 11. On board 5 as well, match darts potentially for Jason Heaver. He's left double 8 for a 6-2 win. Lorenzo Pront is back on 164. Cannot take out 164. So Jason Heaver has got double 8 left for a 6-2 win. Round of mid-90s performance, but a very, very solid performance and tighted out in 2. So Jason Heaver goes through with a 6-2 win against Lorenzo Prond. And in the Chaz Barstow game, he's missed 3 darts, but he's coming back now for double 2 for a break of throw. So Chaz Barstow goes 3-2 up against Lutus Vained.
Going to come to you, Scott, on board 7, ton plus finish.
I told you he was playing well. Adam Gavlas take it out. Gino Voss was on about 80 odd, was on a doable checkout to go 4-1 up. Gavlas is on 1-2-9, takes it out 3-2, and then kicks off the next round for 180. It's not over. Both these guys are playing brilliant. What a game. Gavlas with 39 after 12 darts. Looking good to make it 3 each. Great game.
Yeah, they're rattling through these games on stage 2. Already warming up. Jim Williams and Soren Lurchbacher.
I cannot believe that's a round 1 game. I absolutely cannot believe that is a round 1 game. That is absolutely ridiculous. I know that Jim perhaps hasn't secured himself a tour card and put himself in a position based on his ability as a world finalist, world master, but geez, that should never be a first round game.
I'll tell you what is hilariously funny as well, is obviously Jim's either got too many sponsors or a sponsor that conflicts. The old black masking tape's out. Board 6 as well for you, Lee. Chaz Barstow back in front.
Yeah, in front, and he's now got 61 for a holder throw. Tighted out in 3. So Chaz Barstow is now 4-2 in front. Solid game this, both around the 90 mark, average-wise. But what I would say with that is both players missed doubles early on in this game, so that would be a lot higher. So some good scoring in this one, but Chaz Barstow finds himself 4-2 in front.
I'm going to come to you, Gob, on board 3 for an update. Nathan Rafferty, all square.
Yeah, 2 apiece at the minute. It's against Matt Jackson, who, I'll be honest, is a player I've currently just Googled because I know absolutely nothing about him. They're only averaging 81 and 86 apiece. Rafferty started really slow, but seems to be finding his scoring a little bit better at the minute. It's just good to see Nathan back playing darts. Obviously, he had to pull out of Q School, and we wish him all the best now that he is back. But yeah, 2 apiece at the minute, and he's sort of set up a break opportunity. Depends what Jackson does. It definitely set up a break opportunity now. He's 1-4-1 away. Jackson on 1-7-8. So we'll get 6 darts here to take a 3-2 lead. And chat room favourite Martin Lukeman is about to get under the way as well. I'm not sure if the Lukeman clan are in yet or not. They normally are. He's playing Michael Verberg. Probably just absolutely butchered.
Sean McDonald in the chat room as well says good morning. What have you got for us, Scott?
Not much, to be honest. Gino Voss is looking good to make it 4-3 up. Peter Hudson sort of threw away the first leg, really like he's going down the end. So he's 1-0 down to Ryan De Vriend. But yeah, just all ticking by at the moment. Let you know if anything major happens.
Good stuff indeed. Again, big one underway on board 5. Lee will be keeping an eye on Louis Williams. Should be an absolute belter, that one. Sam Lukeman is in the chat room. Sam, how you doing, mate? Hope you are good. But I'm going to come to you, Lee. Board 6. Chaz Barstow not home and hosed yet.
No, so Vaney just got 1 back with the taking out 78. And Barstow started this lead poorly on hitting 55. And Vaney's come back with a 140. So it's not been a great performance by Barstow. I'd say steady more than anything, but he's certainly letting himself down in this lead. 55 and 43 storing darts with Vaney hitting 140. So mate, that back-to-back 140s. So looking likely we could have another break to throw in this one to take us to 4 apiece.
Good stuff. Jim Williams leads, Lurchbacker, hold a throw, but Jim Williams showing a bit of rust. First dart at double was probably closer to Northampton than it was the double in Milton Keynes, but he gets there in the end. Going to come back to you on board number 3, Gob. Rafferty now in control.
Yeah, we keep saying, and it's a very, very old adage in the sport, that it's not a break unless you hold your throw next up. And Nathan Rafferty has done just that. Matt Jackson had an opportunity to break with a 1-1-6, but it didn't go. So Rafferty now leads 4-2.
Good stuff. It's all bubbling along nicely. It's all pretty much under the surface as well. Lee, we're going to come to you on board 5. Louis Williams has taken opener.
Yeah, takes the opener, but did miss 5 darts initially. Peter's just never got down on the scoring there early on. So Williams had plenty of opportunities. Did finally take out double 4 to wrap up the first lead and net a break to throw. Prior to that, we was talking about Barstow and Vaney. Barstow misses darts to go 5-3 in front, and Lucas Vaney takes out a 1-3-5 to level it up and get that break to throw. So Vaney started this one with a 140. Barstow's responded with a 1-3-4. Very tight down this one. So we are currently 4 apiece, both averaging around the 90 mark. Good day.
Interesting. Looking like, Lurchback has levelled up this one, commanding hold of throw. Jim Williams is a real funny player. It's all or nothing. He's got the tiniest little grip on his darts, and when they're on, but when they're off, it's different.
Yeah, it's like a completely different player. He's got so much ability. We've seen that from his trips in the BDO. He was number 1 ahead of Dozer for a while, I think. Those two toured together for a long, long time. Jim literally mopped up anything and everything that he wanted. But he just has never been able to deliver that in the PDC as yet. And it's disappointing because, like you said, when he's on it, he's superb. We've seen glimpses at the Grand Slam. etc. But like I said, he's just never put it together. Nathan Rafferty's just gone 5-2 up on my boards, by the way. And I got a question in the chat room, the same question we get every single time. Rafferty is Irish. Why is a Union Jack beside his name? The official flag of Northern Ireland is the Union flag. The red and white cross with the emblem in the middle is used for certain sporting teams or nation events, but the official flag of Northern Ireland is the Union flag.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you, Lee. Barstow leads again.
Yeah, so Vain had left himself a double. Can't remember which he'd left himself on. Barstow was back on 107. Tate out the 107 to get a break at a very crucial time. So puts himself now 5-4 in front. Now he's got the throw. Starts with a 1-3-4. Follows it up only with a 58. But Vain can only start with a ton. So Barstow is 5-4 up on that game. And Louis Williams has just taken a 2-0 lead against Luck Peters, who just hasn't started in this one.
Going to come back to you, Scott. I'm going to try and do something with this graphic because it's all over the place so people can see all the scores. So, Scott, how's Gaulas getting on?
He's just survived the match start for Gino Voss. He's on 76 and then with double 10. So I'm guessing that means 20-16 and then low on tops. And Gaulas pounced again on tops. This game deserves to go out decider. Whether it will or not, it's up to Adam Gaulas because he needs to break through here just to take us there. But it's been a great game. I really hope it does.
So just come in, board 6. Barstow's just missed a match start to win this one 6-4. Vain is back on 1-5-2. It's 140. Can't take it out. So Barstow is coming back for double 10 to wrap this up for a 6-4 game and take it out in 2. As I said, very good game, very consistent all the way through. Few missed starts by both players early on has dropped these averages slightly, but Barstow's finished on 90. Vain's finished on 91, but a very good game. But Chaz Barstow, that's over the line with a 6-4 win.
Good stuff. I'm not being rude, people. I'm literally just trying to resize this graphic. Be back with you in a second. That's what we have to do, work on the fly sometimes.
Gino Voss should be able to get this wrapped up here. He's just missed the dart, but Gaulas is quite a bit back on 84. He's not got it. So 3 clear darts at Gino Voss. A double 10 to eventually see this game out. He's missed all 3 on the outside. He's not got it. So we might actually have another Noble if Gaulas can take out 84. It is Gaulas, so it might be well.
Oh my God.
That sounds interesting, God.
It is. Nathan Rafferty was in danger of making an absolute hash of his game against Matt Jackson. He led 5-2, was broken by Jackson to trail 5-3, and then Jackson had 1-6-7, I think it was. Jackson at 59, 68, and bust darts at tops. From the same position, Rafferty was on 200 after 6 darts. He'd only scored 87. So he left himself on 1-1-3. He'd just taken that 1-1-3 for the match to win 6-3. It looked like he was absolutely blowing it and going to have to get over the line in the next leg when he had the darts. But yeah, Nathan Rafferty gets over the line in his first game back in the PDC at 6-3.
Yeah, and I've got an interesting one here. Jim Williams has just broken the Zoran Lurchbacher throw. He leads 3-1. Lurchbacher missed multiple darts here to go level at 2-all. Williams steps in, and it's 3-1 to the Quiff. But Scott, board 7, you have a result.
It was a great game. Gowlis missed the bull for that 84, so couldn't send us it, and Vos got the double 10 first start. Really great game. Gowlis didn't play badly at all. We'd be feeling quite sorry for himself, actually, that he drew Gino Vos. But yeah, fair play. He was a better player throughout, just about, and deserves his 6-4 win.
Good stuff. Just having a look now as we speak. Jim Williams in control. Going to come to you, board 8, Lee. Peter Hudson on the brink.
Start.
I think that's me.
Scott.
Yeah.
I've got that.
So good.
The fact we've got to 10 to 12, and that's the first board mistake we've made, I'll take that.
Yeah, we've done all right there.
Yeah, no.
That's not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah, Peter Hudson's been solid throughout this game. I think he just wrapped that leg up in 20 darts, but that's a bit misreading. It's not been too scrappy. He's been in control, and Ryan DeVries just hasn't really been near in any of the legs, really, bar the first one where he went 1-0 up. So Peter Hudson well worth this 5-1 lead. He's cruised all the way along, and he's kicked off with 140, looking good to take it here.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you, God. Board 4. What's the action looking like?
Interesting, to be fair. Not really good signs for Martin Lukeman at the minute. The first 3 legs were all breaks of throw, and then the next 2 legs were holds of throw. Unfortunately, Martin threw first, so he is trailing 3-2 at the minute, and it's Michael Verbert's darts right now. He's throwing for a 4-2 lead. The positive sign for Martin is he's just 1 break down because he threw first, a break back, and he will just hold his darts for the rest of the match if he goes on to win it. But he does look up against it in this leg and looks like he could be about to be 4-2 behind.
Interesting. Jim Williams now leads our alerts back of 4-1. Clinical from the Quiff.
And I think, Phil, I have the first of the online darts boys underway. Keelan Kay is one of 3 this weekend that will be representing online darts, wearing our logo on their shirts. Hopefully a couple of them make it to the TV stages. At least one of them definitely will be later. But Keelan Kay is underway against Kevin McDine on board number 3. And Lukeman does now trail 4-2. He left himself on 1-2-7, but tops for Verberg, and he leads 4-2.
Yeah, going to come to you, Lee. Board 5, Louis Williams, 3-2, not having it all his own way, and Lee disappears. We'll come back to Lee.
Good timing, Lee.
So I've got a result if you want to fill the time. Peter Hudson did go over the line. He backed up the 20 data with an 11 data in the next leg to wrap up. A 96 average, really good performance from him, but I don't really think he was tested by Ryan DeVries. But 6-1 to Peter Hudson.
The Rock advances. Better get me TV on in a minute as well. So I'm just looking, they're completely, obviously, we know that Mashall Arena very, very well, and they have completely transformed it today. It looks something special. Whilst we haven't got a result pending, we'll jump into the chat room and say hello to everyone. Hope you are all well. Jackie has joined us. Hope you are well. Jackie, Michael says, doing good, gentlemen. Thank you very much, as always. Remember, any questions, get them into us in the chat room. Stephen Pipe, he was forced to pull out. He had a failed COVID test, unfortunately. Lewis, good afternoon, mate. Hope you are well. And now Jim Williams is also one away. God, I'll tell you what, Jim Williams' first dart at double 12 there was literally a country mile away. Pins at second dart, but his rangefinder really is all over the place at the moment. But Lee, now you're back. Louis Williams in broad here a little bit.
Yeah, so he's in total control of this. He was averaging around 20 points more than Luck Peters. But Luck Peters hasn't really got much better. Williams has just dropped down to that level. Peters is now 82, Williams 86. But Williams hasn't found his storing boots until he just hit that 180, as I was talking. But in this one, Peters is on 124 after 9. Lou Williams is on 224. If they're putting a dud store here, which he does 140, leaves himself 84. So Luck Peters needs to take out this 124. If not, Williams will be coming back for a break of throw. But Peters was miles behind in that one, but has found a way. Peters can't take it out. So Williams is coming back for a break of throw and takes it out in 2. So Lou Williams, as I said, had dropped down to Peters' level in the past couple of legs, but has found a way to break in 11 in this one, and Williams is now 4-3 in front.
Board 3 for you, Gob. KG start between Kevin McDine and Keelan Kay.
In terms of averages, yeah, the first leg was not great, but it went on throw to Keelan Kay. The second leg, McDine's just responded with a 12-dart leg, checking out 91 in 3. So that one's one apiece at the minute. McDine 18 points ahead in the averages, but I said that's because of that very, very cagey first leg. I've got potential. Lukeman was in position to potentially break back then. He wanted 1-2-2, but has only scored 44. And Verburg's just fired in a 32 to lead 5-3. So he's just one away. Lukeman needs to win the next 3 legs.
Yeah, question from the chat room. Jordan says, do you guys think Jordan Henderson will? I'm guessing you missed John Henderson, supporting my fellow Scotsman.
Jordan Henderson couldn't win our raffle this season. We're having an absolute mare.
I didn't want to bring it up last night, Gob, but, you know. Look, we'll see if Hendo's rocking. He'll come knocking. But if the rock's slightly off, he's not fired this year.
I opened my T-shirt drawer this morning, and on top I had my Liverpool shirt on the left and Online Darts tops on the right. I took one look and was just like, that sign can just stay there. We haven't won at home since my girlfriend bought me that for my birthday. Thanks, love.
It's all Poppy's fault.
If I'm going to be able to defend Big John, I'm going to say that he's drawn Matthew Edgar, hasn't he? And he did beat him at the weekend. So I'm going to back John Henderson just blindly and say he's going to win.
I remember I was covering that game. Matthew Edgar was in a great position, and Hendo literally took out a 1-6-1 from absolutely nowhere. But for you, Gob, on board 4, it's now or never for Martin Lukeman. He's got it back to 5-4, but needs an assault against Fro here.
From 1-2-7, Verburg has left himself on 15. I thought that was it then. That's when I sent you that message. Lukeman responds with a 72 checkout to stay in it. He needs to break throw in here in leg number 10, but then he will be thrown for the match in 11. Starts with a solid turn against Verburg 60, but a 1-2-5 from Verburg gives him the edge once again.
Yep. Potentially, Zoran Lurchback are mounting a bit of a fight back here. It is 5-3 to Williams, but Lurchback has won 2 on the spin. Lee, going to come to you. Board 5, you got match darts.
Yeah, so Lou Williams in this one has done ton 180, left 41 after 9 against the throw, has then messed that up to leave double 8. So I missed 2 darts. Peters has now come back 94. Can't take out 94. So Williams is now coming back for double 8 to win this one 6-3. He has been the better player. He dropped when Peters got them couple of legs back in the middle of this game, but Williams has been the better player. 2 180s in this leg. Can he wrap this up? Yes, he can. So Williams goes 6-3 winner against Luck Peters, and on board 6, Matt Dennons has just broke through against Joe Mernon and finds himself 2-1 in front.
Yeah, just going to jump into the chat room here a second, unless actually we'll go to Gob here on board 4. Is it match darts incoming, or is Martin Lukeman turning this one around?
He's already saved match. Well, not saved match darts. He's Verberker's already missed match darts. He left 32 and finds himself on 8 now. Lukeman was on 68 and has only left 32, so he didn't check it out. And Verberk takes out 8 in 1 dart for a 6-4 win.
Interesting. Right, going to jump back into the chat room. Jordan says, where was it? That Korean guy is stealing potential viewers because he's streaming again. Look, mate, that's up to him. If he's willing to risk his channel and put copyrighted content on it, that's up to him. But we certainly won't risk that here. Channel means too much to us to get it pulled down for putting out copyright stuff. But going to come back to board or stage 2. Tim Williams is now in a whole world of trouble here. He was 5-1 up, but Lurchbacher is now back to 5-4. So I'm not sure Williams is mentally strong here. As Lurchbacher takes out 1-2-1. No, Lurchbacher took out 1-2-1. He went the well. He got it, so you can't criticise it. But when someone's on a finish, I don't think it's the right route. Went 25, treble 20, double 18. I don't mind that way if someone's not on a finish. But when they are, not a fan. You Gob or not?
Say that again, sorry.
When someone's on a finish on 1-2-1, you go the ball first. I'm not a fan.
No. More pressure on that second dart. And if your first dart's wild, it's shocking. First dart should always be treble 20 or 17s at the absolute worst. But anything else, spanner.
Yeah, 100%. And will he get away with it? Gary, how are we doing, mate? Hope you are well. Right, it's looking as if we're heading to a noble. Lurchbacher 139 to leave 66 with Jim Williams not on a finish. So it looks as if we're heading for a noble. Lurchbacher to win 4 legs on the spin. And it is 5 apiece. How's your nerve, Jim Williams? You were 5-1 up and cruising. Now you're embroiled in a last leg decider. And he doesn't find a treble. Even this early, this is advantage Lurchbacher. Scott, we're going to come to you on board 8.
Yeah, John Brown with brilliant 12 dart. 102 checkout, but the reason it's significant is because Gavin Carlin had just hit 165 to leave an easy checkout that would have made him go 3-0 up. So John Brown did really well to save his skin. That two averages in this game: 107 John Brown, 109 Gavin Carlin. Another brilliant game here, and so it didn't deserve to be 3-0 Carlin, but yeah, brilliant from John Brown, who has left himself on a double to level it up hopefully. So brilliant game, 2-1 Gavin Carlin.
Yeah, also board 3 for you, Gob. It's tied at 3 legs apiece. Good game or scrappy one?
Bit scrappy. Big difference in the averages. Keelan Kay still averaging 81. McDine up at 95, but it's still on throw. Keelan looking in good position here as well to take the 4-3 advantage.
Yeah, and in this noble leg here between Williams and Lurchbacher, it's close, it's tense. 258 Lurchbacher, 241 Williams. Williams has the throw. And 140 to leave 101. Jim Williams has spun this one around. Whilst with that, I'm going to say hello. A few people in the chat room just joining us. Mark, hope you are well. Peter, welcome along. From the 101, Jim Williams, first two darts, absolutely fluffing his lines. He's left double 8, but may not get a go at it. Zoran Lurchbacher wants 118, and he's found treble 20 with his first dart. Big moments here. The setup play from Williams was horrendous, and Lurchbacher is going to get a dart at tops, and match dart missed by Zoran Lurchbacher. Jim Williams breathes a sigh of relief for now and takes it first start. Jim Williams gets over the line 6-5, but he literally fell over the line. 5-1 up and absolutely cruising at one point. Lee, going to come to you on board 6. We've got a ton plus.
Yeah, so Matt Dunn and John Mernon, neither of them have really got going scoring-wise, about mid-80s. The finishing's been good, but Matt leaves himself on 54. John Mernon breaks throw with a 104. So John Mernon finds himself 4-2 up against Matthew Dennant. John Mernon got the throw now and starts this one 140. But, like I said, not been a great day, neither of which have found their scoring boots in this one. However, finishing has been pretty good, but Mernon in control in this 7th leg, and if he takes this, we'll have 5-2 in front of them, Matt Dennant.
Yeah, David Evans getting underway as well. I'm going to come to you, Scott, on board 7. Ed House and Mole tied at 3-all. Good one or scrappy?
Both, if that makes sense. Damien Moe has played brilliant at times, I think. He hit back-to-back not back-to-back 180s, but 2 180s in the one leg. I would say in about 5 of these legs, he's been in complete control, but he's not managed to take all of them. Just complete scrappy Dublin. The game is all about Damien Moe and whether he's been able to take his chances or not. It's 4-3. He's just moved up with another great leg. He's averaging 95, but that is with, I would say, probably a dozen missed starts at a double. So that's how well he's playing, but he's just not had the killer instinct yet. We'll see if he gets over the line. Leeds Ed House 4-3.
Interesting scenes here. Nothing quite going to end in the immediate future. So we're going to take a quick 20-second ad break and we'll be back on the other side of Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, here at the 2021 UK Open Live with us here, welcome along. If you're new to the channel, we welcome you with open arms. If you're one of the ever-presents, we appreciate your continued support here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss any future content. And if you like what we do, give us a thumbs up, because then we appear higher in YouTube search engines and everything like that. It's been a blistering start to the day so far in Milton Keynes for the FA Cup of Darts. But we're going to go straight to Lee. Yes, for the Matty Dennett game. He's in danger.
Yeah, so Mernon in control then of that 7th lead, finds himself now 5-2 in front. As I said, Storing neither of them have really got going. Good example of this, really. Matty's starting this lead 55-80, 160. John Mernon 45-96. But Mernon has just done enough throughout this. He puts in a 140 now. So he's in control of this lead for what would be a break, and the last lead if he does take it to those 6-2 in front. Averages in this one are around the mid-80s mark. Just on board 5, David Evans has got one bat and then Seatman, so we are now a 1 apiece in that one. If you just want to stay me on board 6, John Mernon's done back-to-back 140s, leaving 80. Matt Dennington only at 57 and 85, so leaves about the number of 163. So John Mernon's going to have 6 starts to take out 80 to win this one. 6-2 is it's treble 20, then come inside. So he's left himself on 5. So if Matton puts some pressure on here, John Mernon's coming back for 5. Matton only at 57, so leads 106. John Mernon has got 5 to win this game. Just see if Joel Mernon can take this out. On the other board, David Evans has just hit a 180, hit one in the previous lead as well. Joel Mernon takes out 5 in 2 darts. So Joel Mernon beats Matthew Dennant 6-2.
Yeah, and the Prince of Wales is warming up on stage 2. And I'm not talking about Louis Williams. I'm talking about the original Prince of Wales, Richie Bennett. Of course, stage 1, the main stage, is underway, and some comments in the chat room saying the stage looks great. Yet, look, I think they've done an absolutely amazing job at MK of making this look like a proper UK Open. It looks magnificent. But we're going to come back to you, Gob. Keelan K, is he on the brink, or are we going to a noble?
I think we might be going to a noble here. It's McDine's throw, and he's 93 points ahead, plus these. Didn't really get anywhere in the last leg when he had the darts either. So, yeah, I think McDine is about to force us to a decider. Kay's averaging 81 still. He's done very, very well to have picked up 5 legs at all. And he will have the darts in the decider to see if he can get over the line in that one. On 4, however, John Michael is 2-1 up over Scott Taylor, averaging 101 to Taylor's 94.
Yeah, 100%. All good. Right, there's some games bubbling along here. We're going to come to you, Scott, because both of yours look interesting at 5-4.
Yep, Damien Moult should be about to wrap this up, but as I alluded to before, his doubling has been a bit questionable. So he's got 48, one of the simplest ones, and yet that's what I went to. He didn't take it out, so he's 5-4 up. He should be getting over the line here, but he's wasted so many chances. I just don't have any faith for him to go for it. Let's see if Rich Edhouse can put him under any pressure. Owen 97, so he's in 108. Damien Moult, 3 clear darts at 4-4. It wouldn't surprise me if he wanted to add a bit more drama to this game. He would be averaging ton plus. He's done it. 3rd dart in hand, squeezes it in, and so Damien will eventually get this wrapped up. Really impressive performance if it wasn't for all those missed doubles. But Gob is going to a noble, I believe.
I am in a noble, yeah, and not the best start for Keelan. He opened up 57 and was punished with a 125 from McDine. A 140 from Keelan, you're thinking maybe he's back in with a chance here. But McDine responds with a 140 of his own, but then a massive 180 from Keelan K. Superb timing on that. He's on 124, and you think McDine leads at least a 140 from here to leave 96. Let's see what he does. Just a ton to leave 136, so that great start. And he finds himself behind in the leg. K with the first darts at the 124. Just 38 scored. How big a slip is that? He leaves 86. McDine then 136 for the match. What's he got? It's taking a while. That's normally a good sign. 86 leaves 50. Decay, 3 in hand. Should get at least a dart at the bullseye here for the match. $54 scored, leaves 32 in trouble now. McDine wants 50 for the match in this noble leg, and it goes into darts. Keelan Kay loses 6-5 to Kevin McDine in a last leg decider.
Yeah, and on stage 2, Richie Burnett has broken the Gert Nenches throw in the opener. Jonathan asks, "Who's noble?" Right. For those that don't know, the noble leg reverts to George Noble, the very famous and for me the best referee on the PDC circuit, on the Euro Tour and TV games that he's involved with. I think last year, was it 3 Euro Tours in a row? He went to last leg deciders pretty much every time he was officiating a game. So it's the last leg decider has been renamed the Noble. But we're going to come to, where are we? Board 8, John Brown on the brink, Scott.
He's got 121 for the match with Cowan. But he's done it! Wow, 121 for the match. He's won at 6-3. Gavin Cowan missed the dart to bring it back to what would be 5-4. Wow, unreal. I think that's a 12 darter for John Brown. He took his chances so well in that game. It's basically the opposite of what I said Damien Moe did. There was more even game than those two, but John Brown, 121 for the match. Fantastic. Great opportunistic play from him. Fair play.
Good stuff. John Brown is through. Gert Nenches has broken straight back against Richie Burnett on stage 2. And on the main stage, Barry Van Peer leads Martin Schindler 2-0. That's on ITV4 for you at the moment. On board 5, Lee, David Evans behind. Is it on throw or is it a break?
Yeah, it's on throw. So David Evans went 2-1 in front. Seatman's won the last 2. In that 5th leg, he takes out to 108. So Evans is in control of this one on 164 after 9, 118 that one. 118 this leg as well for Evans, with Seatman back on 256. So looking like Evans is going to level this one up. Like I said, we've had 2 breaks, but it is on throw at the moment, and Seatman finds himself 3-2 in front.
Yeah, when I said to you that Gert Nenches leveled up, I've just seen it. It wasn't just any level up. It was the fish. The biggest one of all. He's plucked one out on board 2. He sent it sailing out and reels it in. 1-1, the big fish for Gert Nenches.
No reaction.
Again, God, we're going to come to you. No. Too funny. I think PDC have cancelled the Korean guy's account. Yeah, look, I said, just that when you play with fire, when you play with content that's not yours, always run the risk. God, I'm going to come to you on board 4. John Michael in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it was 2-1 up, averaging 101. He dropped down to a 91 average now. Trails Scott Taylor 4-2. In the previous leg, Taylor found himself on 167. Michael way back. Taylor opted for the setup, I believe. Hit 127 to leave tops and took it out next visit. He's up to averaging 96 now. And the Greek is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so is Burnett, looking as if he's going to go behind. But it will be on.
That 170 for Nenches, Phil, was a 30-dart leg.
Yeah, well, it wasn't pretty, but it was a fish that does it.
30 dart leg and you score a third of your points in 3 darts to win the leg. Jeez.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
definitely.
What, I know it's the game that you're watching, but Berry Van Peer looks superb at the minute.
Yeah, 100%. The throw
You
looks
would not believe the last time we
absolute
saw him on TV at the Grand Slam, he was barely letting go of them in tears against Cameron Menzies. Different man.
Yeah, 100%.
It would be the fact that back Schindler, but you know.
Well, you know. And Garrett Nenches does lead 2-1, only a hold and throw. Garrett Nenches averaging 93 and a bit, Richie Bennett 91. Fairly decent from both at the moment. Again, going to come to board 5, Lee. Is it just going on throw at the moment?
Yeah, so Evans has just hit a 105 to level it up at 3 apiece. But then in this 7th lead, David Evans, a Dempster thrower, has missed 6 starts to level 4-3 in front. Seaman's then stepped in and took out a ton. So in the past 3 leads, we have had 3 ton plus checkouts. Not beaten, just 108, 105 and 100. But still, we have had 3 consecutive ton plus checkouts. It's on throw at the moment. Evans hasn't started this one well with just a 59, but Seatman is 4-3 up. And also on board, Storsley and Andrew Dilding are underway. Worsley taking the first lead on throw.
Again, board 7 for you, Scott. Sedlacek leads Leitinger as well, and there's been a break.
Yep, really scrappy to be honest. Sedlacek really warms up in his legs. Started off with a 43, 82, 140, 180. So you can see the progression, which every throw he's getting better. But yeah, no, he's by far the better player in this match so far in every aspect of it, and worthy of his 2-0 lead. And my other board is just kicked off between Ryan Murray and Christoph Chuk. So that's now will be updated with both.
Yeah, Richie Bennett levels up at 2 apiece. And Dan says in the chat room, Bennett will have whiplash by the end of this match. Standard Richie, mate. Absolute standard Richie Bennett. It's a joy to watch. There was one, obviously not last year because it was cancelled by COVID, but the year before at the Red Dragon Championship, a great still picture of him doing a scorpion kick while he's throwing. Ridiculous. But board 4, we're going to come to you, Rob, because potentially we're not far away.
We're not, but it won't be in this leg, I don't think. John Michael's on throw. He's 5-3 behind, but he just left 1-2-1 after 12. Scott Taylor's only thrown 9 darts, but a 50 and a 30 were 2 of those visits. So he is a long way back, and I expect John Michael to put us at 5-4. Taylor will have the darts in leg number 10.
So we're going to a noble there by the look of it. And again,
I think Roby John Rodriguez has just laid up on the big fish. Brian Roman was on 204. Roby just scored 138 to leave 32. Either he's missed the ball by a long way and got away with it, or he's opted to lay up. He does take it in the next visit, though. And John Michael potentially missing darts to allow Taylor to take the match here. Taylor's left himself 65 from 164. Michael's already missed 3 from 60. But it does go, and we're into that 10th leg like I thought we might be.
Yeah. I'll tell you what as well, on mine, Bennett's up the ante here, but he's lost the leg. Gert Nenches is just doing enough here, but it's Bennett who's upped his average to nearly 95. But Nenches just doing enough. We come to you, Lee, on board number 4. We're level after 8.
Yeah, so as I said in lead 7, Evans missed sits and then Seatman stepped in. In lead 8, Seatman missed 1, Evans stepped in. In this one, Seatman's on 76 after 15 darts. David Evans has got 160. This would be for a break to throw, and what a big chet out it would be if he can take it. Can't take it, but leaves 60. So pressure on that Seatman throw. Needs to take out 76, or we will have a break by David Evans and just one away. Let's see if Seatman can put himself in front. No, we can't. So David Evans, he's coming back for 60 for a 5-4 lead and would be then throwing for the game. David Evans, 5-4 in front, and then Seatman. David Evans has now got the throw.
Yeah, so I'll go back to this Burnett game. That it was a 1-2-4 on the ball as well. But Gob, going to come to you. Match starts on 4.
Even better, Scott Taylor's just taken out 1-5-3 for the match. John Michael back on 3-5-2. Like I said, he was 2-0 up. And he's just lost 6-4. Superb final leg from Scott Taylor. 12 darts, 153 checkout. And he wins.
Absolute scenes. Yeah, as I was saying, that Gurton Entry's finishing is getting him out of jail here. 170 and 1-2-4 on the ball. He leads Burnett 3-2, but he's just doing, as another Dutchman would say, he's doing the right things at the right moments. But we've got just checking the stage. Just again, the stage game ticking along really nicely as well. Barry Van Peer leads Martin Schindler 4-3. Schindler's up the ante a little bit here. He's averaging nearly 94. So it could be some interesting moments in this game. But 4-3 for you, Gob. Primary man in a world of trouble.
Yeah, he is. He's averaging 95 and he's not doing a lot wrong. But Roby John's averaging 100, 4-1 up. Superb from the young Austrian. He looks in great nick.
Big moment here for Burnett. He does level up at 3-all, but then Mencha starts with a 180. It's all going along, but Gob, we're going to come back to you as well. What's going on both your boards is a bit of a roundup.
So I'm just waiting for Rastovitz and Peter Jakes to get underway on board 4, following that 153 from Scott Taylor for the match in that one. Brian Roman has just gone turn 180, 180, 41 to hit back against Roby John Rodriguez. So that one's now 4-2. That was just a hold of throw, though. As much as you can't get excited over a 4-visit leg as a hold of throw, he needs to do that as a break now as well to hit back.
Yeah, now to Lee, round up from your 2.
Yeah, so David Evans has got match dart. He's already missed 1 at double 19. Sorry, missed 3 at double 19. Side with that last dart. Then David Evans has now bust that sort of 19. Seatman has already missed 7 darts in this lead to level it up to go to a George Noble. He's now coming back for double 5 and he splits it, then misses. So he leaves double 2. David Evans is then coming back for 19 to win this one, 6-4. If you just want to say me, David Evans wasn't in this lead at all, but he has wrapped it up. He wraps it up in 23 darts, but David Evans will not mind as he books himself a place in round 3.
Scott, we're going to come to you. 7 and 8, how are we looking?
On board 7, Whitinger's centre check could be over before I finish this sentence, because Whitinger's just really made a mess of 7-8, and we could have a big goal for Karel Sedlacek, and it is. Gave him one, so 6-0 to Karel Sedlacek, cruised that game. He wasn't that impressive, but Whitinger really wasn't. It was poor from him. So 6-0 Serge. Another game, Christoph Chuk broke in the first leg with a 1-6-7 checkout. That was really impressive. And just went on throw from there. Ryan Murray's probably been better in the scoring phases, but it's 2-1 to Chuk, and it's on throw. No, it's not on throw. Chuk has that break from the 1-6-7 the first leg. So yeah, really good game. But Kyle Sedlacek was cruising in the other one.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat room, how does Van Peer? He's 5-3 up, averaging nearly 88. So he's just found a really good dart to go 5-3 up, but Schindler is in control here to go 5-4. So there may be some nervy moments for Barry Van Peer fans if Schindler can take this leg. Jack asks, guys, are Roby John and Rusty Jake related? Yes, there's brothers, mate, and there is another one as well. There is 3 of them, and we said earlier, when they're in the same room, it gets very confusing because they are all RJRs as well.
Yeah, the last one is Roxy James. That's the one you're missing.
That's it. Yeah, they are all RJRs. But I tell you what, I mean, just absolutely intrigued and enthralled in this Burnett game. 4 apiece, and Burnett average hasn't moved from this 94 mark. For all you whippersnappers that don't remember Richie Burnett, between 94 and 96, he was genuinely the best player on Planet Darts. This is when the BDO was still hugely relevant and arguably had the better players still just after the split, but he was magnificent, and after all he's been through, he's just upped his average again. It's just magnificent to see from the Welshman. But we're going to come to board number 3 because we're close.
Yeah, it wasn't a very pretty leg then. 21 dart leg between the pair. I think Roman Pimpsticks go 5-3 behind, but Roby John has the darts now. Because of the poor finishing in that one, both players have just dipped below the 100 for the first time in a while. On 4 though, Peter Jakes is absolutely flying. He opened the leg with opened a match with a 12 dart leg. He's opened leg 2 with a 180 and just gone in 14. So he's averaging 116 after 2 legs. Marko Rastovic is averaging 58. Exactly.
Interesting
half.
signs. Going to come. Yeah. Board number 6 for you, Lee. Andrew Gilding in complete control over Jonathan Worsley.
Yeah, Andrew Gilding is playing some very, very good stuff. Example being, as you've just come to me, lead sits. Finds himself only 4-1 up, but he's now done 140, 140, 135 to leave 86 after 9, averaging mid-90s in this one. John Worsley in the late 80s. Just seeing if Andrew Gilding can wrap this 86 up in 11 or 12 darts to put himself just 1 away. If not, Worsley will be coming back for the big fish. Andrew Gilding can't take it out. So John Worsley's got an opportunity here, but it's only a small opportunity. It's 170 needed. He's not been playing very well today. Can he take out the big fish? No. Misses the ball for a 170, John Worsley, which would have been a brighter throw. So Andrew Gilding's coming back for double 8 and would be a 5-1 lead. And Andrew Gilding takes it out, so finds himself 5-1 up against John Worsley.
Yeah, some interesting moments going here. First of all, we'll go to the stage board. Martin Schindler wants the ball to level us up at 5-all. And Martin Schindler has just found the middle of the bullseye. 83 finish with Van Peer sat on top, stunning from the wall. He may have just broken the heart of Barry Van Peer there, because Martin Schindler will now throw for the match. And on stage 2, we've got the head shaking from Richie Burnett. Gert Nenches is 5-4 up, but it's one of those games that I don't know how, because for me, Burnett has been the better player here. But Gert Nenches has found the big moments when he's needed them, but consistently, Burnett has been better. But are we heading for a noble? Quite possibly, because Burnett has a huge advantage here in leg 10. but we'll stick with the stage board for the minute. 2 seconds. No, we're not. We're going to go to Gob because we've got match starts on board 3.
Yes, so we're back at 5-4 at the minute. Roby John had a chance at 1-1-4 in the previous leg and scored 94. In leg number 10, he's got 140, 180, 123 to find himself on 58. Just 38 scored, but he does come back. Roman still miles away, back on 130 after 15, and it's gone in one dart. Roby John wins 6-4 with a 98 average. Could have been a lot better. There was one slack leg that went above 20 darts. Other than that, that would have been an absolute quality performance from Roby John. And on 4, just a quick update. Rastovitz has hit back. He won leg 3, but Jake's in control still with the darts here in leg 4.
Yeah, so on the stage, match starts incoming here for Martin Schindler, 72. Going to get a dart at double 16. And he comes inside, but Barry Van Peer is not on a finish. So, Barry Van Peer teams up, 86. Martin Schindler to complete the comeback. Double 8, that's a good guide. That's awkward. I'm not sure how much you can see of this. And he comes inside. Martin Schindler has missed 4 match darts so far. Lee, will come to you in a second, but stick with me here because this is live. Barry Van Peer now wants 86. And he's giving himself a pep talk. He's visualising it. I'm not sure if there's still some demons in there. Martin Schindler looks like he's about to RKO him. Pacing around at the back of the stage. Barry Van Peer should get a dart at the ball. Oh, and he's wired it. Barry Van Peer has wired the bullseye for 86. Schindler coming back for 8. Well, I tell you what, I've never seen Martin Schindler's not a nice guy. He looks fuming. Absolutely raging. He's inside, down to 2s. And Martin Schindler finds it. We get a fist pump from the German, but it is Martin Schindler who completes the comeback against Barry Van Peer. But we're going to jump straight to you, Lee.
Yeah, so Andrew Dildon has just taken out a 109 with Worsley sitting on tops to win this one, 6-2 on board 6. In board 5, Zonnevelder's taking a 1-0 lead against Telnetters. The Chethouse happened as I was looking at the final stage of Dildon. So I missed exactly what the score was, but I do know it was a ton plus Chethouse. Telnetters is currently averaging 116, who's Zonnevelder on 100 after lead 1. Very good opening lead. Like I says, I missed what it was, but I know it was a ton plus Chethouse. But Andrew Dildon comes through with a very impressive 98 average in his game.
Yeah, and I've got another result. Gert Nenches has beaten Richie Burnett 6 legs to 5. Again, good game from both on throw. Have to feel a little bit for Burnett. 2 big finishes from Nenches with a difference of 170 and a 174. But Lee, I'm not Lee, Scott, we're going to come to yours. How are we looking?
Since the last time I spoke, Christoph Kachuk has broken Ryan Murray twice, both with ton plus checkouts. First time Murray was on about 70 and Chuk took it 139 to break 3-2, and he held, and then he's just gone 5-2 up with a 108 checkout. So Murray has still been more consistent on the scoring, but the big hitting finishes from Chuk have been unreal. He's 5-2 and thrown for the match now.
Yeah, it's all been going off the last 3 or 4 minutes. Gob, can I come to you on board for Peter Jake? Still in the same sort of form he was a few minutes ago?
Mate, he's absolutely flying. He took out a 1-2-9 2 legs ago to go 3-1 up. He's 40 points away from 4-1 up. That's a 1-2-1, but again, he's coming back for a 13 dart leg. He's averaging 101. The only way he doesn't get darts for his 40s if Rastovitz takes out the big fish. 1-2-5 from Rastovitz. But yeah, Jakes is coming back for 40. This is absolutely superb from him so far. Probably about to put the curse on it. No, goes in 2 darts, 14 dart leg, up to 102 average for Peter Jakes. Just a quick one on board 3. Nick Kenny versus Ryan Meikle have just got underway. What a game that could be.
100%. It could be an absolute belter. James has joined us in the chat room. Afternoon, guys. Great work as ever. Looking forward to our big weekend of darts. 100%, mate. Again, get all those comments in the chat room. We will answer them as we go through. But, of course, we've got our deputies in there as well that will also answer them as well as we come to it. But it's all good. Martin Schindler there produced some really good stuff. And I still think, although Barry Van Peer's throw looked a lot better at times, there's still some demons there, which is understandable. I know what you're laughing at, Gob. You're laughing at the chat, aren't you?
Yeah,
Justin Pipe. Have the head ants play will end 2 hours earlier due to my withdrawal. Good stuff.
Yeah, I completely agree on Berry, though. I've got both stream games open. Admittedly, I'm on ITV4 on my phone and PDC TV up in the corner of one screen. If you see the setup that are running at the minute, it's absolutely ridiculous. But there were times within that match where that last leg in particular, you could see it, but there was a couple of moments where he just had to reset on the oche, and I looked and was like, maybe it's not 100% got, and I don't think you're ever going to 100% get over it, but yeah, there was just glimpses there that perhaps no matter how free-flowing he was to start with, the fact that game was on TV against Schindler in good form, playing as well as he was, that something was going to break down a bit.
Yeah, Scott, we're going to come to you for board 8.
Yeah, that's a result now for Kachuk. Ryan Murray had 70 again. I think missed a dart to clean it up. But 6-2 to Kachuk. It's a bit flattering because Murray probably was more consistent. But just the big hitting, 108, 139 and 167 in that first to 6 game. That's a pretty good arsenal to have. My other game, just a quick update. Dom Taylor was really quite competent against Jake Jones earlier on, but in the first 3 legs here, he's averaging 71 and he's down 3-0 to Gary Blades. I don't know what's happened to the guy that I seen play about 20-25 minutes ago, but yeah, Gary Blades in complete control in my other game, 3-0.
Interesting scenes on stage 2. Warming up nicely, Bradley Brooks, the world youth champion, against, I still love this how they put this on everything, Martin Atkins, Wigan. Has he generally changed his name to Martin Atkins Wigan now?
I just didn't think the other Martin Atkins was still a PDC player, so I didn't think there was a need to differentiate.
Yeah.
If he's the only Martin Atkins in the field...
Yeah, no, 100%, I'm with you.
The other issue they've got is, what happens if the other Martin Atkins moves to Wigan? Going to start putting their postcode or street address under it instead.
Yeah, 100%. And we are now underway. The World Youth Champion.
Absolutely miles away. 6-2 for Peter Jakes, 104 average. An excellent performance. Another 14 dart leg to get over the line. That was probably the most confident performance I've seen all day. Absolutely superb from Peter Jakes.
Definitely. I have to apologise that I look like I'm on the sun. I'm not. But where my desk is, when the sun comes out from behind the clouds, it's gets a bit bright down on the Costa del South here.
At least you've got sunshine, mate. Don't knock it.
We're going to go to Lee on board 6. Jack Main back in action.
Yeah, so Jack Main has absolutely flying out the blocks. He's won both leads with 13 dart leads. However, lead 1 left 47 after 9. Lead 2 left 81 after 9. 180s in both of those leads. But Jack Main is currently averaging 116 after 2 leads. In control here are then Rob Collins early on. And on board 5, Zonneveld and Telnetters. There's been 3 ton plus checkouts in this one. Let me just check. Sorry, 2. Zonneveld hit 1 in lead 1. Telnetters then hit a 1-5-3. But in lead 3 and 4, both players missed ton plus checkouts. We've had 2 missed darts at the ball. Very good game here, but Telnetters is 3-1 in front.
Yeah, I'm not. Again, I've obviously got ITV on my TV. I'm not sure what happened in the Jonathan Worsley Andrew Gilding game, but at the end, the one ball certainly didn't look happy and had plenty to say. I'm not sure if something went down there.
Sorry.
I possibly couldn't comment because I got unfriended and blocked for the last time that John Worsley fell out with someone. But Martin Atkins has taken the first leg against Ray Brooks. It was a break of throw. Brooks only averaging 72 and a bit. I've said it for a while, Gob. I know you've got the stream up. I'm not convinced that Bradley Brooks' darts are set up right. They wobble through the air for me.
Yeah, look. I mean, it's always going to be personal preference, but for me, his darts are way too long for his action. They don't fly through the air, essentially. He sets up with the grip quite far back on it. He's almost on the stem at that moment as well. And there's the hesitation at the top of his action as well that I just think is a little bit jumpy at times. It's not an action I'd look to copy or repeat or coach, is the way I'm going to say it. Like, there's not a massive flaw in any of it. I just don't like the way it goes. And I think that it's not as consistent as others can be.
No, I just don't think that the darts are particularly set up right, as we said. But, hey, personal preference. And again, into the chat room. Although, first of all, we're going to come to Lee on 6.
Yeah, so Jack Main is still in control in this one. Finds himself on 137 after 12. Collins is on 148. Very good game this at the opening stages. Both players averaging around the 100 mark. Like I said, Jack Main's at 137 here. Can leave top, so Collins needs the 148. If not, Jack Main will be coming back for a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, I'm going to jump into the chat room. John says, I'm the Dark Master of Dark Rights. Online Darts, thanks for the design my dart shirt. More than welcome, mate. Just a bulk standard one for us from Burley Sports. That's who do our stuff. And people are asking, we're working on merch, but we just need literally a break in PDC tournaments to clear our decks. We were talking about this the other day, literally where it's tournament after tournament, we've got stuff piling up. We just need a week to go through stuff and clear up and clear ship, so to speak, don't we, got?
Why open that 3 times?
But let's go in and around. Going to come to board 3, Gob. Nick Kenny in complete control over Ryan Meikle.
Yeah, 3-0 up, averaging 92. Meikle averaging a measly 75 at the minute. I'll be honest, I haven't seen a lot. I was just trying to work out what round I'm actually in because I completely neglected to keep up with that. That previous result for Peter Jakes was a round 2 win, so he's into round 3 and guaranteed at least £1,000 prize money. Don't forget, you don't get any prize money unless you're a 3rd round loser or beyond. And this is the first round 2 game on board number 3. Peter Hudson, Aguero 0-0 as well. But yeah, Nick Kenny absolutely cruising against Ryan Meikle at the minute. And to be honest, not really under much pressure to not be cruising.
Fair. We're going to come to board 7, and you, Scott, we're close.
We're on for the Noble, and if Gob thinks that 75 is me's way, what he hears about Dom Taylor's 68 average against Gary Blades that sees him 5-0 down. Like I said, I have no idea where this has come from, because he plays some quite quality stuff with mid to high 80s against Jake Jones in the first round, but he is just falling off a cliff here, and Gary Blades hasn't really done anything to force that. So it's looking good for 6 now. I don't see an almighty comeback coming from Dom Taylor here. And board 8 has got underway as well. Another guy I watched earlier on, Kevin Dotes, has just went 2-1 up. He had 114 checkout. He's just backed that up with a 94 checkout for 2 holes to throw. So impressive stuff for him, but that's a lot higher quality game between Kevin Dotes and Willie Boland. But yeah, Gary Blades, Dom Taylor's just been so one-sided. It should be over in the next minute or so.
Yeah, Bradley Brooks has a leg on the board on stage 2, but it's looking as if he's going to go 3-1 behind, and does. Martin Atkins in complete control. Speaking of control for you, Lee, board 6 and board 5, Talneckers and Main both lead.
Yeah, so Talnetters and Zonneveld, we had them 2 ton plus shutouts earlier on in this game. Since then, we've had so many missed starts at a double. Both players at least in double figures on missed starts. Last 2 leads have gone over 21 darts, and that's not been an issue with the scoring. It has been solely with the finishing with both players. But Talnetters is taking the double, so finds himself 4-2 in front. Zonneveld has now got the throw, but under pressure in this one. Jack Main, as I said, started with a 1-1-6 average after the first 2 leads. Collins levelled that back up then at 2 apiece. Jack Main then has brought him to go 3-2 in front. However, Rob Collins is looking like with that 118 this leg, or as I say, that he follows it up with 26. Jack Main then probably now is the favourite to hold on to throw. But Jack Main firing out the blocks in this one. Still slight favourite to see this one through.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you, Scott, as well. Willie Borland behind as well on board 8.
No. HGC clash for 2 each. He was behind, but it's been a good game to be fair. He did pressurised with a dead one. He was on 206, hit a 180 to leave double 13, but the gamble paid off for him, made Kevin Dotes wobble, and it's 2 each. And it's just to confirm it was a bagel. Is it the first bagel of today? The 6-0, I think it might be. Just scrolling down. Yeah, I think it's the first bagel of the day. No, it's not. I have had both though. Yeah. So Dom Taylor. Dom Taylor just completely fell off a cliff in that game, and as Gob says, to lose in round 2 would be so agonising when you played so well in round 1 that he's literally not going to get any reward for that. But yeah, Willie Boland and Kevin Dotes, a much better game, both averaging over a ton, and yeah.
Yeah, in Martin Atkins now in complete control over Bradley Brooks. It's 4-1, and it is a double break of throw. Just going through, Gob, for you. Ryan Meikle has a leg on the board.
Yeah, he does, and the averages have dropped even further. Kenny's averaging 84, Meikle's 77, although Kenny just missed the dart of the ball for an 86 and a 12-dart leg, which would have shot it straight back up. Aguero and Pete Hudson are 1 apiece, and again, not the best standard. That's an 86 and a 79 average between the pair. Tension, fair to say, here in round 2.
Yeah, 100%. And as well, Jesus Nogueira is underway on board 4, Gob, as well. Someone that's impressed over recent months.
He has, yeah. And he was like semi-impressive when he first started playing PDC darts, dropped off a bit. But like you said, over the last couple of months, he seems to have picked that game back up again, and he's playing a lot better. Peter Hudson is a name that actually did all right through Q School, I thought, and he's playing steady enough again. It's an okay matchup. It's a matchup that both players will think they've got a very, very good chance of winning at the minute, I think.
Yeah, 100% on there and on TV. Claydon has taken the opener against Danny Baggish. All eyes will be on the American after what we've seen from him so far. But as well, we're going to go lead. Board 5, Neil Zonneveld in a world of trouble.
Yeah, so as I was saying, so many missed starts and the same in lead 7. Telnethers misses 5, Zonneveld misses 3. However, Telnethers finally wraps it up with a 19 dart lead. And on board 6, as you came to me, Bob Collins just takes out a 120 to that a lead batter then Jack Main. So it is Jack Main with a throw currently, starts this lead with a 140 and is 4-3 in front. If you just want to stay with me, we have a result. Telnethers beats Zonneveld 6-2. Telnethers 84 average, Zonneveld 82. 10-15 missed starts each at least from both players, but it's Telnethers who gets himself through to the next round.
Going to come straight back to Scott because now Willie Borlands is deep in trouble.
Yeah, now I'll admit it. It's 4-2. He's a breakdown now, and he's kicked off with a 59 against the throw. So it's a whole world of trouble is the right phrase. It's not been bad at all. It's just that Kevin Dotes, unlike Dom Taylor that I mentioned before, has built upon the success of his previous round. So yeah, Kevin Dotes looking really good in this game. 4-2 up, looking good to make it 5-2, and I would be surprised to see Willie Borland get out of this mess.
100%. Right, we're going to have a quick 20-second ad break, guys, and we're back on the other side. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are, 2021 UK Open Live with us here across the next few days. Welcome along. Please make sure you subscribe to our channel, hit that big red button and give us a thumbs up. If you're new, where have you been? Better late than never, as always. Appreciate having you all along. And we've got some absolute stonewalls in our chat room that have been here from moment one. So welcome along to you all. Remember, any questions, get them in the chat room. We will answer them as best we can. We will come to them when there's breaks and whatever in play. But welcome along. I'm saying Phil Bars, joined by Jack Gobby Garwood in the top. Then we've got Scott and Lee on the bottom row, looking at the boards as well. So Bradley Brooks is back to 4-3. Not quite sure if he's got enough in the locker, what we've seen, to get this over the line just yet, but we're going to come to board 6 first of all. For Jack Main, is he closely?
Yeah, just one away. 5-3 in front now. Collins has just missed a dart at ball, and Main stepped in and punished that. Collins in control in this one with 2 140s, a 189 to leave, 32 after 12. Jack Main is back on 220. So would expect this to go 5-4, but both players averaging 89. Very good down this. Collins come back having at least 6 starts now at double 16. So would expect to go 5-4. Next lead very important. Jack Main will have to throw to let this down 1.
Going to come to you, Gob, on board number 3. How's it all playing out?
Ryan Meikles just hit back again to trail 4-3 against Nick Kenny. The scoring phase has definitely improved in this one. Both averages heading up towards 90, but still a few loose doubles. Peter Hudson's 3-1 up on Jesus Naguera on board 4 as well. I just want to talk about a couple of things that have caught my eye from the streaming boards, actually, Phil. I know they're yours. Bradley Brooks is 4-3 now. To get back to 4-2 absolute carnage. He was on 96, hit the single 20, so went for double 19, and missed on the outside. Don't agree with that at all. If you're going to go for that route, at least miss on the inside. That has to be your air of caution. Missing on the outside is calamitous, although he gets away with it the next visit. And Brett Claydon's action. Look, I get the man is professional and a far better dart player than me, but if you're an aspiring dart player, look at Brett. Look at everything he does up until the minute he releases the dart. Because the setting of the dart is perfect. The pullback is lovely. It's just below his eye line. Comes back to the same place every time. And then he releases when the dart's about here. There's no follow through. It's a horrid little flick. I have absolutely no idea how that action works as consistent. Well, it doesn't work consistently. That's the problem, isn't it? He's been a bit of a up and down on the tour for a number of years. Qualified for the UK Open a couple of times. But that flick instead of a solid follow through will be the thing that is stopping him from really going to the next level, I believe.
Yeah, mate, 100%. Martin Atkins is one away on board 2. It's now 5-3. And again, I just detect a little bit of petulance within Bradley Brooks' game at the moment. But where are we? We're going to go to 6. Lee, are you close?
Yeah, so Jack Main on throw, as I said, very important lead. Jack Main started with a 118, total control of this. He's left double 19 after 12. Would potentially split it with Collins on 195, so we'll have more opportunities at this. Jack Main, it's 10, so he leaves double 14. Rob Collins, like I said, back on 195, hasn't found any storing in this lead. Mainton firing at the lots in this game. Collins got himself back into it. Both players are averaging late 80s in this. Collins can only store 45 there to leave 150. So Jack Main coming back to the board for 28. Potentially we'll still have sits at this and we'll need them. So Jack Main misses more match darts. Robert Collins has got 150. If he can take out 150, this will be going to a noble. If not, Main will be coming back for double 7. Rob Collins can't take it out. Only 75 stored. Last 3 visits to the board for Rob Collins, 65, 45, 75. But Jack Main has been missing doubles. Not this time. Second dart at the board here. 20 dart lead holder throw. But Jack Main comes through with a 6-4 winner against Rob Collins.
Good stuff. We're going to come back to board 8. Willie Borland, he's fighting back, but he's also on the brink of defeat. Scott.
It should have been all over, to be honest. Kevin Dotes has missed four darts for it, but Bowen survived him, and he's now thrown to take us to a noble leg. It's 148 for Bowen and 156 for Dotes, so it could still swing either way, but Willie would have taken that if he'd have given that situation to him 2 minutes ago. And then the other game I'm watching is John Brown against Nathan Rafferty. I feel like tragic is probably too strong, but we opened with a 27 data. And it's 65 average, playing 59 average. But if you can stay with me for 2 seconds, because my eye is just going darted back, Kevin Dotes took out that 156 and it just snatched the game away from Willie Bowen. So 156 from Kevin Dotes to win the game and move into round 3. What a result, Kevin Dotes.
Yeah, I've also got a result. Bradley Brooks is out, beaten 6-3 by Martin Atkins. And to be fair, he bossed it completely. Bradley Brooks never really in the game, if I'm being honest. Where else are we going to go to board 4? And you've got Peter Hudson close.
Yeah, he's 5-1 up against Naguera, and that last leg was absolutely superb. He went 137, 180, 168, 16 and 1, I think it was. A 10 dart leg from the rock, and he's 1 away. That Atkins Brooks game, I know I should be watching it again, but it's on. I've got it on the screen. Interesting that Atkins was on Shanghai, treble 20 hit, and he missed the big number, Phil. He hit the big 5 instead of the 20. Just teeing something up for a few hours' time. There we go. Don't miss the big number, folks. Criminal.
100%. But yeah, someone in the chat room, David said, really like Brooks, but something seemed off there. Sad that, yeah, look, he wasn't at the races, and I think he just needs to develop a little bit. I think he's got one of those throws and attitude. When it's on, he's fine, but when he's off, he needs to find a bit of grit and needs to bite down on the gum shield, as you say in boxing. But that will come. God, we're going to come to you. What have you got for us?
Peter Hudson's just taken out 149 for the match. The man's superb. 10 dart leg backed up with a 15 dart leg and a 149 for the match. I've seen a 153 and a 149 for the match so far today. Absolutely superb from the Rock. And Aguero was sat on 32 as well from 88. So he'd already possibly missed a dart at it. But yeah, that was absolutely superb in that one. And Ryan Meikle, by the way, was trailing Nick Kenny quite comfortably. He's 5-4 up now. Both players averaging 91. So we see the consistent improvement from both. It is Kenny's darts. And a superb 180 from him puts him in position to take us to a decided leg. He's on 76 and Meikle back on 220. A response in kind from Meikle here would probably put him in favour. Seriously pressure this 76. But a 140 leaves him on 80. So there is pressure on this 76. We're either going to a noble or we're getting a result very soon.
And as well, whilst you like to say, I do like the fact on the TV we've got rid of the ad breaks on only best of 11 games.
Big fan of that.
Oh, huge fan. Warming up as well, Martin Clearmacher against Wayne Jones, both warming up on the stream now. And I tell you what, Clearmacher is one of the biggest men I've ever seen in my life. He's an absolute monster.
He is a giant. Oh, I'll tell you what.
To be fair, they've got the camera looking. Go on, Gob.
Sorry, Barzi. I mean, the leg's only 6 darts old. They've thrown 3 each. But Meikle's darts, and he's open with a 36, and he's just backed up with a 59. Nick Kenny's opened up with a maximum. He's stolen the darts already, and he's only thrown 3 darts. What a way to open a decider. Probably should have got over the line pretty comfortably a lot earlier on in this one. Just a 60 puts him 145 points ahead. This one is a round 2 game though, so don't forget these two are effectively playing for £1,000 right now.
Yeah. Lee, we'll come to you in a second, but we'll just wait for the result on Gob's board.
135 from Meikle, back to 271. So he's 10 points behind before Kenny even throws in a leg that Meikle started. And a 140 from Nick Kenny. This is a superb final leg from him. Meikle should go 19s at least here. Treble 19, single 19, and a dart of the ball hitting 25 would leave him on the big fish as an absolute minimum. Just a 98 though, 173. So 6 darts for Kenny from 1-2-1. If he takes it in 3, it'll be a 12 dart leg for the match, and that would be superb. Leaves 32 though, 89. Solid setup from the Welshman. After we've already lost John Worsley, Kenny fighting back for our Western friends. 1-2-1 from Meikle though, leaves him on 52. Probably a little bit too late. Those opening 2 legs have really done him in here. That 36 and that 59. Just not good enough from Ryan Meikle, and Nick Kenny wins 6-5, taking out the 32 in 1 dart.
Yeah, Lee, we're going to come to you.
Yeah, very good game. Just starting on board 5, Gino Voss and Alan Tabern. Currently 2-all. Doesn't really tell full story in this. Voss held leg 1 with a 15 dart lead. Tabern missing 1-6-1 on the ball. Missing the ball and hitting 25 for a 12 dart lead. Then Tabern does take out a 12 dart lead in lead 2 to level it up. Voss takes out a ton plus check out with a 106 in lead 3. And then Tabern holds with a 16 lead 4. Both players are averaging late 90s in this one, but a very good start by both Gino Voss and Alan Tabern on board 5.
Yeah, again, I know Andrew's answered in the chat room. But on board 1 right now, you do have Brett Claydon against Danny Baggish, and it is 3-3. But there is a break of throw on here. Claydon way back on his throw here as Baggish tees up 57 when he comes back. So Baggish looking to hit the front there on the main stage. And Clearmaker has taken the opener against Wayne Jones. Wayne Jones missed 2 darts at double 14. But with all my games finally poised, gentlemen, I'm going to go for a quick comfort break. So we're going to come to you, Lee, to tell us what's going on between Taman and Gino Voss.
Yeah, so Gino Voss is 3-2 in front. He's just held with a 14-dart lead. As I said, those numbers haven't moved average-wise. 96 plays 97. But Gino Voss's story is getting better and better as this game goes on. Started here 140 at Dempster throw. Alan Taban with just a score of 85. Also on board 6, Mike Didetta and Reese Griffin are underway. So Didetta, I believe, he's playing his first game of the day. Reese Griffin came through on your board, I believe, Dob, early on, first game, beating Fisher 6-5. So Griffin has started the better in this one in lead 1 and looking like a favourite to break to go 1-0 in front. As I said, though, on board 5, Alan Taban, Gino Voss, very good Dane. Taban looking favourite after he puts in a 180 in this lead to go 3 apiece. Dob, anything on boards 3 and 4?
No, absolutely nothing. I've got 2 absolute belters warming up, but they are exactly that. They are warming up. I have Jeff Smith versus Martin Schindler and Scott Waits versus Steve Brown warming up. 2 absolute belters in prospect. Really looking forward to these 2. Part of the reasons why I picked the boards that I'm on today was when I got to this part of the tournament, and I think I've earned these 2 after the last 2. Not the greatest averages at times in those, so I'm pretty smug right now, boys. Sorry, until these 2 let me down, obviously. Tell you what, willing people. The next game up on board 1 after this Danny Baggish game is Lisa Ashton versus Aaron Beanie. We spoke a lot about that at the start of the day. Aaron's first televised PDC match. Lisa, always going to be on TV. She is part of the draw here. Really looking forward to that one getting underway soon. But yeah, as I say, nothing going on my boards at the minute. Scott will come for a roundup of your 2.
Well, board 7 has been a major scrap fest between John Brown and Nathan Rafferty. And considering I didn't watch Rafferty in the last round, but John Brown definitely already came through one, I'm surprised to say that Nathan Rafferty is winning 4-2. They're both averaging 75 just now. There's not a lot of glamour, but it doesn't have to be in darts, does it? So as long as you don't know who's going to win the next game, as John Brown hits a 180, there really hasn't been many moments of quality in this one, but a tight game and excited to see where it goes. And the other one, they're sort of finding their feet. I've got the 9-dart hero, Sebastian Bielecki. He's 1-1-0 with Jitsa Vandervelde. I don't know a lot about him from the first round game, but that one is higher quality, but we've just had a holder for a piece, so there's not been too many talking points in that one. But John Brown, Nathan Rafferty definitely could flip-flop either way.
Yeah, and Danny Baggish is also 1 away on the main stage. He is 5-3 up and potentially has forged an opportunity here. Stick with us there. Clearmaker 3-0 to the good on Wayne Jones as well. I'm just going to jump into the chat room as well. Andrew says Brooks didn't play well in the Super Series either. No, he didn't, mate. Not at all. Jeanette Rotherham says Twitter. Not sure what that means. Are you there? Yes, we are on Twitter. We are official OL Darts on Twitter. Warming up Steve Brown too. Yeah, Suddard says, Phil, give us a tour of your house. Once it's finished decorating, I'll do a behind the scenes of how the setup is. I've got about a few more days left of decorating. Seemed a good idea at the time when I started, but maybe not now. But we're going to come back to board 5 and lead Gino Voss in front again.
Yeah, best game of the day so far for me. Taben's currently averaging 99. Gino Voss is on 98. In that last leg, Voss went 180, 78, 180, then takes out 63 in 12. Taben has started this one 100, 100, 140. The scoring by both players has been very good throughout this. Gino Voss has got a 140 as well in this leg. Just see if they can put a bit of pressure on here. And
I'm going to jump in. Scott, what have you got?
He's 96 after 9.
Second 9-dar of the day. Scott, talk us through it.
Sebastian Bielecki hit the first 9-dart of the day. Has just had a 9-dart hit against him by Yusuf van der Vaal. Unbelievable. I don't know how much country you can give on 9-dart. It was a simple. No, that had a tease a little 180, 180, 141, standard way. But Yusuf van der Vaal out of nowhere has hit 180. Is Bielecki the new James Wade? Is he the hotbed of 9-darters now on? I don't know, but wow, 2 in the one session. Can't ask for more than that.
There's 2. The count's going up. Yeah.
So what was the odds on that as you was looking, mate?
I couldn't find it. I looked on Ladbrokes and I looked at other bookies aren't available. I'm fuming. Absolutely fuming. You know, you just get that gut feeling.
Yeah, and Danny Baggish is home and hosed against Brett Claydon. Finished off the match really, really strong. A little bit sloppy towards the start, but the gambler certainly woke up. And once he did, he was a class above Claydon in that match. Also, Martijn Kleermaker is now 4 up on Wayne Jones. Jones had his chances in this game. Don't let that 4-0 scoreline think it's one-way traffic. It's certainly not at all. But we're going to go back to you, Lee, because you're close.
Yeah, Gino Voss, as I said, when you come to him previously, did a 12-dart lead. He's then followed that up with another 12-dart lead, currently averaging 101 against Alan Taben. Finds himself 5-3 in front. He's not going to take this in 12 as he leads 80 after 12 this time. But Taben's back on 201. Gino Voss has been very good. Very, very good, averaging 101. Alan Taben also averaging 100. Both players, very high-scoring game. But it is Gino Voss who is coming back for 80. Taben not found the scoring in this one with visits to 60 and 44. If Gino Voss can wrap this up in 2, would leave him with a ton plus average. Not sure about the 3, but he can't take it anyway. Alan Taben, 157 to save himself in this one. If not, Gino Voss will be coming back for tops to wrap this one up. Let's see if Taben can take out the 157. Certainly deserves more than 3 leads. How he's played in this one, but not in this lead. Only store of 36. Gino Voss has got tops. More match starts for Gino Voss. Can he wrap it up here for a 6-3 win in a very, very good second round tie? No, it can't. Comes inside with all 3. Alan Taben coming back for 1-2-1. Voss has left 5 after coming inside on 2010s and 5. Alan Taben can't take it out. So Gino Voss has got 5 to win this game. 6-3. It's a shame if he does let this one now that it won't be with a very impressive average because it was deserved on the performance, but it's dropped down massively. More missed starts by Gino Voss. Taben's coming back for double 12. Alan Taben takes it, so we are now 5-4. That was a break to throw. Alan Taben, that's one back. So 5-4. Alan Taben now throwing. If he can hold it, we will be down all the way after Gino Voss misses plenty of starts.
Yeah, we're going to come back to you, Scott. Did Nathan Rafferty have match starts there or not?
He did. He had 2 match starts at the tops, missed them both, and John Brown is punished and now moves 5-4. So that was a break. So Brown is now thrown to take us to the noble leg, but it's the sort of game that deserves it in terms of no one's really dominated. They've just been feeding off scraps. and the other one should be level as well at 3 each if Van der Waal can take double 10. So both my games are tight, and Rafferty Brown should be going to the last 5 decider pretty soon.
Yeah, Dan says, who hit the second dart? It was Jitsi van der Wiel. Where's that pronounced his name? Will. Yeah, so Sebastian Bialecki has hit one and had one hit against him today so far. But yeah, Brian, welcome along. Simon says only 2 hours. 2 hours in 9 darters every hour. Yeah, it's been great so far.
I don't think you'll get them between
keep that
5
up.
and 7 if me.
Yeah, just looking on what's on the screen now. Jeff Smith is just about to get underway. That's an absolute battle. He's underway with you, Gob. How's that one looking?
Yeah, Smith's just broken back to let trail 2-1. 89 and 90 average from the pair. Scoring's been good once again, but finishing letting the pair down. A couple of legs have snuck over the 20 dart mark. 2-1 in that one. And Scott Waite, Steve Brown, I've no idea what's going on, but that one has been preparing for a long, long time. I can see on ITV now that Scott Waits is on 4, warming up himself. No sign of Steve Brown. Or the official as there we go. The official just clicked the board. I can't see Steve Brown.
I think Steve Brown's in danger of being timed out here.
Me too.
Yeah. Obviously, we're only seeing the ITV pictures. But yeah, Steve Brown, no, still Scott Waite is just warming up on his own on the live ITV pictures. Don't know what's.
Mark, it keeps changing. It keeps going from the pre-match screen, where it says the names in big, to the score screen where there's no score put in, and then back to the name screen again. I have absolutely no idea what's going on there. But like you said, it looks like Steve Brown. I think the PDC official's disappeared again as well. I cannot see him in the pictures behind Ned and
there's no official on the board. Yeah,
there was. So it just left it there.
We'll come back to that in a second. We're going to come to boards 5 and 7 first. We'll come to you first, Lee. Winner Noble, are we close?
Not just yet. If you want to come back to me on that one, with currently 246 plays 182. So if you want to go to board 7 first.
Straight to Scott then, because you have got a result.
John Brown has pinched yet another game, and fair play to him. Nathan Rafferty had the darts, kicks off with a 180, but back comes John Brown, who hits 93, 180, 180, and then takes out 48 and 3 darts for a 12 darter to break and take the game. It's twice in a row he's taking out some massive legs at massive moments, so John Brown squeezes through and fair play.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Lee, back to you.
On board 5, Gino Voss just bust 76 and Taban took out 40 to take this all the way. Gino Voss has now missed 3 match darts in this leg. Alan Taban's back on 146. But as I said, this has been a very good day. And that average just dropping by both. There's so many missed darts in, I think it was the 7th lead. Taban can only leave 24. So Gino Voss is going to have more match darts here at double 4. Already missed a handful, Gino Voss. Can he take out double 4 to beat Alan Taban? Yes, he can. So Gino Voss goes through with a 6-5 win in a George Noble lead against Alan Taban. Well done, Gino Voss.
Yeah, I tell you what, obviously I haven't got the commentary on ITV because obviously we're doing this and it'll conflict. But Dan's just said in the chat room, so I'm guessing they just did a bit on Sebastian Bialecki. He's only 17, guys.
Yeah, he's on the development tour. Fantastic talent in prospect. 9 data here, obviously. Just had one against him too. But yeah, the future for Polish darts at the minute looks very, very good indeed. There was a couple at Q School this year. We've already got Ratajski and Kachuk as well. Poland is fastly becoming a new emerging centre of quality for darts.
Yeah.
I still don't have
And I believe
Wait to be Brown. And I've just seen someone in the chat room say Waite's got a walkover. So what on earth is Steve Brown doing to miss that venue where all the boards are in one place? There's only 2 practice areas, as Jackie gave us the exclusive on Monday, one upstairs and one out the back. So I'll tell you what we'll be going. If he's filming or vlogging for his family YouTube channel for him and John together. But yeah, that one looks like Waits has been given a walkover.
Yeah, it looks like Brown has been timed out as Beanie and Ashton are underway. And Lisa Ashton starts with a maximum. Oh, hang on. Oh, she went 5 into the 9. Not sure what's going on. Steve Brown's normally quite vocal on social media, so I'm sure we will find out what's gone on. With Sam, obviously we saw his vlog from the Super Series about times he was obviously looking over John and making sure John was all right. God, do you think that's a distraction? I know it's obviously a great story, father and son on tour, but is it also a distraction for Steve?
I think so. There are other players that class themselves as teams that are under the same management company that may look out for each other, but ultimately, at that point, their goal or task is to look out for number one. I think Steve's in a quite peculiar position where I've been watching some of their new vlogs from practices and that sort of thing. And in the opening one, Steve was very frank about the fact that he had to try and keep his card this year. He went to Q School last year and wasn't really expecting to win his card back. I think he left a day early because he had to go to China as well as part of the JDC commitment he's got. Maybe it was 2 years ago. Maybe he's survived but is borderline dropping out at the minute.
No, it's exactly,
yeah. He disappeared to take JDC business and still managed to pick up a card via the Order of Merit. Wasn't really expecting to do so. I think with the commitments, with the launch of MAD this year, once everything opens back up, the JDC and that sort of thing, I'm not sure Steve's got the time and commitment that he wants to put in to being a professional player. And with his son coming through as talented as John is, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe that is a distraction.
I've got a result on board 2. Martin Clearmacher has beaten Wayne Jones 6-3, but that doesn't tell the story of the game whatsoever. We've had missed darts. There's not a lot between them. This one could have gone either way, but God, we're going to come back to you because we've got a big result on board 3.
Yeah, massive. Martin Schindler, after getting away with one against Barry Van Peer on the big stage earlier on, has just absolutely romped past Jeff Smith 6-1. 96 average for the German. He had a 127 checkout earlier on. Gets over the line with a 15 dart holder throw as well. The wall is on fire at the minute now.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm going to come to you, Lee, on board 6. Rhys Griffiths is close to beating Mike DeDecker.
Yeah, very, very even down this one's been. But Rhys Griffin is currently top throw to get this one won at 6-4. Both players are averaging 88. Both of which have had chances to break each other numerous times. But it's Griffin who's currently got the advantage. And in this lead, has currently got 3-2-8 left after 6, with DeDecker on 3-4-4 after 6. So Griffin Favourite in this one with the throw to go out and win this one 6-4. But has then been a very good game on one of the sideboards, but Griffin in control in this one.
Yeah.
If you just want to stay with me, then Griffin's just hit a 140 to leave 94 after 12. Didetta can only leave 146 after 12. So Griffin is coming back for a 6-4 win against Didetta. Got 94 left. Came through his early game 6-5 against Fisher. Can he come through this one 6-4 against Didetta? Not on that visit he can't. So Didetta's coming back for 146. Needs something special here to take this to the noble leg. Can Mike Didetta take out 146? If not, it will be back to Griffin to wrap this one up. Didetta doesn't take it, can only hit 93, leaves 53. So Reece Griffin has got tops to get this one won. Both players are on that 88 average. That isn't going to move much if he can take this out in this visit. And he does it in one. So Griffin wins this one 6-4 against Mike Didetta. Both players averaging 88.
Yeah, and Lisa Ashton has broken the Beanie throw, and Beanie has just missed a huge opportunity to break back. Lisa Ashton coming back for 35. Oh, and she's gone into the 57. She should be absolutely nowhere near that. That is a criminal mistake.
Tell you what, Bazzy, I'm a couple of minutes behind you because I've got it on ITV Player, not live on TV. But after 2 legs and 2 visits, Lisa Ashton was averaging 110.
Superb. But she's just made a huge mistake there. When you watch it,
on a mission.
Yeah. But when you've got 35, no matter who you are, you should be nowhere near the treble 19. Because that was a potential 3-0.
She missed tops for Shanghai and it's deflected off into the top corner of the 5 instead of the 20s.
Ouch. And Beanie looking in a good position here to level up. Also as well, huge game on board 2. Louis Williams against Scott Mitchell. As all the other boards are in their infancies as well. To get to have a good look at the Williams throw. Obviously, Mitchell's throw hasn't changed over 10 years or whatever. But first chance to have a look.
Or if he's got the actual clippers out, but Mitchell's Barnett's had a bit of a trim.
I reckon Joe Wright's got a queue around the block for their hotel room. Right, where are we in the? Yeah, in the chat room. Lisa playing amazingly. Yeah. Paddy says, what happened to Brown and Waits? We don't know, other than Steve Brown wasn't at his board and has been given a walkover. As the other details, we don't know. Actually, I know a man that might be able to tell me. 2 seconds. I'm going to send a WhatsApp.
Oh, friends.
Yeah. If we can't be there, you have to have someone that is.
You sure he's not busy on stage 2? You sure he's not busy on stage 2?
No, not that one. See? Just looking through. Again, Chaz Barstow tuning it up on board 7.
He's playing brilliantly. It's looking as if it's going to go 3-0 as well. He's with 62 after 12. Martin Thomas isn't playing bad, but Chaz Barstow's really good. He has taken it for 3-0. I feel like I'm back at Q school, actually, because I've got Chaz Barstow against Martin Thomas, and in my other board it's Jason Heaver against Eddie Lovely. So I know lockdown's been that long, but if we started going backwards in time.
Right. Again, of all people, you would expect Steve Brown, a man of much experience, to know better. Timed out, went back to his hotel room.
Steve. Scott Mitchell has just bust 62 on stage 2, Phil. Hit treble 18. And then went inside and hit the big 13, dropped it low. Just thought you should know. Damien Moles has bust 20.
Yeah. What do you make of the Williams throw got? There's a little quirk in the setup, isn't there?
Yeah, I watched it the other day. It's not as traditional as I thought it was. I've refed him before. It's not a throw that I recognise off the top of my head. Let me just load up my stream again. It started to buffer a little.
It's almost as if he rolls his fingers into like position as he's bringing it back.
Yeah. Why is it doing that? Scotty does the same though, to be fair. Scotty's got a very distinct role.
Oh yeah, no. Well, the same as even James Wade does. James Wade rolls it back into that almost like cock position when you're shooting pistols. But we're going to come to Scott, board 7. What have you got for us?
Yeah, the bit of scrappy double in there. Martin Thomas chasing doubles about, but Barstow wasn't able to capitalise for once. But Barstow is the better player out of these. Better player. He's playing the better darts out of the two in this match as well with his 3-1 lead. And yeah, Eddie Lovely, Jason Heaver, both averaging in the mid-80s, both on just over a ton just now, looking to hold throws. So it's all wobbling on quite nicely, quite nice standard of darts from 4 people we'd expect it to.
Yeah. And again, message from inside is, to be fair, PDC were trying to find him for 20 minutes, so give him every opportunity. Yeah. So, yeah, if you're not there within 20 minutes, then that's a good question, Brad, in the chat room. Where is everyone from in the stream? Because we know we're normally international, so let us know where you're all from. As Lisa Ashton breaks Aaron Beanie to lead 4-2. And starts with a maximum on throw. The Lancashire Rose averaging 95 and change. As Louis Williams also leads Scott Mitchell by 2 legs. 0. Scrolling through as well. Lee, board 6. You've got a big out for us.
Yeah, Scott Taylor just broke in lead 1 with a 1-1-7. So Scott Taylor finds himself 1-0 up on board 6. Early and also early part of the game on board 5 between Mernon, who beat Matt Dennant in round 1, and then Tai Fan Lund, who yet to play today. That is now 2-0 to Tai Fan Lund in that one. So early stages on board 5 and 6.
Yeah, definitely. We've covered that. We've covered that one. That's just getting underway. Going to come back to you, Scott. Barstow leads 4-1.
Yep, well worth it again, to be honest. He's always been probably about 2 steps ahead of Martin Thomas in this game, without being disrespectful. Not having a particularly good leg here, but overall, Chaz Barstow's, he did quite well at the Super Series as well, didn't he? Picked up a few good results. So, in terms of showing that he could mix it in with the professionals, he's definitely did that and some more. So, looking good in this game, even though not in this leg. But yeah, Chaz Barstow worth every bit of credit that you can give him.
Yeah, 100%. And Lisa Ashton is on a move here. She leads 5-2 and she kicks off with a maximum. Aaron Beanie in deep, deep trouble. And quite frankly, he's just not scored heavy enough. 10 tons, 4 140s and no maximums. And we are into the 8th leg. That's not going to get you very far in this game, unfortunately. Ashton on fire, yeah, absolutely. I didn't realise you were from the West Midlands, Lee.
Didn't you tell, mate?
No. Lisa Ashton is going to average over a ton here by the look of it if she can take out 82. 25, 17 for double top. And she comes inside, but she will be back. Aaron Beanie back on 199. So cannot finish.
Lisa Ashton is about to complete my ACCA. Thank you.
And Lisa Ashton finds double 10. Second dart beats Aaron Beanie. Look, I get it's his first time on stage, but he's just smiling and laughing that he's lost. 7 average, 10 140s, 4 maximums along the way. Great stuff from the Lancashire Rose as Scott Mitchell also breaks back. He's now 2-all with Louis Williams. Louis Williams took the opening 2, but it's now Mitchell who is back on throw and in control. Where are we going from here? Lee, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so on board 5, Tai Fan Lund is currently 3-0 up against Joe Mernon. Opportunity here for Mernon. He's got 1 free sit left and will have sit start to take that out so that a lead back on the board. But Tai Fan Lund has been very impressive in that one. Also, Stock Taylor and Verbert are early stages in on board 6. Taylor finds himself 2-1 behind in this one. So still quite early stages on board 5 and 6.
Yeah, as well. Going to come to you, Scott. Board number 7.
He's done it. Chaz Barstow getting through pretty much bang on 90 average. He was well ahead in pretty much every leg. He was dominant, and even when he wasn't, and gave Martin Thomas some chances, Thomas was not bouncing at any opportunity. So Barstow deserved winner. To go into maybe a bit harsh, but there was only going to be one winner from about the second leg onwards. You could see that.
Yeah, 100%. You're going to come to you, Gob. No, Gob's disappeared.
Hello.
Won't come to Gob.
He's catching any Zaka.
Yeah. We're going to come to you, Lee. Board 5, Kai Fan Young in control against Joe Mernon.
Yeah, so Mernon's just got 1 bat in this, but Tai Fan Lund is looking the better player. Averaging 93 at the moment. As I said, Joe Mernon's already played today. It'll be interesting to see as we go into round 2, round 3, round 4, seeing the players coming up against people who've played a game or 2 already. But Tai Fan Lund looking impressive in this one and finds himself 3-1 in front against Joe Mernon.
Yeah, and Gob, we're going to come to you. The Hammer, board 3, is in trouble.
Yes, and it's not a great game. Good games and didn't really turn up, and Steve Brown definitely didn't turn up. Literally, these two are back at less than 90 averages for both games. I've got Andy Hamilton 3-1 down to Damian Mole, averaging just 80 as the hammer. He was 3-0 down though, so he's pinched a leg back. That was just a hold. And Kevin McDine is 2-0 up on Roby John Rodriguez. He's averaging just 88. Roby John averaging just 77 at the minute.
Yeah. We've got a potential another break of throw here. Louis Williams is going to have darts at double 16. He was 2-0 up, got pegged back to 2 each, and now he leads 3-2. Interesting there. I'm going to come to board 8, and you've got Eddie Lovely 2-1 up on Jason Heaver.
He's 3-1, but Jason Heaver's mounting a really good attack against the throw here. He's got 97 left with Eddie Lovely on a turn plus checkout, and he's taking 97 out of 3, so it's 3-2 Eddie Lovely. But now we're back on throw with that break from Jason Heaver. I was looking as if the game was going to run away from him, but a really good start to the last scoring wise, and yeah, this could be where the match turns on its head. Fair play. 3-2 Eddie Lovely.
As well, for you, go back to board 3. Damian Mole in complete control now.
Yeah, somehow. Andy Hamilton was in position to break. And I don't know if it's overly impressive, but on Mole's throw, the opening 9 darts he'd thrown were 58, 37, and 45. So Hamilton's absolutely cruising at that moment. And then Damian Mole goes 180, 140, checks out in 18 darts, and is now 4-1 ahead. That would have been and could have been the moment Hamilton hit back. But yeah, those 7 darts or so saving Damian Mole, and he's 4-1 up now.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, since we last saw him, that's some impressive beard from Scott Waits there on TV at the moment.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Interviewing the
no, they've just they put a picture of him. He was talking to Trish, one of the officials. Really, really weird one, that. No excuse.
The only thing I can think of is that because the players aren't allowed to actually go and watch behind the boards, that the only way that Steve could keep up with what John was doing was to go back to the room and get it on an iPad or something. And in doing so, he completely lost track of time.
No, you're allowed your phone on in the practice room. Or you can go out in the corridor and check Darts Connect.
That was the only reason I could think that you'd go back.
Yeah, look, having been to MK, the Wi-Fi is decent, so. But Scott Mitchell has broken. This is a really, really funny game on stage 2. Neither one doing enough at the moment, which is why there's lots of breaks of throw.
Fair to say, Scott using his experience after pinching that break and just taking his time to start that leg.
I'll tell you what, gents, after this break, we know what's coming, don't we?
Yeah. I think we do. A lot of talk about that one in the chat room as well at the minute, just bubbling along nicely as we wait for the moment, as we like. A couple of questions in there. The Rodriguez brothers are Ruby John, Rusty James, and Rusty Jake. Yep, 100%. Celador asks, do we get a break before last 64 or do we go straight into it? So we play the first 3 rounds this afternoon. Then we'll see the live televised draw in which the seeds, the top 32 in the world, come in this evening. And then we'll see those matches later on.
Yeah, Stephen says, ITV says Steve Brown was in his hotel room. Yes, he was, mate. I literally WhatsApped his manager, Tom, who was in MK. And yeah, and to be fair, even his own manager said the PDC were looking for him for about 20 minutes, which 20 minutes, Gob, is normally longer than what you get.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I said it before. If you've got a decent relationship with them, they're pretty amicable. They'll do what they can to ensure the game gets on. Steve's been around for long enough now, and no doubt there's plenty of people talking about it, plenty of people talking about it on social media as well. It's amateurish. He won't ever do it again. It's just something you have to get over and move on from, I guess. But 2 wins for John now. I suppose he's got some support for the weekend, a practice partner as well. Yeah, just one of them things for Bomber.
Just seeing a big celebration from Louis Williams as he breaks the Mitchell throw again. Again, this seesaws one way, then another, and it wasn't a great leg, but I quite like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that, I'm not going to lie. I like emotions and on stage. But we're going to come to board 6. And you, Lee, Scott Taylor, 4 apiece.
Yeah, been a very good day in this. Scott Taylor versus Verbert. Verbert's got the throw here. Finds himself on 195 after 9, but Taylor's on 180, 81, 135 to leave 105. So we'll be having a go at this first to break throw, and they'll 5-4 in front. Both players are averaging around that 90 mark. Verbert just put in a 137 to put pressure on that 105. Scott Taylor can't take it out. So, who will be going 5-4 in front? Will it be a Mashall Verbert or will it be Scott Taylor? Verbert misses, so Scott Taylor's coming back for 56. It would be a big time to break throw in this one. And they'll 5-4 in front. Can Scott Taylor take it? Yes, he can. Beat John Michael in round 1. Now he's 1 lead away and got the throw to put himself a place into round 3.
Going to come to you, Scott. You've got a level game as well at 4 apiece on board 8.
Yeah, been really back-to-back solid, hold the throws, just averaging under 90 for both of them, so it's been taking long, but this could be the moment where Jason Heaver makes his move. He's just hit 30. Yeah, let's take back what I just said. But other than that, it was looking good for Heaver in this match to move ahead. But that score could literally just crucify him, and we could just be bobbling along to hold the throw to the end of the match. But good stuff overall. And yeah, either way.
Yeah, 100%. Go. Have a look on the TV for us. Is Big Bad Boris throwing his old manufacturer's darts, or are they the new shot darts? Do we know? Because I think they're old.
I will tell you once it loads. Obviously, I'm on ITV. I'm on Player, not live. I'll just talk you through my boards. I'm waiting to answer that question. Not a lot to get excited about, to be honest. McDowell and Rodriguez averaging 78 and 84. Roby John 4-2 up in that one. And Hamilton Mo. Hamilton's back to 4-3 behind now. The last leg was a 23 dart break, in fact. So not pretty, averaging 80 and 79 there as well. He's gone back to that 140 in this one though. So
sorry, I'm gonna jump in here because this is pretty. You know, I said Louis Williams gave it a big one when he broke Mitchell. Mitchell was just broken back with 4-all, and you never see Scott Mitchell celebrate hardly, do you?
He's the most timid man I've ever seen in my life. He's 6'4" giant farmer that is a gentle giant.
However, he's just let Louis Williams know exactly what he feels.
Go on,
And
Scotty.
we are back level at 4-all. We'll come to the chat rooms. There's some really good points in there, which we'll touch on in a second. But board 6, Lee, you've got a noble.
Yeah, Stock Taylor's just missed 4 match starts to get this one won, and Verbert has just stepped in to level this one up. He's got the throw as well, Verbert. So he stood 95, Taylor only 58. So then missed match starts, could be playing on his mind here. And now Verbert puts in a 140. So in control in this leg. And on board 5, Fan Lund found himself 3 up against Joe Mernon. That is now back to 4-3, and Joe Mernon has got the throw in this one. So unless Fan Lund can take out this 107, Mernon's coming back for 75 to level this one up. Fan Lund does take it out. So Fan Lund does 5-3 in front in that one on board 5. So board 5, we have a 5-3, and board 6, we have a George Noble leg.
Yeah. And, God, did you have a look at Boris's darts?
They do look like the older ones. I completely agree. The paint at the front, I think, gives them away as the older ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather sit and watch Boris than the 2 games I'm currently watching at the minute. Hamilton's back to 4 apiece with Mo. We opened the last leg 140, 140. I didn't see what it ended up in because I had a glimpse of McDine versus Rodriguez. McDine's just got back to 4-3, so he's 1 behind. That was a 24 dart leg. Again, he's still averaging 77. It's like watching a couple of Super League games, this.
Fair one. Lee, board 6, how are we looking?
Yeah, so Mikhail Verbert has just missed 2 darts to win it. Stott Taylor has then missed 1. Verbert has then missed another 3. So Stott Taylor has got double 15 to get this 1-1 and wraps it up in 1 dart there. So 87 plays 88. Tight game. Stott Taylor comes through. Both players did miss match darts, but it is Taylor who takes it in the end. And if you just want to stay with me on board 5, Fan Lund is 123 points away from beating Joe Mernon. He's left this after 9. Mernon's on 180 after 9. Fan Lund sets it up nicely, leaves tops. So all Mernon can do here is hit a 140 and put some pressure on Fan Lund, but he will have match darts to win this. He's been the better player throughout. Joe Mernon does hit that 140, so pressure is on Fan Lund. Fan Lund has got 40 to get this 1-1. Sits 3. Missed start in the last leg. Willie Tatum in this one, averaging around 90. Take it last start in hand. Fan Lund beats Joe Mernon 6-3. So on board 5 and board 6, there's no more round 2 games. We move on to round 3 now on these 2 boards.
I can jump to Scott. You've got match darts.
Jason Haver's missed 6 match darts against Eddie Lovely to wrap this game up. He did break in that leg I was on about, took it 111 to do so. He's 5-4 up, has missed 6 darts. Eddie Lovely has been miles away in this leg. Poor attempt at 127, didn't get a dart even at the bull. So Haver will get darts 7, 8 and 9 for the match if he needs be. He's looking at double 8. And he's missed again. He has missed 9 match darts against Eddie Lovely. And Eddie Lovely is sitting in 68 to take us to the noble leg. I don't look. They've been solid in this game. It's not been tragically scrappy. Nothing like 9 mismatched darts that you'd expect. But Eddie Lovely's missed again, so that's 10, 11 and 12 if he wants it. Jason Haver.
Mitchell going to a noble as well. Yeah, Mitchell going to a noble with Louis Williams.
He's missed 12 darts for this match, Jason Heaver. 12 match darts.
We'll stick with you because it's obviously close. Plenty in the chat room, which will come to you guys. We're not neglecting you. Promise.
Yeah, you can go for them just now because Eddie Lovely is taking us to the decider. And how Jason Heaver's going to pull himself back from 12 missed darts, I don't know. I couldn't do it.
Pricey asks, when does the prize money start? Round 3 prize money starts, mate. This one's tight in this decider here. Not much between them at all. Gob, going to come to you, board 4.
Yeah, Roby John has just beaten Kevin McDine 6-3, averages 85 in the end, gets over the line with a 13 dart leg. Some of the scoring was really, really good from Roby John, but in patches wasn't great, and some of the finishing was quite poor, to be honest. And then I've also got a Noble on board number 3. Hamilton and Mole has somehow gone to a decider, averaging 86 and 81. Damien Mole's got the throw. I'll keep you up to date after we go back to Scott, probably.
Yeah, it's looking like a really, really, really tragic story for Jason Heaver. He did so well to break, was miles ahead on the throw, but he's just hit a 180 to get himself right back into this. But Eddie Lovely's still favourite for the match. Eddie Lovely's on 174. Jason Heaver's on 216. But Lovely's the man with the darts. She should get 6 darts at this, but if there's a repeat the last leg, you'll get 18 darts at this.
Oh, I tell you what, Mitchell, big last dart there. Finds a treble 20 when he was in trouble to leave 60 at 5-all. God, what have you got, Scott?
No, they're both 130 to 121, but I've just realised every single game going on right now is a Noble except the one on the main stage, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're all going to jump in at the moment. It's who blinks first. Right, Scott Mitchell, 60 points for the match. Can the former BDO world champion? It's going down to 10s. Oh, he finds it last start in hand. Scott Mitchell has beaten the young talent Louis Williams 6 legs to 5. I'm not sure that's allowed in COVID protocol, gentlemen. But anyway, moving on. How are your legs looking?
Eddie Lovely's missed a bull for the match. He just needs to clean up 25 with Heaver on 64. And he's done it in 3 darts. So Jason Heaver misses 12 match darts for the match and has to sit and watch Eddie Lovely take £1,000 and a place in round 3. That is a sad story.
And Gob, how's your one looking?
It's got a bit tense. And Mole flew out the block scoring wise, but found himself on 48. Hamilton was on 170, and I was just waiting for that number to go yellow. He only hit 60, but he is back for 110. Mole sat waiting on double 16, but 110 here from Hamilton to absolutely steal this one. And the hammer takes it in 3 darts. Oh my! Damien Mole will be gutted. Andy Hamilton pulls 110 checkout out of nowhere to beat Damien Mole 6-5. Match averages of 86 and 80. We're going to see a lot better than that throughout the day. In fact, we already have seen a lot better than that throughout today. But the hammer, Andy Hamilton, moves on to round 3 and guarantees himself at least £1,000 of prize money.
Yeah, right. Now we've got time to breathe. You guys in the chat room have been outstanding. We're not neglecting you, so let's try and pick some of these up. Yeah, a lot of games warming up, 100%. James asks, how much weight has Hendo lost since the Worlds? Haven't seen him since then. He's not Big John anymore, that's for sure. I'd say more medium to small John. Yeah, he's lost an absolute truckload, mate, and he looks great for it. Barney warming up, yeah. Justin, when the big boys enter, they will be in the draw for this evening's matches, mate. Russ Bray making a mistake. I haven't got the sound on, so I don't know. Edgar Hendo warming up. Yeah, Price, yeah, with none of that. I once beat Phil Taylor a long time ago. Nice. Yeah, just a lot of love. Right, some ones about the Steve Brown one here. They went, obviously being in his room, surely that's the first place you would look stroke ring. Look, the PDC are under no obligation to go and find players. They do it out of courtesy, but imagine, obviously, for those that have been to MK Stadium, the arena is on the end. If your room's at the other end, it could take you 15 minutes or so to get round there. But his manager said the PDC did try to ring him numerous times. Schoolboy error, yeah, 100%. What else have we got? How did McDine get on? McDine lost Gob, didn't he?
He did. He just lost. He just lost 6-3 to Roby John Rodriguez. Yeah, he beat Keelan Case earlier and then just lost 6-3 to Roby John.
Yeah. Boris Koltsov in control against Mike Copenhausen on stage, but potential break back opportunity here. Can't take it. So Boris looking at 70 for 4-1. As I say that, warming up on stage 2, it is Danny Baggish against Kieran Tian. And Tian was someone that we looked at in the Super Series that looked like he's over those injury worries and producing some of the form that we'd seen at the Worlds 2 years ago. Sador says, I bet my house and life and wife on Steve Brown winning. I'm looking for an accommodation there. Be gamble aware, be responsible is the standard line that we use. But just look at some of those games warming up. Baggish, Tian, Williams, Shepherd, Suter, Van Barneveld. Don't worry, everyone. We've got it teed up ready. Darren Webster against Ted Everts. And just 2 players on screen there, guys, that big years in front of them. Darren Webster and Steve West.
Massive years for both. They've dropped off significantly. Darren Webster, I think Darren Webster is the warning story for Johnny Clayton. All right, Darren did not go on to win the events in the same manner that Johnny has at the minute. But he was playing some very, very good darts 2 to 3 years ago, was making a solid assault on the top 16, opted to give up his job and has not really been the same player since. Went back to his work to try and find that balance again and has struggled. And I think that is, if that hadn't have happened so recently, I think Johnny Clayton in the form that he's in and the opportunities he's been afforded, especially with the Premier League right now, would have absolutely jumped at opportunity. But after seeing Webster do the same, I think that's a cautionary tale for Mr. Clayton.
Yeah, 100%. Board 6 for Yuli. Not so big Hendo is up on the prime time.
Yeah, what a start. So round 3 has certainly started in style in this one. John Henderson is 2-1 up. It's on throw at the moment, but John Henderson is averaging 108 and Matt Edler's averaging 106. Both players have started this one very well. Matt Edler's taken out a 112 in this one. He's coming back for 3 darts at double 10 to level this game up. But a very good start in this one. Just having a look. He does level it up. So 100 plays 98 on average. Very good start by both of them. And another round 3 game on board 5. Steve West against Jason Lowe. Jason Lowe. That's an early break in this one. Holds led 1, Greats led 2, and he's 2-0 in front against Steve West.
Again, Darren Webster off and running against Ted for you, Scott, and the Demolition Man has taken the opener.
Yeah, no, it was a great start. Just a holy throw, but it was a 14 data. Kicked off with back-to-back 140s. Really solid stuff from Webster. We'll see. Hopefully he can get it up.
Again, this Colts off Carbonhosen game. Both missing truckloads of doubles. Again, Boris has missed more. Carbonhosen's missed more. It's probably going to be 3-3, but Boris will be scratching his head how this game's level. It is level. Boris has absolutely bossed this game. Kieran Tierney has taken the opener against Danny Baggish. I'm interested in Baggish's tattoos on his throwing line. Everyone knows I love a bit of ink, but anyone in the comments that might know this. So he's based in Florida, but yet I see a Chicago Bulls and a San Francisco 49ers tattoo. We're sort of like massive triangle in America there. Anyone know, then let us know in the comments, would be great. It's a bit like Gob having a Liverpool tattoo for his football. Bradford Bulls for rugby. I don't know any basketball teams in the UK, so you don't know.
Newcastle, Leicester Riders. We'll go with Leicester Riders. To be fair, at least all my American sports are from the same state. Up the Boston. Celtics, Red Sox, Bruins, and New England Patriots. Bring it on. I just don't think that in America they back based on where they're from as much as we do. We're not. There's very much a stigma in the UK about supporting teams from an area of the country where you weren't born or where you don't have family ties to, and I just don't think that's as much of a thing. In America, they support who they want for whatever reasons they want, and if they get an opportunity to go and see that team wherever, then they do it. I can get behind that massively as a Liverpool fan that was born in London and raised in Oxford.
I'm not having that, mate. I'm not having that.
Jim Williams, by the way, 1-0 up on Kirk Shepherd. 1-2-4. Check out for that one. 15-dart leg.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, on stage 2, Kieran Tierney leads Danny Baggish 2-0, averaging 111 right now. But Lee, we're going to come to you. What have you got for us?
Yeah, Jason Lower than Steve West. Jason Lower's just hit a 164. My attention was on the Henderson, Matt Edderdain, but I've just seen Jason Lowe take out 164 with Steve West on a finish. So Jason Lowe averaging 95. Finds himself 4-0 in front of then Steve West. Reason my attention was on board 6 was Henderson and Matt Edder. 103 plays 100, but in this lead, both players are missing so many darts at a double. Matt Edder broke in the last lead with a 12-dart lead. Is now finally held in this one. So Matt Edder finds himself 4-2 up against John Henderson. But Jason Lowe just takes out a 164 on that board 5 day and is 4-0 up on Steve West.
Yeah, Tian on fire here. Baggish averaging 90, not doing a lot wrong, but the young Irishman has been sensational. But for you, Scott, Ted Everts turned it around.
Yep, breaking the third leg. Dan Webster missed the bull, then so did Everts. But then in the clean-up for 25, Webster put 2 outside of the double 8, and Everts didn't. Everts pounced with his second dart at it, so he leads 2-1. But Webster's making a good assault here to break straight back. It's been a high-quality game, both still averaging over a ton. And yeah, we could have more and more breaks as Webster's left a double here. I only have the one game to focus on right now because it was meant to be Justin Pipe against Luke Humphries at this point. I was hoping Justin Pipe is all right after his test, but the game I have to look forward to has been a cracker so far, so no complaints here. And Ted Everett, sorry, I know I've been rambling on. He's just taking out 120 to hold his throw, so he goes 3-1 up to deny Dan Webster. Great game so far.
Yeah, on the main stage, somehow Boris Koltsov finds himself 5-3 behind. This is why we love this sport. Mind-boggling. But we're going to come back to you, Lee. Jason Lowe on the brink of a bagel.
Yeah, 5-0 in front. Past 2 legs have been ton plus shutouts. As I told you about the 164, it's just taken out of 100 with West sitting on tops. So that has moved him 5-0 in front. Average is 96, plays 95. But Jason Lowe has been very clinical on the doubles and finds himself 5-0 in front. Also, another player who finds himself 1 lead away is Matt Edder. John Henderson was 2-1 up in this one, but Matt Edder has reeled off the past 4 leads, and he's currently throwing for the day. He can only start with a 57, and Endo responds with 100. But Matt Edder in control of this one, so both him and Jason Lowe find themselves just 1 away.
Yeah, and Baggish got 1 back, but Tien in control on throw here. Looking good. Yeah, lots of thank you for all the responses about Baggish's tattoos. Thank you very much. Top work, everyone. Just looking through. Koltsov has pulled 1 back, but it's up against it here. As Mike Kovenhosen has it the game where he wants it, but I'm not quite sure how. Boris will be scratching his head if he loses this. We'll come back to you, Gob, as well. Jim Williams in control against Shepherd.
Yeah, 3-0 up, averaging 98. Very, very comfortable for him so far. Not a lot. I don't think Kirk's done a lot wrong, to be honest. But Jim is just looking like he's delivering.
Yeah, Lee, board 5, what have you got for us?
Yeah, Steve West is coming back for tops now to get a lead back on the board. If not, Jason Lowe's on 56. Let's receive Steve West and take it. Yeah, we can. Last start in hand. So Steve West does make sure there's no bagel on board 5. And also on board 6, John Henderson that's a break back against Matt Edder. Did find himself 5-2 behind, however. Started this one 101.40. So John Henderson started this lead well. Only needs 1 break, but we'll need to reel off the next 3 leads to get this one won. Very good standard by both players. Both are averaging mid-90s. So be interesting to see how this one finishes now.
And Kyvenhosen gets over the line, beats Boris Koltsov. It's a game he shouldn't have won, but he does. Boris will be kicking himself. But when he come back...
Koltsov didn't have a card before. That result there just shows me exactly why That result shows me exactly why Koltsov didn't have a card before. Completely lost his head. I saw a bounce and then he just started getting rid of his darts a little bit too quick in one of the legs. Let chances slip away from him. Very much a Bradley Brooks from earlier, where perhaps the mental game is not as strong when things aren't quite going their way.
Yeah, no, completely agree. I come to you, Scott, on board 8.
Fantastic for Dan Webster. He kicked off with a 180 turn against the throw, but Everton is in complete control, leaves himself 68 after 12 himself, comes inside the double 4, comes inside the double 2, and leaves the madhouse. Dan Webster's on 83, swoops in, takes it in free, and is now level, and he has the throw in this game back, and he's looking good to make it 4-3. Still, great game from both, and Webster's averaging 108 just now. So cracking game.
Baggish doing it again. She's taken out 113 to hold throw. Is it Q score all over again? Hendo fighting back on board 6, Lee.
Yeah, so he broke with a 15, then he's held with a 12 lead. However, Matt Edgar has left 84 after 12. Hendo's back on 2-3-2. On board 5, Jason Lowe's coming back for Shandai to depth this 1-1, and then Steve West. John Henderson on board City to 180. So very potentially close to finishing both of these games. So we'll see if Matt Edgar can take out 84. No, he can't. But Jason Lowe can take out 120 to add to his 164 and 100 that he's taken out to then Steve West. And he goes through with a 6-1 win, averaging 93. And John Henderson breaks against Matt Edgar. So John Henderson, so this has gone 2-1 Endo, 5-2 Matt Edgar. Now we are in a last lead decider, a George Noble led, John Henderson versus Matt Edgar.
Oh. This is getting interesting. And Baggish could be about to level this up here against, unless Tian can take out 1-2-2. Misses the ball, so Baggish coming back for 25.
Philip, look to your right.
Don't worry, we're ready.
Also, I'm waiting for Eddie Lovely versus Ron Moulenkamp on board 4 again. Board 4 has been an absolute mind mess. We've already had 2 withdrawals of 4 plays started. I think it was Reyes and Temple both on 4. Then we've lost Steve Brown, and now we're potentially about to lose Eddie Lovely or Ron Moulenkamp because this game still hasn't started either. And by the way, Jim Williams, 5-1 up over Kirk Shepherd, averaging 103, and has just kicked off leg number 7 with a maximum. Jim Williams is absolutely flying. Haven't seen a lot of updates from the game. We've been trying to do various other things while we've only got one game going on. But Jim Williams, after us pretty openly earlier saying he hasn't really delivered since he's been in the PDC, is putting in a solid performance right now.
Yeah, but Lee, we're going to come to you. Hendo and Edgar both fluffing their lines to a degree.
Yeah, so John Henderson was just on 176 and Matt Edgar on 160. Henderson come first, only could score 25. Matt Edgar then scores 43 to leave 117. Henderson is now cutting a 96. So Matt Edgar has got 117 to win this and can only get 51. So John Henderson, who found himself 5-2 behind, I think he stopped nervously watching and waiting for the update on this one. He's 55. Can he take this? Yes, he does. Let's start in hand. Stott, you will be a very happy boy. He beats Matt Edgar 6-5 and he's through to round 4.
Tian and Webster has turned into a missed double fest. However, gentlemen, wait a minute, what? I'm trying to look on board 4.
They're underway on board now.
They've got both. They've got both players. Hendo wraps it up, gentlemen. I'm not going yet. I'm not going yet. We haven't seen him on TV.
Good. Because that means I've got time to explain the Steve Brown situation a little bit more. Just had a couple of messages saying Steve Brown's posted it on his social media. He's done a video or vlog to explain why. He said the practice room was really, really busy, so he went back to his room, saw Scott Waits on the TV coverage and ran to the main event, but he'd already been timed out by then because of how long it had taken. So once he saw Scott Waits on the screen on TV, he realised where he was meant to be, but didn't get there in time. Don't know how far away his hotel room is to the venue. But yeah, he misses out. And Jim Williams, by the way, just wrapped up a 6-1 win over Kirk Shepard with 102 average.
Yes. They're just doing a roundup of the boards as we speak on TV. We're all primed and we're all ready here because we know what's coming shortly, ladies and gentlemen. It's becoming a regular habit. Oh, they're going to interview Andy Hamilton. They're milking it. ITV are milking it for us.
They are making us wait here, aren't they?
Yeah. Danny Baggish 4-2 behind. That last leg was literally a missed double fest from both players. Whilst we're there, we're going to come to you, Scott Webster, one away.
Yeah, this has been a really good game all the way through. I think the leg you got onto, I think Webster won it in, no, it was Evans who won it in 21 darts. But other than that, it's been a cracking game. Evans has the throw here, which would say is to the noble, but honestly, it could go either way. They've both been so steady. Webster averaging 103, Evans 91, but honestly, it could go either way. I've been really impressed with the quality, and yeah, it's been a great game to watch.
Gents, you know what's coming. Hold on to your seats, everyone. The button has been pushed. Raymond van Barneveld against Alan Sousa on the main stage. As Baggish pulls one back, but did he miss the opportunity in the last game? The last leg when he should have done the business. But it looks as if he's finding that rhythm. Welcome to the chat room, Jart.
He won't be here long. He'll go back into hiding in about 25 minutes.
Jack, they've just gone back to Jackie. We all know what's coming. We all know. Some big games involved. Whilst we're just waiting for that one, going to come to you, Scott. Are we looking at 6-4 or are we looking at a noble?
We should have been looking at 6-4. Webster, I don't know if he's split or what. He had 38 left, but he's left 8, so I don't know how many match starts that's equated to, but that should have been over. Evans is on 96 to take us to the noble. So just wait to see how that goes through whilst Barney rambles on about how he's got the hunger for the game back. And he's missed it. So Webster, 3 darts at double 4.
That's done. Webster's done. However, including PDC sponsors, Raymond van Barneveld's media shirt genuinely looks like a Formula 1 car.
Didn't have that many on during the Super Series, and I was quite surprised. There was only 3 on at that point.
Because in the Super Series, it's the same rules. It's the same rules apply, Gob. You're only allowed X amount of sponsors on there, so that's obviously his media shirt. That Jeffrey Deswan does the same. MVG does the same. In fairness, when they come up to do media, they switch shirts.
No,
there's 8 sponsors on that shirt. And I'm sorry, I know he's back, I know he's playing well, but if you ever needed to understand the motivation for Barney to come out of retirement,
It genuinely looks like a Formula One car.
We are in Formula One car season as well. Williams have just released their car today. Ferrari last week. The new Mercedes looks fantastic, and the Haas car as well. But that's ridiculous, Raymond.
His bank balance isn't saying that though.
Buy another sofa if he really wants.
Oh. Yeah. Right. Kieran Tian won away, but it may have to wait. Baggish looks as if he'll hold here. 74 to go within one. Takes the 74 in two. So says to Kieran Tian, can you serve this game out? To be fair, Kieran Tian's played really, really well there. Super impressed with the young man from Ireland. But you wouldn't want to go to a decider against Baggish, the record he's had of late. And Tian doesn't start with a treble. And Baggish finds three big ones. Treble 20, treble 19, treble 18. He's gone round the houses and has the Tian throw under all kinds of pressure. 171 from the American. Han says, can't blame Barney for being clever. Oh, not at all, mate. We're not blaming him at all. And walk on to there. Barney, the black, orange, and the tiger. Alan Suter. Not sure what nationality he is from that shirt.
Freedom!
But there it is. The first time since that horrible night at Alexandra Palace, Raymond van Barneveld is back on a TV screen.
Fist pump from
I'm not a fan of that shirt either.
Like
I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of that shirt.
Well, in the Saltire or Barney's?
Barney, I don't like the tiger on the back. It's
Just as well.
gimmicky for me. But
Paddy, if he was
we've
a real
got a noble.
he'd be wearing nothing else.
Baggish levels up. He breaks the throw. Can he break Kieran Tian's heart? I tell you what, this guy never knows when he's beaten. We saw it at the Worlds. We saw it multiple times at Q School. Just doesn't know when to quit. But nor does Tian. This could be an absolute belter of a last leg. They've both started with 2 treble visits.
I don't get it
I'll
either,
tell you
Barty,
what.
because Baggish's action is one that looks like it could break down at any moment. It's smooth after release, but that pause at the top of the throw, it just looks iron. It screams it. It looks like it could break down at any minute. So to constantly keep putting yourself under the pressure that Danny does, mentally draining, which I think is going to affect that throw as well. How on earth he keeps getting away with it, I don't know. He's got to start picking up easy wins at some point. Otherwise, spectacular what he's doing, but he will have a very short-lived PDC career. You can't keep going to the well like that.
You just nipped the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, you can't keep going to that well and hoping to find water. It's impossible.
It's just not going to happen.
But there's a Tian 110. If Baggish cannot... Oh my, what? What has he done there? On 70, Danny Baggish has gone for the ball. He's hit the ball. He's coming... And Kieran Tian has taken out 110 to beat Danny Baggish. And look, I don't like that. I know Danny, look, he might have had 2 darts to win it. However, on 70, you do not go for the ball. Wow.
That's astounding. That's astounding. That genuinely baffled me.
I've seen lots of things.
Where was his second dart? I didn't see it. He very much lurched when he let it go, but then he speared the third into the single 7. Did he hit 15 or something instead of the 10 as well?
I don't know, because obviously we didn't see it, but Dart Connect has got 57 scored.
Which would imply outside, and he just speared it into the 7. What has gone on there?
Yeah, I genuinely, I don't know, is the honest.
As we said, Dart Connect, we can't see anybody actually putting the scores in, so maybe they're behind stage. If they're going off what they can see on the TV, all they've genuinely seen is the 50 and the 7. They need confirmation of that and go back and amend it. But that was very, very bizarre.
Yeah. Like Dan's just put something in the chat room. Danny didn't even go for the double 20 on the second dart.
Do you think it's a miscount?
I don't know. I'm genuinely confused.
He miscounted 38 at 25.
I don't know.
I'm confused. But anyway, in other news, Alan Souter has broken the Raymond Van Barneveld throw in the opening leg. Whilst we're all complex about what we've just seen Danny Baggish do. Yeah. Right, let's go round the boards. Lee, to you. Yeah, Lee, board 5, Yellow Class and Leeds.
Yeah, so Leeds 3-2. Yellow Class and an early lead went 2-0 in front. Andy Bolton come back and levelled that up at 2 apiece, but then Classens just found a 106 to break back and go 3-2 in front. Andy Bolton's got an opportunity with 108 to level it up. If not, Yellow Classen will be coming back for double 16 to go 4-2 in front. So just waiting to see if Andy Bolton can take out that 108. No, we can't. So Classen's going to be coming back to 32 for a 4-2 lead. And on board 6, Andy Hamilton has started better in this one than he did in his last leg deciding win in round 2, as he finds himself 2-1 up, then David Blades was 2-0. But he started this one with a 180. So looking in control of this one, so they'll 3-1. And Yellow Classen has missed starts. So they'll 4-2. Andy Bolton has then missed starts. So Yellow Classen is coming back to a double 4 for a 4-2 lead in that one.
I'll tell you what, it's all going down here, isn't it? No one really knows what's going on. But this is why we love this sport. It's absolutely nuts, bonkers. No one knows what's going on. It's all over the place. But Barney, deep in trouble. But God, we're going to come to you on board number 3, Keegan Brown in front.
He's not just in front, he's absolutely flying. James Dawson's averaging 84. Keegan Brown is 3 averaging 112, and he's just gone turn 80 here in leg number 5. The needle is absolutely flying. In the other game I've got as well, Ron Moolenkamp is 3-2 up on Eddie Lovely. I'll be honest, haven't seen a lot of that. I got caught up in the Baggish drama, the Barney drama. I'm trying to keep an eye on Keegan doing absolute bits. Moonencamp 3-up, as I said. Eddie's got the darts in this one, but he's trailing 119 points behind before he throws this. So looking like a 4-2 lead for Ron at the minute.
Yeah, and Barney has a leg on the board. Speaking of dramatic weight loss as well, on stage 2, Mark McGeaney is almost unrecognisable.
Oh, he looks fantastic. I think he's still got an odd shirt on and all. It hangs very weirdly off his stomach at the minute. I don't think he's moved from his traditional baggy fitting shirt to fit his size to a more slim fit one, but he looks in fantastic shape, Mark McGeaney.
Yeah, 100%. Going to go board 4 as well for you, Gob. Ron Moonencamp in front.
Yeah, he is now 4-2 up. I said he was threatening that. So he's just broken. So he's 4-2 up. He's got a break cushion in this one. And he's just gone 1-2-1 as well. We're going to jump to Lee quick. Lee, what have you got?
Yeah, Hamilton's 3-1 up here, but Darry Blades is it back-to-back 180s. So can we have our third 9 darter of the afternoon? Darry Blades is 3-1 behind, back-to-back 180s, leaves 1-4-1. He then stores 7. So leaves 1-3-4. So all the build-up, I think Darry Blades there with back-to-back 180s. He then stores 7 to leave 1-3-4. So not the third 9 darts of the day. Asking for a bit too much here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm just watching this Barney Suter game. It's really interesting. But both are going for a little bit of a lull here and a little bit of a struggle. But it's the first time I've really had a proper look at Suter's throw gob. I don't know if you can see it as well. But when ITV showed the throw from like the stage looking back, he sets it a bit Whitlockish, sets it out and brings it back in.
I think it's more Kyle, to be honest. Another Aussie, Kyle Anderson, when he had that very idiosyncratic twist of the hand, as you like. The setting of the dart spins across and then he flicks it through. And I'm going to say the same thing that I said about Kyle's throw. That I'm going to say that about Suter now, is that you're making your hand do so much more work than you need to throw a dart. And the problem with that, and the same thing with Kyle was, his ceiling game possibly got a little bit better. When it was on, absolutely superb, right? But if you're missing, you're not just losing length of the dart, you're losing line of the dart as well. And that's an issue for a professional dart player if you're off in both of those categories.
Yeah. Suter pings 97 to lead Barney 3 legs to 1. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Lee, we're going to come back to you. Andy Bolton has completely spun this game on its head.
Yeah, so Andy Bolton is 5-3 up against Jelle Klassen, averaging 100. And he's just one leather away. Started 140, then 59. We've just seen a ton plus check out in the Andy Hamilton Darry Blades game. Andy Hamilton has taken out 112. So you come to me just. Dob come to me in regarding the 9 darter for Darry Blades. And Darry Blades went back-to-back 180s, then it's 7. He then hit a store of 50 and another store that didn't leave him on a double. So Andy Hamilton then come in and took out 112 to put himself 4-1 in front. So having an opportunity in 9 darter, Darry Blades didn't even get himself on a double. And Andy Hamilton won that led in 15 darts. So it all went pot for Darry Blades. But Andy Bolton now finds himself 206 points away, made that 32 points away from a 6-3 win against Jelle Klassen. Puts in a 174 to leave double 16. Phil, to you.
Oh my, Raymond van Barneveld. He is deep in trouble on his own throw. Aaron Suter has 80 for a double break. Raymond van Barneveld takes out 152, clean as you like. But then Sousa responds on the throw with a maximum.
Just to come back,
they're still genius.
Andy Bolton did wrap that one up at the end with a 6-3 win, averaging 102 against Yellow Klassen. 2-0 behind, end up winning that one 6-3.
I tell you what, there's some talking points to come. But first of all, we're going to go to Gob, board 4.
Yeah, board 4. Moolenkamp just took out, I think it was a 140. It's another case of very much a score flashing up yellow and disappearing off the screen. He's now 164 points away from the match against the throw. Leaves 77, but Lovely needs a 1-1-1 to make this one go on a bit longer. On board 3 as well, Keegan Brown's potentially about to get a match start. He wants 1-4-2 to wrap up a 6-1 win over James Wilson. Keegan is averaging 101 to Wilson's 81, 20 points in the difference. He's going to get another 3 darts from the 46 he's just left as well, as Wilson's back on 184. So these two very much racing to get over the line first on adjacent boards. Moolenkamp wants 77 now for the match on 4. And it goes in 3 for Run the Bomb. He beats Eddie Lovely 6-2. Keegan Brown has left himself on double 8, but probably should get more darts of that as well. James Wilson needs 103 to save the match in this leg. Even if he does, though, I fear it's too little too late for Wilson. He hasn't looked like threatening Keegan a lot in this match. Possibly he just missed the dart to save it, actually. He left 12 and Keegan's taken the 16 in 1. So back-to-back quick-fire results on 3 and 4. Ron Moolenkamp beats Eddie Lovely 6-2 and Keegan Brown beats James Wilson 6-1.
Yeah, we're going to come to board 6 as well. Is the hammer close?
Yeah, very close. So after 12 darts, he's left double 18 for a 6-1 win against Darry Blades. Since that back-to-back 180s from Darry Blades, his scoring just hasn't been there. Shown in this lead as well with scores of 22 and 55. Andy Hamilton wraps it up with a 13 dart lead, 99 average to beat Darry Blades 6-1 and lets himself in the draw for tonight's action.
Yeah, so much going on right now. Alan Sousa was broken 3-all, but he looks like he's going to break the Barney throw straight back. We'll come on to that in a second. Mark McGeaney leads Beaton 3-0 as we speak. And God, in terms of rankings, everything like that, Beaton and Klassen losing early. This isn't doing them any good, is it? They both need big years.
Yeah, they both did need big years. You're absolutely right. I'm not sure if either of them are third rounds yet, if they are picking up £1,000, but if they're second rounds, then they're massive losses for those two. Very much big years needed for them. They're sliding down the rankings. We said we started to see a few good things from Yella at the Super Series, but that hasn't translated to a win here, obviously. Beaton is very much one that is... He won't make a fuss about dropping off the tour, but I'm genuinely fearful it will happen this year for the Bronze Adonis.
If Suter takes this out, I'm just going to rewind. Big moments here. Alan Sousa has missed. He's taken the leg, but he's missed a big number. So couldn't take out 101. Barney has 104. I just want to see what this bounces out of. It's the joy of having... He's had a bounce out at a big time. It's hit the wire. I just want to see what it's hit. Oh, it has come off the treble 20 wire as well, by the look of it. One which would have given him a dart at double 12.
Alan Souter making the cardinal sin the visit before, though, boys. Don't miss the big number.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Going to come to board 8. I've been trying to get to you, Scott, for a while, but there's everything going on. Ryan Searle was in trouble, but he's pulled it back.
He's pulled it back. He's looking as if he's going to be on the track again. Jack Main's got 3 darts at double 18 to move ahead 5-4, and he does. Jack Main was 4-1 up in this game, doing really well. Took it to 99 at a crucial point. I think he had a 15 dart as well. We sell nowhere near But Searle has fought back really well, but because of his slow start, he's 5-4 down and still not really in a comfortable position at all. He's already looking as if he's going to get broken in this final leg potentially.
So I'm just reading some of the comments here. None of this, it's all a mess.
From Owen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like we were a bit quick to criticise Danny Baggish. It turns out George told him he wanted 65, not 70. So there's potential that the graphic was incorrect. So the bullseye was the right route to go, and it looks like he's missed double for the match. So 50 and 7, was
Makes
the
sense,
right way to go. Obviously 25 tops. A little bit too.
Yeah,
good,
we're going off the graphic. But Alan Souter to go within 1 wants double 10. And he's missed 3 big darts to hold throw. Raymond van Barneveld now 74 to break back. Oh, that's on the wire. Double 16. One more. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can't put them any closer. Barney has rattled the wire twice. Alan Souter breathes again. Finds double 10. But win or lose, I've seen enough here from Barney that I haven't seen the head shaking yet, even though he's behind.
No, he even gave a bit of a smirk from the bounce out when he was collecting his darts. Not quite firing though, not quite the Barney that we've seen for the last couple of weeks. Don't get me wrong, Souter's played magnificently and probably he should be ahead a little bit more comfortably. Like I said, he missed a big number on that 120 checkout. The 80 set up the shot before from him. He hit treble 1 first dart, so had to mess around setting that one up as well. Missed 2 darts at double as well. So he's keeping Barney in this.
Yeah. No, this was the one for me. This was the interesting bit. That when Barney went behind, we wanted to see what he had.
Yeah.
In terms of up top. And it's fair, I quite like what I've seen. That focus is still there.
I'll tell you what. We've got a decider. So we're going to go to Scott for that, but then I've potentially got more drama brewing on Scott Waits.
Yeah, so just to jump in, Jack Main should have had 2 clear darts at double because he had 50, but he's managed to bust 50. I'm not quite sure what's happened. Possibly a treble 18 trying to split it, but Ryan Searle has missed his attempt now. So Jack Main to knock out Ryan Searle, who a lot of people tipped to have a good year, 2 darts at a double. He's missed it again, so Ryan Searle now becomes a favourite. And this is a huge act of escapism, to be fair. Ryan Searle should be out at this point, but he's through. It's Ryan Searle. So what's up with Scott Waits now that Ryan Searle has squeezed through?
What's up with Scott Waits? Well, Waits is waiting again on board number 3. Him and Martin Atkins should be getting underway, but it's another one that's taking its time. It hasn't moved off the waiting screen once again. I've got Nick Kenny and Kai Fan Lung underway on 4, but Scott Waits has done a lot of his namesake today, and he potentially is about to do a bit more without actually throwing his darts.
Barney has gone. Beaten by Alan Souter. Good game, 6-3. Good game for both of them, in fairness. Just damn good darts, to be fair. Barney didn't do a lot wrong. Souter played really well. Enjoyable game, that. But on stage 2 as well, McGeaney was 3 up on Beaton. We're now back to 3 apiece.
do we have going on? Ooh. Nice to see Jar taking bar. He's lost so well, and I agree with that as well, mate. Yeah, solid. Lots of humility there.
Yeah. Winita says, "Hi guys, look back on the game. The graphic was correct. Noble wasn't. I suppose it depends on what the markers put on the board, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because we can't see what Owen Binks has marked.
Correct. And I suppose it depends. If there has been an error, A, human error, fine. That's all right. But B, if it wasn't the immediate visit before, you can't go back and change it. Once another throw's been put in, that can't be amended. That's the rules. That's set in stone then at this level, and it just carries on. Good news if you're... Well, I suppose not good news, actually. Scott Waits is finally about to throw some darts, it looks. He's won the bullseye, and he's throwing first against Martin Atkins. So Scott Waits is finally about to throw some darts today.
Yeah, again, I've just sent a message to MK to see if we can get to the bottom of this.
He might not have been waiting that long, to be honest. Nothing might have gone on, but it just felt a bit longer. Once you see his name pop up and there was nothing going on again then.
Yeah, it's all good. But Brendan Nolan in control on board 7 for you, Scott.
Yeah, the pace of this game's actually been quite a bit faster than I imagined. Was Brendan Dolan on the streaming boards at all over the weekend? Does anyone know if he's kept up this pace?
He's stuck with the new accelerated version.
Yeah, because he's been in control of this game, and Kyvenhoven is not that fast, but the game has got a good back and forth to it, which I wasn't really thinking would happen going into this game. Not Brendan Nolan in complete control. He's got the break up, and he's throwing to go 4-1 up, which is again looking pretty good. So yeah, all things are coming up. Brendan Nolan.
Yeah, board 6 for you, Lee. Martin Clearmacher leads Schindler.
Yeah, Schindler just hasn't started in this one at all in the first two leads. Finds himself 2-0 behind and only averaging 80. So Schindler in a bit of trouble, as I say that. 134 and 180 in this lead. So certainly upped it, but the first two was very poor from Schindler. But he has got himself an opportunity here to set it up from this 187 with Clearmacher back on 210. And that would be a break of throw. So had good wins today. Then Vampire and Jeff Smith, I believe Schindler's come through already. He's left 52 after 9 in this one for a break. And that would then, if he can take out 52, that would be a break of throw. If not, Clearmacher will be coming back for the big fish. He does take it out. So Schindler, that's a break back in this one. So if he finds himself 2-1 behind. And Kevin Dotes versus Steve Lennon are 2 apiece on board 5.
Yeah. So just this is from Danny Baggish's manager. The text was, what did Danny have left as we can't work it out? And he confirms that Danny had 65 left, which is why he went for the ball. So there we go. Get there in the end. Steve and Mark McGeaney level at 4 apiece. But we're going to come board 5 as well, Lee. Steve Lennon is behind.
Yeah, Dotes has just taken out a 7-2 with Lennon on a double. It was only a hold of throw. Lennon is averaging 92 in this one, and Daltzbat on 85. But it has been a good day. Lennon is scoring fairly well. His doubling just hasn't been there in this one yet. But he's comfortably in front in this lead, so you would expect him to level this one up. And Martin Schindler on board 6 has got 47 here to level this one up at 2 apiece. So Schindler certainly stepped it up from the 80 average, is now around the mid-90s.
God, we're going to come to you from waiting a long time, but Scott Waits is in control.
Oh, mate, he's absolutely flying. 15 dart leg to open, just taken out Shanghai for a 12 dart leg, averaging 111, and has just opened leg 3 with a 140. To be honest, if I'm Steve Brown, I'm glad I missed this. Because the man's absolutely on fire.
Fair one. And again, Steve Beaton on the verge of turning this game on its head. He trailed 3-0, but he's now about... I don't know who's spotting on board 2, but they're having an absolute shocker. Oh, no, Beaton's missed. McGeaney, can he step in? No, McGeaney misses a dart at 110, so Beaton coming back for double 5 to lead after being 3-0 down. Steve Beaton leads 5-4, and it is a breaker throw for the Adonis. Where are we? We're going to come board 7 to you, Scott. Brendan Dolan on the verge.
Yep, not much changed since the last point. He's just kept going in this ascension up and up and up, and you would be shocked to see anything change at this point. 95 average to Ivanhoven's 98. It's not absolutely amazing, but he's been in control of every leg and good professional performance with Owen, and don't see any sign of that stopping. I would just tell you know the game on board 8 I'm watching is kicked off as well between Scott Mitchell and Andrew Gilden. And Gilden, we'd start 1-0, so we'll keep an eye on that one for you.
Scott Waits has just gone 3-0 up on Mark and Atkins. Not a sub-15 dart leg, but it was a 16. So his standards have slipped a little bit, Scotty. Still averaging 105, though. And he missed a dart at double 18 for a 15 dart leg anyway. So Scott Waits in absolute cruise control on board number 3. Nick Kenny, he's averaging 99, slipping under the radar a bit, isn't it? He's 3-1 up over Kai Fang Lung.
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in. Just at this point, I've got ITV on as well. Just clocking that Martin Claremarker is about to play Martin Schindler, and that is one of the best mismatches in figure I've ever seen on a dartboard.
Yeah, I've just seen exactly the same. The height difference.
I'm 5'6". I'm not mocking, but I'm just saying that's David Goliath stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, McGeaney breaks straight back, and we've got a Noble on stage 2.
And who's the referee in this Noble leg? It's Noble reffing a Noble, actually. George is on stage 2 with Owen Binks. Last year it was Hugh Ware, this year it's George Noble. Scott Waits, that's not good enough, man. He's left 95 after 12. Atkins is on 40, though. Atkins looking like he's going to get hold, and he does. 3-1 in that one. Obviously, it's good enough. Waits is still averaging 104. Scott with a result on 7.
Yeah, just confirmation of Brendan Dolan wrapping that up. He's averaged eventually fell to 93, but fantastic performance, to be honest. He was always kept Kyvenhoven at arm's length. And the game had a really good rhythm to it. So yeah, fair play. Brendan Dolan beats Kyvenhoven 6-1. Great performance.
Looks in good nick, does Brendan. I've been quietly impressed with him. And he's got the experience as well. That means you stick him in virtually any situation and he's just going to, all right, see what happens with it. So this deciding leg, Barzy, on McGee's throw is not going to plan for him.
No, Beaton is going to get a match start. Oh, I'll tell you what, the spotting is horrendous on board 2. It's not hard that 9 leaves 32. And McGeaney gets over the line, last starting hand, 78 finish from the Gladiator to win 6 legs to 5, and Steve Beaton has gone. Right, where are we going next? We're going to go to board number 5. Steve Lennon on the brink, turned it around, Lee.
Yeah, so Steve Lennon has just put in a 12-dart break, then a 13-dart hold, but he's then missed the opportunity to get this 1-1. So Dalton's hold throw to get this to 5-4. Steve Lennon has got the throw in this 10th lead, though. So if he keeps putting in the performance he has done over the past few leads, he's totally averaging 100 in his game, but the last few leads have been something special from Steve Lennon. Also in the Martin, Clearmatter and Schindler Dane, Clearmatter finds himself 4-3 up, but he's just taken out a 1-4-3 to hold throw. Schindler hasn't started this lead very well with only 57 and 58, and then 45. So Clearmatter 93-98 in front of this lead and has pinched the darts. If he can break here, would find himself 5-3 in front.
Teresa said, I don't think they've actually got a count of spotters on board 2. They've just mentioned in commentary earlier, it's just the cameraman guessing. Oh, my days. Yeah. God, I'm going to come back to you. Scott Waite still absolutely bossing it.
Yeah, 106 average for Scott. I mean, he's up against it in this leg now, but it's on the Atkins throw. Atkins has gone 39, 180, 140. Leaves himself on 142. Scott in a good position. If this visit isn't great from Atkins, he's on 188. Atkins has just fired in a 134 to leave 8, though. So even with pressure from Scott, he expects it to be 4-2, but he's got the darts in the next. Scoring pretty well and looks comfortable. He's fired in a 180 to leave 8 as well, just for good measure. So he might not win this leg, but his average is about to climb at the minute. Superb from Scott. Atkins does hit the 8 to go 4-2. On 4, Kai Fan Lung is 76 points away from breaking to level us up at 3 apiece. He's averaging 76 to Nick Kenny's 95. Taking a while is this one. But it goes in 3 and we're level in that one. Big difference in the averages. Lungs has just raised to 80. He's 13 points behind in the averages, but he's level and he's got the dart in leg number 7. And Scott waits, by the way. I know there's probably people waiting right now, but he's just opened up this leg, 139, 180. So he's switched last start. Don't agree with that beard at the 19s. Probably should have been at the 17s, but the 180 leaves 182 after 6. He is absolutely flying.
Yeah. Lewis says, who is Gary Anderson playing? We don't know yet, mate. The draw for the 4th round will be done shortly. However, Ross Smith is on the stream now and he's got a lovely looking patch on his arm in perfect camera angle as well.
On board 5, we have a result. Steve Lennon comes through 6-4 against Kevin Dotes, averaging 99.4 in that one. And then on board 6, Martin Schindler's just broke against Clearmatter. That is now 5-4 to Clearmatter, but Schindler's got the throw in this one, so it could be down to the Noble.
Yeah. Scott Waits now 1 away, Gob.
Yeah, he's averaging 109 now, another 14 dart leg. This is absolutely ridiculous. Comfortably performance of the day. Like I said earlier, if I'm Steve Brown, I'm glad I stayed in that hotel room because this is an absolute onslaught from Scotty Too Hotty. Top darts at the minute. All right, just opened up 58 in this last leg. If he bombs this leg and gets over the line in the next one, I'll be fuming after teeing him up this way. But yeah, it's been a superb performance from Scott so far. And like I said, he's 1 away.
Sean, I don't know what darts he's using, but if you looked carefully, he did use new darts at the Super Series. That's all I'm saying. Again, Team Barry underway against Gert Nenchers on the main stage. When he wires tops for a 114, but there is a break of throw on the cards here for Gert Nenchers. Come inside 10s. Oh my days, he's absolutely shanked that into the 12. That was closer to my house. But Lee, we're going to come to you because we've got a Noble.
Yeah, Clearmatter's just missed a match dart to win this one 6-4 against Martin Schindler. Schindler stepped in and with his first start has levelled this up at 5 apiece. So Clearmatter was 5-3 in front in this one, but Schindler's got himself back into it, did himself a chance. Clearmatter's got the throw. 95 averages by both players. Been a good game, but we are going all the way.
Yeah. Again, God, I know you've got the TV on. First time I had a proper look at Gert Nench's darts, and it's like a tapered dart. It's a weird one.
Let's have a look from this double 10 because I'll get a close up at it. It's a bit Andy Hamilton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andy Hamilton or Daryl Fitton. That's the one. It's a bit Daryl Fitton for me.
Yeah.
Very much that shape.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that personally, but what works for him. Scott Waits lost the last leg. He's 5-3 at the minute. Still averaging 104 and has opened up a ton on his own throat. And Nick Kenny, Kai Fan Long 4-3 now, by the way. Kenny, 158 on throw for a 5-3 lead.
Yeah. We're going to stick with you, Gob. Is Waits close? Well, first of all, we're going to jump to Lee because we have a result.
Yeah, Martin Clearmatter comes through 6-5 against Martin Schindler. Schindler just couldn't find any story in that. Two visits of 58 and a 16 there. Left him on 1-2-5 after 15. Clearmatter missed 2 match starts in this leg, won the previous one, but was able to come back and clear it up, finishing on a 95 average. Clearmatter beats Martin Schindler 6-5.
And God, we're going to jump straight back to you. Potentially 2 results upcoming soon on 3 and 4.
Yeah, possibly. Nick Kenny's just taken out 73 for a 5-3 lead. It's Kai Fan Lung's darts now, but I wouldn't put it past Kenny breaking now. 13 points up in the averages. Scott Waits, potentially about to be broken here, but a slip from Atkins. 2-6-8 and he fires in a straight ton. Scott Waits on 2-4-1. Waits at 81 to leave 160. So we'll get the first attempt at a finish, but 128 from Atkins has left him on top. So if this 160 doesn't go, could be 5-4 or 140 from Waits. Don't know if he's missed a double or not. Can't tell if it was the first dart that's missed and he's fired the next 2 in, or if he's missed a dart at the double 10. But Atkins has taken out 40 to extend this one to 5-4. He's hitting back a bit now. His average has slowly crept up to 99. Waits has fallen a little bit to 103.
Casual. Rids and Smith 1 apiece on stage 2. And Keane Barry, after potentially going, well, should have lost the first leg, but he's now looking at a 3-0 lead. But all eyes are on Gob's 2 boards as they're nearing completion.
They are, yeah. Kai Fan Lung, to be fair, wants 144 to kick back to 5-4 as well. He started throw in this leg, leaves 80. Kenny back on 2-2-1. Waits and Atkins are quite far back at the start leg. They both opened up 86 each, which is a bizarre first visit. Atkins backed his up with a 41 and Waits a 96. So he's just edged in front against the darts here. I just want to talk about Baggish a little bit more because now I'm even more confused because Baggish on his Twitter has said, good game, but I missed a dart at 8-8, not 4-4, like we've all been told. So now I have absolutely no idea what's going on, unless that's just a miscount from Danny himself as he's typing it up on his social media. Kai Fan Lung has just taken out leg number 9, so that's 5-4. Kenny's got the darts now to win this one. Waits is 60 ahead against the throw after 9 each. Atkins just a ton to leave 179. So Waits should get first darts at a finish from 219.
Right, just going back to Baggish, there's no way. Right, there's no way he can miss a dart at 8-8.
No,
the match don't add up.
I think he means 4-4. I think he means 4-4, and I think he means at 8, not 8-8.
Yeah, but, Scott, we're going to come to you for board 7.
Yeah, it's been a really good game on board 7, to be honest. Gino Voss and Peter Hudson, both guys have had to come through 2 rounds and have been impressive in those. Peter Hudson took it 103. The only reason that's significant is because Gino Voss missed 5 darts for that leg, so he edged forward 2-1. And the other game I'm watching is Scott Mitchell against Andrew Gilden. They haven't went to the Brendan Dolan school of pacing up your game, so it's been a bit of a slog, but Mitchell leads 4-2. He got the break with an 136 checkout with Gilden waiting on double 10. So good performances from Mitchell and Hudson. Hudson leads 3-1, Mitchell leads 4-2.
Yeah, and Ross Smith has broken the Rids throw to lead 2-1, but Rids looking in a good position to break straight back. Not much between these.
Scott Waits has fallen over the line against Mark and Atkins. He still finishes with 102 average, but the finishing got a little bit weird then as we jumped away. Scott Waits fired in a 180 to leave 39 and only scored 23. Atkins was on 179. He hit a 137 and then just scored 10 from the 42 that he had. Probably missed 2 darts at double 16 from there. And then Waits came back and hit the double 8 in 1 dart for a 16 dart leg. Like I said, mightily impressive performance from Scott Waits then, was pushed towards the end, but solid from him nonetheless. And he is into round 4.
Yeah, Scott, you got another ton plus finish for us on board 8.
Yeah, Andrew Gilden this time, 111 checkout with Scott Mitchell and a ton plus checkout of his own. So it was only a hold of throw, but it could be crucial in this game as he attacks the Scott Mitchell throw. So 4-3 to Scott Mitchell. Yeah,
on stage 2, Ross Smith missed a dart at tops for a 120. Rids levels up at 2 apiece. And Keane Barry is absolutely flying on the main stage. 4-0 to the good. But I'm going to come back to board 4. We've got a noble, Gob.
Yeah, Lung's forced a decider. Like I said, he's still down in the averages. It's 87, plays 96. But but we've gone all the way, broken the last leg, and has opened up 1, 2, 3 here. And Nick Kenny has only found 40 in his opening visit. So somehow, in the space of about 4 minutes, Kai Fan Lung has just gone favourite for the match on board number 4.
Scenes. And the Rids throw is under threat here again. Potential third break of throw in a row from Ross Smith and Rids. What's your thoughts on the Callum Rids Spider-Man shirt?
Not bad, actually. Better than that Newcastle rubbish. I hope he watches this back as well.
You mean his Foot Locker uniform?
That'd be the one.
Barry
We're
wants double 10.
Time now. Because of the streaming board and because of the delay to the start of play on 1 and a little bit on 2 to get the matches on, we're going to be at a point now where we're going to be waiting on the outside board for results of these, where players are going to literally have to play and then walk off straight to an outside board to play. So this Barry Nenches game, the winner of this plays Luke Woodhouse on stage 3 now. Now that Waits and Atkins is done, Luke Woodhouse has got to wait for this to finish, and then the winner of this has literally got to walk themselves halfway across the room straight onto board number 3.
To be fair, I think technically they're allowed at least 10 minutes.
Yeah. Kai Fan Lung has just missed the match start, at least 1, maybe 2. He's just scored 37 from 57 miles ahead, though. Nick Kenny on 177 after 12, not on a finish. So Lung will be coming back. That 40 to open for Kenny and an 8 at 59 in his third visit. 2 treble-ups, no good for him at the minute. Just following a 125 to leave 52, though. For Kai Fan Lung, like I said, 3 in hand at double 10 for the match. And it goes in 1 dart. Nick Kenny departs 6-5 after looking very, very comfortable throughout a lot of that match.
Yeah, and Ross Smith has just missed a golden opportunity. Callum Rids holds throw, but it was Smith who gift-wrapped it to him. Where else are we going to come to board 7 with you, Scott? Peter Hudson, 1 away.
Yep, and he's thrown for it. To be honest, I've watched him in one of his games so far. I can't remember who the other one, but he's just been so solid all the way through. I've barely spoken about him just because he's been in control of the match from start to finish pretty much all the time. As is Gino Voss, which makes this more impressive. He's on 132 and more than likely will get 6 starts at it. And Scott Mitchell's in a similar position. He's 5-3 up, so he's against the throw trying to go for the match, but I wouldn't put it past him either. But Peter Hudson looking really good to go for it.
Definitely.
And Nenches, that's shocking. Right, you just missed that. Barry leaves himself on double 1. Nenches is on 80. First dart is very low, but in the single bed. Second dart floats over the top and puts it straight in the top of the treble 20 bed. That should have been absolutely nowhere near that treble whatsoever. He's now 5-0 down and is under pressure to hold his throat, or he's going to lose 6-0.
That's it done for Peter Hudson, by the way. 6-1. 3 brilliant games from him, and he deserves to have his name in the hat.
And just some updates from board 5 and 6. 6 has just got underway, which is John Brown versus Chaz Barstow. Dobbers, you're talking about boards, and with some people waiting. This is the last game on board 6. So board 6 has been rushed through today, but as I can see on mine, this is the last time on board 6. On board 5, we still have 1 left after this, but Carol Sadler-Chet is averaging 102, and he's currently 4-0 up on Reece Griffin. That includes checkouts of 101-2-1, but he finds himself 4-0 up on Reece Griffin.
I'm just about to go huge fishing on Twitter here, lads. Don't worry. I'll be back in a sec.
Right, will you do that? I thought Scott
debate
Mitchell
out.
got his wrapped up 6-3.
That's superb.
It's done. I've sent it.
Tell you what, Barzi, while you're fishing, something big is about to happen on board number 2. Ross Smith from 137 scores 87, I believe. I'm just watching it unfold. Yet first start was a 7, so he goes up the board single 20, treble 20. And in response, Callum Ridds finds a big 164. Treble 19. Treble 19. And the ball. Superb from Callum Ridds.
Yeah, and King Barry, match start incoming, misses, but Gurnage is way off. But Barry over the line, 6-1 over Gerton Enches on the main stage. And big moments here. Can Callum Ridds take out 86? Misses the ball, so Ross Smith will be back for 64.
On board 5, Sedlachet's just missed 3 darts to win this one 6-0. And Griffin can't put any pressure on, only still 28 to leave the big fish. But Sedlachet is coming back for tops to wrap this one up with a bagel and let himself in the draw after today's action. Comes inside with all 3. So Griffin needs the 170 to stop the bagel. If not, Sedlachet will be coming back 4-5 to get this one won 6-0. And Griffin can only follow up that 28 score to leave the 170 with a 26. So Carl Sedlachet, who's been around that 100 average all day, wraps this one up with a 6-0 win, dropping to 94 average, but very impressive win by Sedlachet, and his place is booked in tonight's draw. So there's 1 game left on board 5. And on board 6, we are underway with the last scheduled game on there with John Brown and Chaz Barstow, currently 2 apiece.
How on earth is board
King
6
Barry,
ahead of board 4?
There then, Dob.
How on earth is board 6 ahead of board 4? Don't get me wrong, I'm just about to start my final game as well. They're still warming up at the minute. But I've had Hempel withdraw, I've had Steve Brown be called out, and I've had Cristo Reyes withdraw before the event. I've had 3 non-starting matches, and you've just started your last game ahead of mine.
Yeah, I've had 11 games, all of which have been 11, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 11 games, all of which have been played. And I'm on the last 8. One on that one. I've also had a 9. Is that on that board? Might have been on board 5. I've also had a 9 as well. Not that I'm bragging, Dob.
The second word is off. Scott, do you want to do this evening? Because Lee's just been sacked.
Tell you what,
I'll send
Ross Smith again. Ross Smith has again fluffed his lines, missed multiple darts to break the Ridds throw. Callum Ridds finds double 5 to lead 5-4. This game is just all over the place. Both Good averages, 97, 95 respectively. Smith has outscored Rids for large parts of this, but keeps fluffing his lines. And big opportunities. Again, hope everyone is well in the chat room. When this one's done, we're going to grab a quick 20-second ad break, because for the last hour, this has been absolute frenetic, boys, hasn't it?
Mad.
Absolute bonkers.
Phil, Callum Rids action.
Yeah.
A little bit up and down for me. It's a bit, you know, when Wadey had his bad patch for a couple of years, where he was up on the ball of his feet too much.
Yeah. I'm just looking. Ross Smith's action is absolute mint to watch.
Oh, mustard. It's just so solid, so basic. Nothing can go wrong with that.
Yeah. Ross. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's brilliant from Smith. 118 finish, but 5-all Rids throw. Just going back to the Rids action, the actual arm action I really like.
Yeah. It's just that raising of the leg, because you started doing that under pressure as well, and you pull darts low.
There's just a slight hop, but the actual arm action from Rids looks absolutely superb.
Yeah, but that little hop, that needs to go for me. Get yourself solid, get yourself flat.
Yeah. It's like the Hendo Rock. When it's on, it's on.
Yeah.
But Rids is in control on his own throw. Smith will go back to the middle part of the game when he missed multiple darts to break and then couldn't hold, and it went back and forth. But right now, unless Smith can find another treble, he does. He leaves a big finish. So at least now the 1-2-4, he's kept Callum Rids honest. There's a pause. One match start has come and gone for Callum Rids. He's missed the ball for a 1-2-4. Smith cannot take out 1-5-7. So Rids now coming back for 25. And Callum Rids gets over the line. He beats Ross Smith 6-5. Really good game, this one. 96 average from Rids, nearly 96 from Ross Smith, 95.19. Really, really good game, that one. It's a shame that there had to be a loser, because neither one of them would have wanted to draw each other. And those averages we've seen, that have beaten a lot of other players so far today as well. But it's not to be. Right, we're going to grab a quick ad break and we'll be back on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are, the UK Open Live 2021 here. Well, it's multi-boards. We have you all covered. Welcome along. Joined, as always, by our magnificent team. Come and say hello in the chat room. And, of course, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up if you like what you see, everyone, because that gets us higher in search engines and everything like that. So you'll be doing us a huge, huge favour. But guys, and of course, I know he said he's going to watch in and out when he can. Massive shout out for Chris Mason getting the bagel onto ITV as well. See, we've started something here, everyone. Mason dropping the bagel in on TV. But really, really good game from Rids there. Yeah.
Have you got it written down? What was the Wayne Jones Martine Clearmaker score earlier?
2 seconds.
Clearmaker 1-6-3.
I can't see it in Dark Connect.
6-3 to Clearmaker, but it was a weird game. Doesn't reflect the game.
There have been 10 games on stage 2 today, all refereed by George Noble. 6 of them have gone all the way. It's not even a myth.
Tell you what, I think warming up now. Is that Souter and Ashton on stage 2? No, it's not. It's Labanowski because I couldn't see through the PDC graphic. It looked like Souter's head for a minute.
One colour shirt, Phil.
Yeah, but you can't see through it because it's red. As soon as I saw through and there was no cross across it, you know it wasn't. Right, back in the game. Welcome along, everyone. Michael says, will you broadcast the draw live as well? We're probably not allowed to broadcast it live, mate. However, you will sit here and get our reaction as the balls come out the hat. Anyway, God, what was your stat from board 2?
6 out of 10 games today so far, refereed by George Noble, have gone to a deciding leg.
Going to come to board 6, Lee.
Yeah, so John Brown has just left 80 to win this one, sits free, but can only score 24. Chaz Barstow's got an opportunity here to break through with 82 and can't take it. So John Brown has got 56 left. It's not been a great standard for a round 3 game, but John Brown won't mind if he can take out this 56. He found himself a 3-all in this one, so he has reeled off a couple of leads and misses match start. So Chaz Barstow is coming back for double 20 to take this 5-4. Would be a break. Chaz Barstow misses as well. So Chaz Barstow did leave tops, but somehow has now left himself double 7. So it is now with John Brown, and action on board 6 is wrapped up with John Brown winning the final game on this board with a 6-3 win against Chaz Barstow.
Yeah, 100%. And Max Hop. And then it's interesting as well, guys, that Willie O'Connor has got the Under Armour on today as well.
I can't get used to that myself. I don't enjoy throwing in sleeves full stop. But yeah, throwing with an Under Armour, just not for me personally. I've tried it a couple of times, but nah.
Oh, shit.
Darcy, where you gone, lad?
2 seconds. My webcam turned itself off.
Bless it.
Webcam turned itself off. Went dead on me. Just thinking, if Max Hopp is still sponsored by Bald. Go on, Gob.
Is he? Just to give you a quick update
on
my board. So Madden Basma just gone 4-1 up on Jim Williams. Jim just not scoring very well to start that leg. Solid enough at the back end, but too little too late. And Keane Barry and Luke Woodhouse have just got underway. That's 0-0 at the minute.
Yeah, no, I'd only say that because I looked at the Shots website the other day and Max Hopp was on that, and I didn't think I'd seen him there. But yeah, he's still got balls on his shirt, as Willie O'Connor is also playing with the Windmill Vector stem. Something different. See, we notice all these things. We're a bit geeky here like that. As Lisa Ashton levels up against Labanauskas.
Hang on. Max is
Does she take out
an all-in-one setup as well. I'm not sure what they are. Without a closer look up, they look similar to maybe the Condors or Cosmos. Well, not Harrow's Click. They look like the Condors to me that Yellow Klassen not Yellow Klassen, Devon Peterson uses. I've got a set of them at the minute. I've got the Zero Stress one, but they look like the Axe. A lot of players are moving towards that style of equipment at the minute.
Yeah. Going to come to... Oh. No, it's all right. Going to come to board 7, and you, Scott. Josh Payne in control.
Yeah, in control is the word for that. Roby John, anytime he's had half a chance, he's just strayed into like the wrong bets and hit like 23s, 35, stuff like that. So Josh Payne leading 4-2, looking really strong for this hold the throw to go 5-2 up. I really don't see this one turning its head. And the last game I've got on board 8, Dirk Telnikes is leading Bielecki 3-2. I'm just waiting for the inevitable 9 data to come up. But I really like watching this guy. But he's averaging 20 points left. He's averaging about 15 points left in Dirk Telnikes, but as well about 3 each. So he must be doing something right. But yeah, 3 each in that one, and Josh Payne looking really good in the other one.
Again, I'm going to come to Gob on board. What is... Surely they're remote control cameras and not manually, because if they're manually controlled cameras and someone's drunk. Going to come to board 5 lead. Kieran Tian got rid of Danny Baggish in the last round, but he's up against it right now.
Yeah, it's just not turned up at all. It's currently averaging 77. And in this lead, Jats has got the throw and has done 100, 140. Peter Jats is 4-0 up. Averaged 103 in his first win today. Only 84 in this one, but in total control. Left 1-2-1 here after 9. But Kieran Tian, I'm not sure what's happening between that win against Badish to this performance. But averaging 77 in this lead, only scores of 60, 57 and 58. Really struggling to find a treble in this game at all.
What's the difference? And we spoke about it before, God. When you go from one of the stage boards to an outside board so quickly, it can be difficult.
Yeah, and it's proven the same for Keane Barry as well. He's only averaging 87 on threes, 2-0 down to Luke Woodhouse. Obviously, we said about him needing to play pretty much immediately. They held it off for about 10 minutes, but he's back on again now. It's just difficult to get that balance right then. How long do you actually want to take yourself to get ready? Your opponent's going to be sat there warming up on that board potentially, so they're getting a feel for that hockey in that environment as well. It's just unfortunate the way that sort of scheduling works, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's just the way it is. And someone, Reese, Phil's replied to Mardle, haha, just saying what I think. James says, is Suitor Game going to be moved off ITV now Barney is lost and they are running late? They don't normally move TV games, mate. It would have to be miles behind for them to move it, so I don't think so.
One less episode of The Professionals in between. However will we cope?
Well, Peter Jakes is close.
Yeah, so Kieran Tian at least in this led has hit a couple of trebles. Scores of 97 and 89, but either side of that has been a 57 and 60. But Peter Jats hasn't scored as well in this one, 60, 60 in a ton. So there's an opportunity for Kieran Tian to get something back in this. As I say that, Peter Jats 180 to leave 101. Kieran Tian on 198. I can't think of many chances that Kieran Tian's had in this one. Only scores 58 to follow that up. So if his 5 visits to the board is only 2 of those visits, is it a treble? The other ones have been scores of 57, 58 and 60. Peter Jats is 69 to leave double 16. So for the final game on board 5, Peter Jats could be coming back for double 16 unless Kieran Tian can take out the 140, just 100. So Peter Jats has got an opportunity here to wrap this up with a Badel. Very impressive win from him in round 2. Can he follow that up with a 6-0 win against Kieran Tian? It's not down to be 6-0. Only stores 23. Darts to Net has just changed his score there. We did say he left 40. Actually, he has left 32. He now leaves 9. Kieran Tian is coming back for tops and takes it out. So it won't be the Badel.
We're going to jump to
Kieran Tian playing in this. It won't last much longer.
We're going to jump to Gob on board 4. We've got a result.
Yeah, Manas Razma has just beaten Jim Williams 6-2. Razma takes out 108 for the match. Williams sat on 110. We said it earlier about Williams not quite getting over the line. He didn't do an awful lot wrong there. Played a pretty solid, steady game, but they were just missing that moment of brilliance to swing it back in his favour, if you like. And Razma, who's playing pretty well of late, takes that one 6-2 and is into the hat for the 4th round draw.
Yeah, Stage 2, Darius Labanauskas leads Lisa Ashton 3-1. Ashton only got herself to blame, but Gob, have you got something for us by that reaction?
Yeah, I have. Luke Woodhouse has just taken out 148 to go 3-1 up on Keen Barry. Double trouble in the previous leg that allowed Barry to get on the board, but that 148 is the break straight back again for Woodhouse. He's 3-1 up and throwing here in leg number 5.
Yeah, I was going to say Lisa Ashton should be level in this game. She only got herself to blame, missed doubles from the Lancashire Rose, and she was punished by the little Lithuanian. Darius Labanauskas leads 3 legs to 1. When they come to Scott on board 7 and 8, things are going on.
Yep, the last game's completely turned around. Sebastian Bielecki now will have 2 match starts to put out Kelnikes. He's squeezed his average back up to 88 and just waiting for that connect update where he can do it, and he can. Last start in hand to Sebastian Bielecki, who's produced 2 9-darters in his games, 1 for, 1 against, will be in the draw. And Roby John is looking good to take it to the Noble here, to be fair. He's on 88 with Josh Payne on 245. Josh Payne just had a disaster in the doubles for 2 legs in a row to allow the Austrian back in, but it's not a disaster in the game because he would have the darts in the last leg. But Roby John looking good for the Noble.
We've got a result from board 5, Lee.
Yeah, Peter Jatz has wrapped that up, and then Kieran Tian, unable to find the form that he had against Danny Badish. Only averaged 76 in this one, never really got going. Peter Jatz then punished. He himself only averaged 85, but was always scoring a lot better than Kieran Tian. So Peter Jatz will get his name into the hat for round 4 for tonight.
100%. Board 7. We've got a Noble.
We've got Noble. It's on Josh Payne's throw, but it's Roby John that started better. 57 for Payne. Is replied with 135 for Rodriguez. And Payne doesn't find the treble in the next visit. So Roby John has effectively stolen the darts, and he might well steal this game. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure how he's done it. Payne should have been long out of sight, but if you had to shove a fiver in the game, you go for RGR right now. And then a 180 for Josh Payne just to change all that. So great decider here.
Tell you what, Barzi, your final is looking in tatters at the minute. Keen Barry's 4-1 behind to Luke Woodhouse. Barry looked comfortable in that leg. He had left himself on 71. Woodhouse is back on 164, and he's missed the ball for it. Barry then scores 31, misses a dart at tops, and Woodhouse checks out 35 in the end. He scored the 129 from the 164 to go 4-1 in front.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'm not worried yet. On the main stage, Willie O'Connor trails 3-2 to Max Hop, but is in control on throw. Potentially going to go to 3 apiece. The Magpie. Again, we've seen moments of brilliance.
I think while we're waiting for that, Buzzy will go to Scott as the Noble leg is reaching a conclusion.
It's done. Roby John Rodriguez has won it. Josh Payne missed 2 darts at double 16. Oh my God, he just thrown that game away. I think he was 4-1 up or something, cruising like that. No idea how, but Roby John Rodriguez didn't win a tour card, but has managed to find himself in the 4th round of the UK Open. Fair play. He did the right things at the right moment.
Yeah. I mean, this one between Labanauskas and Lisa Ashton isn't a classic by all means. Both players only averaging 82. Lisa has missed so many darts at a double. She was brilliant in her first round game, but not happening for the Lancashire Rose at the moment. as there's a chance here though. Labanauskas has missed. Can Ashton break the Labanauskas throw? No, she comes in size 8 or 16 and 8. Labanauskas breathes a sigh of relief. And again, Labanauskas punishes Ashton, but again, Lisa had opportunities there. So Labanauskas won away. Let's jump back into the chat room quickly. I've done that one. When will the draw be done, do we think? It'll be a commercial break after the last game on the main stage.
Mm-hmm. That was the other point. Someone said earlier about moving the final game. They can't move the final game because they have to put the draw in as well. So that has to be complete in the order.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
I think Luke Woodhouse has just had 110 checkout to go 5-2 up. That's what he left, and it was Keynes' throw when I looked away to discuss the draw. Luke Woodhouse now 1 away against Keen Barry at 5-2, Barzi, and your final not looking good.
Fine. Not worried yet. I'm not sure.
Although, like I said, we are miles behind. I suppose we've got an hour to play 2 more games, plus the draw.
Arthur, you're actually incorrect in what you're saying there. I said it would be a Joe Cullen Keen Barry final. So if you're going to try and have a little swipe, at least get your dig right first, mate. Otherwise, you make yourself look like a tit.
Tell you what, the only game still going on the outside boards right now is Barry versus Woodhouse, and that could be over if Woodhouse takes this 167. After that, we are down to just the 2 streaming boards left, I believe.
Yeah, and I've got a result. Lisa Ashton has departed, beaten 6-2 by Darius Labanauskas. Wasn't a classic. Lisa had more than her opportunities to get the job done there. She missed big chances to break back at key times on the Labanauskas throw. Wasn't to be for the 4 times Ladies World Championship. It's all coming along nicely.
Luke Woodhouse has just beaten Keen Barry. Barzi, your final is no more. 6-2 win for Woody, 93 average from him, just an 86 from Barry. Found himself behind early on and never really got back into that one. So that is play on boards number 3 to 8 now complete. We've just got one more game left on board 2, which is coming up next. It's Christoph Kachuk against Kim Hybrecht. And then we're waiting on Hop versus O'Connor to finish on the main stage. Damon Hetter versus David Evans will follow that on board 1. And then Alan Suits and Mickey Mansell will also follow that on board 1.
Yeah, all good, all good. Lee, main stage, ton finish.
Yeah. Matt opposite of 1-1-8 though, 4-3 in front. Then in lead 8 he's hit 2 180s. Now finds himself 5-3 in front. In lead 9 he's putting another 180. He's now coming to the board for 1-2-1. Doesn't need to take it as O'Connor's on 250. It's only at 57 to leave 64, but we'll be coming back for 64 to wrap this one up on the main stage. So as that's the only one currently playing, if you just want to stay with me for this, O'Connor puts in a 140 to leave 110. Matt's up 64 to win this game and reel off 3 legs. Matt's takes it. Matt's wins 6-3.
There we have it. Hybrex and Kachuk warming up at the moment. Let's jump back into the chat room. Brian says, is Lisa out of the tournament? Unfortunately, mate, yes, she is. KR3000 says, guys, you're so quiet today. You're normally busy jumping into each other. Yeah, it's just the way the games have gone, mate. They've sort of like overlapped quite well today, where before, when we're all looking after the boards, they've clashed. Today they've just sort of like dominoed quite nicely with each other. That's all, but we're all still good, mate. Don't worry about that.
And there's less boards. There's less boards, so there's less need for us to tell you big things that are going on. And also, we're quite aware that normally when we do that, there's only 3 of us. There's 4 of us, potentially 5 on at times today. So we're sending each other little messages to try and set each other up to know what we want to talk about next, what's going on each board, depending on how important things are, so that we're not just a screaming, shouting mess as a team.
Organised chaos, some would say, Dob. Organised chaos.
Tony, our pleasure, mate. Not a problem at all. Whilst we've got a little lull in proceedings, I'm going to the loo. Unless anyone else has got anything they need quickly, production-wise.
No.
Oh, good.
No? Good.
Oh.
Good.
Someone's asking if Hop and O'Connor had issues before. I don't remember. I know O'Connor's had problems with German crowds. Was it specifically Hop?
It was Hop and O'Connor, I think. Someone just tweeted, take me back to this moment as well. And it was one of them squaring up to the other on stage in front of a crowd. So, yeah, big fan of that. Oh, I've missed a game. Sorry, I've not finished. Board number 3, I've got another game in play. Scott Taylor, Adam Hunt. I've jumped the gun.
Yeah, I was going to say there is 2 underway at the moment. Also, Dob, just one for you, I guess. Because this morning, you didn't put it on, however, you did say there would be 2 9-darters this tournament. How many do you think there'll be the rest of the weekend? No, we've already had 2.
1 more.
And
I think we'll see 1 more.
Just 1?
I'll go 2 more then.
Yeah, just 1.
Bielecki's still in the tournament. Bielecki's still in, so that's a guaranteed one.
As long as
MPG likes to
we'll see more.
Bielecki
And James Wade. James Wade is a 180 magnet. AD Lewis is still yet to play. He's normally good for 1.
If we don't have 1 tonight, I'll be disappointed.
Question in the chat room, is the 4th round also played on 8 boards? Yes, it is, Michael. So there'll be 32 players that come out of this afternoon's play. They'll be matched up with the 32 seeds in the draw for the 4th round later. And then there'll be 4 games per board this evening. And I think is it tomorrow we drop down to 4? Jar or no? Jar will pop up in the chat room any second and let us know how many boards we play on tomorrow. I think it's 2 in the multi-board, stage 2 and stage 1. We drop down to 4. I'll tell you what, good game on 1. Adam Hunt has gone 1-0 up on Scott Taylor. 116 average. What's that? Is that 13 dart leg?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
12
107's
to 125
14.
and a 14 to 107. Yeah.
Yeah.
13 dart leg for Hunt to open.
Yeah. Just catching back up. Go. Have you answered some of the stuff in the chat room?
Have answered some of them. So said about 4 boards tomorrow afternoon, 2 stages in the evening, and we're playing on all 8 this evening as well. 32 matches, 4 per board. Claire Patterson, has Ryan Joyce played yet? No. Cristo Reyes pulled out this morning. I think that was his opponent. Let me just double check. He withdrew after the draw had been made. So Ryan Joyce gets a bye straight into the 4th round. He won't play until this evening. Keep an eye out after the 2 games left on the main stage finish, and they'll have the draw live for you. On that one, we'll also talk you through it and react to that as and when it happens. I might have to go and sit in front of my TV for that, because watching that on ITV Player is not going to be quick enough. You're all going to see it way ahead of me.
Yeah, absolutely. Arthur says Steve Brown had to rush from his hotel room to play Scott Waits because he felt he was on. I thought the police players knew when they were playing. There's no set times. I know what board they're on, but it's down to them to be ready and waiting to play. He said on his Twitter video or something like that he said the practice room was too busy, so he went upstairs to have a practice in his room and got it wrong. So there we go. Like we say, Kim Hybrex 1-1, won the first leg, but then got broke straight back, and he's in Dane. Oh no, sorry, Kachuk's going to hold here. Just looking at the Hybrex dart, it looks like the one that we've seen. Yes, it's the one that we've seen recently. I'm not sure I like that all black one though, Gob, like that with the black dart with a little bit of red, black flight and black stem, sort of like camouflages itself in certain segments of the board.
Kim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look at that dart.
I much prefer his neon flights, the pink or the yellow. I mean, he traditionally throws with black, but yeah, that completely loses it in the board for me.
Yeah. Giles answered that. Yep, literally, there's no seeding protection at all. So when John McDonnell gets his balls out on the stage, wink, and they pull them out of the bag, we could potentially see Peter Wright play Gerwyn Price play Michael Van Gerwen, Gary Anderson play Gerwyn Price. What have you got for us there, Lee?
I'm just watching board 2 and just seeing Kim Ibrex take out a 150. 2 treble 20s, double 15, break to throw, and 2-1 in front for Kim Ibrex on board 2.
Yeah.
Completely agree with Jar in the chat room. Once again, David Evans does have a fantastic shirt. I wonder why that is. We're everywhere. We are everywhere.
When you know, you know.
David's name. When's Adrian Lewis playing? It'll be this evening at some point. He is automatically into the draw for the 4th round. That's when the last top 32 come in. So he'll play after 7 p.m. tonight. We won't know exactly what time until the draw's done. The boards are allocated. Decided that way. Probably, I suppose it depends on the draw. If he gets one of the absolute big boys, it'll be main stage or stage 2. If not, it'll be in a decent slot on 3 or 4, you'd guess. Won't fall too far on the boards, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Arthur, I think you're possibly the first person that's ever said that.
Richie Burnett and Andrew Gilding to watch. No, thank you.
Oh, Burnett I could watch all day because he's just fascinating to watch.
Yeah, and a Bruce Lee movie.
Could you imagine, right, if we're constructing a dart player, can we put together Richie Burnett, Mensur Suljovic and Dave Chisnell?
And John Henderson, they've got a rock before they kick it.
Yeah, could you imagine? That would be brutal.
With Ryan Searles dart. Yeah, Dan Blackshaw says the Hunter playing solid. Jerry's mate, he is 4-0 up on Scott Taylor now on board 3. He's got a throw here in leg 5 as well. Only opened up 59 in this one. And a 140 for Scott. But 135 from Adam gets him back on track once again. He is looking very, very good at the minute, like you said.
Yeah, this board 2 game is absolutely weird. It's 2-all. There's just breaks of throw everywhere.
We would be using the alert for any other player. Is it out till next tournament? No, that is the Barney alarm. It is not a whoever we fancy alarm. That is back in the closet until we need it again.
Everyone loves that alarm. Just scrolling through, making sure we're not missing anything on social media. I don't know. Just with Jar's reply there, I can always make a new alarm.
We've got 2 hours to kill in between. We can just rerun old clips of Barney if you want. How have I gone from being the one that gets wound up by it to just stirring the pot every time that Jar has a mare? An absolute meltdown. It's absolutely brilliant. I'm almost on Team Barney at the minute. I never thought I'd see the day. Adam Hunt, by the way, 5 now, taking out 107. Absolutely flying. Taylor with the darts here in leg 6 gone 96, 140 though. So looking like he should avoid the bagel. Which, by the way, a quick reminder that Chris Mason has dropped into ITV for coverage for us. We're just setting trends here at Online Darts. But yeah, we're on for that here.
Yeah, 100%.
That being said, a 140 from Adam gets him back in.
What a thing of beauty on ITV4. Surely I'm the best person out of the 4 of us to talk about amazing shirts. And I can see David Evans in one with a lovely logo on today.
No bias here at all.
Never.
Potential match starts coming in for Adam Hunt. Scott Taylor found himself on 179 and just hit a 155 to lead 24. But Hunt wants 147. And he scores 111. He's just potentially missed a dart at double 18 for the match. Taylor coming back, and he's gone inside on all 3. That is criminal. I've already seen that happen once today. But he's gone inside the 12, inside the 6, and inside the 3. And Adam Hunt makes him pay with 36 in one dart. 6-0 win for the Hunter, 96 average, 10 points clear of Scott Taylor, who was pretty steady early on in the day. But that is a win for the Hunter, and he is in the hat for round 4. Actually, after his TV performances at the back end of last year, he's not one you want to see your name come out against later when Wazza and Mace do the draw for us.
When they pull the numbers out of the hat. A lot of love for David Evans on the TV as well.
Starts with a maximum as well. That's glorious. We said about Ross Smith's action, by the way. David Evans, no bias in when we say this. It is solid.
Yeah, 100%. Tough game as well. Heta played really well in the Super Series. But on board 2, Kachuk and Hybrex level at 3 apiece as well.
I'll tell you what, boys, it's been a long day already. I mean, we're sat here at 4:15. We started at 10:30 today, a little bit earlier than we're used to starting. We still got another entire session to go. We're going to be with you guys between 5 and 7 as well. We're not cutting out. We're just going to rotate a few people in, try and have a bit of a discussion and round up what's gone on today. And then we are launching our new fan competition. It's going to be running all year long, which does actually involve you guys throwing some darts as well. We're really looking forward to that one, but that will be revealed once play is finished. We just got the 2 stream games going on a minute, so there's 4 of us here. We're all watching those, trying to take it in and bring you updates on those.
Yeah.
You've got Kachuk plus Hydrex on board 2 and Heta Evans on board 1. Chris says this is going to go to the Noble with Noble referee again. Yeah, probably. 10 games on that stage today. George Noble has refereed. 6 of them have gone to a deciding leg already. Noble and the Noble leg are very much here to stay by the looks of things. That record is not changing anytime soon.
Again,
many
this game's taken. They're both making an absolute pig zero of this.
Yeah, so they've both missed. David Evans has missed 9, I think. Might be 8. Has now taken the lead, but Heta himself had missed 6. After lead 1, we've got David Evans, who's averaging 60, and Damon Heta averaging 61. A lot of missed darts at a double, but it's Evans who takes the early lead in the game on the main stage.
Yeah. And on board number 2 or stage 2, it's looking as if Kim Hybrex is going to level up at 4 apiece.
Yeah, he's been scoring all right from the looks of things, Barzy. He's just not had that consistency in and around of finishing. I want to talk about Kim quickly, though, while we've got the opportunity to, and his lack of going for big shots at the minute when his opponent is sat on 1 as well. We've seen it punish him at the World Championships. We've seen him get punished for it earlier on last season as well. He did it to Andy Bolton at the weekend and opted to lay up to leave double 16 with Bolton on 167, and it cost him the match. When is he going to learn that if your opponent is on a finish, players aren't scared of them anymore? Players aren't scared of that bravado. It just doesn't work. The Della, for instance, is probably the most famous happening of it. But seriously, if you've got a chance to win a leg, go and win the leg.
Look, I get doing it every now and then to play some mind games on people. If it's in a big moment in a game and you sense your opponent is struggling perhaps, or something I kind of get those doing it every now and then in big moments. But yeah, you can't do it all the time because you get punished.
Yeah. Like he does keep getting punished. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And as well, Lee, Damon Hatter just made a schoolboy error on the main stage.
I apologise. I was looking at the high game, so I didn't see.
He did a Johnny Clayton and left 163. His setup was poor.
From 207 as well. So he scored 44. I don't get if he's gone 20. I mean, he might have gone 2019 and back up and deflected. I'm just seeing it now. 19 first dart, 20 second dart, drags it into the 5. That'd be why. Counting was there, but
Hetter's struggling there a bit by the look of it.
18.
Yeah, we had 78. It's in treble 1 first start, and then going for 25 ball, and then David Evans takes out 106. What a checkout! So David Evans is 2-0 in front of me. Hatter is struggling. Phil, 100% agree. Looks like he's not enjoying it at all.
As good as Damon Hatter was at the weekend, the last time we seen him on TV was at the Worlds, where as good as Baggish was, he gave Baggish so many opportunities to do that to him. So maybe, I don't know, is there a bit of stage fright?
Possibly, mate. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, looking at that first visit in lead 3, first starts in 5, sorry, and then when he does switch down, it only just comes into the 19. So he's struggling, averaging just coming up on the street, averaging 67. Hatter really struggling. Obviously, there's plenty of missed starts in lead 1, but isn't finding it easy on that main stage.
No, not at all.
Tell you what, this Kachuk Hybrex game is just littered with misses. Kim just missed double 15 for a 150, and then messed around on the 30, went 14 and missed 2 on double 8. Kachuk missed 5, but eventually Kim's double 2 to go 5-4 up. Kim's got the darts in this one, 140 ahead before Kachuk throws, but it's an absolute carnage at the minute.
Yeah. Up until that last leg, Kachuk's finishing was really, really good. Obviously, he's plummeted to 45%, but he was up around the 70% mark up until that last leg. This would be somewhat of a surprise, boys, as well, because the way Hybrex has played recently, you'd have fancied him here.
Oh, massively. Like I said, I'm convinced that him and Yeller, who also lost earlier, have shown those glimpses that the form is coming back. Not necessarily that put them in the Premier League, but certainly that form is on the way back and they're going to start winning and start getting further and further in events. To be honest, the scorelines we're seeing on both boards at the minute are probably a little bit of a shock. We expected Kim to come through that one. Hatter made the final of the Super Series day 4 the other day. Been playing pretty solid. He's not really got going yet, and Evans has made the most of that. As Hybrex pins 41 to take us to another noble leg.
Oof.
And big moments on the main stage, Lee.
Yeah, Evans
Scott,
has
talk us
just
through
gone. Don't stop.
Oh, well, Damon Hatter's 157 gets the 2 trebles and comes low on tops, as you might do if you wanted to play it safe. Evans on 97, treble 19, low on tops, pins double 10, and it's 3-0.
Thing is, you got to forget, David Evans is still a baby in professional terms as well. He's still getting used to all this, but we've seen moments from him.
Big check out there from Evans for the 97. An interesting moment on board 2. So Kachuk from 121 leaves himself on 24. And Hybrex on 170 leaves himself on top. So he hits the ball just to prove that he can, puts the pressure onto Kachuk, who has missed 3 at double 12.
Oh.
Kachuk came inside on that last start on 12 to leave himself on double 6. I've seen so many people go inside on double 6 today and on the double 3 to leave themselves on 3. I think I'm a little bit behind, guys, so I'm not sure if we've actually seen what goes on. Scott, you're reacting to it.
Yeah, just I'll leave you to see if you want.
What do we have? Kim goes around the houses. What's going on here? Kim's on double 5 now on my screen. Kachuk on 12. I'm seeing in the chat that he misses 3 more at 6s and 3s. I said it. We've seen it. I've seen it missed so many times today. It has not been people's friends at all. Inside first start from Kachuk, not where you want to be. Especially not for a man of Kachuk's size. To pin double 3 is incredibly difficult. He has not missed that last start by much. That is just on the top wire of the double 3. And with 3 in hand, I've just got Dart Connect to load as well. Kim Hybrex is in the draw for the 4th round. Let's see how he does it.
Kim had his
First dart, deliberately high. Second dart, edges a little bit closer. Third dart attacks it into the left-hand corner of the double 5, and the Belgium has just burgled a win past Christoph Kachuk to see him into the draw for round 4.
And he put his darts away, or not away, but they were in his towel. He didn't even have them in his hands when Kachuk was throwing.
I hate that as a player. I genuinely despise that as a player if I'm throwing.
I'm not going to lie, I hold my hands up, and if Bag's watching, because obviously I practice a lot with Bag, I used to do this, and this was one of his pet hates, and I used to do it to wind him up, and I used to find myself doing it a lot. That deliberately, I'd make sure that I threw him on the table so people could hear it.
Yeah. It's either throw them on the table behind so the player knows you've done it, or when you take them out of the board, they're in the pocket as you're walking past them. If you're going to put your darts away, you let that player know. It's such an old mind game. I despise it as a player when it's done against me. But I know exactly how to do it. If I want to do it to an opponent and get in there.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to lie. I do it. I put them on the table deliberately. Just give it a little rattle so you can hear it as well. Not that we condone gamesmanship. Nah.
No. My favourite playing online against my friends at the minute is the old set up something like my favourite. Like I'm very much a double 14 hitter or a double 16 hitter. Tee up one of them and just look at, or a 170 even. Leave the big fish because my friends know that I've got the ability to hit that. And just turn around to them, no matter what they're on, and just go, don't miss. As if I think I'm taking out the 170.
This is a new one I've not seen before. The hands in pockets from Damon Hatter.
Yeah, he big misses. It's see Evans can take it. Yeah, Evans 5-0 up now against Hatter. Hatter missed 2 in this, 2 maybe 3 doubles in this one. 2 the one before. I have it now as 13 missed darts at a double by Damon Hatter. And yeah, to your point, Stott, it seems every time he has a bad visit or misses doubles, he's both hands in his pockets, walking away, not very happy at all. But I've not seen him be like that before. But it seems like his head has gone completely.
Yeah, 100%. It's all over the place, to be fair.
As is Dark Connect.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that Dark Connect are trying to do the main stage and stage 2 remotely.
Yeah. Someone's put
that they've got people. Yeah, they've got people in the offices watching it or whatever and trying to do it remotely.
Yeah.
Well, Sean, tut, Mr. Bud. Yeah, I know.
One away. And we still have one more game after that to come as well. Alan Suter against someone. Should have looked. Mickey Mansell is still to come.
Yeah.
That won't be quick, will it?
Get your popcorn ready. Could be a while. Another one, God, when you're playing. Are you a flight flicker on the quiet?
No.
When you know what you're doing?
And a dart rattler. You even think about readjusting your darts in your hand behind me, and I'm going to shoot you a look that could put you 6 foot under before you can say sorry.
And to be fair, I don't even do that. I saw like again. I have my hands in the darts, so I just give them a little rattle.
No, cannot stand it. I'm quite specific about my darts, right? And I tend to have distinguishing factors on my setup. So when I used to throw a couple of years ago, I used to have 3 different colour flight protectors. That doesn't make a massive difference to the visual aspect of the dart. But because I don't like playing against players that are slow, so that I'm not focusing on them and getting agitated by how slow they play, I used to order them in a specific order, and it wasn't about throwing the darts in that order. I'm not superstitious. That didn't mean a thing to me. It was, if I put these darts in the right order, but while I'm stood behind my opponent, I have something to focus on that isn't them taking 10 minutes to throw a dart and frustrating me. And I do it now. Yeah. I throw clear plastic stems, and they've got like air bubbles in a different place, and I will specifically order them in a certain order or that sort of thing. So it's quite a niche thing, and I will put them in order, but I will make sure they don't make any noise whatsoever. It's quite a tight grip in my hand when I'm stood behind someone. Not a fan of any of that, because I know how much it gets to me.
I know, I'm not going to lie, I'm a wind-up merchant.
Shocking.
Yeah, I'm a wind-up merchant, I'm not going to lie.
Right. All that says to me, Barzy, is you don't think you can beat me without it, which means I'm already 1-0 up.
I think I can beat anyone. I just like watching. I just like winding people up.
Oh, we've seen from your Twitter feed. Don't you worry about that. Damon Hatter, guys, has just avoided the bagel. He's got one back on the board. It's 5-1, but Evans is now throwing for the match. Dan, completely agree. We've seen it pop up a couple of times now in the comments. I think the OD patch is so glorious, it's distracting to Hector and he can't focus. Yeah, if only that had happened to Callum Riggs earlier, then Ross Smith would have edged through as well. Like we said, we have got it on a few players' shirts for the season, I believe, Phil. There was a few scores, some guys unfortunately not getting through. Aaron Monk was one of those, but we're on 3 this weekend at the UK Open. Keelan Kay, Ross Smith and David Evans, and boy, are we happy to be there.
100%. And on the main stage.
Yeah. As you can see, I'm slowly building up a collection. I'm going for the ultimate cards and matched used flights from the players. So I've got Bunting and Wade at the minute. David Evans, on his ultimate card picture, the OD logo isn't there. It's on his sleeve, and he's turned slightly to show it to the camera. So that one is on the way. I've absolutely made sure of that one. His card and his flights are on the way to put in a box on my wall as well. But that is very much dictated by the fact that OD logo is on show in that Ultimate card. Go and get yourselves one. You get it on his eBay page and all that sort of stuff as well.
Oi, OD, go through. Sorry, Renita.
Yeah. I think, is that revenge from Super Series Day 4 as well?
I think so, yeah.
Because I know Evans ran into Wadey back-to-back day 1 and 2, but I'm pretty sure they did meet at some point in the Super Series as well. Not to be for Damon, like we said, his last couple of TV outings haven't been that great. He made the final of the Super Series on Sunday, just gone. But David Evans has beaten him 6-1 with the silky throw.
Yeah.
And he is in the draw for later.
Yeah, we have one game to go. Darts Mad, hi all, how are we doing? Hope everyone is well. All good in our chat room. It's been sensational so far today. It's been absolutely on fire. Of course, make sure you stay with us through the day. We're not going to go anywhere. Even if it overruns, we're not going to stop the stream. We're just going to carry on waffling some baloney. And if you guys want to hang around, more than welcome to. But in between games, we're just going to get a quick 20-second ad break in, and we'll be back on the other side of... Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are, the 2021 UK Open Live, the watch-along with us here at Online Darts. Welcome to the channel. We are just over 6 hours in to our live stream for the day, and we've still got plenty of action to come your way. So welcome along, everyone. Please make sure you hit that subscribe button for us. Turn notifications on so you never miss any of the action here at Online Darts with us. Again, the chat room, you have been absolutely sensational so far today, but it's not half time yet. We've still got them all to come. Nico says, I'm missing the Oasis puns yet. We saved them just for when Liam Gallagher turns up, mate. We can't be doing them all the time. You're welcome, Ant. Not a problem at all, mate. Glad you are all here along with us. We are here bringing you the best content we possibly can. And as lockdown comes towards an end, we've got some great stuff planned. Fingers crossed for you for the rest of the year. So make sure you get involved with our channel. And again, quicker you get us up these subscriber numbers, the better it will be. But guys, while we've got a quick ad break going on TV here so far, standouts from today, we'll go from Lee first.
I'm going to deal with Sebastian Bielecki. Obviously, I've seen his 9-darter against Jim Ewing, but then he's done on not only just to hit that 9-darter, but got himself a place into round 4. Very good run. Didn't see his second or third round down, but it's good to see him, that 9-darter, not holding him back and him being able to push on and let a place in there. And of course, Online Darts logo being on TV. That would be mine.
Of course. Standard. Scott, for you, stands out so far?
I'd say in terms of a player, I would go Peter Hudson. I think in all 3 games he's been in total control, playing a good average, and will be a problem for anybody, regardless if he's on the stage or not. But in terms of a performance, a match, it's one I didn't watch. John Henderson's comeback against Matthew Edgar just has, it's got all the things that just tick my boxes. So yeah, Hender's performance for me, but Peter Hudson would be the man to watch.
Gob, for you?
In terms of overall for the day, I've been really impressed with John Brown. He's beat Gavin Carlin, Nathan Rafferty, Chaz Barstow. Individual match performance. Scott Waits was exceptional after having to wait around for Steve Brown that never turned up in his following round. And actually, that Evans performance we've just seen then, that's a good win for David. He gets revenge on a 6-0 loss against Damon just last week. He also beat Stefan Seatman earlier. Not had the start to PDC life as we thought he might, given his pedigree on the Challenge Tour last year, taking some tough losses in the Super Series, 2 to Wadey, 1 to Hector. I don't think he won a match on the Saturday either. So in terms of form and that, he wasn't really carrying any. So 2 good wins there for David into the draw for round 4. Yeah,
no, agreed. I think for me, the standout one-off was obviously Lisa in the first round, beating Aaron Beanie. A ton plus average for her on TV, which was amazing. Sadly, didn't back it up in her second round 1, but the first round game, absolutely outstanding. So, yeah, looking forward to where that goes. But yeah, look, I just think it's been a good day. Again, into the chat room. CDC are here, guys. Our pleasure to have you on board. Ollie says, what time's the draw? Giles answering, yeah, it'll be after this game. So between 5:15, somewhere like that. Bear in mind, you must take into account it's Mickey Mansell, so it might be 5:30 if it goes to 11 legs.
Yeah, but Noble's not reffing, so...
You watch, they'll be spiteful. They'll put him on the main stage for the last one. Go on, George, go and do this one. Adam Hunt played some really good stuff there. He's just been on TV. They're just showing him. So, yeah, look, just a really good afternoon of darts. But don't be going anywhere. Yeah, you guys, talking to you. Because we are here until the very last dart is thrown this evening. No matter what time that is, we will be here. And we can't wait. Just looking on what's going on. John Brown talking on stage now. Again, just looking at some of the bodies up there. Jim Williams has been up and down today. Not sure where Jim's game is at the moment, Gob.
Say that again.
Not sure where Jim Williams' game is really at the moment. It's a strange one.
Yeah, he started well and put in a really good performance in round 2. Round 3, he didn't play badly. He averaged 94, 95, I think, but just did not get the result. Never looked like he was going to put Razma under any sort of pressure towards the back end of that game and sort of faltered. He's one that should, with the ability that he's got, with the wins that he's had in the BDO, be competing and arguably be a top 64 player. But he's just not getting there, and something needs to click for Jim, I feel.
Yeah, no, 100%. Ollie asks in the chat room, loving the stream, guys. At work at 40, won't be here this evening. So we'll let you off. Are you streaming again tomorrow? Yes, we are doing tomorrow as well because it's multi-board. We're not going to do Sunday. Look, I know you guys love us, but let's be fair, you'd all rather watch it live on TV than with us with only one board. But we will do tomorrow as it's multi-board for you all. Because at the end of the day, if you guys weren't here and weren't coming along for this ride, we wouldn't do it. So it's because of you guys we're still here and we're still going strong. tell you what, can ITV string this out anymore?
Considering they're struggling for time, yeah.
Yeah. Michael says, what did you think of Barney? Good question. Who wants to go first?
I don't really know, to be honest. It was just an 88 average. He missed that spark in his performance. I think I thought that 152 was going to be it. I thought that was the moment that ignited the performance, but he found himself trailing early on. Couldn't really carve out the break opportunity that he needed to get back into the match. And as such, it was a little bit flat, if I'm being honest. I don't know if that was the absence of the crowd or anything like that, but it wasn't the dizzying heights that we saw at Q School or in the Super Series when he went on to win an event last week.
Yeah, agreed. Scott, for you?
Yeah, I'm not reading much into this. I'm giving them a bye because you wouldn't get much harder draws in that round. It was a big test, and yes, he failed it today, but he passed it against Suter on the Saturday when he won. So, am I disappointed with him? No, but he's done enough in the week that he's already been a professional again to let me say, give him another go. He's been good so far. Just let us one slide.
Yeah, for you, Lee?
Yeah, I'd mirror what Stott said. It's hard to say. He's come up against a difficult opponent in Alan Suter. Obviously, a lot of talk was around Barney being back, but to play Alan Suter, and we've had the coverage from Q Stall and then the Super Series of how well Alan Suter's been playing. It was potentially the most difficult draw that you could get in that round two. So we had the win last weekend. It'll be interesting to see how he pushes on in any upcoming tournaments. I'm trying to think when the next one is. Is it 2 weeks, Phil? The next Super Series?
16th, I think. Is it 16th or 17th? So, yeah, a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, weekend off next week, I think, and then it's the following Friday. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes back then, but it's hard to take anything away from him because, like we've seen, since he's come back, he's already won a floor event. So just a shame we couldn't see him win a game on TV.
Yeah, to be fair, the most important thing about Barney for me was even though we lost and he was behind, I didn't see the head shaking and everything else that goes with it. That was the important thing for me. And I liked that. I liked what I saw in that we didn't have old, grumpy Barney that was always moaning and whinging. So forget the result. That was the important thing for me.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're having this conversation and Jar hasn't popped up in the comments. I was expecting Jar to pop up at some stage when we're discussing Barney, but nothing as of yet.
Going into the chat room, I've done that one. I knew Stoots would cane him. Great player. Next 24 hours. Look, I think Yoza will struggle today, mate. I just don't think he's match ready. It's great to see him back, but I don't expect much from him yet. Don't get me wrong, it'd be great if he does, but I just think after that operation, it's asking a lot to come straight back. Look, we've seen Suter, really good player. Just the action worries me a little bit in terms of a technical aspect. And we spoke about that earlier, God, didn't we? The fact that there's that turn of the wrist, and when it's on, it's on. A bit like Kyle Anderson was back in the day.
Yeah.
But if it's slightly off, it's going to go astray from a technical point of view.
Yeah. I don't think the twist is as dramatic as we used to see from Kyle. It's one solid movement as well. It used to be like a bit of a pause with Kyle's, but there is a concern. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I would be worried that if he's off, it is going to be because the hand is overworking for me and having to rotate and release at the right time, not only in the forward and back motion, but in terms of straightening up the wrist as well.
Stop, with that one. Do you think that Sorry, just to add on that, Dob, do you think that will affect him more in a longer length game? Obviously, at the moment, it's only first to six. But in where we go into any set play or we go first to 10 and more, do you think that then will impact him more?
Possibly. I think it's harder to be consistent with that. When you've got so many different identities and I don't know, building blocks you throw, if one's off and it affects your game massively, then yeah. The best throws for me are the complete most basic ones. MVG's is just straight up and down. Adrian Lewis, straight up and down. Gary Anderson, straight up and down. Phil Taylor, okay, he had a pause, but he set his dart correct, and there was just a solid forward and back motion. The ones that break down the most are the ones that overcomplicate it, that try and do too much.
Yeah. No, 100%. Completely agree. Someone's asking when the draw is. It's after this game that is on TV now, guys. So don't worry, loving the stream. Thank you very much. Do you expect MVG to step up this weekend? Look, he didn't do a lot wrong in the Super Series. His average was always a ton or around the high 90s. Sometimes you just run into people that are playing exceptionally well, like he did with Johnny Clayton. So look, these things happen. He hasn't done a lot wrong this year. Curtis says, another ITV ad break. Yeah, they're certainly packing them in. Michael says, do you already know of any players that have underperformed that will go down the rankings? Look, the rankings is all money dependent, as we spoke about on the live lounge before. There's a few players defending an absolute truckload of money this year. So they have to defend that. Only time will tell if they do. But I'm going to try something here. Live Darts Data are probably best for this, won't it?
Yeah, because it'll update dart by dart.
Yeah, because Dart Connect's, for the want of a better word, having a meh. So I'm going to tee this up. And we are underway on the main stage. So, what was it me, or was that an overhyped break?
Yes, because they had
that gap didn't need to be that long.
No. Because they had the interview with John Brown, that fair enough, but when you push for time, you don't really need that. Then go to an ad break, then build this game up. It was, even if we weren't behind schedule, I'd probably say it was too much.
Yeah, 100%. But the last game is underway. The guys will talk you through it. I'm just cropping the graphic for you guys. We're changing site for this one. So give me a second.
Oof. There's a bold second that. I know he's not in the finish, but still.
The setting of the dart from Suter is quite weird as well. I know we're massively over talking his action in comparison to what we do with a lot of other players, but it starts out and wide, a bit like Joe Cullen as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
Take a 1-0 lead over Mickey Mansell.
Why has it done that?
Oh, we can't have another.
Back-to-back 180s for Mansell.
Surely not.
Mickey. No.
Suter hits one of his own as well. But 3-1-8 this leg.
Yeah, true.
Scored for the Cyclone. We might see another one now. Suter has the ability to fire another one in. What a leg this is. He does fire one in. We've had 4 180s in this leg. 4 180s, 2 apiece. Suter hit a ton before his. Mansell hit 87 to leave 54 for his. And it goes in 2 darts, an 11 dart hold of throw for Mickey Mansell. 106 to 111 the averages at the minute. Both players out the blocks strongly. Suter starts leg 3 with a 140. Some unbelievable scoring from these two.
Yeah.
Who leaves 41 after 9 and doesn't get a dart at it?
Yeah, I think Alan Suter's had 12 darts at the treble 20, and he's hit the treble 20 11 of those 12 times. 12 out of 13.
That's mad.
13 out of 14. Oh, it's 15, Zeke. I was wondering why not, but there you go. So 13 out of 14, 12 out of 20, Alan Suter.
Not bad. From the Scotsman.
Just place the Lucasade order with me, brother. Need some more streaming fuel. What? Suter 46 after 9 in this one. He left 41 after 9 in leg 2. He left 46 after 9 here in leg 3. His first 9 average must be through the roof right now. But he does hit 30, double 8. Mansell can't do anything with the 161. He finds himself off 65, 25 the last dart. Sensible to leave a 2 dart instead of a 3 dart finish. And Suter back for double 8. No score. Alan Suter's scoring has been fantastic. We haven't had a chance to criticise his doubles in leg 2. He didn't get a dart at 1, but he's potentially letting leg 3 slip here. And he has let leg 3 slip. Mickey Mansell steals leg 3 with a 96 checkout. Alan Suter is averaging 106. I tried to think what his first 9 average is. But he finds himself behind 2-1 to Mickey Mansell.
Yeah.
Just jumping into the chat room. Andy says, "Hi, gents. Nice to see you all. Nice to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us." Luke says, how is Mensur Suljovic getting on? He's probably warming up or messing around for a bit. He is automatically in the draw for the 4th round as one of the top 32 players in the world. He will not start until at least 7 o'clock later on.
Yeah, see, this is a really tough one to approach, God, because if you're a top player, obviously you've got most of them like 2.5, 3 hours prep time, haven't they, in the practice room to get ready.
Minimum. The difficulty they've got now is they've potentially got to be ready for 7, which is about an hour's notice from when the draw is done and then the stage allocation is given. They've potentially got another 4.5 hours to wait.
That's what I mean. How did you judge this?
Horribly. Especially if you're a player that, all right, they still do drink, especially if you're a player that plays with alcohol.
Yeah.
More importantly,
yeah,
that
100%.
96 that Mansell took out to win leg 3, by the way, was absolutely broken suitor. We saw a smug and a reaction from him at the back of the stage. The first dart went into the big 5. He then went treble 17 tops. Suits, however, shrugging it off and in position to break straight back. He's gone 140, 140, 85, wants 136 after 9. Mansell back on 201. 96 from Suits leaves tops. Let's see if he can get the job done at the top of the board instead of in the southwest corner. $81 from Mansell leaves Shanghai. And he hits tops first dart. Alan Suter to level back up at 2 apiece. More. Any update on RVB? Yeah, he fell in the previous round to Alan Suter.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure what points Mickey Mantle's using, but the boards are a bit battered.
It is taking a bit of a tonking.
Yeah, that'll be why. I recognise those points in Mickey Mantle's darts.
Do you? Are they provided by a certain Australian that lives near the south coast of England?
I possibly couldn't comment if they were manufactured near Waterlooville.
Yeah. But it's not the points, and it's not him, and it's not.
Yeah. Suitors on a charge. Don't bust it. Could you imagine?
Jack Wilson's jumped in. He said, "Good job, lads, being in and out. How many 170s today and any 9 darters? Where have you been? You obviously haven't jumped in enough today, Jack. We've had 2 9 darters already, and Sebastian Bielecki was involved in both. The 17-year-old Polish man hit one in his first round game earlier today, and then in his second round game, Jitse van der Waal hit one back against him. He then won his round 3 game as well. So Bielecki, the 17-year-old, possibly one of the stories of today. In terms of 170s, boys, one?
I've definitely seen one.
Yeah,
who hit
there
the
was
one earlier?
Wasn't on any of my boards. Don't.
It was on my board. It was on board 2. Who was it?
It was early on. It was very early on in the day.
Yeah, it was. It was like the first or second game, something like that. No, Schindler was main stage, wasn't it?
It was Nenchez against Richie Burnett. That's who it was.
Yeah, because he took out 1, 4, 2 legs after or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've had 2 9-darters and 170 today so far. And there's still plenty of darting action to come. Once this game is finished, there'll be another 32 matches for you later this evening from 7 o'clock. We're bringing you coverage of all of them. Once again, Barzi will be in the background. He'll be off to get us interviews from all of the winners that we can as well to go up on YouTube alongside our coverage. Jarlif Eaton will be in the hot seat. He'll be guiding us through, talking through boards 1 and 2 as well. I'll be sticking around probably on boards 3 and 4, Lee 5 and 6, and then Scott, you're swapping out for Luke this afternoon. Lee and Luke is going to be fun again. I love working with those two at the same time. Doesn't get confusing at all with those two names side by side. Also, in the gap, we are launching our new fan subscriber competition. We're going to be running it throughout the entire year. Myself and our very own Jordan North, Cam Absolutely McFarlane will be jumping on to the stream within the next hour or so after we've dissected the draw to show you how that's going to be working. And hopefully we'll have some of you involved as early as tomorrow. We'll put something out on social media and launch it fully to you guys.
Yeah, 100%. Big moments here. Oh, and Alan Suter misses a dart to break at tops. Big moments potentially. Surely that's a good guide. Oh. Stop. That could be the moment that Mickey Mashall.
Yeah, because that's off the back of 2 misses as well. That's not on its own. Suter has punished. There's not been much between these two, to be fair. As impressive as Suter's finishing has been, Mansell has had the opportunities to wrangle this game, but that there could be the moment it gets away from.
Yeah, 100%. Nervy times here. Suter can.
Say the draw's coming up. Who are we most looking forward to seeing this evening? The big names are in, the top 32 in the world.
Yeah, look, I suppose it depends how the draw goes, because I don't mean to sound horribly or disrespectfully, but if Gary Price and Peter Wright draw some of the lesser players, they could be potentially boring games.
Yeah.
So, and until we see the draw, for me, it's hard to call that, because some of them could be like potential the worlds at the first round, where you're like, we know how this one's going, barring an absolute upset.
Yeah. I'm always a bit wary of tonight's session because there will be better games than those that get selected to be on the main TV board.
100%.
There always is. In terms of matchups and form players, you can pretty much handpick the 4 players that are going to be on the main stage today. Unless they draw each other and it opens up for another spot. We're going to see Van Gogh, and we're going to see Gerwyn Price. We're going to see Peter Wright, and we're probably going to see Gary Anderson, unless Wade draws Chisnell or something, and players within the top 10 draw each other, that gets moved on to that stage 1. The top 4 in the world are pretty much set to be the 4 games on stage 1 later this evening. It's just the way it goes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, no question there whatsoever. And Suter is one away.
Just going to say the one person who you look forward to in the draw, I'm Nathan Aspinall, who's the one for me because of the amount of money that's riding on that he's defending this. He gets so unlucky last year that he couldn't have another back up defending it. But was it 100,000 he's defending in this? It's the one
Yeah.
like anyway. So if he draws an absolute stinker in round one, it could be huge for the season.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, hello. Oh. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like who plays who. Potentially, you've got to remember that. Call me a cynic, but also the PDC will want to drive some subscriptions to PDC TV. So wouldn't be surprised if you slip Gary Anderson onto stage 2. That's been known before. I remember a very famous UK Open once that he was less than happy as world champion being on stage 2, shall we say?
Yeah, you can see why he got annoyed. You can see why it happened. They've got to try and spread it around. They don't want to drain everything from stage 2 and make it unwatchable. I think sometimes we forget that ITV and this tournament in particular is accessible to virtually everybody. And some of the players that we know that are playing well and that are entertaining and that are good storylines sometimes aren't necessarily the ones that resonate with the casual fan. Jackie Oatley was saying something similar when we spoke to her on Monday, that Jar asked her a really, really good question, especially with the absence of BDO and the BBC now in terms of darts coverage. We've got to remember that actually this is accessible to the masses who can just flick it on their channel and stumble across it. You can't do that unless you pay for a specific Sky Sports subscription and see it at the rest of the event. So you're going to see the big names. You're going to hope that they put in a big performance. You're going to see the ones that the casual fan can flick through and recognise a name or an appearance on the main stage.
Yeah, 100%. Completely agree. Oh, my. I tell you what, he's missed that, but I find that staggering. That on 112, you don't know your MO. He didn't know if he was going 20s or 12s then.
But Phil, do you think that was based on? Do you think what that was a dart lay? Because I think he was going to go 20 double 16, but because that dart really stood up on that treble, he then sort of stopped himself and then went for the 12. And if you're watching it slightly behind Dob, if you see that, but it looked to me that does have a dart lay in the treble 20. Was what made him stop.
Yeah, it's weird. But you'd expect
I'm
him.
just about to see the 112 now. Then, so. I think you're right, Lee. It sticks up a little bit more. You've got to throw it over the top, I guess. The margin for error going for 20 at that point, if it flicks off that flight.
But it's looking as if Alan Soutar is going to get over the line. Unless the new board destroyer that is a mangled mess, isn't it, that board?
It's ridiculous. I just don't get how. The thing is, I don't get how you can mediate the ruling to do so, but I just don't get how that equipment is allowed in the PDC. The integrity of the board is compromised when you're doing that. And not only does it mean that your points are more likely to stay, that's softened up massively. Your opponent's at a massive disadvantage by doing that. So aesthetically, looking at a board should never look like that. Never. Looking at the 180, looking at the treble 20, horrid. Actually, the integrity of that section is completely compromised. You're far more likely to get things drop out if you don't throw as forcefully as some others.
But like you say though, how do you mediate that? What is an over-aggressive point and what's not? Because I've seen the target storm points do exactly the same to a board as that.
Yeah.
So how do you mediate what is an over-aggressive point?
I don't know. I'm not sure there's something that would be a quick measure either for a referee to just whip out their pocket and go, no.
No.
It's not as if you're going to submit your points before you start playing a game.
Because I remember this is going back. This is going back a few years, but remember the last Vegas tournament?
The World Series?
Was it?
Or...
Yeah, the last World Series in Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Rob Cross played Nathan Aspinall. Now, they both used the target storm points, and to be fair, this isn't a thing. The board that they was on was soft, because the dart was going in past the loop on the storm point up into the ridge.
Yeah.
And as it was coming out, it was blitzing the board because it was pulling all that out. But that was because it was a soft board and it was going over the ridge on the storm point.
Yeah.
So like that, it kills the board, but that's not the point's fault. That's a soft board.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's interesting. Right, we've got a commercial break here. We're going to have a quick flick to our advert, and then we'll be back for the draw on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. That is the afternoon session of Dart in Action, all done, but we're not done. We have a draw coming up, which is live on ITV shortly. And then, of course, we're going to fill the gap with some Dart chat with all of us. And then we'll be here for the evening session. So welcome along, everyone. Luke's made a good point. Everyone should use the Whitlock points and solve it. There is that. Mansfield, yeah. So, yeah. Again, make sure you give us a subscribe and a thumbs up. We would massively appreciate that, and make sure you hit that subscribe button. Turn notifications on, guys. You know what to do by now. Let's get us up those subscriber lists, so everyone else can join the fun that you guys are having here. Been absolutely top draw today so far, but we're not done yet. Still loads and loads to do here at the UK Open for 2021. Well, they are just coming back, so get your pens, get your bits of paper ready, because the draw is about to happen. I don't mean this horribly against Alan Sousa, but I really hope they don't interview him, because I want to get on with the draw and dissect it.
Completely agree.
Oh, I can see Johnny Mack on the stage.
No one makes Johnny Mack wait, surely.
Oh. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Get your numbers ready. Who do you want to see? Daryl Gurney. will play Jason Lowe.
Should have caused an upset last year, Jason.
Ryan Searle. Oh, hello. We'll play Adrian Lewis.
Oh, that was a waste of a fiver.
Oh, that's a good game.
Ooh. That's a good game.
Hop Van der Voort, I like that. John Brown will play Mark McGeaney. Good time. McGeaney looked good earlier.
He did for patches. I still thought his loose darts, because of the way they sit down, they just don't look like he loses his range a little bit. But yeah.
Callum Ridds, how's your luck? Jermaine Watamina.
And he didn't want to be on TV and probably won't be with that draw.
Agreed.
Hard to argue. Oh, here he is.
Oh, Ferret. Roby John.
You wouldn't cry at that, would you?
To be fair, there's a lot of players in the top 10 that have just breathed a sigh of relief.
Yep.
Darius Lamanauskas. Darren Webster.
Ooh. Two small men that wear green.
Yeah. I tell you what, guys, I know Joe Cullen.
Here we go. Here we go. This is a biggie. I can feel it.
Number
That's
8. Michael Smith. Oh!
There it is.
Oh,
there it is.
That's horrid.
The more of these sort of games we pull out early as well, the more and more of these that are going to come later on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
True.
that is horrid. Ryan Joyce, James Wade.
Oh, that's got a double 16 masterclass from Ryan Joyce written all over it.
Number 2, my MVG.
Gavin Price.
Number 3.
103.
Oh.
No. Scott Mitchell. Oh, tasty though.
Hold on, Scotty, you're on the big screen. Wave to your mum. You're on the telly.
Oh,
Number 1.
Away from him.
Gerwin Price.
Gavin Price.
Go on, number 3. Number 3. Nah, 50. Peter Hudson.
Ooh.
That's not a nice draw.
Yeah.
No. Number 12. Ian
Did
White.
you get a
Considering
prize
his
last
ear
weekend?
infection. Was that Ian
Yeah,
White?
depends what prize.
Ian White will play Ricky Evans.
Huh.
Good matchup.
There's some interesting ties here.
Yeah.
Alan Suter. Well, number 3.
Is that Whitlock?
Bunting. Oh, that's horrible.
What a draw that is. At stage 2 for me, surely.
Kai Fan Young.
That's number 3.
43. Dolan. Brendan Dolan will be happy with that draw. Number 3, Peter Wright.
Again.
Harry Anderson.
Oh, Dave Chisnell.
Dave Chisnell.
Hey, what?
Go on, Adrian Lewis, give us a flashback. Give us a flashback.
He's already got some.
Oh, Hammer and Rob Cross.
You know what? That's halfway through the draw, boys, and we've already seen Wright, MVG, Price, Lewis, Cross, Chisel, Wade, and Cullen out of the hat, and Clayton. Still in the hat. D'Souza, Dimmy, Devon.
Dazza.
Jamie Hughes.
There's some potential. No, Gurney was first out.
No.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
What was that last one?
Said the check and Whitlock.
Oh.
So prior to Sedlacek, Whitlock was Claire Matty Hughes.
Oh, I missed that.
Aspinall. 14. Oh, Ratajski.
Aspinall Ratajski.
And that is the board too, Dane.
Aspinall has been served up 2 absolute stinkers in 2 years.
Gary Anderson will play. Dirk van Dijvenbode.
Hello, welcome to the main
I tell
stage.
you what. Devon. Jeffrey Deswan.
I expect Devon to win that. On stage 5.
Take it.
Luke Woodhouse.
That's Luke Humphreys.
Close. Dimmy.
Wow.
No.
Yeah.
Bolson.
We've got 10 ties to come out here, boys.
So, Durrant's the biggest name probably left.
Bolton versus Peter Jacks.
Mensah.
Oh, Mensah. Oof.
Tell you what, I haven't seen a lot of the boys that came straight through from round 1 today. Bialecki's still in the hat.
Confirmed.
Bialecki, you said that, Rob. Bialecki, that's Mentor.
Clemens.
My friend.
Who?
Okay. Clemens will play Adam Hunt.
Good game.
Is Hop still in?
No, Hop's out. He's got offensive man. King.
King versus. Buzzer still in?
15.
Does
Jose D'Souza.
Jose.
Oh, Jose. That's a board 2 game, surely. Please. Please.
Steve Lennon will play Ron Meulenkamp. David Evans.
Ooh.
Play 57. Matters Rasma.
That's a horrid draw.
Depends what Rasma turns up. Scott Waits.
Brown still in the hat.
Keegan Brown, Scott Waits.
There we go. Aaron Tian still in the hat.
Still no. John Hendo. Still no does it yet.
Ready? Tian.
Endo.
Dobie Henderson.
Dobie.
Ooh.
It's a good game. 13. Glendoran.
He's got to play.
22.
Luke Humphries.
Danny Noppert. That's horrid.
He's in good form, yeah.
Yeah.
The last one should be
Tihan Humphries.
Kim
Humphries
Hybrecht against
versus
Luke
Ian.
Humphries.
Where's Tian?
He lost.
Hello. We'll be in it. Hybrecht Humphries.
Kieran Tian lost the game after.
Yeah, on mine, one of my boards, Dob, Peter Jatz beat him 6-1. After beating Badish, who didn't turn up, 74, maybe 75 average.
Well, I'll tell you what, there is some absolute belters in there. Where do we start? Chat room, talk us through it. Oh my days. There is some absolute humdingers in there.
Some stinkers.
Got
some
Some
sorry for Joe
sneaky horrid games as well. Gerwin Price against Peter Hudson is not a draw I would have liked after seeing his performance throughout the day, especially as Gezi is coming off that ear infection. All right, being on the big stage, that should help him out. Colin Smith is an obvious absolute belter. Dorrant Noppert played very, very well over the Super Series. That could be a belter. Right, Chisnell.
Gary Anderson.
Not a nice draw.
Gary Anderson. Anderson van Duivenbode.
Anderson van Duivenbode, probably the tide around that one.
That and probably Joe Cullen, Michael Smith, maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe King
Or
versus Jose
Aspinall.
D'Souza.
Aspinall Ratajski.
There's a genuine case here to put Gerwin Price on stage too. It's just not going to happen. But there is a genuine case here in terms of the games that have been pulled out to put Gerwin Price on stage too. As I said,
To be fair, you could make the case that MVG Mitchell should be on stage too.
possibly in the form that MVG's carrying, yeah.
Oh, Scott Mitchell's a fresh face to the PDC. That's something to market against a man that used to be number one in the PDC against BDO. No chance. No offense to Peter Hudson. I said he was the man of the day. But Scott Mitchell is more marketable than Peter Hudson as a match, in my opinion.
Well, champion. Well, Scott Mitchell.
I know. My name is Scott Mitchell. I used his name to pretend to my friends that I was the world champion. I know this.
Again, some of the under the radar ones. Hendo Doby.
Yeah. I rate that as a game. Sedlacek Whitlock. That will not be televised, so don't worry about the state of that board, but it will be changed before the game after it. Joyce Wade, that's a tough one. Joyce last year on TV was superb at times. That's got a double 16 masterclass from him against Wadey's tops and tens written all over it. Hop van der Voort, that will be testosterone filled. Searle Lewis. Ryan Searle was superb last year. Jackpot on the comeback, as you like.
So, from what we've seen recently as well, this is another great one. Clemens against Adam Hunt.
Yeah.
Was it Jose against Mervyn King? Repeated the World Championships.
Yeah, Bob's just said, is Phil going to argue that MVT is the best player of all time and should be on stage too? I say that because to make a good game, it needs two players.
Yeah.
And it's not the fact that MVG isn't put. It takes two players to make a good game. And I think I think MVG could railroad Mitchell potentially.
Agree completely.
It's not just about one player. It's about the ties and making them work. Like Sean, what I'm saying is look, people aren't getting it. Look, MVG doesn't become a bad player overnight, but in terms of ties, there are probably 6 or 7 better games than MVG against Scott Mitchell as a game. It's like, right, Liverpool last season were all conquering, but if you had a choice of a TV game, Liverpool, the best team in the league, playing Burnley, or watching Man City against Chelsea, which one would you put on TV?
That's fair logic.
The one with a team that are finishing second.
Yeah.
Look, we're not saying
Mike
it's
says,
actually
who's on
happen
board?
either. We've got to expect Van Gerwen to be there. But in terms of games that are going to be entertaining and have potential top plus averages from both players, we think we're more likely to see that from Milton Keynes versus Jose de Souza than we are Van Gerwen versus Scott Mitchell and Gerwen Price versus Peter Hudson. It's not going to happen. And we can sit and have this debate all day, every day for the next year. Mitchell is a former world champion, is absolutely class. You can't understate the ability of Scott Mitchell. Superb player. But in terms of matchups, the players that are in and around the 16, top 18 players in the world that carry in form, there are games that will be more entertaining and more likely to go the distance with 100 plus averages.
Yeah, and Sean, Steve Beaton is a former world champion, but would you put him on the main stage right now?
Well, you can't because he's not in.
But no, but you know what I mean. The principle of the thing. It's like, yes, he's a world champion, but sorry, just saying it out there. The BDO World Championship from 2006 onwards does not hold the same clout as what it did beforehand. Glenn Durrant calls himself a Lakeside champion, not a world champion. That says it all. And I love Dozer to bits, but he classes himself as a Lakeside champion, not a world champion. They're his words, not mine.
For me, he's a world champion, right? And we are absolutely not saying it's not going to happen. People are getting very offended by this and going on about it. Mitchell, the MVG will be ball one. Yeah, 100% it will. But because
we know that. But what we're saying is there's a case
for the image. Yeah. There's a case for the casual dart fan, that is 100% the thing. For the purists, there are people that are more interested to me. I've seen Marco Van Gerwen play a long time. I sort of know how that game's going to go unless he has a stinker, but wouldn't mind seeing about that on board 3 or 4 whilst I watch Peter Wright and Dave Chisnell and Milton Keynes and Jose de Souza throw a bag full of 180s at each other, stuck in a couple of ton pluses and give it a bit of bravado. But it is irrelevant. We were just making discussion of the fact we're always going to have this debate. We have this debate every year when the TV boards come out, which will be out shortly, no doubt. That's what will happen.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that is the thing. Look, we all know that Wright, MVG, Price, Anderson will all be on stage 1. We know that. But we're saying there's cases for them not to be.
Seen a couple of people tweet us online. Prediction for ball 1. Anderson, Van Dijvenbode, MVG Mitchell, Wright Chizzy, and Colin V. Smith. He's just left out Gerwin Price.
He's the current world champion. So...
But it's because of how intriguing that Colin Smith game is.
Yeah, MVG Price, I expect both to be on there. Peter Wright, I expect to be on there because he's got Chizzy. And then Cullen and Michael Smith. But there's others in there. And Dirt, I've just missed out. Tyndon, Jose de Sousa, I've just missed out. So there's quite a few there that will be in the mix, but I fully expect MVG, Price to be on there, and potentially even Peter Wright.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And Reese is absolutely bang on in the chat room as well. Look, Peter Hudson's played fantastic today. He's got a draw against Gerwin Price. It's possibly not the most intriguing for us, but as world number 1 and as world champion, if you think they're putting him anywhere other than in slot 2 or slot 3 on the main stage, you are very much mistaken.
All I'm saying is, and ended up on board 2 when he's world champion. We all know how that went. I was backstage, not well.
Sure, look, MVG is the main man in darts for the last 8 years. Completely agree, but he's done next to nothing on TV since this event last year.
Sean, genuinely.
The main stage days are Darren Anderson versus Dirk van Duivenbode, MVG versus Scott Mitchell, Derwin Price versus Peter Hudson, and Peter Wright versus Dave Chisholm. Those are the ones that have been released for the main stage.
See, that's sorry. That is horrendous. I'm going to call it now. That's a disgrace.
It was always going to happen. It was always going to happen.
There's no way.
No way. As well, so now we can be outraged by it. But that was always going to happen. Anderson got a tasty draw, and there's absolutely no way they're putting Van Gerwen, Price, or Wright anywhere else, no matter how much of an opinion we can sit here and make of it.
Shocking. Yeah, Sean, look, you're not getting it. Take your MVG blinkers off a minute. And I'm a huge MVG fan. Just take them off and look at it in the cold light of day.
Interesting. Emma says she'd rather watch paint dry than watch Coventry Smith, two of the most prolific scorers in the game, who have the ability to chuck in a 10+ finish whenever they fancy going at it.
Yeah.
See, Bill agrees with us. How is Colin Smith or Tyson Gaspinall not on first board? Way better games. Hop on board too at the same time as Price and MVG. Look, John, we know that. He says, when picking TV matches, they will consider the average viewer ahead of the darts connoisseur, and the big names will always prevail because of it. We said exactly the same thing about half an hour ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, that for the casual fan on free-to-air TV, like ITV is, the more recognisable top 4 in the world are always going to be the top 4 that play in this session, 100%. Different kind of bottom, in your opinion. Perhaps they don't have the best pedigree of the line, but if they go hammer and tong at each other for 17 legs and they start falling apart at the end, that's far more entertaining than a one-sided affair potentially between Price and Peter Hudson. That's the point we're trying to make.
Yeah, 100%.
It takes 2 players to make a game.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we get that, and we're backstage at enough events to know how this all works. We're just airing our feelings on what should be. We all knew that the top 4 in the world were going to be on the main stage. Or sorry, top 3 plus Gary. We all knew that. We understand how it works. But for me, No.
Moving swiftly on then, we've already got stage 1. We're waiting on the rest of them to come in now. We'll start dating you as and when they get picked. Let's have a guess.
I've got.
Go on, Blue.
No, all I was going to say is I've seen the rest of the board, so I'll just go with stage 2. Stage 2 is Worthington, Jose Souza, Andy Hamilton, Rob Cross, Nathan Aspinall, Christopher Toisty, and Joe Cullen, Michael Smith. So that is stage 2. Do you want me to read through the rest?
Might as well, mate.
Yeah. Stage 3 is Darryl Durney, Jason Lowe, Ryan Searle, Adrian Lewis, Matt Hop, Vincent van der Voort, and John Brown, Mark Medini. On stage 4 is Callum Riggs versus Jermaine Watamina, Johnny Clayton versus Robbie John Rodriguez, Darius Labanowski versus Darren Webster, Ryan Joyce versus James Wade. Then on stage 5, we have Ian White versus Ricky Evans, Alan Suter versus Stephen Bunting, Clive van Lund versus Brendan Dolan, and Martin Clearmatter versus Jamie Hughes. Moving on to stage 6, Cole Sedgwick will play Simon Whitlock, Devon Peterson versus Jeffrey Deswan, Luke Woodhouse versus Dimitri van der Berg, and Andy Bolton versus Peter Jacks. On stage 7 is Mensur Sulovic versus Sebastian Bialetti, Gabriel Clemens versus Adam Hunt, Steve Lennon versus Ron Mullenkamp, and David Evans versus Madars Razma. And then finally, stage 8 is Scott Waite versus Keelan Brown, Hendo versus Chris Dobie, Glenn Durrant versus Danny Noppert, and Kim Hybrecht versus Luke Humphreys. So that is your stages for tonight.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
I cannot
don't worry, Bob. I've got a subscription. Yeah, don't worry, Bob. I've got a subscription to PDC TV. So there you go. In the comments, let us know. Oh, first of all, sorry, Claire. No, it's literally round. It will be drawn again afterwards as well. So yeah, each round is drawn out of the hat.
And interestingly, have you seen what game is last on 2?
Yeah.
Do you know why that is?
Because if stage 1 is in front of time,
if they fly through the first ball, the game they want to put on the main stage is entertaining is Cullen versus Smith. Interestingly, lads, that's the 3rd year in a row that Van Gerwen, Price, Wright, and Anderson are all on the main stage on a Friday night.
yeah.
I don't remember all the goals from last year, but I'm pretty sure Aspinall got Van Gerwen, so it was hard to argue with. So again, hard to argue. But this year, it's a little bit of a stretch.
Interesting that after board 2, is the rest of it in draw order?
I think so,
It
yes.
is. The rest of it is literally in draw order.
Fair one.
Makes it easier for my notes.
Yeah, definitely. guys, we're going to have a quick switch around on here. I don't even know who's on this afternoon. Sorry, Sean, I completely...
Swapping out for you, and Scott is swapping out for Luke, although Cam's going to be joining us shortly to talk us until 7. A few people nip in and out to get us ready for tonight's session. So, Scott, you've absolutely smashed it, mate. Thank you very much, even if half the country can't understand a bloody word you're saying. But at the time, I guess.
Okay.
Sorry, Sean. The top 4 doesn't give you the divine right to be on the main stage. Not at all.
Reinforcements.
Well, the Lucasade is in.
I've even got a cherry one. Cherry is banging.
I like cherry as well.
Cheers, boys. If that's time for me to bow out, then I'll say thanks very much for having me. I'll see you for the next tournament. And Krzysztof Ratajski is going to beat Darryl Gurney in the final. Thank you very much. And I'll see you after.
Super, buddy. Well done.
Cheers, boys.
Right. So let's get. So I'm just doing some jiggery pokery in the background. So, right. Leah, what are you on tonight?
Yeah, so I'm back on for tonight's action. I'm just going to shoot off now and get some grub, and then I'll be back with you as soon as I've eaten. I know, obviously.
No worries, mate. That's fine.
Cam's going to jump on. Cam's going to jump on for a short while, I think.
Yeah, cool. I've got him. Sean, it's not right. Right at the moment, Rob Cross is not the 4th best player in the world. Forget the rankings for a minute. Right now, genuinely, and I love Rob to bits, he is not the 4th best player in the world. Right now.
No.
End of.
Arguably, Johnny Clayton's the 2nd best player in the world, if not the 1st. Carrying the form that he is, he won the Masters, 3 out of 4 finals at the Super Series, including a win. Him and Joe Cullen are better players at the minute. They're carrying better form. It's very living in the moment as you would in media, but they're carrying better form and are likely to produce a better performance right now. Look, the boards have been picked. We've had our say. There's always going to be this disagreement on a Friday night. The fact we've seen the same 4 players 3 years in a row on a Friday night tells you where the media allegiance lies. For us as darts fans, we want to see that mixed up a bit. We want to see games taken into consideration, not 4 players that are more marketable, but for a free-to-air sport that people can tune in and flick over and keep an audience, rather than people have to look for it specifically, like you get on Sky, it's absolutely always going to be the decision.
Yeah, and just someone's asked in the chat room, good question, and Mace answered it without on the live line. She said, who actually gets to say who's on the boards? The PDC tournament director chooses the games. Don't get me wrong, the broadcaster will have a nudge, but tournament director ultimately picks. Right, Lee, you're going to go get some food. So we will see you on the other side, buddy.
Perfect. Catch you in a bit.
Ta-da, mate. And then there was 3 of us. Cam, welcome along, mate.
Evening, lads. How are we?
Good, mate.
Jordan!
You?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Been waiting patiently for my quick moment of fame. That was.
Have you been practicing?
For the little practice.
Yeah.
I've also had a little match against one of our lovely followers. I just snuck over the line. Threw some absolute toss, but it's all right.
Is that with the new Fallon darts?
No, they've not come yet. Monday for those.
Ooh.
Oh.
Traveling here from Germany, aren't they?
My, yeah. Barzy, you need to sort me an equipment deal, mate. I know I'm absolutely no good on a board, but I spent 70 quid on flights and points last week. 70 quid.
Well, I spent 80 quid on my darts. I spent 80 quid on my darts. Yeah, but I spent another 30 quid on. Yeah, but I spent another 30 quid on top of that on stems and flights. Barzy needs to get on this.
Yeah,
we'll all just use all the branded flights and we'll be all right.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Just waiting for Jar to jump in.
That's fantastic. I've just seen a meme online, and instead of the TV show Suits, they've changed Harvey Specter's face to Alan Suter and respelled Suits, and it's fantastic.
I like that. I'm a big fan of that.
Oh, brilliant. Andrew says, do any of you guys play online darts? I don't. Job, you play a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, I've been playing in a few events run by university, but you might occasionally see me on NO1 on NACA. I'm going to try and get practicing a little bit more over the next couple of weeks, actually. So I might chuck a few things on Twitter if anybody fancies a game, just to mix up who I'm playing, try and have a few more conversations with people. I'm not going to be streaming them or anything like that. I'm not that narcissistic, but yeah, definitely I play a few online games as and when I can, really.
Fair one. Andrew says, how have you guys paid for so much of your equipment? That's mad.
I'd had a little bit too much to drink when I ordered mine on Saturday night.
So I throw fit flights or solid shape flights. So a traditional set of flights will cost you about 60, 70 pence. I probably shouldn't do this knowing who we've got on. But I won a competition on Twitter a couple of years back before I started doing media properly to win a couple of sets of Harrow's Click. So I threw them for a while and then left them on a set of darts that my girlfriend now throws. So she throws with Harrow's Click. I also have a friend who is try out some Cosmo Fit flights. So I throw them now because I had a few sets of them lying around. They're about 5-6 quid a set to get your hands on. But actually, I treated myself to one specific set. This flight here, it's a Condor Zero Stress. So it's a little bit rubbery, a little bit bendy, but it's all in one. Similar to what Devon Peterson throws. He throws the solid version, and Kim Hybrex. These are about 8-9 quid a set. And the solid ones are about £11 each. So they last forever. They hold their shape really well. They don't start bashing up like you get with traditional flights that come flat packed instead of already open for you. So that's probably why I spend a bit more on equipment. And I have two sets of the same barrel. They're identical. Started coming out of one because I had a different set in them to start with. And mine was starting to wear down a bit. So I bought 4 sets, 2 to completely repoint the 2 sets I've got, and then 2 spares so I can replace them at the same time and try and keep them in the same position. Just in case I break one, I can swap straight back to the other set pretty much.
Yep, 100%. Right, gents, and with that, Jar is now with us and ready, so I'm going to bow out for the evening session as I head over to the interview desk in my living room to speak to the winners. But don't worry, I'm still producing for you all behind the scenes. So we will see you on the other side. Jar, take it away.
Cheers. Here we are.
Hello, love. Can't hear you.
Good evening. We can't hear you at all.
Solid start. Welcome back.
Yep.
1 second.
He's got his gel on, but his sound's not on.
There we go. The wax is in, but his audio wasn't. We can.
Good evening.
Very, very droll. Very, very droll. Good evening, everybody. Well, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I was a bit late at the plan was because I was typing up the draw. I've got to write it down on my notepad here, my brand new notepad that I bought for the tournament, so I know exactly what games to go. I should also stress, by the way, everybody, that when we are doing this tonight, if you see me looking over this way, it's because I've got all the stages set up here, so I can follow all along on Dark Connect and also on the TV feeds as well. So I know which games to go to. So I'm not being rude. My webcam is my laptop, but let's just get that out of the way. Very warm welcome back, though. It is 6 o'clock GMT, and it is the 4th round of the UK Open. A very warm welcome to you all. Gentlemen, before we go into our brand new game, which we are going to play in a second, which I'm going to get to the Godmeister to explain to everybody, maybe so I can write down all the stages. I was hearing the discussion then about the stage selections, and I'll be honest with you, Cam, I don't know why everyone was surprised about. Like, we knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to be Ando, MVG, Price, and Wright on the TV stages. That is how it works. They have to appeal to a casual audience, and those are the 4 biggest names in the sport. That's how it works.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know my feelings on it. I don't think it's the right games to be on in terms of, as much as anything, the best watch for fans on telly. Like, Smith Cullen is going to be an incredible watch. It's going to flow so nicely, and you'd imagine it's going to be a big average, especially the way both of them have been playing, particularly Cullen recently. That, for me, is a better game than the world number 1. But he's the world number 1, so of course he deserves to be the game on telly. And it's a tough one.
What is it? Or is it the prime time slot god? But let's not disrespect The Rock here, because he's dropped 3 legs all day. Now, I appreciate not necessarily the quality of the opponent that he's playing, but he's still dropped 3 legs all day. It's not going to be easy for him.
No, I completely agree. And all we've been saying all day is that it takes 2 players to make a game, and the players that are more likely to deliver when you stick a camera in front of their face have been there and done it. That stage experience is different. We're not saying we're going to see absolute stinker games, and there's an absolute chance that we get the 4 best games of the night on the main stage. That's just how sport works. But in terms of, from our perspective, there are other games that intrigued us more with the matchups, with what it means for players that are on the up rather than players that are defending, or players that, quite frankly, we've seen a million times. The Masters, we see the same players every time. They then play in the Premier League. The Champions League is the top 8 players. We've seen these players day in, day out effectively breeze through first round games.
But I'm still definitely of the opinion that we could have one hell of an evening here at the UK Open. I was going to say in my head then, but I've just broken my own rule there and talking about the M word. So we're not mentioning the M word at this moment in time. Guys, please get in touch, obviously, in the comment section. I've got my iPad here to my right-hand side. The tablets are available. So I can see the chat room as it's going. Don't forget that in about an hour's time, we've got Lee and Luke with us here to guide you through all the action. God will be on stages 3 and 4. Lee will be back on 5 and 6. And Luke will be with us for stages 7 and 8. Cam is going to be on the live blog tonight with Scott, talking you through everything on there. But, Gob, before we go any further and discuss some potential upsets happening here at the UK Open, we've teased it enough, even for my, even in my estimations, we've teased this one enough. We've hinted at it, what we're going to be doing here. We need a graphic. We need PB to come up with a graphic in the producing section. It's time to play and time to introduce. Don't miss the big number.
Yes, it is indeed, guys. Been teasing this a little bit all day, dropping a couple of hints, so that might be the name of it. I don't think Rod Harrington would approve of. We've slapped his face in the middle of our screen with that quote, but it is made famous by Rod. He loves that phrase in commentary. This is our new fan game, if you like. We're going to be running this all year. We're going to keep a leaderboard throughout the season. We haven't quite come up with a prize yet, but it will be massive because it will cut off just before the World Championships. What we're going to do throughout the season, myself and Cam are going to have a go at it now and demonstrate the difficulty of it, is for various live shows throughout the year, we're going to come up with a variety of ways of inviting people onto our show. Whether that be people that have stuck by us from the very beginning that are always in the chat room. We might one week say, right, it's for our biggest fans. We're going to bring you guys straight in. We might run a competition on Twitter, a simple like and retweet sort of thing. We're going to vary it up. There's going to be lots of different ways for you guys to get involved. But effectively, what you'll do is you'll come onto our live show and you will have 2 attempts to play around the world without missing. So you have to hit the numbers 1 to 20 on the dartboard in order, in ascending order, without missing. You're only allowed to hit the singles, no doubles, no trebles. If you miss or put it in the double or the treble, your turn's over. So you're going to get 2 attempts when you come on the show, not just 1. It is a little bit nerve-wracking. We'll take your best score. If 2 players at the end of the season, on the leaderboard both reach the same number, or if multiple people get all the way through 20, then whoever finishes in the quickest time, so hits all 20 numbers in the quickest time, will be our season winner. There is a couple of rules. Like I said, we're going to decide how we bring people in each week. I'll just explain the rest of the rules. The only other thing that you will have to have is a 2-camera setup. Or 2 devices to get in touch with us. We want to make this as fair as possible. We completely accept that 99% of people out there wouldn't try to cheat us out of anything or to cheat anybody else out of something, but we'll require you to have a camera that goes on your dartboard so we can see where your darts land, where your scores are clearly. Need that to be as clear as possible, obviously. And then whenever we do call you in, we'll ask you on a second device to have someone else in the room or have a second device pointing at you. We won't use this camera angle on our shows, but it'll just be for someone in our team to check that you guys are throwing from the correct distance. You have some sort of hockey or something like that to check you're not throwing from 3 foot, as we've seen people cheat online darts over the year so far. So I'm going to readjust my camera. That's pretty much all the rules. We're going to push it out to socials and whatever. We'll try and get a graphic drawn up for it and maybe a fancy video to explain the rules as we go on throughout the season to get a few more people in. We will be looking for a couple of people to join us in this time slot tomorrow. So this is effectively the launch. Me and Cam are going to have a go now each. And then we're effectively looking for 3 people to join us tomorrow in the slot to be the first 3 to officially go on the leaderboard. It doesn't matter what standards you've ever played at. I've tried this with people that average 45. I've tried this with people that are County A players that average 90 in a couple attempts. The minute you tell them that that you're doing it on camera in front of a few people, they start to get a little bit of a wobble as well. This isn't as easy as it sounds. I'm just putting that. I'm getting my excuses out ready now. But yeah, you have to numbers.
Why am I in this?
Because you were practicing it last night as well, and you were the only one stupid enough to put stuff in the WhatsApp, and everybody else has been on stream today, and you've jumped in for this section. So you can have a go. In fact, Cam, you can go first while I set my camera up.
No, absolutely not. I need to set mine up, so go first.
You've had a game today. You've literally been practicing against some of our listeners online, and you want me to go in absolutely cold without throwing any darts.
Do you know what I average again?
Because I'm literally just sitting here. I should stress, I am literally just sitting here writing up the stages so I know which one we're going to go to at every time for the rest of the evening. And people say, why don't I have a go? I'll be honest with you, the reason why I don't have a go is because I haven't got a board up yet. I've literally just moved house. But when it is safe to do so, and when Boris allows us to play nicely, a certain Jack Gobby Garwood will be coming round my house to set up the dartboard with me and have a chuck when Boris allows us to. So not at the moment, obviously, and not for a few weeks yet. But this is it, gentlemen. We are now playing this. It is called Don't Miss the Big Number. As Gob says, we are going to look to see people who would like to get involved in this. If you do have a 2-camera setup, and we can, and you want to be a part of this, then please let us know via Twitter at official OL Darts. You can also message us on Facebook or Instagram. We'd love to get people on there to do this. And if we can't get anybody on at such short notice, we get that. We will also have an opportunity to play it again with these guys tomorrow because the pair of them will be on. So, Gob, have you reset everything on it? Oh, Andrew says, why am I not having a go at it?
Because I've got darts just so I can get them out of my hand. Because
no worries.
My hands are
no worries
freezing.
at all. Andrew's asked why I'm not having a go. Purely and simply because, first of all, my dartboard is in another room, so I'd have to move everything that I've got to set up. And secondly, I haven't actually set it up yet because I've literally just moved house. So I cannot do that yet. But as I say, once Gob allows me to do so, then once Gob allows me to do it, Boris allows me to do so, Gob's going to be coming around, setting up the dartboard, and then I'll film myself having a go.
Oh.
So this is okay. So
Right,
actually,
so
what everybody's well, now everybody's in the comments here. Yeah. Okay. Who do we reckon is going to do the better job? Do we reckon it's going to be Cam or do we reckon it's going to be Gob? You can have a quick poll in here.
It's going to be
60
Gob
seconds before we get going.
I reckon I'm going to miss the one twice because I'm absolutely freezing.
Goodness me, this is going to be I'll tell you what, Gob's come up with this great idea, and it's just going to absolutely bomb for him first start. I love it.
Yeah. Oh,
I hope he misses first start, then I'll feel all right.
I've played darts in front of a crowd of 2,000 people, and I literally was not this tense.
Because you've been giving it large about players, and now you've got the opportunity to come back and say it yourself. What a man!
Yeah. Right. Ready. This is attempt number one. So we get 2 attempts each. Cam, do you want to alternate? So I'll have a go. You have a go.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen. Right. Here we go then. In 3, 2, 1, begin.
Oh, I've missed the first number.
I've missed the big number to start with. Oh,
that's so tense.
I feel better now.
He's got to go at it. All right, Cam, it's your turn now, mate. Will you be able to go and do it yourself? This is a big question. Will you be able to hit the big number?
That is in.
Yeah, I can see that.
No, I've missed the second one. I've missed the second one.
Well, he's got to the number 2, but I don't know why Gob's laughing because he's already hit one more than you, mate.
No, I know.
Right. No pressure now, pal. You've got your opportunity.
2, 3, go on!
Oh, hello.
Oh, he's got in there. He's got
tension.
He's got in. Right.
Oh, dragged it again. What a waste.
No. So Gob's got to number 3. Cam, this is your turn now, mate.
Oh, I missed the big number. That's outside the bubble.
No! Deary.
Okay. I completely agree. Bob says, I feel like 3 attempts each as part of the rules may be better. Completely agree, Bob. We're going to have 1 more each.
Okay.
Go on, then. Yeah, fine. But so the rules is now then, I guess, in terms of you missed the big number. You've got 3 attempts at a board, but you have to have it in your own throw. So say, for instance, like if you go 1, 2 and then miss 3.
2 though,
is that it?
Yeah, the third's in the 17.
I missed again.
Oh, dear. Do you know what? On the day that if this actually happens and someone does go around the world with us, then I'm going to be absolutely buzzing for that. But unfortunately, not good to start with. You're right, Andrew. None of them saying getting past the 4. You were absolutely spot on, my friend. But the big question is, everybody, can you do better? Can you do better? The guy's going to try and keep practicing this because they'll have another go tomorrow. This obviously won't count towards the overall leaderboard and all that sort of stuff. But if you think you can do better, let us know at official OL Darts on Twitter. We've also got our Instagram page and Facebook. You can follow us there. We are online darts on those platforms, so make sure that you join us there. God, what's going on, mate? What's going on? You now. I'm now nowhere near getting through the scores, so you can talk to our wonderful viewers.
I'm just having a practice. That's all. Like, I've got an excuse. I am absolutely freezing. I've been sat on my backside since 10 o'clock this morning. Cam's been practicing and warming up.
Go on, Cam.
In my defence,
you want to keep going with this?
In my defence,
to be fair, I've also been having a practice, but the wrong time.
I never look. I don't hit ones when I play darts normally. I just hit 20s.
All right,
the point. You're the one who came up. You came up with a bloody game.
I know I did. Come on in, Cam. Let's have a 9-dart shootout while while Jar's writing his games down. What I probably should have said to Jar is I've already got them all written down in note form that I could have sent him electronically.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to print it out
as the draw came out, but
I wouldn't be able to print it out, so it doesn't make a blind bit of difference.
9-dart shootout, yeah?
Yep.
Let's go. Oh, 100.
Yeah, I'm not playing.
That was my excuse last time, mate, when I was with him.
That
was a while ago.
It was 43.
43. Oh, Jack. Now I hit the one. I'm an 81. 181 after 6.
Come on. Absolutely nowhere, mate. Ed's gone completely. That's 9. Ed's fallen off.
He's playing on the stream. That's what it is. It's playing on the stream. It hurts.
Oh, and a 41. 222 in total.
I think 180 might get Cam back in the game.
171 will do it.
Go on then.
No.
Do it.
That no came way too quick.
Completely thrown them away. Right, let's play again.
You can go first this time.
I promise everybody that we will actually get back to discussing darts in a little while. But this is quite interesting now. This is quite fun to see what's going on.
Am I going first?
Yeah, I just said that.
Right, okay. Come on. 41. Bounced off the barrel, second dart.
Oh, Jack. 30.
Wow, this is a big moment. Can
Two in the big five. Two in the big five.
Can he capitalise?
95.
Oh dear.
Oh, Jack.
So now Bob's got to respond.
44. 74 in total.
Didn't like it under pressure, did he? What's that? Where do we stand here?
Well, I don't know. I was going to say, so I didn't do any math because I'm trying to write everything
41 and 95 for me, so 136 for me.
Yeah, 74 for me.
Okay.
Big question is, can he put the game out of sight?
Not with that. 45. Not enough. 181. Finish.
I'm on 74, so 106.
Big moment. Would he go for a checkout?
Oh, 60.
Yes.
So it's one apiece, everybody. One apiece.
Go on then, Jack.
Okay, so go on.
We're going again.
Best of 3.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is the moment, everybody. This is the deciding leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Oh. 59.
Interesting start. What can Cam deliver? Response.
Ah, 41.
Oi, so 59 plays 41.
Oh, that's a poor dart. 45, 104.
Can Cam respond with a biggie? Put the pressure on.
No. 40.
So 81 plays 104. Oh, sorry, 100. Yeah, 105.
Plays 205 now.
He's just put himself at 100. So 84. Can he deliver? The response.
No, 41 again. Rubbish.
So it is. There it is.
Pressure got to me.
It's going to be Gob that delivers it. It's going to be Gob that delivers it. So there we go, everybody. A bit of a mad 9-dart, a bit of an impromptu 9-dart shootout there. But in the end, it is Gob that takes it 2-1. People are saying in the question on this one, right? So saying about question, by the way, do you have to get the 25 in the ball to complete the whole thing? No, you do not at all. It is literally single 1 to 20. And you have to do it live on the show or live during an event, but that's where we are. So it is. What time we got? What time are we looking at now? It is 20 past 6 GMT, which means we are very close indeed to the start of the UK Open round 4. As I say, from 7 o'clock tonight, we'll be with you. Every single board covered live here on Online Darts TV. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Give us a like. We really do appreciate it. Really appreciate you sticking with us. And like you say, you'd be dipping in and out throughout the entire day. And we really do appreciate it. We know that the coverage is also freely available in the UK, at least on ITV4. But what we're trying to do here is try and give you some extra stuff so you can follow all the boards all in one place. A couple of people in the chat room saying very good first game on the main stage tonight. Van Dijvenbode against Anderson. I really liked it, but I didn't want him to draw Anderson. Yeah, that is an interesting game indeed. You think about it and think, what can Gary do in terms of delivering? That is the big question. What Gary Anderson will turn up is the moment in time, is the big question. Reece says, how do you apply for our game? You can give us a message on Facebook and Instagram or Twitter. You can do that via there. Just give us a DM. We'll try and pick it up tomorrow. Remember that you must have Gob, you remember the rules. Is it camera on your board and a camera on yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, so prepared to have a camera that faces your board that can clearly see it. To be honest, with the example we just used from Cam, probably not as clear as we'd like it. Mine is probably as much as we'd accept. Clearly lit. You can see all of the doubles. I know we set that up pretty quickly. And then another device where we'll ask you to video call one of us, just so we can see your setup and that you're clearly thrown from the right length. We'll put a tweet out tomorrow asking for people to get involved. It'll be a like and retweet tomorrow, and then we'll pick a couple of people from that one, just so we can spread the news that the competition is live. And we're going to keep doing it that way. So, yeah, look out for that tweet in the morning. It will be a like and retweet, and then we'll pick people that enter that way.
Excellent stuff, mate. I'm literally just about to finish off the entire schedule. So I tell you what, we padded that one out quite well, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't got a big standard for anyone to beat right now.
No, the number is 3 at the moment in time from where we go. Right, it is
and
time.
To be honest,
you know what
we didn't have a
do,
great standard on the old 9-dart shootout either.
Well, you did all right. You did on that one. You did okay. Martin says so. A laptop and Martin says so. A laptop and a phone. Yeah, as long as we could see it, and as long as you're happy being filmed yourself, then that's absolutely fine. No danger whatsoever there. What we're going to do? Do you know what? Actually, as it is 20. Go on, Cam. Sorry, mate.
I like how Martin said in the chat that it was a noble leg that we got to me and got on the 9-dot shootout.
That's a very good point, to be fair. Right, so where are we? It's 6:25. I'll tell you what we're going to do, because everybody's still watching us, and we really do appreciate it. Shall we have an impromptu question time, lads, as we build up to night 1 of the UK Open? Let's do that. An impromptu question time is in the books. It is now the chat room open for business. 20 minutes of questions while we wait for Lee and all that sort of stuff. Gob's just heading off for dinner, so he'll be with you. So Cam and I are going to be discussing everything for the next 20 minutes or so. Lee will be joining me back at 6:45, as will Gob. Luke Pickering will also join us in the chat room. So chat room is open for business. 20 minutes of questions for you as we get ready and build up to round 4 of the UK Open and we get ourselves ready for action. Let's start with a question from Bob saying, I may be wrong, but I really think Van Dijvenbode might just go on a tear this year. Wrong to think that he could be top 10 by the end of the year. I don't think it's wrong to say that. I think that he's a very, very good. I think Dirk has been outstanding. I remember this time last year, he was my sexy pick for the event, Cam. And I can only see him going all the way up. World Grand Prix finalist, did bits at the World Championships. He just needs to probably try and improve on the leg play stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I think leg play is where he needs to improve. But I have him as my sexy pick for this week. So, yeah, I think this week could be the week that he does go and show that. Partly because I thought the price on him was ridiculous.
Yes,
but yeah, the guy's playing well, and he's been playing well for a year now. It's definitely an event he could do damage in, but I would have preferred him not to have drawn Gary.
I think everybody in this position would definitely not want to draw Gary. There's no doubt about that. Look, I'm of your opinion. I think that he's definitely got the potential to go and do stuff. Whether he does is another issue entirely. Jonathan Roberts says, what will be the best game of the night on the main stage? Oh, that's a tough one. Give you the main stage once more. We'll give you the ball a little bit later on. But it is Gary Anderson against Dirk van Dijvenbode, Michael van Gerwen against Scott Mitchell, Gerwin Price against Peter Hudson, and Peter Wright against Dave Chisnell. What will be the game of the night? Again, Cam, if you want to go first, you're more than welcome to. I don't mind going first, but I don't want to be the one who's always saying something.
Just
I don't mind going first. I've got no problem. I've got no problems with it. I've got absolutely no problems going first. If you want me to go first,
I've got a pick. Don't you worry. I'm gonna go with the last of the 4, actually. As much as I think Gary against Dirk is going to be an absolute barnstormer, Peter Wright, Dave Chisnell could really ignite. That could be, if Chizzy's on and Peter Wright's not using them ridiculous little soft tip darts he was using the other day, then that game could really go.
I don't know, weirdly enough, if Scott plays the way that he did earlier on today, if Scotty Dog plays the way that he's playing today, I really fancy that game between MVG and Scott Mitchell. I know people are saying that, it shouldn't be on the main stage and it shouldn't be this and it shouldn't be that. And I get that, Cullen Smith, Aspinall Ratajski are better games for us darts fans, but you have to think of, in this case as well, potentially, the casual viewer. And the casual viewer will want to watch the biggest names. And that's unfortunately just how sport works. Unfortunately, that's what happens. So I think that MVG Mitchell game could be an absolute belter if things stay the same. I don't know.
I agree. I actually agree. I nearly picked that one. That was nearly my pick. I think, I'll be honest, I don't think that shouldn't be a main stage game. The one that I didn't want in there, that I thought shouldn't be, but always was going to be, was the Going Prize Pete Hudson game. I don't think that is a main stage game, other than the fact that you've got the world number 1 in there. But yeah, the Van Gogh and Scott Mitchell game, for the casuals, don't watch it every week, Scott Mitchell, they may have already seen being a BDO world champion on terrestrial telly. Yeah. So I completely understand that being a TV game, because it's 2 world champions, okay, not in the same side of the sport, but it's 2 world champions facing off, who they may have both seen before. I think that's a great game for the telly, and if Scotty Dog plays as he can, could give him real trouble.
Certainly could do. Going to be a very, very intriguing game, that 100%. Kieran asks, when did the darts continue? Half an hour's time, mate. We are just building up to it here. We've been here since 10:30 this morning. We are not going anywhere. And I appreciate a load of the guys that are in the chat room aren't going anywhere either. So thank you so much for your support. We really do appreciate it. And we don't just say that. We genuinely mean that. So thank you very, very much indeed. Reese, the best player of all time debate. We'll hold fire on that question. We're going to hold fire on that question. We're going to hold fire on that question until Gob's back. And then once, do you know what? Actually, we might answer that in a minute. But there is a question I want to talk about with you, Cam. And this is from Chris, who says, how impressed are you with Johnny Clayton's improvement over the last year? And it can't be denied that never underestimate a ferret.
Never, ever underestimate a ferret. I am so impressed with Johnny Clayton over the last year. I think right now he is the form player in darts. I don't think there's anyone playing any better than him right now. And I think he's a very good price for this weekend. Not quite as good of a price as he was at the start of the week when both me and you backed him, Jota. But a very good price. 15. Did you not get the boost on him? You backed him on the same site as me. I got the boost.
No, I didn't get the boost on it. Nice.
Yeah, so I think a fantastic bet for this weekend. Him and Dirk are my 2 picks. My outsider, Luke Humphreys, who I think could have a real good run as well, especially getting a little bye into the 4th round, which helped. But yeah, Johnny Clayton is the form player in darts right now, and I think his confidence is so high. I'd fancy him against anyone right now.
This is what I'm going to say about Johnny, because he's got Robbie John Rodriguez, and it's an outside board game on stage 4. That I think that you couldn't ask for anything more for the ferret in that sense. I don't know is the honest answer myself. Not personally.
No, I think it's perfect. It is perfect for him, isn't it? Like, just easy his way in. I mean, okay, Robbie John's a cracking player, and if he bangs in an average like he could, he might give him trouble, but I just don't see it happening. I think Johnny's too good right now.
Look, you can't deny the ferret is one of the best players around at the moment in time. I've certainly been impressed with him. I think since winning the World Cup with Gezi, it's just gone from strength to strength to strength to strength to strength for the ferret, and he is absolutely smashing it at this moment in time. TK Shot says, as Price recover from his ear infection, and what darts is Snakebite using? Now, this is where a question from Brody comes in as well, where he says, have you ever been to a real darts tournament in real life? Normally, we'd be there. Normally, we'd be in Minehead. We'd be able to tell you if Price has really recovered from his ear infection. We'd be able to tell you what dart snake he's using. But unfortunately, at this moment in time, we have got nothing. We are blind, really blind at this point. We normally have some inside information, but we don't. Is the honest answer? We don't know. That might actually, Cam, be an intriguing one to see what happens there with Price, because if Hudson gets on top of him and this ear infection still hasn't gone, it might not be the best evening for the world number 1.
No, I think the fact that he pulled out after 2 days of the Super Series was probably the best thing to do. Maybe he should not have gone there in the first place, but as the world number 1, the first tournament of the year, you're going to want to give it a go. But I think if he's not recovered, like the ears are a big thing. It's your balance. It throws you completely off and your senses off. So if he's not recovered, then I mean, what an opportunity for Peter Hudson it is. But I think if he's back this week, after having, so what was it, after Friday that he dropped out, so he's had 6 days to get ready. I think you'd fancy him to be back and ready. If he's had a full course of antibiotics, I think we'll see something decent from him tonight.
Could be very, very intriguing indeed. Right, where are we with questions? Keep them coming in, guys. We've got another 10, 15 minutes or so before we start looking ahead to round 4 of the UK Open. Lionel Messi, if it is the real Lionel Messi, I don't know, but if he loves darts, it's fair. MVG is playing on the main stage, mate. He is playing second on the main stage, indeed. So that's so that one's there. Again, Reece, I'm not ignoring the best player of all time debate. I want to leave that till last, so I get the comments section going. That's how this thing works. So, yeah, you're right, Chris. He's a very, very good bloke. I've got a lot of time for Chris. Indeed. Sean Kokorin says, we'd like to see the big boys on the outer boards for a change. Look, mate, we've had this debate a lot this evening because of the draw. Unfortunately, ITV being a free-to-air television station means the PDC want to expose their biggest stars on there. And that's where it is. And that's unfortunately what's happening. So, look, I don't like it because of the games that are available, but I understand it. Is probably the good one there. So on that one, right. So let's see, where are we? Question from Jonathan Cam. Maybe early, but who will be the top 4 in the Premier League, and in what order?
That's a naughty question.
That's a
not
very,
just the top
very
4, but
question.
in order as well.
That
is a nasty question.
Very much so.
Right. That is that's a tester.
Okay, I'll go with mine and see what happens on this one. Yeah.
Go on.
Okay, so this is be interesting. So I'm going to go with top. Will be Michael van Gerwen. I know people might think that that's not necessarily the boldest claim, but after last year and what happened last year, he will want to reclaim that Premier League top bill. That's how it works for him.
Yep.
Second, I'm going to go with Gary. I think Gary's playing some very good stuff, and I'm going to go with Gary at this point.
Yep.
Third, I'm going to go with Snakey. And I think Snakey will get there. And fourth, I want to say Gezi, but Gezi hasn't done that well in. But Gezi hasn't done that well in the Premier League, so I don't know whether that's going to be the best thing for him at this point.
Yeah, I get that.
So if I was going to pick, do you know what? If I was going to pick someone now, well, so if I was going to pick someone now for fourth over Gezi, I'd pick the Ferret because of the way he's playing. Yeah. But I'd still have to go with Gezi over the 16 weeks. I just would have to.
Okay. I'm going to go different to you. And I'm going to go a little bit bolder than you did.
Go on then.
So, number 1. I'm going to take Gary to win the league phase.
Ooh,
I think he could do. I think he's motivated and he's up for it, and I think he could win the league phase. We know what he can do over a short period. Number 2, I'm going to take the Ferret to finish second in the league phase, based on the first 9 weeks being behind closed doors and the way he's playing at the moment. I think he could get up a big enough gap that he holds on to that position. Third, who do I fancy third? MVG for 3. He will 100% make the playoffs. That's not in doubt whatsoever, but I think he'll be third in the league phase. And the final one, I'm going heart over head here. I'm going for the local boy. I'm going for Nathan Aspinall. I think we've seen a little improvement from him over the Super Series. I think we've seen him play that a little bit better, and I think he might just find something. Once he gets into a battle and gets that little bit of fight going, yeah, I think he might just nick that 4th spot. As much as he probably was the last pick of the lot, really, for this Premier League, based on recent form, we might just see him do something.
Very interesting. Very interesting to see where we go with that one there. Those are bold predictions there, my friend, 100%.
I know. Well, you know I like a bold prediction. I always like a bold one.
You do. You do. Do you know what? Do you know what? Because of this at the moment, I haven't even had time to do an ACCA for tonight, so I might try and grab an ACCA. By the way, if you're going to think of that, obviously gamble responsibly.
That's a good shout. That I've also not done that.
I've not actually done an ACCA yet, so I'm going to have to do that very, very shortly. Indeed. David says, anyone got a list for the TV games? Yep, here you go. Gary Anderson against Dirk van Dijvenbode, first one up on the main stage. Michael van Gerwen against Scott Mitchell is next. Then it's Gerwin Price against Peter Hudson, and then Peter Wright against Dave Chisnell. Then we've got Mervyn King against Jose de Sousa. That's on stage 2, excuse me. Then we've got Andy Hamilton against Rob Cross, Nathan Aspinall against Christoph Ratajski, and Joe Cullen against Michael Smith. All those last 4 games are on stage 2, but you can watch them on PDC TV. I think it's for $2.99, so it's not a horrendous amount of expense. I appreciate not many people might not have that much money at the moment, but for £2.99, that's where you can watch it. Where are we going? Who do you think the next player to break through in darts will be? Oh, God. I don't know what you class as a breakthrough. I don't know what you class as a breakthrough.
That's really my question. Yeah. What do we class as breakthrough? Like top 32, top 64, like a player we've not really heard of? Like, where are we going with that?
I don't know is the honest answer. Who asked that question? Jack.
Jack Owen.
Yeah, if you're still watching, mate, let us know, and we'll come in there 100%, and we'll answer that question in a second. Right, let's move on. Do you know what? Sod it. Let's do it. Let's talk about this now. Right, interesting. Go on then. Best player of all time debate.
Yes,
let's have it.
Come on then.
Right,
there is only one. There's only one.
There isn't.
No, there is. No, there is. And it is the 16 times champion of the world. It's Philip Douglas Taylor. And he is the best player that's ever lived. And there is no
a bit of feedback.
No.
Here he comes. Our producer decided he's going to shove it in. Oh, right.
Oh, my word.
Philip.
Did someone say debate?
Yeah.
Did someone say debate?
Go back to your dinner.
Wow.
You did, yes.
Honestly, I've never got off the sofa so quick in all my life.
Are we live? Right.
No, everyone knows my opinion on this. Phil Taylor is the most successful player of all time. But if we're talking as in the best player ever to throw a dart in terms of levels, Michael van Gerwen, in my opinion's top level, was better or is better than what Phil Taylor's was.
Yeah, but
not arguing that Philip will always be the most successful.
Dustin Johnson's best level is better than Tiger Woods is in golf, but he won't ever be the best player in the world like Tiger Woods was and is and always will be. Phil Taylor dominated the sport.
But if you're arguing that, then Tiger Woods isn't, because he hasn't got the major record.
Yeah.
So your argument's flawed there.
dominated the sport for 20 years. So did Phil Taylor, and Tiger did the same. Those players they brought the level of everyone else up. Without those players, neither of the sports would be anywhere near the standard they are. And that is why they will both be the best player of all time in both of those sports.
No, so I disagree. But for me, the best isn't about records or anything like that. It's the level you play at. And sorry, Jar, you're going to hate this, what I'm about to say here. But Manchester United have been the most successful team in Premier League era. You can't argue that fact. However, what we've seen over recent years, Pep's Manchester City team is arguably the greatest Premier League team we've seen. In terms of points, goals scored, manner of play, what they do.
Yeah, but PB, let me just come in here 1 second. Sorry about this. So they haven't never won 3 in a row for kickoff. They have never won it 4 times in a row. They haven't won a European Cup yet. They've never won it. They won the domestic treble, but they didn't win the European Cup. If they win the quadruple, I will concede that, and that'll be that. Or if they win a treble, I will concede what you're saying. But unfortunately, the greatest side in the world to do it, certainly in the Premier League, is Manchester United. But what I will happily sit here and say that the best player that I've ever seen pick up a dart is Michael van Gerwen. I agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that at all. Right? It's ridiculous. And like I say that Taylor at his peak was good, was great, but you look at the caliber that he was playing against in the PDC. You had Parr, Mardle, Painter at his peak. Would we agree on that?
Barney as well.
Priest. No, but before Barney moved
over,
pre-Barney, say that when he because he won the majority of his titles throughout the late 90s and 2000s when he was at his peak. But the quality wasn't the quality that was there in the BDO. That's my point. The BDO was still the stronger of the two organisations, and I do wonder what might have happened had the split not happened. And we can all get into that. But for me, MVG is the best player that I've ever seen pick up a dart because he can just go mental at any stage. The one I always come back to is that night in the Premier League against Michael Smith when he missed his. Was it double 16 that he missed? To keep the average at about 1.
Double 18. Double 18, and the average would have been 136 point something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you just think, wow.
I understand that argument and the fact that what he can do when he's on his very best is put up those sort of performances. But it's about doing it and dominating and beating everybody out there. And he's not done that as much as someone who you say is the best player that's ever lived should do. Like, he just hasn't done it. He hasn't.
Between 16 and 17, that 18 months, between 16 and 18, was the best darts the world has ever seen, in my opinion. Ever.
It was over that period, but you've got to do it over a career and keep winning and keep beating people. And he's not doing that.
I disagree.
He's not, though, is he? He's fallen off. He's not dominating the way he should do for a player of that quality that can do that when he's on. He doesn't do it often enough and doesn't. He should be winning. He should have more than 3 world titles. You can't argue that.
I agree. I'm not.
The quality of player he is, and if he doesn't do that, then you can't hold him to a level of a player that's won 16 and dominated. And it's all about, and it comes back to what Michael van Gerwen says more than anyone. It's about doing the right things at the right time. And Phil Taylor did that relentlessly for 20 years. And that's why he won so much, because he always did the right things at the right time. He might not have put in 123 average. But Martin Schindler did that in the other day. Is he the best player of all time?
Yeah, but that differentiates from the best to the most successful. Phil will always be the most successful in my eyes, but that doesn't make you the best.
Yeah, but like I said, Martin Schindler's averaged 123 in the Pro Tour the other day. Is he the best player of all time? No.
No, like, but in boxing terms as well, go to boxing terms, AJ has all the belts, but is he the best?
No.
No.
But
point proven.
But when Klitschko had all the belts and had them for 10 years, yes, he was the best by a mile.
Yeah, a poor division, but that doesn't make him the best of all time.
Is there a better heavyweight boxer of all time? In
What,
terms
than
of dominating and talent?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever made everyone else look like they don't deserve to be in the same ring as them, like Klitschko did?
Yeah.
Who?
Tyson in his heyday was better than Klitschko. Lewis was better than Klitschko. Tyson better than Klitschko.
Better to watch. Better to watch, yes. Better than
poor heavyweight in a bad era. Right, so good heavyweight in a poor era doesn't make you one of the best of all times.
No, hang on.
Well, just because
it's not been a bad era
Okay,
at all in heavyweight boxing. It's Klitschko made everyone look like they didn't deserve to be in the same ring as him. Look at David Haye. David Haye was one of the best fighters on the planet at cruiser and came up on a world title and looked like he didn't deserve to be in the same ring as Klitschko.
We are going slightly off topic when we're talking boxing a little bit, but I get the argument. Here's a question though for everybody, right? And this is a genuine question for me. Does Raymond van Barneveld rank in the top 5 of people's greatest ever darts players? Because to me,
yes,
no,
he doesn't.
No,
yes,
not for me, Clive. You have, for me, you have.
He's in the conversation. He's in the conversation.
Anyway, I've got to go. So I've got to bring other people into the stream. I've said my piece. Ta-ra, love.
What a time! What a time!
Cheers,
in there. So, right, here we go. Okay, so Barzy's off. So there we go. So he's come in and all this sort of stuff, which is lovely. Perfect time that perfect time for him to come in and just basically talk about this. Right, we have got to go very, very shortly. Gob's come though, and he's going to apparently prove us all wrong. We have got Lee and we have got Luke in the chat with us as well. But Gob, I'm going to allow you to have the last word before we go and preview the UK Open round 4.
Phil Bars, scared Potter. Yeah, you do a runner, mate. While I was finding my notebook for the stats I'd already prepared for this segment months ago. Right, considering right, when would you say Phil MVG's peak was?
It's been and gone.
For me, it would.
16 to 18, 16, 17.
So when Phil was still around.
16. Because, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Head-to-head record. Phil Taylor won 34. They drew twice. MVG won 26 times. MVG never beat Phil Taylor at the Worlds. Over half of MVG's wins over Phil Taylor were non-ranking. 15 out of those 26, which is majority Premier League, but difference. Televised 9 darters. 11 for Taylor. MVG 7. Non-TV. All right. MVG 24. Phil Taylor 21. In terms of titles, Taylor 102. MVG 55. Non-TV 83 and 80. Far more tournaments around now for MVG to pick that up in. All right, much shorter time space, but the span of that is ridiculous.
Gob.
Absolutely ridiculous. World champs, Phil Taylor won 16 of his 29.
Gob.
16 of 29 attempts at the World Championship.
Gob.
21 finals.
All of those. Gob, all of those are irrelevant.
They're not irrelevant at all.
No, they're not
yes,
irrelevant.
they are. Because they are irrelevant.
Right.
They're irrelevant. They're irrelevant because in 2016, Michael van Gerwen produced the greatest year that has ever been seen in darts. He won every pissing TV main title there was to win.
Phil Taylor did that for a decade, Jar. Right.
Hang on a minute.
He never won everything. He never won every event. He never won every event.
He doesn't make you the best player in the world.
16 of them. Yeah.
He never won.
This is why
every single event in a calendar year.
Make him the best player in the world. Right,
this is why it's a 2-year ranking system as well.
Phil Taylor
played why you have a 2-year ranking system. Because one good year doesn't make you the best player in the world.
21 finals. MVG has played in 15 World Championships and won 3, making 5 finals. And also, Jar, the final stat that you will absolutely love here, FDI ranking ever. Lendl's been back and tracked the lot. Do you know who had the highest FDI ranking ever? Phil Taylor by about 70 points, which is a bloody big gap.
Look, I've never really liked FDR anyway.
Is Jackie Oakley on telly yet? I bet you haven't now. Yeah. Lendl, if you're in the chat room, thank you very much. Stick it in him.
Look, at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that Taylor, to me, was it at his peak. I appreciate people say 2018 and 2012 and all that sort of stuff, but for me, he was probably more at his peak in the years that he won his 14 world titles, around that sort of area. But, Cam, we will have to continue this discussion for another day because it is 5 minutes to 7. Cam, thank you very much indeed. You're going to go and head off and hit there with Scott right now. We're going to go to a quick ad break. When we are back, Lee Boyce will return. Luke Pickering joins myself and Gob as we talk you through round 4 of the Ladbrokes UK Open. See you in 30 seconds. Welcome back, everybody. Very warm welcome back indeed. Luke, what a shot. I'm so sorry. Lee, what is that shirt, my man? That? Good effort. Good effort to change.
How are we all doing? Wardrobe change, had half hours with some food. Get a new shirt. I don't know, God block the one earlier. City. What was that, mate?
I didn't realise you were trying to be the cover star for Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
What a shout that is. Niche.
I'll take it.
Niche. Very good. Bob says, just go back to our old debate that we had before the break. Bob says, 2009, Taylor won every single major that was in the TV. Yeah, don't let facts get in the way of a debate, mate. You come on now. Right, moving on.
But he never won everything, did he, Joe? Never won everything.
He didn't. He didn't win everything because there was lots of stuff there that was available. And as if by magic, Luke Pickering joins us. Thank God, so we could get away from this discussion.
The Las Vegas Desert Classic.
What's that? Never heard of it, mate. Never heard of it.
How is it not a fair comparison, TK Shots?
We've got to move it on. We've got darts to talk about. So let's do that. So we have got live darts for you all the way through this evening, and 3 games have started to warm up on the outside board. So I'll tell you how this is going to work. If you have just joined us, a very warm welcome. Please hit that subscribe button. Please hit that like button. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And as if by magic, our producer Phil puts up the stats there for us. Those 2 games that are warming up: Scott Waits and Keegan Brown over on board 8, and on board 3, Daryl Gurney against Jason Lowe. So I'll tell you how this is going to work this evening. I'll be covering the 2 TV stages for us this evening here on Online Darts, giving you updates throughout the evening. Jack Dobby Garwood's been on boards 3 and 4 all day. He's going to stay there. Stages 5 and 6 will be covered by the wonderful Lee Boyce, and fantastic Luke Pickering will join us to cover boards 7 and 8. Luke, I'll tell you what, as you are new this evening, because we've heard from the boys already today, you get the first word. What did you think of the afternoon, and what a draw we got?
Yeah, I was going to say the Sphinx. That was a really good draw. I think there was a few good quality ties. I am happy to see that they've been on board too. I know what people have already said, and I'm not going to go. It goes without saying that Gavin Price is now number 1. He's going to be on TV stage. That's it. That's a matter of fact. It was never going to change. So you knew Joe Cullen and Michael Smith probably wasn't going to be on there, but I'm really glad they put it on board too. And I think Jose De Souza against Mervyn King. People obviously tipped that, but I think that's going a little bit under the radar. That could be a really good game. So I'm excited for that one. Standout performance of the afternoon. It's got to be Lisa Ashton. 100 plus average is absolutely quality. Aaron Beanie alluded to it. He was going to have to do something special against Lisa to win, and it's true. She played really, really well. Nobody can take that away from it, and nobody can say that she didn't deserve to win that match. It's a shame that she didn't get through, but I've got brilliant last 64. I think arguably the best last 64 I can remember at the UK Open for many, many years. So I'm really, really excited for round 4, and then we get the round 5 draws, which is going to be even better.
Very much looking forward to that. So this is what we've got for you then this evening here on the main stage. I'll tell you what, we'll go through the full stage lineup once more if you weren't with us earlier on when it was announced. So Gary Anderson against Dirk van Dijvenbode, first game up on the main stage. We'll have that for you here. We'll obviously give you updates. Michael van Gerwen against Scott Mitchell then follows. Gerwin Price against Peter Hudson is next. And then it is Peter Wright against Dave Chisnell to round off stage 1. Stage 2 could easily be a quarterfinals day. I'll be honest with you. Mervyn King against Jose de Sousa. Andy Hamilton against Rob Cross. Nathan Aspinall against Christoph Ratajski. And Joe Cullen against Michael Smith. That game is last on stage 2 to see if they will then move it across to the main stage. Who knows? We don't know at this point. Stage 3. Daryl Gurney against Jason Lowe. Ryan Searle against Adrian Lewis, Max Hopp against Vincent van der Voort, and John Brown against Mark McGeady. Stage 4 looks like this. Callan Ridds against Jermaine Watamina, Johnny Clayton against Rabi John Rodriguez, Darius Abanowski against Darren Webster, and then Ryan Joyce against James Wade. Stage 5 looks like this. Ian White against Ricky Evans. We've then got Alan Suter against Stephen Bunting, Kai Van Dung against Brendan Dolan, Martijn Kleermaker against Jamie Hughes will round off the day. Stage 6, Carol Sedlacek against Simon Whitlock, Devon Peterson against Jeffrey Desvine, Luke Woodhouse against Dimitri Vandenberg, and then Andy Bolton against Peter Jake. Stage 7, Menzel Sudovic, Sebastian Bielecki, Gabriel Clements against Adam Hunt, Steve Lund against Ron Moodenkamp, David Evans against Madas Rasma. On to stage 8, it's Scott Waits against Keegan Brown. It's then John Henderson against Chris Dovey, Glenn Durrant against Danny Nopper, and then Kim Hybrecht against Luke Humphreys. 32 games across 8 boards. We're going to be across it all. KR3000 says, I heard you guys slagging Scott Mitchell earlier. I wasn't. I was saying it could potentially be game of the night. So, if you heard that, then I don't think it was from us, certainly not. But there we go. As we are warming up for games here, gents, in fact, actually, stage 2 has actually already got underway. They don't mess around on stage 2, it looks like. Mervyn King against Jose de Sousa is underway, which is great stuff. Also, I'll tell you what, while we are waiting for the proper games to get going, gents, I want a game of the stage from each of you. That's what we're going to look at. Stages 3 and 4. Jack Gobby Garwood, stages 3 and 4. What are the 2 games that stand out for you?
Stage 3 is between 2. It's either Ryan Searle versus Eddie Lewis or Max Hopp versus Van der Voort. I'm going to go Lewis because I got my eye on him. I thought 100-1 pre-event was way too big for a man of his caliber. And on board 4, it's Ryan Joyce versus James Wade. That could be an absolute finishing masterclass.
Lee Boyce, where are you going?
I'm gonna go with on my board. Toppling here, so the chat was good earlier. I'm gonna go with Alan Suter versus Stephen Bunting as the standout one in those off these 2 boards. But there is some very good games, and interested to see how Dimi performs on there.
And Luke, stages 7 to 8. What games have you got your eye on?
Well, I've got one for each board. I think Gabriel Clemens against Adam Hunt. Hunt's coming into quite good form at the minute. He's just moved into the top 64, and we know Gabriel Clemens had a really good World Championship. That could be quite close. I do think that'll run probably 17-18 legs. And then, I think Kim Hybrecht against Luke Humphreys is going to be tough. Kim Hybrecht, again, is starting to come back to where he needs to be. And Luke Humphreys, we know, in the TV tournaments, he isn't on stage, he's not televised, but he always seems to play well in terms of for these majors. So I think that could be close as well. But yeah, a couple of good games I'm excited to watch.
Lovely stuff. Right. Gob, can you just fill for 2 minutes while I just put our social stuff live? Thanks, mate.
Of course I can. Like I said, we are underway on board 2 already. I've got that open in the top corner. A few others warming up. And Gary Anderson, Dirk van Dijvenbode, that match has just gone live on Dark Connector as well, which means I need to fire up ITV4 to keep an eye on that one because that could be absolutely quality. First leg then about to be completed, perhaps. Mervyn King with a break opportunity, wants 79 against Jose de Sousa, and he pins it in 2 darts, treble 19, double 11. George Noble will be a happy man. He is off of stage 2. Is Kirk Bevan's emceeing and refereeing on stage 2 this evening. I'm not sure I can read it all out, but George has done some stats from his games earlier today. 12 matches, 7 of those went to 6-5, 119 legs in total, and an average legs per match of 10. Fair to say, George Noble has done more work than absolutely anybody else today. And there's a few expletives in there as well.
Yeah.
Superb from George. But yeah, Milton Keynes 1-0 up on Jose de Souza already.
The poor bloke, by the way. I do feel sorry for him in a way. I really, really do. But yes, so we are just about getting ourselves underway. Ian White against Ricky Evans has just got underway as well. We've got lead covering that one. Mensur Sudovic against Sebastian Bielecki. That one is just warming up, as is Scott Waits against Keegan Brown over on 7 and 8. That will be covered for you by Luke Pickering. And Gob, another opportunity for Merv. Can he hold his throw is the big question.
I'd expect so. He just fired in a 180 to leave 1-2-1. Jose back on 3-4-1. Not really found his ranges yet, Jose. Even the switching, he's drifted into the 7s a little bit. Yeah, Merv coming back for the 1-2-1. Treble 20, he's gone. Will he set it up? Should go 25-36 here, really. Oh, went 45 for double 8. The cameraman's all over the place. He does miss the double 8 on the outside, but he is coming back. Even a 180 from Jose here. Put him on 114, but you'd still expect Merv to go 2-0 up. Jose does fire in the maximum. Inside first dart from Mervyn. Inside second dart from Mervyn. But he pins the double 2. Casual like with the spin and the wrist flick that we're so used to seeing from that Mervyn King throw. And he takes a 2-0 lead over Jose de Souza.
He does indeed. He takes it over. The Portuguese man scores the special one, however you want to call it. He takes the early lead there. Don't forget that Phil Bars will be with us throughout the evening. We'll be delivering interviews for you, so make sure that you watch all of them. Can't wait for that. Let's head over to stage 5. Ian White against Ricky Evans could be a really good game, this one. Watching that one for us, early stages, is Lee Boyce. How's the first leg gone, Lee?
Yeah, Ian White has took that first one on throw with a 15-dart hold. Ricky Evans didn't really get stored in that one, but I started with a 140 here. Ian White responding with a 134. So as much as I didn't pick it as my standout game across the 2 boards, I am expecting a very good game between Ian White and Ricky Evans, especially if they both can find their storing. And also on my other board, Sid, Sedlacek and Whitlock are just warming up, so I expect that to start in the next minute or 2.
Let's head over to board number 8. Solid start, it looks like, for Scott Waits on throw, Luke.
Yeah, he's looking strong. Keegan Brown's just hit a 180 to put the pressure on, but Waits has left himself 25 after 12, so he's in a good position to get a first leg hold. I remember early on, Scott Waits did get a little bit lucky. He did get through against Steve Brown because he got timed out, but he's done that 14-darter, 1-0 on throw. Scott Waits continues his march towards the last 32.
Interesting. On board 4, Callum Ridge against Jermaine Wattamina. Isn't he even warming up yet? Have I missed that going to start, Gob?
No, on board 4 has been an absolute curse all day. We had 3 withdrawals, 2 withdrawals, 1 timeout, 1 that nearly happened again. And yeah, this one hasn't even started warming up. I've got a game in action on board 3, but I'm interested in a message we just got from Dan. He sat watching the ITV coverage and he just put, anyone hear that double bagel reference from Mason? He is doing us proud today, is Mace. He's already dropped it into comms earlier once today. And now he said a double bagel. We've got Mace on the lingo. Lee's matching his shirt for him today.
I don't know what Merv's playing at here. So I don't know what Jose de Sousa was playing at here, but he left the 1-6-3 to have a chance at getting back to 2-2, which was a big mistake. Although Merv just hits the ball for a 1-2-6, just misses the ball, goes on to 25. He goes 30. He goes treble 10 to the double 18 here. Does Jose? Can he find double 18? Yes, he can. Big moment there for Jose de Sousa. Levels it up at 2 apiece. A reminder that everybody remember the games have to be, I think it's first to 10. Murray says me correctly here. So it's all first to 10 now. And the good news is that board 4 has kicked off between Callum Ridge and Jermaine Watsamina. We will get over to Gob for that one in just a second. Let's head over to actually, you know what? Actually, Gob, we'll head to board 3 where there's been an early break of throw, but for who?
There has. It's for Jason Lowe. He's 1-0 up against Daryl Gurney. Checks out 32. It 1-3-2 to set that up previously. Gurney was sat on 76 and that didn't go. So last year's nearly man against Michael Van Gerwen can't quite. Has taken an early lead on Daryl Gurney here. 1-0 with a break of throw.
Let's head over then around the boards and another break of throw for Scott Waits. Luke, he looks like he's meaning business at the moment. Early doors against Keegan Brown.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not going to fluff it. That popped up so fast that I didn't see it, but it was definitely a Tom Plus checkout, and he's averaging 104, so he's played really, really well in the first 2 legs. He's looking infamous. This is the sort of Scott Waits that we saw when he won the BDOs, but potentially even better. I mean, 104 average. You know, you're pushing it with the best guys in the world there. So he keeps this sort of form up. This could be a demolition job, but he's playing really, really well. Tom Plus, 2-0 so far, and he's now got the throw to try and make it 3-0.
Let's head over to you, Lee, at the moment in time. Looks like that there's also been a break of throw on board 5.
Yeah, so White had a dart at ball to break Ricky Evans in lead 2 for a 1-6-4 check out, hit 25. Evans come back and held throw, but then Rapid Ricky has pushed on from holding in lead 2 and has then done a 14 dart break against Ian White. So Ricky Evans is up at the early stages in this one. Both players averaging around mid-90s, but shaping into a dud game here between Ian White and Ricky Evans on board 5.
We say a quick reminder that it is a best of 19. The main stage games will go to a break after 5 and 10 legs, but after 10 legs in each of these games, we will get a break on the outside boards as Mervyn King takes out 15 to get the break of throw early doors. In that one, once again, he's broken throw and he leads 3-2 against Jose de Sousa. Really good game developing there on board 2. Board 1 yet to get underway between Gary Anderson and Dirk van Dijvenbode. Both the averages, by the way, in the Merv King game against Jose de Sousa. 101 plays 98 at the moment in time as de Sousa kicks off with a 180 in that leg. Let's go back to you, Gob. Stages 3 and 4. Did Daryl Gurney manage to get the break back? Oh, my. Sorry, I do apologise.
Jason Lowe's held onto it in superb fashion.
Yeah, Gob, I apologise. I've just seen something flash up on my screen on board 5. Lee, what the hell's that happened there?
Yeah, so Ricky Evans, as I said, he's getting better as this game goes on, has just hit a 1-6-7 against Ian White. Only a hold of throw, but broke the lead before. So Ricky Evans has rolled off 3 legs, but has just hit a 1-6-7 against Ian White and takes a 3-1 lead in this one. Ian White started the 5th lead with a 180, but what a check out by Rapid Ricky. I would love to have seen how quick that was.
That would have been very, very quick indeed. Sorry, Gob, you were talking more about Gurney and Lowe.
Yeah, Jason Lowe's 2-0 up. It's not a break of throw unless you get a hold. And Jason Lowe did that. Gurney once again was sat on a finish. And Jason Lowe checks out 110 to consolidate that break at 2-0 up. Interestingly, though, despite the amount of time it took for board 4 to get underway, they've already thrown. They're already further along in the match. Admittedly, just gone 2-1 now. I didn't even see what that score was. Watamain and Rids are not hanging about at all. 91 and 88 average between the pair. It's not roof raising stuff as yet. but they are getting through it at an absolute rapid pace. You could be forgiven for thinking that it was.
Well, Jose de Sousa has just broken straight back with a 1-2-1 I found 25, treble 20, double 18 in order to get that done. Gary Anderson has also gone underway against Dirk van Dijvenbode at early stages, leads 1-0 there. Let's go back to Lou. We haven't heard from you in a while between Mensur Suljovic and Sebastian Bielecki. Bielecki, of course, has hit a 9-darter earlier today, and he's not in the mood to stop at this moment in time.
He's impressing me immense amounts. 107 average, a 15 dart in the first leg, 13 dart in the second leg, and it was a ton plus check out in the first leg as well. He's playing so well. We know Suljovic has been a little bit off form, potentially a little bit vulnerable. Bielecki is jumping all over that and playing phenomenal. 2-0 so far. And then the other one I'm watching, Scott Waits against Keegan Brown. Keegan Brown went 6 darts into the 9 in the third leg and still lost. So it was 3-0. He has managed to pull one back on the throw, 14 dart pulled. So it's 3-1.
Oh my goodness me. Jose de Sousa, I'm about 95% sure, has just missed double 12 for a 9-dart leg. He has. Jose de Sousa has just wired double 12 for a 9-darter. It's a 10-darter in the end and he gets the job done, but my goodness me, that was close. Oh, I thought it was going to fall in a 9 then. Oh, goodness me. I thought that was the magical moment, but unfortunately it's not. But Jose will not care. It's a 10-dart leg. And he gets the job done. But no, not going to happen on this occasion. So Merv King now 4-3 down to Jose. First time that Jose's taken the lead in this game. Let's head over to Lee between Karel Sedlacek and Simon Whitlock. Interesting game developing there at this moment in time. Whitlock, though, has just hit a 180 to take control of the leg.
Yeah, so far we've just been on throw in this one. However, we have had a missed start at ball 40127 for Sedlacek. We've had a missed start at double 15 for a 150 for Simon Whitlock. So we have had opportunities for bid outs. However, as you come to me, Whitlock did it at 180 to leave 50. Had an opportunity, has now taken it. So Simon Whitlock has got a break of throw, a 3-1 advantage, averaging 96 at the moment. Like I said, has been very close to a few big check outs in this one. But Whitlock taking the early lead. On board 5, I'm just going to switch over. As we see Ricky Evans hit a 167 in the 4th lead. In the 6th lead, he's just hit a 101 checkout. So that's 2 ton plus checkouts by Ricky Evans, who is averaging 100 against Ian White's 96 for a 4-2 lead at the moment.
Another ton plus checkout over on board 3, Gob. Board 4, excuse me.
I missed that one. You tell me.
Do you know what I mean?
I've done the cami.
I don't know, Jar, has there? Must have missed that. Also, as well, Dirk van Dijvenbode went 7 perfect into a 9-darter as well on the main board. So that would have been amazing to see what would happen there. So he almost had 2 straight 9-darters in that sense. But this Merv King game versus Jose de Sousa, they played so well between these two at the World Championships as well, didn't they? It was them two that played at the World Championships, and it was incredible. 103.25 plays 103.31 in the game between the pair. Incredible stuff at this moment in time. But Callan Ridds at the moment is in huge trouble against Rain Wattamina. 4-1 down at this moment in time. And Dirk van Dijvenbode has just been double 16 for what would have been a break of throw. Gary Anderson can't take it out though, so he will get another shot at double 16 on the main stage to get a break of throw. It would be huge for him at this moment in time. And he does. He hit double 16. It is a break of throw. Early doors for Dirk van Dijvenbode. He leads 2-1 in that contest. Okay, where are we going to go next? I'll tell you what, we haven't heard about Scott Waits and Keegan Brown for a while, and Mensur Suljovic against Sebastian Bielecki. Is Bielecki holding his own in this game at the moment, Luke?
He is. Suljovic just managed an 18-dart hold, so there was a chance there to go 3-0 up and really start to put the game in a little bit of doubt for Suljovic, because Bielecki would have had throw in the 4th leg. Now, it's 2-1. Suljovic managed to hold that leg, but Bielecki's averaging 101, so there's no concern there. I still think he's looking very strong and very good for a quite good position going into the 10th leg, and then eventually the break on the non-streaming boards. But as for Scott Waits, every leg that I've seen him throw so far to win, he's thrown a 15-darter under, which is second to none. That is really, really, really impressive. He really is rolling back the years. He's 4-1 up currently. Last leg was a bit poor, 4-2 now. Keegan Brown's literally just won that, but Scott Waits is still averaging 99 despite a poor leg, so he's playing really well. This isn't a close game. Scott Waits is dominant at the minute. Keegan Brown's clinging on.
Speaking of clinging on at this moment in time, Jose de Sousa is trying to cling on to his throw at this moment in time, but it is not happening as Mervyn King once again goes in front. He goes 5-4 ahead at the moment. Let's go back to boards 3 and 4. Gob, you're back with us now. Jermaine Watamina is punishing Callum Ridds at this moment in time. He is the first man to go halfway to round 5 place.
Yeah, like I said, this game is absolutely rapid. Just before that, we saw comfortable holds for both men trailing. Gurney took out a 76 and Ridds took out a 32. But Jermaine's just found that extra gear when he was scoring. I think he just set up 33, which went in 2 darts. It's going past so quickly with these two. It's almost impossible to keep track of the actual numbers themselves. But yeah, Jermaine is absolutely cruising at the minute. Callum's averaging just 88 now. Just cannot find a consistency in the score. And I think perhaps he's getting dragged along at the pace that Jermaine wants to play at. It's very easy to get caught up in that. But like you said, Jermaine is the first man to 5 legs halfway there.
Gary Anderson responds straight away with a 101 checkout to level up at 2 apiece in his game against Dirk van Dijvenbode. Another man that is halfway there, Lee, over on board 6, is Simon Whitlock.
Yeah, Simon Whitlock, 5-1 in front here, then Sedulek. In lead 6, he's just broke. Sedulek was in control of the lead. Simon Whitlock hit a 171 to leave 32. And Carol Sedulek come back to have 2 darts at a double, missed them, but then the wizard broke. On board 5 as well, Ian White was 4-2 behind against Ricky Evans, has now levelled up, and that is 4 apiece. But as we saw about board 6, Simon Whitlock in control, 5-1 up, double break, and in control of this lead on throw. So looking like it's those 6-1 in front here, the wizard.
We have an interval in the game over on board 2, and that is Mervyn King with a 6-4 advantage over Jose de Sousa in that one. So we have our first interval of the day, and that is Mervyn King against Jose de Sousa. 6-4, the King leads as he heads into the second half of that game. Remember, it's first to 10, everybody, if you are just joining us to see who comes through. Right, Taylor asks in the chat room, Gob, how is Gurney playing? Well, it looks like he's managed to find the early breaker throw back.
He has, just as you left me last time, Jason Lowe had scored 99 from 118. So I think he's gone inside, missed the double 19, and Gurney stepped in and punished a 2-visit score. It was 60-something. Again, the numbers are just flying past so quickly. Gurney now looking good on his own throw. Has left 140 after 9. Lowe's on a 161 as well if this doesn't go or set up. But Steady Ton sets it up for Gurney. On 4, Watamena just hit 98 from 118 himself to leave 16. 114, sorry, to leave 16. And you have to say this 70 that Ridds is lining up now as a breaker throw has to go. Does in 3 darts. Ridds gets one of the breaks back. He's 6-3 up. Jason Lowe leaves 24 from 161. But we'll see if Gurney can take the lead for the first time here. He can't. He splits the 40 all the way down to just 5. And Jason Lowe with a chance to get that break straight back again. He is thrown second in the match, so needs to be at least 1 break up if he's going to win come the end of this one. And he goes inside of the 24 as well. It's an absolute finishing disaster for the pair. I've seen a few finishes of 5 today. Plenty of use of the double 1, the Madhouse. And the 5 goes in 2 darts with Daryl Gurney. He leads for the first time 4-3.
Gary Anderson takes a 3-2 lead over Dirk van Dijvenbode as they head off for their first break in that one. Let's head over to, I'll tell you what, we haven't heard from you for a while, Luke. And the question comes in asking about about Scott Waits. How is he looking at the moment, average-wise as well? Because last time we were with you, he had a 2-leg lead over Keegan Brown.
Yeah, Keegan Brown managed to hold through twice now, so we're at a position where it's 5-3. Scott Waits did go 6 starts into a 9, which is the second time we've seen that this game because Keegan Brown did it earlier. So the standard is really good. Whoever gets through this is going to have had a good test, and I think it'll really set them up quite well for the next round. But as for Scott Waits, playing really well, still averaging 100 after 8 legs, which I think is quite a good benchmark. I know we talk about the Pro Tours and the first 6-leg format. If you could hold that over the first 10-leg format, then you've got a really good idea that he's got some good form going at the next round. But yeah, looking good. I think it could be 6-3 here with another holder throw, and Scott Waits is looking really solid. The other one, Bielecki against Suljovic. Again, it's nip and tuck. Suljovic managed to take out 1-1-8 to hold his throw, but still getting outclassed by the teenager, and you really wouldn't expect that for someone who's in the top 32. He's struggling to find a little bit of form. He's only averaging 94, which I don't really think is Suljovic's A game. He can still push that up a few gears, so let's wait and see whether he can do that. But as of right now, Bielecki, I think, has got a slight edge on him.
We'll stay with you. I appreciate, Gob. There's a big checkout that's gone on board 4. We will come to you in that in a second because there is a break on board 4, as in like an interval on board 4. But let's stay with you, and there is a winner in that leg, Luke.
Yeah, Bielecki's just won it with a 16 darter. There's a holder throw, but it keeps him 4-2 up. So the early break was really important. And just on the other board as well, Scott Waits has just taken his holder throw. So 6-3 with Scott Waits and 4-2 to Bielecki. So 2 really good games. Enjoying them.
Rids, what a meaner. Big moment as they go into the break.
Yeah, Callum Ridge just won back-to-back legs. That one was a ton checkout, a flat ton. Watermainer sat on 105, so we're just 6-4 behind now. One more break, we're getting back on throw. Watermainer 6-4 up in that one. And Jason Lowe has just held throw to go 4 apiece with Daryl Gurney as well. Good scoring leg, that one. 140-177 to open for Jason Lowe.
Lee, I apologise for not coming to you sooner. We're going through live stuff at this moment in time. Simon Whitlock, a huge checkout over on board 6. Well, on board 5, we're at the interval there.
Yeah, I missed the Whitlock checkout. However, the reason I did is because I was watching a masterclass by Ian White, who from 4-2 behind is now 6-4 in front. But at 4 apiece, he held throw then to the 5-4 in front with an 11-dart hold, and then a 12-dart break. Ian White is now averaging over 100. Ricky Evans 98. Very good game in that one, but during that I did miss the Whitlock checkout, but I have seen Sedlacek break back. So in the last 4 legs we've had consecutive breaks, but I did miss what Whitlock hit. So if you saw it, please step in, Jar.
Yes. He hit 1-1-2 in order to hold his throw there. I think that was a big moment indeed in that leg, or to break through. In fact, actually, it might have been to get through there. So he's 6-3. Yeah, 6-3 ahead in that one. Jose de Sousa's missed more darts. Oh my goodness! I've just seen what's happened on stage 3 there, Gob. Big checkout, but for who?
Yeah. I'm glad you have, because again, I missed the number, mate. These are just absolutely flying past me.
Well, it's a 1-1-5 for Daryl Gurney.
Oh, can't you tell which 2 people have been on since this morning? The people who missed it also. Oh, we'll wait up in a bit.
Jeez. What the food
well, Daryl Gurney
get me going a bit, but yeah, completely missed that number. Back underway on 4 as well, by the way. Their break's over. Jeez. Yeah, I've missed another one.
1-5-5 for Daryl Gurney. Huge moment there. Mervyn King has just missed darts in order to get another break of throw. Oh, Gary, that's gorgeous. Oh, that's gorgeous. 124 outshot for Gary Anderson to break the throw. Oh, that's just sensational. On double 8, lovely stuff. He gets the breaker throw 4-2 ahead in that one as they've restarted on the main stage there. It's an interval between Scott Waits and Keegan Brown at 10 legs there. Luke, what's the score in that one?
Yeah, 6-4. To be honest, I dismissed Keegan Brown, but after the break, after Scott Waits broke him, he has managed to hold in every leg since, and he's playing actually quite decent now. He's doing enough, but I just don't see him managing to get that break back. that's where I think he's lacking. He's only averaging 92. And although averages aren't everything, that's quite reflected in Scott Waite's getting a couple of darts extra every leg, and it's just been enough so far for Scott to hold through. And there's no break opportunities being given to Keegan Brown. So right now, Scott Waite is looking really strong. Still averaged 99 for the first 10 legs, but really, really good game.
And Callan Ridds continues his march from 6-2 down, Gob. He's now got this game back on throw.
Yeah, it was a 17 dart leg, but he checks out 52 with Watermain sat on 16. He's now 1 away, throwing for parity. Still needs 1 break if he's going to edge ahead. Lost the bullseye in the practice room or before the game. But yeah, he's 1 behind Jermaine now, 6-5. And Gurney has broken to lead at the interval 6-4. Again, completely missed the score because it flashed up on the other one.
You'll get there eventually, Gob. Have you done this before?
I think it's just a shame of my performance in Don't Miss the Big Number, to be honest.
That's a good point, to be fair. Although, right, we've had people actually message us for this one, so there we go. Right, what we're going to do, everybody, because I'll be brutally honest with you, because Phil, our producer, is also going to be doing the interviews with players tonight. It's not going to be that many ad breaks for us tonight. But we do want to say a massive thank you to MODUS and to Red Dragon for sponsoring us throughout the UK Open coverage. So we're going to take ourselves a 30-second ad break. And we'll be back with news of a huge checkout on board 4. Don't go away. Suter has just levelled up at 6 apiece as we welcome you back to Online Darts' live coverage of the 2021 UK Open in association with MODUS and Red Dragon. But before the break, I told you that there was a huge checkout over on board 4, Gob, and this game is now level.
Yeah, Callum Ridge has just fired in a 106. I'm not going to lie. The minute we went to an ad break, I heard your closing line. I sunk in my chair because you won't believe it. I bloody missed another one. Ridge takes out 106 and we're level at 6 apiece. I'm having an absolute nightmare. But yeah, we are back on level terms. Watermain has the throw still. So like I said, Ridge needs 1 more break.
The game on Sport 8 hasn't actually restarted between Scott Waite and Keegan Brown, which is a bit of a surprise, but there we are. Gary Anderson's gone 5-3 up over Dirk van Dijvenbode, but Mensur Suljovic is slowly coming back into this game on board 7, Luke.
He is. 14 dot break in the last leg and a 15 dot hold in the one before that. So he's slowly getting better. He's slowly getting to where I think he should be. There's a good opportunity now for him to hold. But Bielecki's just applied the pressure there with a 1-3-2 to leave himself on double 6. So Slivic's going to have 3 darts at double 16 to take a 5-4 lead. The first time he'd have led in this match. And looking like we're only going to have this leg and then 1 more leg before the break. So this could be crucial for his confidence if he can go in the break 6-4 up. Just wait to see that score come through now. I'm wondering whether Slivic and Bielecki have decided to take a break because Dark Connect has taken ages to tell me what's happened here. He's missed.
Doesn't surprise me. Oh, wow. We'll stay with opportunity, you. Although there is...
Yeah, opportunity.
Oh. Yeah, carry on. Oh, Bielecki, you can't miss them.
Huge opportunity there. That was gifted to him to take a 5-4 lead. But Slivic now has 3 darts at double 8. And you would really be pushed to think he's going to miss these. This is a huge opportunity to hold his throw him back to him. I thought he'd thrown the leg away. Bielecki did brilliant to put the pressure on, but he's taken out in 1 dart. It was a 19 dart leg, so definitely not fancy, but enough to get him over the line in 5-4.
Right, just a quick one. Dirk van Dijvenbode has just broken against Gary Anderson, so he's got it back on throw. A big moment again on board 4. This is turning into a massive, massive comeback. And once again, God, Jermaine Watermain at a TV event could be finding heartbreak.
Yeah, he looks so good to start with, cruising, but Callan's hit back. Jermaine's just had his chance to keep his throw In leg number 13, it was a 24 dart leg in the end, 24 dart break, more importantly, in the end. Watermain missing handfuls of doubles at 16s and then busting and all sorts. And Rid stepped in. It took Rid's 9 darts from 170, which tells you all you need to know about the finish. And he went 32, 58, and then checked out 80. But Callum Ridds is 7-6 in front. And he's in position for an 8-6 lead here with on throw as well. So, yeah, Callum is absolutely cruising now. And on 3, they're still not back yet.
Long break. But in speaking of a huge breaker throw there, Karol Sedlacek is fighting back here, Lee.
Yeah, so it was 5-1 behind against Whitlock, down in 6-4 in the break. Sedlacek come back and has now taken out a 1-12 to break throw. As he's done that, though, he started this lead and done 83, 41, 42, 85, 250 left after 12. Whitlock has pushed on with a 180 and a 140 in there. So a great opportunity for Whitlock here, who, as I said, has lost 4 out the last 5 legs, but has got a good opportunity here on 68 with Sedlacek back and Whitlock tated. So Whitlock, those 7-5 up. Also on board 5, we had a break as well. Ricky Evans got a break against Ian White. So currently Ian White is 7-6 up, but we are back on throw in that one.
Just a quick one for people in the chat room. Unfortunately, I don't know why Dart Connect isn't working at this moment in time, but if my producer can hear me, could you please just give it a quick refresh and see if that will make it big there. What we do need to do, though, is because people are asking what the correct current weight score is, Luke. That's the first one I've made. Yes, get in. And it's also level. It's also the 10 break interval between Mental Sudovic and Sebastian Bielecki. What's going on board 7 and 8?
So the weight score, I can update you on that one, but we might just be about to get a change, and we have just got a change. Keegan Brown, Waits had darts there, but Keegan Brown has broken the throw. It's 6-5. I might have wrote him off too soon. Waits has missed crucial darts, and that let Keegan Brown back into this match. So currently 6-5 in that one. Brown has the throw. In the other game, between Suljovic and Bielecki, we've just seen a 1-4-4 checkout for hold the throw from Bielecki to level this up at 5-5. So again, that game's probably got legs. We could be going deep in both of these games.
Quick update on the 2 TV stages. Dirk van Dijvenbode has levelled it up against Gary Anderson. It's 5-all. They will play to a finish when they come back in just a few moments' time. In the game on board 2, Mervyn King against Jose de Sousa, it is 7 apiece in what is a real tight game. Jose de Sousa has just hit a 140 to lead the Paul Hicks shot to potentially get back to an 8-7 lead in that one. But we have our first opportunity at potential match darts. And what a turnaround this would be, Gob, on board 4.
Yeah, 6-2 down for Callum Ridds. He's won 7 straight legs. By the way, as Jason Lowe's has checked out, 97 for 6-5 against Gurney. 7 straight legs, as I said. The last leg, he went 180, 77, 180. 15 dart leg in the end. And he is now throwing for the match at 9-6 up. He just left 1-2-7 after 9. Jermaine is on 2-4-3, minus 139, so 104. So there is a bit of pressure on this 1-2-7, but the way that Ridds has turned this game around, I would not be surprised if this 1-2-7 and game goes for the game. Just 87 leaves tops. Jermaine Watermain needs 104 to save his skin. 73 leaves 31. Not even sure how he would have ended up there, but Ridds wants tops for the match. 8 straight legs, and it goes in 2 darts. Callum Ridds is your first man into the hat for round 5.
Mervyn King has got a massive opportunity here. Can he find double 9 to break the throw? He can't. He goes and hits a single 9. This is huge moments in this game on board 2. It has been an absolute belter from start to pretty much finish. Now Jose de Sousa wants double 5 in order to try and get back. Lee, we'll come to you on board 5 in a moment because it's a huge moment there that's just happened. But Jose de Sousa has hold throw. 8-7 now. Jose de Sousa leads in that one. A big turnaround there from 6-4. Jose de Sousa's won 5 of the last 6 legs, and we're at 8-7. A massive turnaround as well over on board number 5. And once again, Ian White at a TV event. You know the rest, Lee. Go and tell me more.
Yeah, Ian White was 6-4 up against Ricky Evans. Ian White just missed the dart to go 8-7 in front. Ricky Evans punishes it with a 94. Very good game between the two players here. Both players are averaging 98. So good story between both on that one. So Ricky Evans has got the break, 96-100. Ian White only the 136 and 66. So White edges just in front, but Ricky Evans has got the throw. On board sits as well. Another comeback. So Simon Whitlock was 5-1 up. Also went in 6-4 at the break. Sedlacek has pulled that back to 7-all. So Whitlock has got the throw, but Sedlacek needed 3 breaks at one stage. Now he only needs 1. We are 7-all in that one.
Mervyn King needs 48 to level this back up again. He actually went 5 perfect darts into that one. Big breaker throw on board 3 though, Gob.
Yeah, and it's gone to Daryl Gurney. It was a 12-dart leg, checking out 90. That gives him the 2-leg cushion over Jason Lowe, and he's opened this leg 140 ton. Super Chin averaging 101, Jason Lowe averaging 99. It's a great game, but you just feel that Jason Lowe is going to be pushed into a position where he needs to do something a little bit special to get back on at least level terms and maybe pinch this game.
Let's head over to boards number 8, where Scott Waits continues to try and get into the hat. But what a response from Keegan Brown, though, Luke, as Mensel Sidovic and Sebastian Bielecki are still not back. Are they? Have they literally just started? So we'll come back to that one in a second. But Waits against Brown, Luke.
Yeah, this game is on a knife edge. The old adage rings true. Keegan Brown had to break back and get to 6-5. But if you're going to break, you've got to hold in the next leg, and he didn't do that. Scott Waits managed to get a break with a 17-darter. So there was opportunities there for Keegan Brown to hold and get this game level, but he didn't level it. Scott Waits did win the leg, 7-5 up currently, but he's got to check out 1-19 if he wants to hold throw. So it's getting tossed backwards and forwards. There's no clear winner here now. Scott Waits really good in the early stages, but since then the average has come down slightly, and it's just allowed Keegan Brown to creep back into this match. He's only averaging 89 himself. But yeah, Scott Waits is trying his best to throw this away a little bit, and it could get close. If this leg does go to Keegan Brown, we're at 7-6, and who knows where it goes from there. The other one, Suljevic has just kicked back off. He started with a 1-7-7, so good start. But Keegan Brown, as I say, that with a 13-darter, 7-6, break a throw.
Let's go back to board number 6, Lee. What have you got?
Whitlock's back-to-back 180s, left 141. He's just put in an 11-darter lead to hold throw. He's now done 180, a dense throw, but he can't take it out. However, more importantly for Whitlock, leaves 58 after 9. We said Sedlacek back on 225. So Whitlock will be coming back and for that 58. On board 5, Ian White has left tops after 12 to hold throw if he comes back. If he gets a chance to come back. Ricky Evans has left 164 for the game. Can't take it. So Ian White has got tops left. Ian White needs this. Tunley finds himself 9-7 behind and misses. Comes inside with all 3 darts. Ian White was in control of this game, but Ricky Evans has now wrapped it up with a 10-7 win. Ian White was 6-4 in front. Ricky Evans has won 6 of the last 7 legs, average 98 each player, and it's Ricky Evans who is through.
We'll come back to you. Mensel Sidovic, though, huge checkout to save his throw there, Luke.
Yeah, it was a huge checkout. I didn't actually catch the last digit, but it was definitely in the 140, so it was a huge checkout. I believe it was a 12-darter as well. 6-5 lead now. So Suljevic, again, he's pushing on. The average is creeping towards that 100 mark, so he's playing really well now. Really starting to get into his rhythm. A good score leg so far, 145 and then a 140. So putting the pressure on, and Bielecki is responded.
We are going to a Noble on board 2, which is not a surprise if you've been following this game with us here. These two have been absolutely superb. We will bring you that in a moment. Huge moments, though, again, as Dirk van Dijvenbode has now won 4 legs on the spin to go 7-5 ahead of Gary Anderson. And what a way to kick off the Noble leg for Mervyn King. We will go to the rest of the boards in a moment, but match darts is over on board 6. Lee.
Yeah, Simon Whitlock has just missed 1. However, he's coming back for double 9 to wrap this up. 10-7. Does it in one. Simon Whitlock comes through. Come back to you, Jar. Simon Whitlock wins 10-7.
Well, talked about Mervyn King responding with a 180. What a response from Jose de Sousa, who goes and hits in a max of his own. 264 plays 261 over on board 2. What a game this is turning into. I love it. I love this sport. Let's see what happens here. Gary could be about to go and hold throw for the first time in a while as Jose de Sousa pings in a 115 to lead 146. Merv now has to hit a big score if he's going to try and get something going. He needs to stay straight to at least stay for a ton as Gary Anderson now goes 7-6 up. 7-6 it now. It's the first time that he's managed to hold throw in a while. That's his first leg in 4 for Gary, but we're going to stick with this game here as Merv leads the 167, the second biggest fish of the lot. Will he get a dart at this? Will he get a dart at this? Because Jose de Sousa, who God knows where he's going to go with this. A 146, he's taking a bit of time. Let's see what happens. He can't finish it. He only pings in 43 to leave 103. Merv now can't finish the fish, or the second biggest fish of the lot. He's hit 80 to start with, and he's left himself on double 18 for the match. Jose de Sousa needs a 103 checkout of his life in order to win an absolute barnstormer between these two. 20, treble 20, double 16 for the match. Can Jose de Sousa ping it in? He can! Oh my goodness! With Mervyn King on 36 for the match, Jose de Sousa puts in a 103. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Amazing game between the pair on board 2. But Jose de Sousa, the Portuguese man of scores, has knocked out the King in an absolute Stage 2 cold classic. Right. Incredible. I love this sport. Moving on. Board number 8. We'll come back to you, Gob, in a minute because Jason Lowe could be about to break throw. But we have got a chance of a match start here for Scott Waits, Luke.
Yeah, back-to-back 180 set up that leg for a 13-dart break, and Scott Waits has managed to take a 9-6 lead. We aren't quite far off the checkout stage because we've literally just kicked off in this last leg, but Waits may well get darts in this leg to win this match. Keegan Brown's kicked off really well, so he really needs at least 2 treble visit here to get himself anywhere near, but if not, he'll have throw in the next leg to take this match out. In the other one, Suljevic has gone 7-5 up with a huge chance of going 8-5 up, so he is now starting to dominate that match.
Gary Anderson's gone 7-all between himself and Dirk van Dijvenbode. The Flying Scotsman pulling his way back. Gob, though, to you. We're back on throw on board 3.
Yeah, look, Jason Lowe has been exceptional in the scoring phase at times, and then he's just getting a little bit slack with the setup, leaving himself on some awkward doubles. We are back at 8-7 on throw, and he checked out 38 to get there. But he's just finding himself a little bit awkward at times. He's opened up 134, 140 here. Gurney with a ton. So unless he hits a 140 himself, Lowe with the impetus to go and level us back up at 8 apiece. 134 from Gurney, though, keeps the heat on just 40 points difference. And what a check out
We'll
from Gary.
come back to you. Yes, huge checkout from Gary. 7-all in that one. And Gary is now just gone and picked himself a 171 to lead 140. 237 for Dirk van Dijvenbode. There might be a break, actually, after 8-7. I'm not too sure is the God's honest truth. I think there might be a break, thinking about it, with ITV. They might go for a break after this, but we'll find out in a moment. As Dirk van Dijvenbode pings in a 137 himself to leave 100. Jason Lowe, though, has just absolutely... What a leg this is, Gob.
Yeah, 12-dart leg, checks out 50, and that was the 3 darts as well. To leave 50 after 9 is superb. Like I said, his scoring phase has been solid, but he does still need to find another break now. Effectively, a best of 3 between Daryl Gurney and Jason Lowe. Both men averaging 100. Gurney kicks off leg number 17 with a 140 of his own.
It's not match darts anymore, though, Luke. We do have a winner on board 8.
We do. They finished 10-6 to Scott Waits. A brilliant setup shot from 209. He hit the 177. So 4 perfect darts to win that match because he checked out 32 in 1. Scott Waits played well all match, did deserve it in the end. Keegan Rogers couldn't get back into it. You know, the early break left him chasing the whole match and he just never got close. So Scott Waits ran that one out 10-6. Another one, Suljevic still 8-5 up. We're just waiting to get towards the conclusion of that match. But a really good start on board 8.
Very, very good start indeed. Nathan in the chat room. By the way, we're not ignoring you guys in the chat room, so please keep them coming in a minute. But the action has been incredible over the last few minutes, as you might have done on there. Nathan comes into the chat room and says, can we say it should have been on TV yet, that Mervyn King DeSouza game? I prefer not to speak. Gary Anderson and Dave Van Dyvenbode have not gone to a break, which is great stuff. So we are playing to a conclusion on that one. 8-7 the lead there for Gary. Remember, first to 10 gets through in that contest. I'll tell you what, Gob, we're going to go to board number 3 and we'll see through that for a conclusion because Daryl Gurney and Jason Lowe, this has been a really good game of darts, this.
Yeah, 8 apiece at the minute. Gurney just left himself on 32 after 12. I'm just seeing what Jason Lowe hits to settle us at the same moment. A 115 to leave 102. Gurney looking like he's going to hold to go 9-8 and 1 away. Like I said, Lowe needs to find a break. There it is, Gurney 9-8 up. And on 4, we're underway on 4. It's the man of the moment himself, Johnny Clayton, against Roby John Rodriguez. The Ferret had just gone 1-0 up with a 16-dart leg. But yeah, Jason Lowe now throwing to stay alive. 9-8 down. He needs to win the last 2 legs.
Both the games on board 5 and 6 finished at about the same time, Lee. What games have you got going to be brewing next?
Yeah, so Alan Suter and Stephen Bunting have just started. Suter's come out 100 and 140. But on board 6, we have Devon Peterson and Jeffrey Dizwan. So 2 very good games on board 5 and board 6.
Stefan Dyvenbode has just missed double 19 for a massive opportunity there. We are going to stick with this, though, to see what happens with Gary. Can't find a finish, so he leaves double 10. Stefan Dyvenbode is on 19 points now. Can he? Oh, we went 17 double 1. What is he doing? What is he doing? That is just dumb.
Hey,
Gando.
Not necessarily. He may have missed. Did he miss a dart 3?
He might have done.
If he's on 3-8 and the bailout is 17, yeah. Watch it on.
Yeah, but
let's see what he does in the coverage.
Yeah, but it's still dumb though, isn't it? And he's now just pinged double. He's now just pinged double 3. He's just pinged double 3. He was looking for 3-8. I'm sure he was again, but that's just remarkable. I think it's 5-8. We're level at 8 all. What a game this is. 8 all over on board 1. The most unorthodox ways of hitting 19, but we get there. We will come to you, Gob, in a minute because it looks like we could be going to a Noble on board 3, although Daryl Gurney's just put a ton of pressure on. But let's go to board 7. Luke, what have we got there?
Yeah, we're getting very close to a conclusion now, and that is thanks to Suljevic hitting an 11-darter to take a 9-6 lead. As I keep saying, the form is consistently improving. The scoring phase from Suljevic in the last few legs has been phenomenal, and he's really starting to put the pressure on. The 9 darts, both left themselves on 1-6-7. Bialecki trying to save his skin, and Suljevic trying to run the match out, but it's close, 9-6. We could have match darts here.
God, we will come to you in a second, although I am seeing on my screen board 6. What a start this could be for Devon Peterson. We will come to you in a second, God. Appreciate we've got match darts incoming there between Daryl Gurney and Jason Lowe. Lee.
Devon Peterson, start a game. 180, 81. So Devon Peterson leaves 60 after 9 darts. Can't take it out. But what a start.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we have just seen something incredible. Gob, we will come to you first, but Luke, I know exactly what you're going to talk about. Gob, big moment, Gurney through.
Yeah, Gurney is through 74. Jason Lowe found himself on 88, needed to check that to force a decider. Left himself on 28, just 60 scored, and a 74 checkout for Gurney. Gets him over the line, 10-8, 101 match average for Daryl, 99 for Jason Lowe. Jason Lowe seems to love this event, only to go close without winning in the end. But yeah, Daryl Gurney, super chin into the hat for round 5.
as is Mensur Suljovic, Luke. What a way to win it.
You know what? I've doubted Suljovic over the last couple of months, I'm not going to lie. But to go an 11 darter and then a 12 darter finishing a 1.67 in the last leg is really, really, really impressive. We know Bielecki has played so well all day, and honestly, he came in as a massive underdog, but people were starting to tip him as a bit of a favourite in some of these games, and I think people would have said he had a chance against Suljovic, me included, but you know what? He's proved his quality there, and he's proved why he's still in the top 20 in the world and why he can still progress. He's not finished yet. He's still got form there, but that was quality. A 1.67 to win. You know, second biggest fish, as you say, that is huge from Suljovic.
Gary Anderson and Dirk van Dijvenbode have both just missed at least 6 darts to go and win this game, win this leg. 9-8, though, Gando takes out double 5. Are we going to go to a noble on board 1? I unfortunately haven't got the feed on board 1. I've only happened to watch live darts data as Rob Cross and Eddie Hamilton get underway on board 2. Gob, are you? I presume our friend Mr. Noble is refereeing.
I've got a feed, but it's delayed.
Yeah, but is Mr. Noble refereeing?
I don't know who it is. No, it's Hugh. Hugh's on 1 and Kirk's on 2. I think George has earned a night off, mate, after refereeing 119 legs today.
Indeed. John Edison and Chris Dovey have just got underway. We'll come back to that in a minute. Obviously, games are going on everywhere, but there are some big moments that are about to happen here as a big checkout has just happened on board 6, Lee.
Yeah, so Devon Peterson, who started with back-to-back 180s, 11 darts, first leg, and then he's just taken out a 1-1-2 in this one. So Devon Peterson has started very well, storing there, finishing there, 107 average, only over 2 legs. But Devon Peterson looks in good form at the early stages against Jeffrey Deswan.
Gary Anderson has just missed double 5 for the match as Dirk van Dijvenbode takes out to 25. We are going all the way on board 1. It is another no-ball leg on the television. We will come back to that. Let's go, though, to board 4, Gob, where the informed player at the moment, the Fedit, is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's 3-1 down to Roby John, and Roby just fired in a maximum against the throw as well. So effectively pinched the darts here in leg number 5 as well. It's not been roof-raising stuff. They're both averaging 96, plenty of 16 dart legs, not 15s, and that's probably their mistake at the minute. 15s means your opponent needs to break you in 12. 16s means they get the full 5 visits to have that crack at it. So Clayton just needs to tighten up a little bit. We've seen a couple of 180s from him and a 145 there sets at 130, but Rodriguez wants 87 for another break, and to lead 4-1 here, that would be an upset at the minute, considering the form that Johnny Clayton has been carrying. 69 leaves 18, 130 for Clayton to possibly hold his throw at 3-2.
Oh, chips the ball.
Misses the bullseye, 105. Rodriguez 18 for a 4-1 lead and a double break, and it goes. Roby John is 4-1 up over Johnny Clayton.
Gary Anderson has just left himself on 89, but Dirk van Dijvenbode has been pretty much ahead the whole time. 57 just hit, so he needs a 1-2-6 for the match. Will he go fit? You go single? No, double. He's got double 6 left. Can he find it to win it? And goes inside. He goes inside and he leaves himself on double 3. Will he get a shot at it? Ando on 89. Hits himself 90. He needs treble 10, or will he go 20 to guarantee himself a shot at the bullseye? He goes that way and he misses the bull. He hits the 9, so he leaves 41. Dirk van Dijvenbode now has 3 darts at double 3 to knock out Gary Anderson. It would be a revenge in some sort for the World Championships, and he's done it. Dirk van Dijvenbode. That is probably, people would call that an upset. Who knows at this moment in time with the way Gary's been playing. But Dirk van Dijvenbode has just beaten Gary Anderson on the main stage. For people who said you didn't want that on the television, well, there you go. An upset has happened for what the casual fan will call it. Dirk van Dijvenbode has knocked out Gary Anderson. The biggest shock so far of the UK Open. There's no doubt about that. And a huge, huge moment there for Dirk van Dijvenbode. Is this the tournament that he goes and becomes everybody's sexy pick for a reason? NVG against Scott Mitchell comes up next on that stage. My goodness, we've already had some drama here and 2 no-ball legs on the 2 TV stages. Early stages of the game on stage 2. I'll stop saying the word stages. Andy Hamilton 1, Rob Cross 1. Let's go to boards 5 and 6, Lee, where I'll start off with what looks like an incredible performance so far from Devon Peterson.
Yeah, so we saw in lead 1 that Devon Peterson went back-to-back 180s. He's done it then in lead 4. However, it could only follow it up with a score of 54. But so far in 5 leads, we're in the 5th lead. Devon Peterson has hit 5 180s. He's averaging 105. Jeffrey Deswan has only had 1 chance at a double. Peterson's scoring is so good that is in front of him. And even in this lead, 91 140, then saw Devon Peterson leaving 170 after 9 darts. Jeffrey Deswan back on 303. On to board 5, Alan Suter is 2-1 in front, and then Stephen Bunting. We saw a 110 check out from Alan Suter. He's now got 90 left and takes it out. So Alan Suter moves 3-1 in front. As that happens, Devon Peterson, who I said leaves 170, has just hit 25 to hit 145 and leave 25. Jeffrey Deswan had 170 as well, can only score 60. So it's looking likely Devon Peterson will be moving 5-0 in front, and he does, currently averaging 104.
Let's move it on, and let's go over to boards 7 and 8. Early stage of John Henderson against Chris Dobie and Adam Hunt against Gabriel Clements. Luke Pickering is covering those 2 boards for us.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the Henderson-Dobie match, the quality so far has been a little bit dire, but John Henderson's starting to become a little bit of a James Wade type, and then he's starting to grind out matches. I remember the one against Cantelli at the World Championship when he played way below his best, but did enough to get through. It's the same sort of thing here. He won the first 2 legs, but to be honest, the first leg was a 17 darter. The second leg was outside 19 darts, but it flashed up so quick I didn't see it. But he's not playing brilliant, but he's managed to do enough so far to lead. The other one, Adam Hunt, started brilliant. He was averaging 103 for the first few throws, which was playing really good. Gabriel Clements comes in with a 147 out of absolutely nowhere to break through and take a 1-0 lead. Huge finish, and he's got a good chance now of a 2-0 lead. So Gabriel Clements is going to push Adam Hunt. This could be a really, really good game, so keep your eye on that one.
Gob, over to board number 4, where the Ferret is fighting like, I can't really say the other F word, but carry on.
Yeah, he's in a good position now. He's just taken out a 144 to go 4-3 behind. And against the throw here, he's first to a finish. He wasn't 161, just hit 41 though. So a chance for Rodriguez to pressure the Shanghai that's been left, but he only finds 57. Both on 120 then, but Clayton will get first go at it against the darts. This is to level up, and the Ferret averaging 100 has left 20. But he's looking good for the comeback at the minute. Rodriguez, he's just lost that range on the score, and it feels a little bit less ton plus scores popping up on my screen at the minute, getting a little bit tight perhaps, as he realises that he's playing as well as he is against the informed man. And on 3, Searle and Lewis are just getting underway. What a game that could be in prospect also.
Well, over on the main stage, big news there. Scott Mitchell has won the ball against Michael van Gerwen. That could be very, very crucial indeed. We will come and talk about that, I'm sure, a little bit later on. Massive thank you to everybody that's in the chat room. We do see the messages. We apologise that we can't get to them, but the action has been quite remarkable. Ryan Joyce, has he played yet? No, Claire, he hasn't. He is 4th on against James Wade on stage number 4. We're into the second game there, where Clayton seems to have pretty much missed the opportunity there, Gob.
Yeah, he's definitely missed the boat there. Ended up on 10 from the 20 that he was left on, split inside again, and Rodriguez eventually picked up his checkout. So he's 5-3 ahead, consolidates that 2-leg lead. I just want to go back to something I saw in the comments a minute ago as well, saying poor from Gary, not really great from Dirk. Dirk averaged 105 for a last percentage in that game and finished with 101. Let's not understate just how good a dart player Dirk van Duijvenbode is right now, especially on the television. if he sorts that floor form out, he is 100% top 10 material on the form he's carrying from the television events last year. So let's not understate that performance. A little bit rusty from Gary in places, perhaps not what you'd expect from somebody of Gary's ability, but yeah, an exceptional performance from Dirk again. And Clayton's just broken back again, by the way. He's just had a 12-dart leg, 41 checkout for the Ferret, so that's back at 5-4.
Andy Hamilton has just taken a break of throw against Rob Cross at the moment. Looking at those two averages, Rob Cross averaging 81. Not good for the supposed world number 4. And don't forget, he is defending a final. I would be one of those that were thinking, hey, do you know what? Possible opportunity here for Rob Cross to go and do bits, and he's not doing it. But a man who is doing bits at the moment is Devon Peterson, as is Alan Suter on boards 6 and 5 respectively. Here's Lee Bush to give you all the information.
Yeah, we'll start with Alan Suter. So 5-1 in front, then Stephen Bunting. Stephen Bunting is just missing chances. 90 plays, 87 on the averages. Alan Suter isn't miles in front on a scoring, but Bunting is missing chances, and Suter's punishing. He's took out checkouts of 92, 74. So when Bunting's missing, Suter is stepping in. So currently that is 5-1. On board 6, Devon Peterson still in control here. Storing has dropped off slightly by Devon. Jeffrey Deswan has got a lead on the board with a 72 checkout in lead 6, but Devon come back and hold a throw. So finds himself 6-1 up in this. Devon Peterson averaging around that 100 mark, but for a lot of this has been around that 105. So good performances on board 5 and 6 by Suter and Peterson.
By contrast, Luke, board 8. Try and talk me through it, mate, because this is an absolute disgrace.
Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat this game. It's absolutely shocking. Both players know they can play better than this. We've just seen a 23-dart leg for John Henderson to take a 3-2 lead against the throw. If you were a professional darts player, you would not expect to win a leg against the throw with 23 darts. But he's done it. He's currently averaging 81 and has managed to lead 3-2 so far. And he's got the throw in this next leg. Chris Dobie did come back from 2-0 down, and there's missed chances there to go 3-2 up. And the other one, Gabriel Clemens just taken a 3-1 lead on Adam Hunt. That one is actually quite a good standard. Both players playing quite well, and I think that one will have legs because both seem to be quite close. Both getting a chance at the finishers. So yeah, that one's quite a bit better than the one I'm currently watching between Henderson and Dobie.
What has happened over on board 4? Johnny Clayton, remember, was 3-1 down at one stage, but we have got to the 10-all interval, Gob, and he's fought back.
Yes, 5 apiece now. He just fired in a 177 to set up 24. Rodriguez was on 66 and left 20, I think it was. And Clayton comes back and hits the double 12. So a level at 5 apiece. Johnny's got the darts. When they return from the intermission, if I was Johnny, I probably wouldn't want the break now. I've just fought back, got into my work. I'm still averaging 99. Rodriguez has dropped down to a 93 average. I'd want to keep him there as long as possible and start pinning some more legs off him. But they are heading to the break nonetheless. And on board 3, Ryan Searle leads 2-1 and is throwing in this leg. So he has pinched a break. He's averaging 113 at the minute, is Ryan Searle, to Adrian Lewis is 101.
Rob Cross has got the break back against Andy Hamilton, but Hamilton just kicked off this leg with a 140. So as we've always said, the old adage goes, it's not a break unless you hold throw. But Jeffrey Desvan is now in a position, Lee, where he could hold throw and at least only be trailing by the 1 break going into the interval.
Yeah, we've just seen both players miss. We've seen Jeffrey Desvan, Devon miss bullseye for a 1-6-1 out, second time in this game. Seen Jeffrey Desvan miss double 12 for a 1-4-1 out. Devon then comes back and misses 2 a dart, and then Desvan punishes that, so finds himself with a chance to bring this back to 6-4. But as I say, that Devon Peterson has put in a 180 against the throw, with Jeffrey Desvan only scoring 97 and 1-2-3. Then Devon follows that up with a 1-3-1. Very interesting last leg this before the break. Have we lost
We've
Jar?
lost Jar, but I have seen Yeah, I have just seen a 160 checkout, right, from Chris Dobie. This match has had no quality whatsoever. And somehow, to break through, he's just did a 160 to level this up at 3-3. Don't know where it's come from. In the other match, Clemens, it went two 180s. It was 6 darts into a 9 darter. Didn't take it out, but did win a leg and's gone 4-1 up. He's got a chance to go 5-1 up. So we're slowly getting towards the break phases. But where that 160 checkout has come from Chris Dobie, I have no idea. But it was really, really impressive.
Yeah, just that. I was that impressed by it. I just lost the feed completely. I was that impressed by it, to be honest with you, Luke. So not a bad effort at all. Lee, to you. We have got to the 10-leg interval.
Yeah, and Jeffrey this one did hold. He did miss a dart then for that 1-4-1 checkout, but was able to come back. So Jeffrey this one, who was 5-1 behind against Devon Peterson, has now pulled that back to 6-4. On board 5, the very impressive Alan Souter, who beat Barney this afternoon, is 6-2 in front of then Stephen Bunting. Alan Souter is averaging less than Stephen Bunting. All Alan Souter's doing is on his throw, he's edging in front and then taking the doubles when required. On Bunting's throw, Bunting is just missing plenty of opportunities and Souter is stepping in. That's why Bunting's got that higher average. But it's currently 6-2 and Alan Souter will be coming back for double 16 for a 7-2 lead.
We'll stay with you, mate, see if that happens.
Yeah, so Alan Souter is at 32. Stephen Bunting putting some good visit of 134, 133, 100 to pressure Souter, and it works. So Souter leaves double 9. Stephen Bunting, can he get one back? Similar to the Jeffrey this one game, if he can take this out. If he can, then he'll be throwing net lead to get it back to 6-4. Stephen Bunting can. So now Alan Souter is 6-3 in front. Very important lead this is before the break. Because if Bunting can let it, we are 6-4 and only one break. If Souter can let it, it'll be 7-3 in a double break.
Big moments there indeed. Also big moments over on stage 2, I should stress, everybody, because both players missing darts to the double. Andy Hamilton has done it again. He's come through and he's produced a huge moment. And he's taken out double 4, and he is now in a position to go 5-2 up on the UK Open finalist, and more importantly, the full world champion in the shape of Rob Cross. Scott Mitchell has got underway against Michael van Gerwen. He's left himself 40 after 15, if memory serves me correctly. No, excuse me, 12. 12 he's left himself for 40. Michael van Gerwen's only on 196. We've got another ton plus checkout, though, over on board 8, which we'll come to in a second, Luke. I just want to see if Mitchell can go and ping this tops in to get an early break, so to get to hold his throw and get his first leg on the board. Can he do it? No, and he's missed 2 at it. He finds it on the 3rd dart. 1-0, Scott Mitchell leads. To you, Luke, over on board 8. Huge checkout for Hendo.
Yeah, the game's starting to catch fire a little bit. A 1-2-1 from Henderson to level up at 4-4. It was only a hold, but we are starting to see a little bit of quality come into this, especially after Dobie's 160. So hopefully this is a sign of better things to come and we start to see the game light up. In the other one, Gabriel Clemens got into an early 5-1 lead. Adam Hunt's just managed to get a hold of throw and get back to 5-2. But as of right now, the German giant is running away with it.
Roby John Rodriguez was running away with it early on, Gob, but he's not anymore against Johnny Clayton.
No, he's 6-5 behind now. I've just seen a potential miss of a ton plus on both boards. Roby John had 129. That didn't go, and Clayton stepped in and pinged 44 for his 6-5 lead. On 3, Ryan Searles on 148, finding a 140 to leave 8. That wasn't enough to put Lewis off the 36. He'd already messed around on the setup a little bit. And Jackpot levels up at 3 apiece on 3, and that's back on throw as well. Rodriguez opened this 12th leg, back to 4, by the way, with a 180, but 80 and 60 means that Clayton is first to a finish after 9 darts. Rodriguez is just not backing up those big score visits enough, and then he hits a 149 to leave 32.
You talked about how big of a leg that could be, Lee, when we last were with you, between Souter and Bunting. Which way has it gone?
Yeah, went with Stephen Bunting. So I was 4-1 behind, but he's now just 6-4. He's averaging 5 more than Alan Suter. What a lead it was. 140, 100, 140. Tate's on 121. Suter was back on 265, I believe, but Tate out in 12. So now, very interesting coming back on that one that Alan Suter is 6-4 in front, but did have a big lead. We had the same situation on board 6 with Devon Peterson, and he's 6-4 in front, was 5-0 in front. But Jeffrey Deswan has left the madhouse to bring this back to 6-5 and misses. Devon Peterson on his throw has stored 60, 60, 95, 59, 61, and there's a 1-3-4 in there as well. Holds throw with a 19 dart leg. Needed that, Devon Peterson. That was 7-4 in front.
Ton plus checkout for Scotty Mitchell is going to take a 2-0 lead over Michael van Gerwen. But you saw me doing this. It means the fish has been reeled in, Luke.
I was going to say I'll have to copy it on my boards. Yeah, that was impressive, and Chris Tovey's getting there. This is why I think when people tip him and say he can be a top 10 in the world player, I completely agree with you. He's got flashes of brilliance. We've seen it before, but a 160 checkout and then really in the 170, he's slowly getting there. But John Henderson is not rolling over, and this game is really, really lighting up. Back-to-back 180s for Chris Tovey, but Henderson's at 2 180s in the same leg. We've had 4 180s in this leg in the 10th leg of the match. So, yeah, the first few legs were dire, but this is really getting good now.
Chance of a 10-dart leg as well for Dobie.
Yeah, I can't believe it. The scoring in the first few legs, you would never, ever be able to convince me that this was the same match, but here we are. Oh, he's missed darts there. That's huge. Huge chance for breaking through to go 6-4, and Henderson's got 3 clear at 5-5. This is a massive moment because this decides who'll go in with a lead or a draw at the break. So it's a draw. It's 5-5 at the break. And we'll get back to that one in a few minutes' time.
Certainly will. Rob Cross. Oh, my goodness me. So many missed darts at a double. I've never seen a man who used to be automatic on the doubles. You really thought he was one of those that absolutely loved the outer ring. But goodness me, he's absolutely fallen off a cliff there. He's missed at least another 6 to try and hold throw and go to 5-3. It's now 6-2 to the hammer against Rob Cross. Big break of throw over on board 3, Gob. What also is happening over on board 4, excuse me, but what else is happening over on board 3?
Yeah, so on 4, Rodriguez has edged back in front. He leads Johnny Clayton 7-6. Holy moly. And as that happens, Adrian Lewis checks out a 1-1-8 for a 5-4 lead over Ryan. So that game's very, very nip and tuck since Lewis has edged in front. Solid visits, scoring visits on their own throws. But nothing yet to come of it. I'll go back to 4 quickly. Like I said, Rodriguez had pinched the break to edge back in front at 7-6, but Clayton is looking to get that straight back. He opened 60, 59, 97, but a 180 leaves him on 105, and it goes in 3 darts. Rodriguez was sat on 130, so Clayton immediately hits back again, 7 apiece. Would not surprise me to find that this is the board that George Noble finds himself on this evening.
I'll tell you what, Scott Mitchell had a chance at tops to go 3-0 in front. Michael van Gerwen shows him how to do it, which I'm hearing from our sources, i.e. Phil Bart, that he's playing with a new darts this evening. So that's an interesting one. So it's 2-1, it's back on throw. Michael van Gerwen gets the break. As we've always said, it is not a break unless you hold. And what a way to go into the 10-leg interval for Gabe Clements, Luke Pickering.
A 1-1-6 checkout, 15 darter. You know, he's railroaded Adam Hunt in them first 10 legs. He's playing really, really well, so fluid. You can see in the averages that it's just dominant. And this is a huge chance now. From 8 up, you would be hard pushed to vote against him for winning this match. I think he's got a very good chance of winning it now. And Gabriel Clements should be getting himself through this last 32 unless he has an absolute disaster. But we're at the break. It's 8-2 in legs. Adam Hunt will come back with a throw.
Rob Cross has left himself on tops. Michael van Gerwen is also on tops there for a chance to go to to try to get to 2-2. Let's see what happens there as Andy Hamilton leaves himself on double 12. So this Rob Cross number 8, this double 18 has got to go for Rob Cross as Michael Van Gerwen levels it up at 2 apiece. We're also level over on board number 3 as we hit the 10-leg interval, God.
Yeah, like I said, a really, really good game on this one. Ryan Searle averaging 103, Adrian Lewis 97. Searle led early, Lewis pinged the break back, and we're level at 5 apiece in interval. Good time for a break, and I fully expect this standard to carry on. On 4, Clayton's gone back in the front again. A superb leg. It was a 14 dart leg. It could have been a 10 if he'd had the audacity to go for the bullseye first dart, but he set it up and messed around with that finish a little bit. But yeah, he leads 8-7 in that one. Although it's Rodriguez throw, he's gone 59, 180. So potentially 8 apiece coming back in that one also.
Rob Cross has just hit tops to get a breaker throw back. This is a huge moment in this game. And he's 3 of 8 now on the checkouts. Tell you what, we haven't actually been over to Lee for a while as Alan Suter and Stephen Bunting have got back underway. But it looks like Devon Peterson could be on the brink, Lee.
Yeah, so Devon is 8-5 in front here, then Stretford is 1. That lead 11 was a big one for this one. Coming out after the break and missing 6 darts. Devon holding with that 19 dart lead. Devon's pushed on since then. Jeffrey is 1 is just holding on in this game. So Devon Peterson 160. They only put a ton. So Jeffrey is 1 has got 90 here for a hold of throw. Would be huge if he can take this. Only a hold. Can't take it. So Devon Peterson, it's got an opportunity for 60 here. If he can take this out, he will go 9-5 in front and will have the throw in the next leg. Devon Peterson takes it in 2, and Devon Peterson moves 9-5 in front. And on board 5, I didn't see the chat out. I'm not sure if you did, Jar, but Alan Suter moves 8-4 in front, and then Stephen Bunting. As I've said with this game, Stephen Bunting is actually scoring better than Alan Suter, averaging 3 more than Alan Suter in this one. Bit of a wide-line performance, I'd say, by Alan Suter. His doubling has been spot on in this, but moves 8-4 in front.
Rob Cross left himself on double 16 for a chance to go at 6-4, but we have a chance at a potential match dart incoming in this next leg, Gob, over on board 4. What a comeback this would be from the Ferret.
Yeah, an absolute heartbreaker in the leg before. Roby John was on 1-2-6 and misses the ball for it, leaves 25, and Clayton steps in and pings a 101 of his own to lead 9-7. He's 1 away. He's thrown for the match in this leg. He has only gone ton 59-59 though. Rodriguez 93-95. So a 2 treble visit here, or a 97. He's half pinched the dart. Depends on Clayton's next visit. But he needs to break the throw here, and he needs 3 straight. Otherwise, the Ferret, Johnny Clayton, will be in the hat for round 5, and that 137 will help the Ferret immensely.
Scott Mitchell has gone 3-2 ahead over Michael Van Gerwen on the first break. Rob Cross has just missed another 3 darts to go into the break there at 6-4. He's gone 3 of 10 on the checkouts, but match darts for Devon Peterson, Lee.
Yeah, he's left 110 after 12, with Jeffrey's 1 leaving 100. So can Devon Peterson take it out? No, he can't. So he's left double 16. Big opportunity for Jeffrey's 1. Needs to take out this 100. And only stores 8. So he's not 100, but only stores 8 to leave 92. So not sure what Jeffrey's 1's done there. But Devon Peterson coming back for double 16 and wraps it up. Very good performance by Devon Peterson. Storing was there early on and got a nice 5-0 lead and wraps this up 10-5. And on board 5, Alan Suter, as I was saying, has been punishing Stephen Bunting. Reverse rolls in this one. Stephen Bunting punishing Alan Suter. Break the throw. Alan Suter 8-5 in front now here.
I will talk about what the mess has just happened on board 3. It's on board 2 in just a second, but we have a result. Board 4, what a comeback goal.
Yeah, Johnny Clayton gets over the line in the end, a 17 dart leg. There was plenty of those in that match. He finishes with a ton average, but there's plenty of 16 and 17 dart legs, just a couple of moments of brilliance that keeps that average over a ton. Just got ahead after those 59-59. He went 137.94 to lead 52. And like I said, it went in 17 darts. A valiant performance from Roby John. We've seen glimpses of brilliance from him from the Super Series and here at the UK Open. One of the players that narrowly missed out on a tour card from EUQ School. So you'd have to wait for a Challenge Tour, the next Pro Tour, to maybe sneak in again. But he falls in round number 4.
Right, let me try and talk through this. Rob Cross easily had opportunities to go, and I just don't know. I don't know how he's missed this. I really don't know how he's missed this. Had a chance at 36, I think, from what Dart Connect is saying. He's 3 of 14 now on the checkouts because he's missed 6 darts to go and win this leg. He then goes and gets punished by a 118 checkout from Andy Hamilton. And is now, let me just double check what he had. Yeah, he missed 6 starts for that leg, and it's now a 116. Gets punished there by Andy Hamilton to go 7-3 up. Rob Cross is 3 of 14 on the checkouts. The world number 4 is in free fall. And gentlemen, this is an open question. People are saying Cross isn't playing well so far. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Someone's also asking, is Phil doing the interviews today? Yes, he is. That's why he's not here. He's producing in the background, but he is there. Gentlemen, I will speak to you in a second about the game, Luke, in a moment on board number 7, because I appreciate we've almost got match starts coming in there. But Rob Cross, what is going on? Genuinely, he could be outside the world's top 16 at this road in time if he's not careful by the end of the year.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit. The finishing is not great here. We've said at times how actually the action looks a lot better, and we thought that there was some life in Rob Cross. He put in a couple of good performances at the Super Series, but fell apart in a couple of last legs. He's defending a hell of a lot of money this year. Obviously, the UK money has already dropped off as well. So, yeah, he's in an absolute world of trouble. And look, Hamilton's scoring has not been elite level, to be honest. It's been okay at times, but it's been very patchy at times as well. He's had some rough finishing as well. I can't see the averages, so I couldn't tell you exactly what it is, but it doesn't look like the most polished world number 3 performance that we've seen from Andy Hamilton in the past. He's just punishing every single mistake from Rob Cross, and there are plenty of them.
Totally, I don't disagree, and it's a shame because we like Rob, but unfortunately at the moment it's just not on at this moment in time. God, appreciate a big breaker throw going in between Ryan Surnage and Lewis. We'll come to you in a second. Gabriel Clemens, though, missing match darts, Luke.
Yeah, he did. He had a huge opportunity there, carved that out with 3 back-to-back 140, so had a chance, but he has missed it, and he's let Adam Hunt in. It's 9-4. It was only a holder throw, so to be honest, I don't think it's going to change the course of the game, but it has prolonged it for at least another leg. On the Rob Cross thing, for me, I think plain and simple, his confidence is absolutely shot. He doesn't go up to the board now thinking he's going to hit these darts, and that's the difference. You can think about anything. Not all of the viewers that we've got are going to be professional darts players, but if you think about this in any walk of life, if you go into a task thinking you're going to attack it and you're going to do it without fault every time, then you will successfully do it. If you go into a task going, or go into a game, maybe tennis, football, whatever, and you think, oh, maybe my opponent could beat me this time. As soon as those doubts start to creep in, you're going to start losing games, and that's the difference. I just think Rob Cross's confidence just isn't there anymore. When he went against Phil Taylor for the World Championship, I don't have a doubt in my mind that he thought he was going to win that match, and that's why he did it, and I just don't think he's got that anymore.
Match darts, though, incoming. Oh, just as I come over to you, Lee Boyce, Alan Suter, what a player.
Alan Suter takes out 68 to beat Stephen Bunting 10-5. This was my pick of the games over the 2 boards today. It didn't disappoint. The averages wouldn't suggest that. However, it was a very good game. All Suter did was just punish Bunting's missed starts. Alan Suter's doubling was very good in this one. But he comes through with a 92 average to beat Stephen Bunting. Alan Suter keeps going. He's getting better and better. Alan Suter, and he's certainly one to watch across the rest of this weekend.
Silly money at 150 to 1. That was. It must be brutally honest. But what also was silly money is that 100 to 1 was Gabe Clemens. at the start of the weekend, and he's going to be in the round 5 draw. What a way to win it again, Luke.
10-4, 15 darter in the last leg, continuing to improve and continuing to get better. Just before Suit's result came in, I wanted to point to as well that everyone that's gone through so far, other than Callum Ridds, everyone was averaging 95 plus. Now Suit was just coming with a 92, but the averages in that in those first few last 64 games have been really good. The standard is without doubt the best we've ever seen it, and we could be in for a brilliant last 32 and last 16 tomorrow.
I'll tell you something, Michael van Gerwen is not messing around after the break. He was 3-2 down at the start, but he's now gone ahead for the first time. Last dart in hand for the green machine as he was looking there at double 14 to take it out, and that is exactly what he did. Ryan Searle, Adrian Lewis is an absolute belter. 102 average for Searle, 96 for Lewis, 7 apiece. We'll come back with Gob when he decides he wants to rejoin us. I think he's gone off for Cameron Menzies. Which is not really a surprise. Woodhouse and Vandenberg have just started off on board 6. But, Luke, big moments here coming up for Chris Dobie. He is now 1 away.
He is. A 90 checkout on that last leg for a 9-6 lead. And considering when you came to me at the start of the match and we were 3-2, the averages were dead on the 80 mark. And we're now up to 95. So you've got to think about how much they've had to improve to counteract that. They've played really well. We're seeing Tumplers legs come in all the time. Chris Dobie's really improved this game, but John Henderson has stuck with him as best he can. Dobie's kicked off 140 and a ton against the throw and is buying himself an opportunity here for a win and a potential few match darts. He's come as well that he's won the last leg, but he broke a few times from 6-5, got himself up to 8-5. So he has played well. He's done enough to get himself that little bit of a cushion, and I think now match darts could be incoming.
Rob Cross has just missed double 11 for, I think it was for a 1-2-4. Unfortunately, didn't quite happen there for him. But Ryan Searle breaks the throw again against Adrian Lewis to make it 8-7 to Heavy Metal. What a game this is. But Rob Cross has taken it out. He's taken up double 11. Huge moment in that one. It's double 11 for him, and he gets it back to a 2-breaker throw. And Michael van Gerwen, a huge checkout just happened there. 92 out shot to make it 5-3. That is 3 straight legs on the spin for Michael van Gerwen. The green machine is making noise at this moment in time. Let's head over to Chris Dobie. Luke Pickering, I'm so sorry to cut in there, but my goodness, what a chance that was.
He's missed a dart of the ball there for a 170 for the second time it would have been in the match. That would have been impressive. He is going to still get chances from 25 to win this, and potentially a 14 darter or a 15 darter. We'll have to see what he can do, but that is so close to getting a 12 darter and a 170. He'd managed to do it twice in a match. But 6, huge chance now for Chris Dobie to finish it here, and he's done it in 3. Chris Dobie 10-6, 95 average in the end. So considering where we started, really good improvement and a really good match. So well done to Chris Dobie. He's through the last 32.
He is indeed 10-6. Then he comes through. Not firing on all cylinders at the moment. The scoring is definitely gone at this moment in time. Michael van Gerwen has now effectively stolen the darts and has a chance for a double breaker throw. But hello, Rob Cross. Welcome to the UK Open at this stage as he manages to get down to 42 after 9. Where the bloody hell's this come from? But wherever it's come from, he's pretty damn happy about it. And he's now got an opportunity at double 16 to go and take it now to double 16. And he has. He's got it back to a 1-breaker throw game. Now, that's interesting. Searle on 2-2-1 over on board number 3. Gob is back with us, and we'll let him just get set back up as he hits a 180 to leave 41. Gob, this big fish from Lewis has got to go to save the match.
Yeah, it has. And what timing to come back. 170 to save the match, or he is in a world of trouble. Ryan Searle really turning the screw. Just a 40 from Lewis. And that, my friends, is how you waste £5. 100 to 1 was massive odds for Lewis before this event started. And that draws the reason why, unless Searle scores 1, to leave tops.
He has.
Probably missed 2 at tops then. 130 for Lewis. Oh, he's missed the ball this time, and he will be regretting that 40 as well. to not set it up a bit nicer. And this time he does get punished. 10-7 to Ryan. So 80 Jackpot Lewis is out.
Rob Cross is on the charge at the moment in time, but Andy Hamilton has just hit a 140 to go back to 2-2-2 after 6. Incredible stuff. MVG now, though, is going to have a shot at double 10 to go 6-3 up on a double break of throw. Can he find it? No, he can't. He goes inside. Scott Mitchell, this 1-1-6 has to go if you're going to stay in the contest. Games have just started up on boards 5, 6, and 7. We'll come to that in a minute, but he's just gone and missed a big number. Gob, what have we learned throughout the entire day?
It's actually quite easy to miss the big number after our performance earlier, is what I'm going to say. But you can't be doing it. You can't. Don't miss the big number. Simple. You can't miss the big number when you're playing Michael Van Gerwen. 6-3. The green machine now leads as Andy Hamilton goes 8-5 ahead. He manages to hold throw, and he's 2 legs away. Michael Van Gerwen has won 4 straight legs. He is on the charge, is the green machine against Scott Mitchell. Let's go round the boards then, and let's see what's been happening in the very early stages of the next games that have happened. On board 4, let's start with you, Gob. Darius Lavanauskas against Darren Webster. Yeah, one apiece between these two, 82 and 84 average, and they've just opened up a 140 each in leg 3. Webster won the bullseye, so he has the advantage of throw, but like I said, a long way to go in this one. Current form should suggest Lavanauskas will get over the line in this one, but a long way to go here. And I tell you what a time to come to you there, Lee. Big check out for Brendan Dolan on board 5, and what's been happening between Luke Woodhouse and Dimitri Vandenberg as well.
Yeah, Brendan Dolan just takes out a 1-2-5 in the first leg against Ty Van Lund for a 12-dart lead break of throw. So what a check out by Brendan Dolan. And then Luke Woodhouse, Dimitri Vandenberg. Dimmy come flying out the blocks, but since that first lead when he did come flying out, Woodhouse has took out a 108 in second lead, and then he just breaks back with a 13-dart lead. So it's going to be interesting in this one to see how Dimmy goes all the way through this game. Obviously, since that operation, we've seen him playing the Super Series, but this is a London format. So it'll be interesting to see how Dimmy does today. But currently, finds himself a break behind and 2-1 behind against Luke Woodhouse, who fires in his second 180 of the match.
Moving over to board 7, Glendoran against Danny Noppert, about to get going over on board 8 shortly. But on board 7, not the best of starts, shall we say there, Luke?
Yeah, that wasn't very impressive. Not very vintage UK Open. It was a 7 visit to the board. I didn't see exactly how many darts he went out there, but it was poor from Noonan Camp. He managed to win the leg on throws, so he's held, which is an important visit. But yeah, just 1-0 so far. Not much to report on that one.
Appreciate you don't have to check it out, Rob Cross, but don't go inside on the single 9. That's just dumb. 5 and 19 so far on the checkouts. Not good enough for the world number 4, and I think he'll know that himself. Scott Mitchell, though, stops the rot. He takes out a 76 out shot to go back to 6-4 against Michael Van Gerwen. It is a 1-break of throw game, and Mitchell has the darts when they come back out of the break. Let's go to the chat room, actually. People are saying about Rob Cross, talking about his action, and people, you know what, I don't disagree with you. The way that he's throwing at the moment, you're right, it is all over the place. People are saying exactly that, and you're right to say that. As Andy Hamilton has just pinged in, he has just pinged in a 180 to leave 38 on double 19, and Rob Cross has just missed 2 more to go and get it back to 8-6. Andy Hamilton, the pressure has been put on. I presume he's gone straight at double 19. He won't want to go inside on this now because he's missed 1 already, and he has gone inside on double 19. So he's left himself on double 8. Rob Cross, this double 2 or this 4 has to go if he's going to stay in there, and he does. Just about. He gets over there. 8-6 it is in that one there. Let's go back to the chat room as we get there, as we come towards the conclusion on board number 2 over here. Daniel Syson says, "Why isn't Ryan Searle versus Lewis?" And Lewis wasn't streamed. It was just not picked on PDC TV. So unfortunately, the game wasn't streamed. That's just unfortunately how these things work. Right. I'll tell you what we'll do. We will go to board number 6, Lee, because a big moment is happening there. Luke Woodhouse has consolidated.
Yeah, so it was a 16-dart holder throw from Woodhouse. No pressure at all from Dimitri. As I said, he started well, Dimitri. He's then dropped off since. But in this lead, he's done 100, 134, and then 100 to leave 167. Woodhouse is in very similar scores.
Needs to be careful. He doesn't let this race get away from him early on, because if
And
these
has
two
matched
break
him
away,
with a
then you're only running for one minute. He
167.
realised the danger, finally getting moving. Maybe thought it was going to be slow early on, and really should have been more aware of what was going to happen.
Is that Steve Crammer here?
Was likely to break away.
Who's got the Athletics?
Yeah, we've got some.
That is Steve Crum.
That's Steve Cram in the Indoor Athletics on BBC 2.
I'm keeping up with 2 sports. I've got
We
the
love
1500 metre final. I've got to keep up with that.
Fair. At least I love the honesty. Right, I tell you what. Right, I tell you what we'll do. We are going to get close to a potential chance here for Rob Cross. He's got 120. He's hit a massive 180 over here on the streaming board. 8-6 he leads. He has a 1-2-4 left. He misses opportunity a couple of legs ago. You'll now probably have to take it out because Andy Hamilton has just hit a 180 himself on 64. Cross goes low on the first start in the treble 20. Hits the treble 18. Bullseye for a 1-2-4 to get this back on throw. Can he do it? He'll probably have stepped back, cleaned his knee, do what he normally does. Oh, Rob Cross. What? I don't understand this. You can miss 3 darts at double 16 and then take out a 1-2-4 on the bull to get it back on throw. What is a bloody Rob Cross? I would love to know. 8-7 it is in what could be an absolutely outstanding finish, but we will come back to that in just a moment. God, what's happening over on board number 4? Any interesting moments early on between Lab and Webster?
No.
Moving on. What's happened so far?
We're on throw. Both players are averaging less than 90. No real big breaks. They seem to be going hand in hand down for most legs. They're not under a lot of pressure a lot of the time. Every time one sets up a ton plus, the other one possibly sets up a ton plus, and then we see him edge a little bit closer to a finish, and our opponent does the same and doesn't miss anything, and it's just not the most free-flowing game at all. Their actions are going to set that up for you. Labanowski and Webster will be played at a steady pace, but there's no real exceptional pace to it. A few loose darts here and there from each of them. This leg, for example, 45-66 ton from Labanowski. Webster possibly setting up a break, as I'm saying this, actually. 140-80, 132. But again, what on earth is he doing on a 132 from there? So, yeah. I'll go back to my original answer. No.
Moving on, boards 5 and 6. How are Brendan? It's Kai Fanning against Brendan Dolan and Luke Woodhouse against Dimitri Vandenberg. Watching both of them for us, Lee Boyce.
Yeah, so we'll start with Brendan Dolan, Kai Fan Lund. What we've had in this is 3 consecutive breaks of throw. Brendan Dolan is averaging 92. We've seen him take out a 1-2-5 early on, but since then it's started a bit strappy on the doubles for both players. But Brendan Dolan, who is 2-1 in front, takes control of this fourth lead by putting in a 96, then a 140. So we made that our first holder throw in that game. Moving over to board 6, Luke Woodhouse against Dimitri Vandenberg. What we have here is Luke Woodhouse is 4-2 up. So Luke Woodhouse is just short of that 100 average. Dimmy's been very inconsistent. Probably it's showing that in this lead, 180, 57, 100. Very, very inconsistent in this game. And Woodhouse is holding on after an early break in this one. But Dimmy's got a good opportunity here with 164 on Woodhouse back on 2-2-2.
2 for 2-2-2 indeed. Richie Beno, we love you. Rob Cross, 8 all. Wow. Where has that come from? 62 finish, and Andy Hamilton looks like he could be on the ropes here a little bit. But that's a big, big moment indeed. Whereabouts are we in this game? Just getting underway on board 3. Go Vincent van der Voort against Max Hopp.
Yeah, a bit of excitement and a bit of pace coming in this one. This will not be a slow game. Plenty of testosterone here and plenty of wannabe bulldozing and smashing things up from these two. Max Hopp is 16 points away from an opening leg hold, and it goes in 1, so that's a 13 dart leg to him. 116 and 113, so both players on course for that all-important 5-visit leg. I'm just going to jump back to 4. Literally, as I said, nothing interesting was happening. Webster carved out a break opportunity, left himself on 52. Labanowski's is on 150 and fired in a 1-2-6 to leave 24. Webster messes up the 52 and Labanowski's hit back. And now Labanowski's is carving out a break opportunity of his own. He's left 40 after 12. Webster 82 after 15 now. So this is a potential break for Labanowski's to lead 4-3, and it goes in 1 dart. So Labanowski's has the first break of throw on board number 4.
Speaking of 4 could quickly become 5 in terms of legs for Ron Meulenkamp, Luke.
Yeah, it could be. I can't be the only one that didn't expect Ron Meulenkamp to be averaging 17 points higher than Steve Lennon before in the lot. But here we are, and Ron Meulenkamp's now got a chance. You know, he's already thrown 15 darts, so to be honest, you wouldn't expect that's sort of the benchmark of where you should be taking them out. So 15 darts. Maybe he's going to expect to come back to the board, but he's going to get another chance at double 10. He's going to have 3 darts higher, and this is for a 5-0 lead, so this is huge. Obviously, we don't get a break after the first 5 legs. We get a break after the first 10. But for confidence-wise, to manage to hold here and take this to 5-0, and he's missed his chance. So Steve Lennon to break and potentially keep himself in the match. In the other one, Danny Noppert's taking a 2-0 lead against Glenn Derren. Early break of throw. So I'm sorry if you're watching, Dan. Glenn's in a little bit of trouble again, but who knows? We'll see what happens.
Oh, poor bloke. Scott Mitchell's just left himself on 136 after 9, starting with a 180, so it's not good stuff here. As Van Gerwen is now on the charge, 60-60. This should be, it's 1-2-5. As Rob Cross has just broken through. Rob Cross has just broken through as one of the last 4 legs. A 1-3-2 set himself up on 16. A huge moment in that game. He is now throwing for the match. Van Gerwen is on 1-6-4. Mitchell cannot take out the 1-3-6. But he's got to leave it handy. This would be a huge break of throw. Can he go and find a treble? No, he can't. He'll leave 76. So Van Gerwen is on 1-6-4. If this were to go, it won't go because he was looking for 2 treble 19s. He hits the treble 7 to start with. So that is that. This 76 now for Van Gerwen. Well, what's he going to leave? He's going to leave 66. So Scott Mitchell now, once again, he hit 76 in the last leg. He's got to hit 76 again in order to get the job done. Rob Cross hasn't started off wonderfully well. He's gone inside on 8 and falls. No. Scott Mitchell, you cannot miss those opportunities if you're going to take out Michael Van Gerwen at the UK Open. Oh. Van Gerwen now coming back for 66. Goes inside on 16. Can he get tops? No, he can't. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a pivotal leg in this game. Scott Mitchell on double 2 now. What can he do? Can he get the game back level at 6-all? Of course he can. It's Scott Mitchell, the former world champion, for Christ's sake. Of course he can. Scott Mitchell now 6 apiece. It's a best of 9 effectively now. Sorry, it's a best of 9. First of 4 legs will win it. It's a best of 9 legs. Rob Cross though on 2-4-1. What a comeback this would be from 8-5 down as one of the last 4 legs. Where else are we looking that has results at the moment? Nothing. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'm going to stay with board 2 because Rob Cross against Andy Hamilton is reaching the denouement here on board number 2. This is a huge leg for Rob Cross. You feel that this has got to be done now. He leaves himself on 1-4-1 after 12. Can he deliver? Mitchell responds with a 140, by the way, on stage 1. Van Gerwen now responds with a 180. He was not happy about missing that last dart. What can Hamilton do over here now on board 2? He needs to try and leave himself a finish, and he can't. So Rob Cross is going to get 6 darts from 8-5 down. He's got 1-4-1 left. It isn't for the 9, unfortunately. But this is an opportunity here. Now, What can he do? He goes on the 9. He hits 7, so he leaves 26. What can he find on the next dart? He hits a treble 19 to leave 58 for the match. He's surely, even for Rob Cross, he's got to go 18 tops. Even for Rob Cross, he'd have to go that way, you'd think. What can Hammer, though, leave from 172? Can he lead the pressure once again on Cross? As Michael Van Gerwen leaves 44 after 9 over on board 1. Hammer leaves 72 after 12 on board 10. But here it is. Rob Cross, 58 for the match. He's surely, even for Cross, he doesn't normally go tops. He would love to go double 16, but I'm sure he's going to go tops here. 18 is hit. 2 at tops to come back from 8-5 down to win 5 on the spin. What can Cross do here? Can he find it? He goes inside on 20, but pings double 10. Rob Cross, what a comeback that is. From 8-5 down, Rob Cross has won on board 2 by 10 legs to 8 against Andy Hamilton. The Hammer will be fuming about that because he had chances that he didn't take. But Michael Van Gerwen's missed more opportunities. Scott Mitchell now has a chance now to go to what has happened there on that board. 2 missed for Michael Van Gerwen over on board 1. And last start in hand, Scott Mitchell has just taken out double 6 to lead 7-6. That's a 3 straight legs there for the Scotty Dodd for Scott Mitchell. He's 3 legs away from a potential upset against Michael Van Gerwen. Let's go around the boards. Actually, do you know what? We're not going to go around the boards. We're going to have a break. Gob's going to come back and cover for me in a second because I'm going to head off for a comfort break for a Cameron Menzies. 30 seconds away. We're coming back from a break. This is the Ladbrokes UK Open online darts. Stay with us.
Yeah, guys, welcome back. Thank you for joining us after the ad break. We're just going to run around the boards while we wait for Jar to come back. So I'll start with mine. On 3, Max Hopp is 3-1 up against Vincent van der Voort, the young German, averaging 104 at the minute, and there's a break of throw up in that one. And at the break, at the interval on 4, Darius Labanauskas leads Darren Webster 6-4. The Lithuanian, a break up in that one, averaging 91 to Webster's 90. Webster, 2 legs ago, took out a 1-1-6 to keep him in contention, but Labanauskas put that potential break away in the following leg anyway. So that's where we are on 3 and 4. 3-1 Hop, 6-4 Labanauskas. Lee, will come to you. What have you got on 5 and 6 at the minute?
Brendan Dolan is 4-2 in front against Ty van Lund. He's just left 41 after 9, but then he's missed 2 darts in his 4th visit to the board. Then he's missed another 3. So Ty van Lund has got an opportunity here at 52 to hold throw, and he does hold throw. So Brendan Dolan's 4-3 in front. That is a break in front, as Brendan Dolan's got the throw now. But on board 6, Luke Woodhouse finds himself 7-3 up against Dimitri van der Bird. Like I says, Dim is just very inconsistent in this one, but Woodhouse is playing some good stuff. I expected the scoring to be better by both players. If I'm being honest, we've only had 4 180s from the 2 in the 10 legs that we've had played, but Luke Woodhouse goes into the break 7-3 in front.
And potentially a big story unfolding over on your board. So Luke, on 7, Moolenkamp's being pegged back, but on 8, Glenn Durran is not getting a sniff, mate.
Yeah, I want to emphasise that he's genuinely not playing badly at all. The last 2 legs, Danny Nopp has checked out 146 and then just checked out 160 to keep Durran at bay. He cannot get into this match, but it's none of his doing. Danny Nopp is playing sensational stuff on the finishing, and there's a chance on throw to go 5-0 up, which would really put the game. It's quite far away from Durrant. He's done it. It's 5-0, so it's slowly slipping away from Glenn. This could be a bit of a story unfolding. And the other one, Moolenkamp leads 5-3. He was 4-0 up, so Stephen is slowly pegging him back. and this one still has a little bit of running to do.
Well, cheers for that, Gob.
Indeed.
Appreciate that.
I was just saying, on 3, just while they were running through it, Van der Voort's checked out 1, 2, 3. It's 3-2 behind, but this one is now back on throw. So that's a quick update on that one. And whilst you were gone, Jar, I did see how it happened. Sorry, Van Gerwen checked out tops to level up at 7 apiece in that one. Now it's a best of 5.
It is, and Van Gerwen has just hit a 180 to leave himself on double 16. Scott Mitchell, oh my goodness, he tried the treble 20, then to go and leave 1 and then tops because he's on 101. But he's hit treble 18, double 16, a huge moment in this game. Oh my goodness me, Scott Mitchell, that is incredible. With the pressure on Michael Van Gerwen on 32, Scott Mitchell has just gone. He's even gone the wrong way because he's hit the treble 5 rather than treble 20, but he could still recover to go and hit treble 18. Double 16. That will hurt the green machine. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive, massive upset could be on the way on board 1. Stay with us because this could be massive. Let's go over to board 8 because Glenn Durrant kicked off with a 180. But, Luke, it's not going right for him at the moment.
It's just slipping through his fingers. It's the same thing I said about Rob Cross. The confidence that when he won the Premier League, it's just not there anymore. Glenn ever since COVID, actually, he's just never seemed to look the same player. He's not taking the chances he needs to. When you kick up with a 180 on throw, you really do expect to win the leg. Now, Noppett's responded with a 140, 140, 120, so you can't take that away from him. He is playing well. That is a huge score, and he's left himself a double 6 of 12 darts. So Durrant needs to take out 108 just to hold throw in this match. Otherwise, he's staring at 6-0 down the barrel of the gun. So Glenn Durrant in a lot of trouble, but a lot of this trouble is of his own making.
We'll stay with you to see if Donny Noppert can go 6 up, mate.
Yeah, Durrant, I could have excused him in the last few legs, but not that one. And he has lost it. It's 6-0. That one was a leg he really should have won on throw. And this match has definitely slipped away from him now. Danny Noppert has throw to take a 7-0 lead, potentially.
As has talked about, the big story at the moment is developing over on the main stage. Michael Van Gerwen has left himself on 129. Scott Mitchell's got himself 250, so he really needs a 140 to put some pressure on. He doesn't. He only gets a ton to leave 150. I mean, with the audacity to go 3 balls. Come on now, that'd be incredible. But if he gets a shot at it at that stage anyway. Van Gerwen, though, 73. He went 57, then he went 16. So he licks himself another 16 to leave himself on 40. If this were to go from Scott Mitchell, then, wow, this would be incredible. He's hit the treble 20 and he goes and hits the 5. Oh, my goodness. I thought that was going to be going for a treble 20, potentially in a double 15. But he hits himself on there, leaves 66. Van Gerwen comes back for tops. This should be automatic, even with the way Michael Van Gerwen is playing at the moment, and it is. We are at 8 all. Ton plus checkout on board 7. Who's it gone to, Luke?
It's gone to Ron Moulenkamp, and that was a huge chance from Steve Lennon to come back from 4-0 down and level that up at 5-5 at the break, but he hasn't taken his chance. Ron Moulenkamp's checked out 107, and it's given him a 6-4 lead. So they've just got into the break. On the other board, Danny Noppert's kicked off 1-3-1, a ton at 1-2-5. The pressure is continuing to be applied in Glen Durrant. There is just no respite here. Danny Noppert is playing some of the best stuff I've ever seen him play, and I really wish this wasn't a streaming board, but he is looking to take a 7-0 lead.
Speaking of a streaming board, Christoph Ratajski's taken early lead against Nathan Aspinall there. We are at 8 all in this game between Michael Van Gerwen and Scott Mitchell. Scott Mitchell has the throw in the final, in 2 out of the final 3 legs. There's no messing about any further. Lee, to you. Luke Woodhouse with an opportunity, at least, to try and take out the big fish.
Yeah, so Dimmy just come out after the break and checked out 90 with a 15 dart hold that included a 180 in there. Woodhouse has left 170 after 9. Would it go for it if he gets the chance with Dimmy back on 254? I would assume not, as he's just at 138 to leave 32. So Woodhouse in control in this leg, finds himself 7-4 up. Dimmy way back on, I was going to say 254, but he is as it's a 134 to left Shandai. So Woodhouse has got an opportunity first for double 16 and an 8-4 lead and cleans it up first start. So Luke Woodhouse just 2 away now against Dimmy, and on board 5, Brendan Dolan finds himself 5-4 up against Taifan Lund. Early break for Brendan in this game. Since then, we've had quite a few holds. Brendan finds himself 10 points in front of Taifan Lund in the average. However, Taifan Lund is playing well on his own throw, but he does need a break in this one. So we've just got one more leg before the break, but currently, Brendan Dolan is 5-4 up.
Michael Van Gerwen is just incredible. A 174 to leave himself on 60 with Mitchell on 181. The scoring in this leg for Mitchell has just not been there, and it's going to cost him 100%. 20 for tots for Michael Van Gerwen. Surely this is going to go. This should be automatic, really. It's been a working over with the new darts for the green machine, but he now needs tops to go 9-8 up, and he does. And he does. Scott Mitchell has got to find a break and then hold his throat again. The scoring in that leg, Gob, did not work out. The reason why I said throw to you there is because while Glendoran has got a leg on the board, so the bagel's been avoided, good game developing between Darius Labanauskas and Darren Webster.
It isn't. It isn't. They're still averaging 88 and 90 respectively. They keep carving out a couple of break opportunities on the other man's throw and then missing bags of doubles. Labanauskas eventually held his throw in that last leg, hitting a double 5. Like I said, they're upping it. They're going at each other a little bit. Probably more intrigued by what's going on 3, to be honest. Van der Voort's just gone 5-4 up on Max Hop. The big Dutchman is averaging 105 to Hop's 98. They really are chucking the kitchen sink at each other at the minute. And he's just opened up 180 here in leg number 10 as well. So, yeah, that one's probably where I've got my eye on. Although, we finally have an interesting looking leg on 4. Webster's just missed, possibly double 16 for a 90. Labanauskas wants 84 for a break in 11 or 12 darts. And it goes in 3 darts. That's the 3-leg cushion now for Labanauskas. 12 darts, 84 check out in that one. And he leads 8-5.
What can Van Gerwen leave himself on handy? Of course he does. It's Michael Van Gerwen, for Christ's sake. Lathan Aspinall is on a chance of a 9-darter. He hasn't actually got a leg on the board yet against Krzysztof Ratajski. Ratajski's 3-0 ahead, but Nathan Aspinall now needs 1-4-1 for the 9-dart finish. What a way to get your first leg on the board. As Mitchell leaves himself on 102, Nathan Aspinall's gone. So 18 for Van Gerwen. Which way is he going to go? Will he go 12s? He will for top. Out Scott Mitchell, and he goes inside. So now Mitchell needs 102 in order to take us to a last leg decider. Goes in, can only find the single 20. Needs treble 14. Double 10 for the match. This should be automatic. Michael Van Gerwen has done it. Michael Van Gerwen goes in and he wins and he celebrates like there is no tomorrow, as you would expect. It was a working over for the former world number 1. It still feels weird to call him the world number 2, but done it. He has beaten Scott Mitchell 10-8 in what was a very good game. There's no doubt about the line. The defending champion once again is through. And if I remember rightly, Gob, he won last year 10-8, if memory serves me correctly, against Nathan Aspinall at this stage. So it's symmetry. Oh, you know what I mean? After that, after working over then.
Yeah, bang on, I think, mate.
Let me just have a quick check while
yes.
Well, go on. You say.
Oh, what a leg, by the way. What a mess Hop Van der Voort was. Van der Voort looked comfortable, was going to be 6-4 up, and then made an absolute hash of the finishing. Labanauskas has not made a hash of the finishing. He's just taken out 1-5 up against Darren Webster. He's just 1 away. Someone else that didn't make a hash of their finishing, Luke, it's popped up a while ago. But what a way to win your first leg of the match for Glendoran.
Yeah, we're going to have to do the symbol again because he's reeled in the big fish. It's the second time I've seen win anything. He couldn't get close, but that is one way to kickstart your form, and hopefully that is a sign of things to come for Glendurant. He has won his next leg. He won that with 15 darts. It's currently 6-2, but Noppert's got a chance of taking a 7-2 lead, and he has done that. So 7-2 in that game between Glendurant and Danny Noppert.
Let's go to board 6. Match starts incoming. Lee.
Yeah, Luke Woodhouse has got 68 left after 12. Dimmy's back on 146. Luke Woodhouse finds himself 9-5 in front here. Wrap it up here. No, we can't. Only 36 stored. So Dimmy has got 146. This is for the hold of throw. If he doesn't take this, Woodhouse will be coming back for double 16 to wrap it up. Dimmy can only hit 65. So Luke Woodhouse has got another opportunity, 3 more opportunities, I should say, to debt this. Me. Can Luke Woodhouse do it? No, he can't. Misses more match darts. So Dimitri van der Berg has got 81. Storing in this lad has been very poor. Only 1 visit to the board where he hit trebles. All other visits have been no trebles at all. But he has an opportunity and he doesn't take it. Looking at what is left, I would assume he's missed a dart at bullseye. Luke Woodhouse then comes back. It's double 4-1 dart. Luke Woodhouse knocks out Dimitri van der Berg with a 10-5 win and a 96 average.
And we have the same scoreline over on board 4, Gob.
Yeah, 10-5 win for Darius Labanauskas. He just seemed to find an extra gear after that break. Comfortable in the end. Takes out 70 for a 14-dart leg in the final leg in the end. Yeah, like I said, 10-5 win, 93 average for him, 89 for Darren Webster. Darren Webster's downfall continues.
Did I just see what I think I saw there, Luke, over on board 7?
You did. You saw a spicy 141 checkout from Steve Leonard, and that is back to 7-5 now. Ron Moolenkamp was looking like he was just about to start running away with that, but maybe this life in the latch, yeah, and maybe Steve Leonard is about to come back into this. But huge 141 checkout. Is starting to play well again, 93 average so far, and I think this could go far. We could still have another 5 or 6 legs at least.
Was that for the night?
I don't believe it was. I think it was a 12. But
oh, right.
If it was a 9,
I just saw what I saw was a 141.
Don't you give me a heart attack. I don't think I missed a 9. I think it was a 12, but if it was a 9.
Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. I just saw the 141, and you automatically assume when you see a 141 checkout, it's for a 9-dart finish. But I'll tell you one thing that we haven't talked about because of the drama that was over on the first TV stage. Krzysztof Ratajski, what is going on with him? He is playing like a man possessed, and the current UK Open champ, well, the former UK Open champion, the man who was defending the money on his ranking, is going to get whitewashed at this moment in time. Krzysztof Ratajski is beating Nathan Aspinall 6-0 with a 102.4 average. I know a load of people have been talking about it in the chat room. Guys, because of all the other stuff that's been going on with MVG, bring me up to speed because I barely had a chance to look at it, and I'm sorry about that. But Krzysztof Ratajski is a man possessed. Nathan Aspinall is in big, big trouble. And if he loses this, then at the moment he's number 10, he's number 11 in the world because Daryl Gurney's through. So he would drop out of the top 10.
If Ratajski does get through, what's the odds of him drawing Whitlock as well?
Massive. And it's Ratajski's turn to win that one, so lump on
it. We will go to board 3 if something happens. Don't think it does. It does.
Oh,
Gob,
it could.
You know what I'm about to ask you.
Yeah, what a return from the break from this one. 180 from Hop, 139 from Van der Voort, another 180 from Max Hop. He wants the 141 now. He's gone back-to-back for a 9-darter here in leg number 11 against Vincent Van der Voort. This game has been superb so far, so it really would cap this one off. Oh, and he's got inside on the double 12. He hits 129. Oh, Max Hop. Why do you do this to me? I still haven't called one in any of the streams events that we've done. We've seen, I don't know, 4 over the Super Series, 2 this weekend already, and I've been near absolutely none of them. I suppose the main thing now is that Max Hopp does go on to win this leg. He wants 12 with Van der Voort sat on Shanghai, and the 12 goes in 3 darts. So a 12-dart leg for Max Hopp gets him 6-5 in front just to hold a throw, and this one is still on the darts.
Tell you what, Christopher Tyski just missed a big fish to go and take it to 7-0. But Nathan Aspinall goes and pings in a 95 checkout to go and get the job done in that leg. Lee, we haven't heard from you in a while, so I'm going to come to you. Kai Fenley against Brendan Dolan seems like a tight game, and your final game on stage 6 has started up.
Yeah, so the final game on board 6, which started up, is Andy Bolton, Peter Jacks. Literally just started Andy Bolton's 300 with the first 3 darts. But Ty Fanlund and Brendan Dolan, as I said, Brendan Dolan got an early break in this game. And since then, both players have just been very stunned on their own throw. The only opportunity that I've really seen that anyone's had, Brendan Dolan's missed double 11 for a 1-3-2 in the last leg. But Brendan Dolan is averaging 10 points more than Ty Van Lund. He's got a chance here to take out 70. No, we can't. So, as I said, there's not been many break opportunities. This would be one for Ty Van Lund. It is a 108. He hasn't taken out a ton plus check-out yet in this game. But what a big one this would be. And he can't take it out. So, Brendan Dolan is coming back for double 16. Let's see if Brendan Dolan can take this out for a 7-5 lead. Like I said, we've only had 1 break in this game, and that continues. Brendan Dolan finds himself 7-5 in front.
Let's head over to board 8, where they've just resumed from the break, Luke, and also board 7, where this is becoming a very tight affair between Lennon and Moolenkamp.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep with board 7, Lennon Moolenkamp, I really didn't expect much from this match when Moolenkamp went 4-0 up. But Lennon took his chance to get back to 4-1. And since then, it's not necessarily been one-way traffic, but Steve Lennon took the lot better. And we're back to 7-7 now. Averages are dead on level at 93. And we are starting to get a bit of a match. So this is a 5-leg shootout of it, effectively. And yeah, no idea which way this is going to go. But you would say that the onus was with Steve Lennon. He has thrown quite well in the last few legs. Over on board 8, Glenn Durrant's starting to rebound. He's won a couple of legs. After the 170, that seems to have his confidence a little bit. But Danny Noppert has still been relentless. Kicked off with 2 140s in this leg on throw. And all he needs to do is hold through on a couple of legs here and he will get over the winning line. He's currently 7-3 up, but it does look like this one might go to 8-3.
Gob, you were talking about Glenn Durrant there in the chat, in our group chat. Explain what you mean.
Me?
Yes.
Durrant? I wasn't talking about Durrant.
No.
I was talking about Dimmy.
Dimmy. Sorry. Dimmy. I've got Durrant on the brain.
Yes. Just seen the first image I've seen of Dimmy all weekend. We were concerned about his fitness heading in, following his operation on his knee, but it turns out he's still wearing the knee brace. So even post-op, that explains how he managed to play potentially through the Super Series and through his match today. All right, he's exited the competition, but that would explain why he's still been able to compete at this level with a relatively unchanged level of performance to what we saw pre-op. So yeah, that was the observation that I'd noticed. I'm underway on board 4, by the way. Ryan Joyce, James Wade, just solid from both, as you'd expect in the opening leg. James Wade takes out 101 for a 15-dart leg after going 60 ton 140 101. Joyce was sat on 105 after going 96 ton himself. So these boys aren't going to chuck millions of 180s at each other, but they are just going to be very, very solid scorers and quality on the finishes. And to be honest, I've done my very best Cammy impression on board 3 again. But since Max Hopp back from the break, he's won 3 legs in a row. He's now 8-5 up on Van der Voort, and I couldn't tell you a thing that's happened in either of the last 2 legs.
Well, he's kicked off with a 180 again. Are we going to potentially having another 9-darter?
Nah. I'm just going to downplay it now. It's not happening.
Well, Christopher Ratajski is up now 7 legs to 2 against Nathan Aspinall. So he's in with a half a chance here of going 8-2 up at the break. He won't want the break, really. Oh, did he? I wonder whether he hit 5 perfect. God, sorry, buddy. Durrant wants the ball. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe he went 5 perfect into the 9. Who knows? But we will never know at this point. Nathan Aspinall needs tops in order to go to the break at 7-3 up, 7-3 down. Excuse me, to Christopher Tyskie. Wadey's won the first leg, as you mentioned there, Gob. This Andy Bolton-Peter Jakes game is interesting in the second leg, but we'll come to that in a second because Ratajski's just hit 1-3-6 to leave 32. Max Hop, we'll come to you that in a second as well, Gob. Just want to see what happens with Nathan Aspinall as we hit towards the break. A huge moment as he tries to remain 7-3 in it. Remember, of course, he actually came from 7-3 down in one of his games in round 6 in 2019 to go and win the UK Open that time round. And he goes and pings it. So will this be the catalyst for him to go and find a way to get back into the match? Max Hop needs one more leg, Gob.
Yeah, he does. He's 9-5 up, throwing for the match now. Open at 59 in this leg. I'll be honest, I was looking at the fact that on the main stage, Peter Hudson is only 36, according to his graphic. Looks a bit older than that, to be fair.
I've just noticed that, yeah. Surely not. That is a tough paper on.
On 4, James Wade has absolutely just burgled the second leg against Ryan Joyce. Joyce was sat on a nice little finish. Wadey on 1-4-6 went inside on the double 13. Joyce misses again, and Wadey cleans up 13. So he's 2-0 up, 94 average now because that was an 18 dart leg. 2-0 up for Wadey, and Hop doesn't look like he's going to get over the line in this leg. Van der Voort putting up a good fight back, so should break here. And we'll be holding in the next leg.
Let's go over to board number 7, where big break of throw, Luke.
Yeah, Steve Lennon was getting himself into the match and he was really getting close, but 9-7, that puts it pretty much out of reach, I would say. With Minicamp kicking off the 140 and Steve Lennon only going in with a 60, it looks like he's got a huge uphill task if he is going to win this leg. One thing I did notice in the main stage is I think Peter Hudson's gone to the wrong table. Now, we know the drama that caused in the World Championship. I don't think Price is going to let it affect. I don't think Price is going to let it affect him. But maybe the mind games are there. Maybe Peter Hudson is trying something. On my other board, on board 8, Glenn Durrant is now up to 4 legs. He's slowly getting closer. He really needs a 140 here to get himself a bit of an advantage in this leg. But if he could break here, and he's hit a 139, to be fair, that's himself on 78, and Danny Noppert's not currently on a finish. If he could take this out, potentially get back to 8-5, there may still be life here.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not going to affect him, is it? Because you talk about going Price there, potentially being affected. He goes and pings in a 140 to start off and break the throw straight away. So not a bad start for the world champion. But there we go. Whereabouts are we? We are 1 leg away, potentially, as Glenn Durrant does break. Luke, you were right talking about that. We'll come to you and talk about that one in a moment. But I want to talk more about Van der Voort against Max Hop. Van der Voort, I think, broke the throw, did he not?
He did, and I've just realised I sent you the wrong code. I just implied there was a ton plus on board 3. It wasn't. Van der Voort hit tops. There was a ton plus on board 4. As James Wade is 3-0 up. He went 101 checkout for the first leg, missed double 13 for a 146 checkout in the second leg, and has just followed it up with another 101 checkout in leg 3. Wade is absolutely cruising. Van der Voort, this leg could still go either way here. So Van der Voort's just left 117 after 12. Hop on 161. A big visit here gives him an opportunity to break for the match. If not, Van der Voort, you'd expect to maybe get a match, a dart to save this one from 117, but he will be under all sorts of pressure. Max Hop has just fired in a 137 to leave 24. Van der Voort needs 117 to save the match, and I have no idea what just flashed up in the Joyce Wade game, but I'm going to guess it was a ton plus.
It was a 161 from Joyce. It's a whole throw.
thought that's what it was. It was a 1-6-1. I just saw not very many scores and a bit of yellow.
Oh,
and Max
Max, you
Hop
can't
has
miss
missed match darts. Inside and inside again. Double 12 today has been an absolute killer for virtually every single game I have seen. Very rarely has it gone cleanly. Most times you've ended up on double 3, and Van der Voort can't make most of it and leaves himself on 32. So Hop match darts at double 3 or 6. He might go 2 double 2.
We'll stay with you, mate.
To eventually get over the line. Taking a while. And he goes in 3 darts. Max Hop beats Vincent van der Voort 10-6, 99 average, plays 100. Van der Voort started the brightest, but allowed Hop back into the game. And since that break, Hop has just been on a different level and moved away from Van der Voort. He wins that one 10-6.
Peter Hudson has missed so many darts at a double to win this leg. It's criminal. I think he's at least 7 or 8. I'm just going to double check at this moment in time. But Gerwin Price has a chance now to go and ping in 10s. And he's gone inside. So he leaves double 5. He's 0 for 6 so far in this leg. And Peter Hudson eventually finds double 2 to level up at 1 apiece. I mean, the right person won the leg, but he almost bottled that one. Lee, we haven't been to you for a while. What's been going on between Brendan Dolan and Kai Fan Lung on board 5? And Andy Bolton against Peter Jakes on board 6.
Yeah, so Ty Fan London, Brendan Dolan was the game of the early break and then just loads of holds. But we've just seen consecutive breaks of throw. Ty Fan London broke with a 13-dart lead, but then couldn't find any storing boots in the next lead, and Brendan Dolan has broke the bat. So Brendan Dolan is currently 8-7 up in that one. Andy Bolton and Peter Jats, bit of a slow starter in this one. As I say, that Peter Jats puts in the first 180 today. Both players are averaging around 80 in this. There's been 4 holds of throw so far, but we have Andy Bolton and Peter Jats currently at 2 apiece.
Interesting indeed. As again, we're bubbling up towards the surface here. As Christoph Ratajski, bless him, was on a 1, went 5 perfect into the 9 and could still lose this leg. But Nathan Aspinall's just missed. He's just missed double 18 for the signature shot for the Barney. Double 12 now for Ratajski to go 8-3 up left on 97, and he goes inside on double 12. So Nathan Aspinall will come back for 7-4. Can he find a way? And then we're going to go over to board number 9 where Danny Noppert is 1 away. But this is the big question now. What can Peter Hodgson on 62? What's that? Sorry, Bad?
You have a job to go to board 9, mate.
Who's covering that one?
Me, in my head. Peter Hudson's just done 1 ahead. And Nathan Aspinall just hit, yeah, and guess what? Nathan Aspinall's just hit double 9 in order to go and find a way to get back to 7-4. Let's go to board number 8, where Glenn Doran needs a shot of his life, Luke.
He does. He hasn't checked that out. So Danny Noppert's got 1-4-5 to win this match 10-5. And the other one that I was covering on board 7, this one's gone a little bit under the radar, but that one did finish 10-7. Ron Moonenkamp won that with a 14-darter in the last leg. So he's through the last 32. But yeah, Glenn Durrant now, he's got 3 darts at double 14. This is a massive opportunity to break through. I mean, he really needs to win every leg from here. So he's got to win 5 legs in the bounce. He really needs to win this. But 3 darts at double 14. Can he check it out? And he does in 3 darts. Glenn Durrant breaks back. He's currently 9-6 down, but if he holds through here, it will be 9-7. Needs another break. But, you know, there's still a lot of life left in this match if he can win this leg. But we'll have to see whether he can do it.
Here we go then. Nathan Aspinall needs 47 in order to get back to 7-5. This game is not done yet. Nathan Aspinall, with that big shot, is now averaging 106.4. Christoph's averaging 103.1. Surely, the Eagle from 7-2 up cannot miss his opportunity. But Nathan Aspinall doesn't have to take this out because he's got 2-1-6. In the meantime, it's 5-7 now to Nathan Aspinall. In the meantime, Price has got to hit tops in order to get back to a level game at 2-all. He goes inside on 20, goes inside on 10. Peter Hudson's now got 96 to go and take a 3-1 lead over Gerwin Price said he can't take it out, but we're going to go over to board 5 where Brendan Dolan has got match darts and potentially got 6 at them, Lee.
Yeah, so we against the throw here, Brendan Dolan started with a 177. Taifan London only started with a ton, but that 177 from Dolan has put pressure on Taifan London. He's only done 56.81, now 94 to leave the big fish, but Brendan Dolan's done a 124. Can he take this out? If I remember, just before the break, he took out a 121, 12 dart led to Dolan at the break. Can he take out 124 to wrap this up with a 12 dart lead as well? Very good performance by Brendan Dolan, who's averaging 97. I know we spoke about him earlier, that it feel like he sped up a little bit. Can't take that out. So leads 81. Can Taifan Lund take out the big fish? Haven't seen any big chet outs from Taifan Lund today. Would be very surprising if he can take out the 170. If he can't, Brendan Dolan is on 81. Taifan Lund stores 96. So there is pressure on this. Taifan Lund leads 74. Can the history maker take out 81 for a break of throw and a 10-7 win? While we're waiting for Brendan Dolan on that one, actually, we'll stay there as he does take it out. Brendan Dolan wraps this up with a 10-7 win against Taifan Lund. So we just have one down remaining on board 5, which is Martin Clearmaster against Jamie Hughes. So we spoke about Dimmy and injury. It's going to be interesting to see how Jamie Hughes performs following his operation. And on board sits Andy Bolton and Peter Jatz, 3 apiece, sits hold of throw, couple of 180s from Peter Jatz. So we might have 3 180s to zip one in this lead as well. So we are 3 apiece on board 6.
On board 8, though, the Premier League champion is out. Luke Pickering.
Yeah, he's crashed out. It was a good 14 dart break last leg for Danny Noppert. He responded quite well to losing the last leg, but the leg before that when Glenn Durham managed to pull that back to 9-6. But he's done well. He's held his nerve. He took a huge lead early on in the match, went 6-0 up. So if you didn't see that bit, Danny Noppert did have a huge advantage, and he has managed to cling on. It did look like Glenn Durham might be able to make a comeback at one point, but it hasn't happened. And now we've got David Evans against Rasma on my other board. Evans currently leads 1-0. But the match that I tipped, the one I was looking forward to, was Hybrics against Humphreys, and that is coming up. So hopefully should be some fireworks in this one.
Goodness me, Gerwin Price will be happy about that. He managed to get over the line to break the throw. 3-2 there now. And I'll tell you what, we're going to go straight back to you, Luke. David Evans, talk me through that one.
I'm doing a cameo. I've missed it. He's continuing.
Him up there. He was looking down, Jar.
I was looking down.
161. David Evans, the online darts logo, man, has taken out a 161. Beautiful.
Yeah, honestly, a 104 average in the first 2 legs. He is playing well. But Rasma, remember, this is the man that specialises in the 19s. He's an unorthodox player who usually focuses on the 19 segment. Well, the 19 segment hasn't worked for him so far because David Evans has taken a 2-0 lead, potentially looking at 3-0. But yeah, really good finish that from David Evans. 161, one of the highest checkouts we can see. So fair play with.
Just to say really quickly that the game between Peter Hudson and Gerwin Price, 3 of 12 on the checkouts for Price, 2 of 10 for Hudson, both of them combined 5 of 22 to start off with. In short, garbage. Nathan Aspinall, though, I believe it's a 1-4-1 again. Can he potentially take this out? No, it's not for a 9-darter anyway, but now retires, he needs 66 in order to go 9-5 up. Meanwhile, Ryan Joyce against James Wade. Wade, he was 3-0 up, Gob.
Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, he didn't do a lot wrong for a couple of legs. Ryan Joyce went back-to-back 13 dart legs, the first of which Wade had left himself on 24 after 12, 3 straight tons and a 177. Joyce pinching that one. The next one, Wade, he sat on a mid-range finish again, another 13 dart leg for Joyce. That last leg, however, Wadey's missed ball for a 1-2-4. He's missed 3 darts at the 25. He went 5 and inside on the 10s, and then he's busted double 5 as well to just basically gift Joyce the break. And now we are at the hold, and now we're at 4 apiece. I mean, Wadey's still averaging 101. I want 68 here, but he could be so much more comfortable right now. A couple of very good finishes from Joyce and an absolute moment of dog and duck, if you like. But Wadey leads 5-4. And on 3, by the way, we're underway on that one, the last game on that board. John Brown versus Mark McGeaney. John is 1-0 up with a breaker throw. And he not really in a position to break anymore after 140 from McGeaney.
Interesting so far indeed. Krzysztof Ratajski is now in with a chance of being able to go and to get the win done. At one stage, the wind was in his sails, Nathan Aspinall, but then a big check out from Ratajski, not necessarily in terms of numbers, but I think it was a 65 that he managed to shake out, has now put him on the brink. It took him to 8-5, and from there, it has not looked back. It is 9-5 at the moment as a huge checkout's just gone in on board 3. Jack Cobbygar would tell me more, my friend.
Yeah, John Brown doubles up with a 156 checkout. Superb from the youngster. He's been mightily impressive since he picked up his tour card at Q School. Looked very good at the Super Series last week. Consistent throughout the day earlier. And he's now 2-0 up on the former BDO World finalist, Mark McGeaney. John Brown looking good so far.
Nathan Aspinall can only leave 148. No pressure on this for Ratajski, really. 14 for the match, goes inside. Double 7 for the match, pings it. Krzysztof Ratajski has knocked out Nathan Aspinall, and that means the Asp, the 2019 champion at the UK Open, who was defending £100,000 on his ranking, don't forget, is out. And at the moment, he is going to be at least number 11 on the order of merit. That, and he could drop down to maybe 12 or 13 by the end of the weekend. Gents, early thoughts on this one about Nathan Aspinall, because he's now got to defend a big chunk of money again at the World Championships next year. But that's a big loss for Nathan Aspinall.
Massive. And to me, the mindset's changed completely. We said about how much he wasn't really favouring last year being the favourite for matches. He's very much a character that liked being the underdog and causing the upset. I don't think that suited him. He's tinkered with his equipment because of the arena saying that they're cold. He's clearly one that's missing the fans, not only for what that gives to you in terms of the heat in the room, but just that extra bit of effort and emphasis on his performance. And it's an early loss. To be fair, 2 tough draws in 2 years in this event. MVG and then Ratajski, there are nicer draws in round 4. But nonetheless, he is in a bit of trouble. Him and Rob Cross are 2 that are going to drop pretty rapidly if they don't start finding some results.
Well, you never know. I mean, Rob Cross, a couple of people could catch him this weekend and overtake him into the round. But remember, of course, he's into round 5. He came back and beat Andy Hamilton. So a huge moment in that game for Rob Cross. Remember, of course, he's defending 40 grand on his ranking. By the way, next up on stage 2, and it will be happening on stage 2, unfortunately, on the PDC TV subscribership, Joe Cullen against Michael Smith. Oh, yes, please. Let's go around the board then as we go. I'll tell you what, let's go around the boards now because a couple of games have gone into the halftime break, as it were. Let's start stage 3 and 4. John Brown against Mark McGeaney. Ryan Joyce against James Wade. Jack Cobby-Garwood.
Yeah, Brown 3-0 up once again, averaging, just comfortable at the minute, averaging 92 to McGeaney's 83. Not really a lot of range found from McGeaney so far, and the youngster is cruising. And on 4, we are level at the break, 5 apiece. Wade 99 average, Ryan Joyce averaging 95. Wadey with a possible attempt at a 1-2-6 to break just before the interval, but that didn't go. So, level at 5 apiece. Wadey could arguably be 7-3 up, maybe a little bit more, but he is playing very, very well at the minute.
So over to boards 5 and 6. Martijn Kleermaker against Jamie Hughes. Andy Bolton, Peter Jakes. Lee Boyce is watching them.
Yeah, so Jamie Hughes, it's going to be interesting to see how he plays today, but he did start with a 177. Took him a while to get over the line in that first leg, but does hold with an 18 dart lead. Kleermaker in this one, though, started 140, 180, 121. So we're all coming back for 60 with Jamie Hughes back on 398. Over on board 6, Andy Bolton and Peter Jatz. Very, very slow start to this one. Both players are averaging around 80 after about 4 leads, but that has picked up massively. Both have moved on to a 92 average. We've seen 8 180s in this game. So it's a very, very good game between Andy Bolton and Peter Jatz. And at the interval, they are all level. Martin Clearmatter did wrap that one up. I'm not sure if it was in 11 or 12, but Martin Clearmatter and Jamie Hughes are one apiece in the early stages of that one on board 5.
And last but not least, board 7 and David Evans against Mardus Razma and Kim Hybrex against Luke Humphreys just got underway. Luke Pickering watching that.
Yeah, our online darts representative David Evans has started really well so far. We had back-to-back ton plus checkouts with a 161 in leg 2 and then a 120 in leg 3. Carried that 4-1 and went 4-0 up, but Razma has managed to just pull one back. So currently 4-1. It's hanging in the balance in this leg. Razma should potentially have the advantage because he did have throw and he's just hit 140 to leave himself on tops after 12 darts. So a good setup there from Razma. The other one, this is in the infancy stages and we haven't seen. 2 of the averages aren't excellent. We haven't seen too many good throws so far, but Luke Humphreys leads 2-1. It is quite nip and tuck, but I do expect this one to pick back up later on in the day.
Going Price has got a 156 shot. Oh, there we go. Hello, Going Price. Hello, the world number 1. Hello, the world champion. Welcome to the UK Open. He hits the Barney shot for a 156. And goes 5-2 up over the rock, Peter Hudson. Peter Hudson's just hasn't worked out for him so far in this game. I've been brutally honest. The averages haven't been there. The scoring's not been there. And Price is just starting to find a bit of range potentially on the doubles. But at the moment, Going Price is halfway to that one. And just getting underway. Probably the game of the night when we saw it drawn out. Joe Cullen against Michael Smith. You do not have to go anywhere now because we've got all the rest of the boards happening as we speak. Let's head over back to you, Lee, on board 5. Looks like, at least anyway, not necessarily to the average, but looks like a decent game brewing between Hughes and Clearmacker.
Yeah, the only reason the average is such apparent with the 19 points is because Clearmatter wrapped that last one up in 11 darts and Hughes was back on 300 in that one. But Hughes has just missed an opportunity to hold throw here. Clearmatter has missed an opportunity to break throw, missing 3 darts at a double. So Jamie Hughes will have an opportunity here to hold throw. But as I said, that average is only there's such a big range in that one due to Clearmatter having that 11 dart lead in lead 2 and Jamie Hughes not finding any scoring against throw. Let's see if Jamie Hughes can take it out. Yes, he does. 20 dart holder throw. Jamie Hughes is averaging 78 to Clearmatter's 94, but Jamie Hughes finds himself 2-1 in front in this one in the early stages.
So Cullen gets off to the perfect start, leading Michael Smith by 1-0 holding throw. Let's head over to board 4. Decent game this developing between Wade and Joyce Gob. Not necessarily for you, I should stress.
It's going a lot tighter than my fan allegiances would like me to, but it is a great game nonetheless. Wadey 6-5 up, hold a throw straight out of the blocks after the interval, hitting double 11 in the end. And John Brown is 40 points away from a 4-1 lead on board 3 as well. So I'll just wait to call that in. And then something that we're missing out on TV, I'm going to talk about that in a second as well, if that's all right, Joe. As John Brown does go 4-1 up. Joe Cullen's new shirt. Oi, oi. Stripy red and black number shades, perhaps, of a little bit Priestley, maybe not quite the same lines in that one, but very interesting pattern. And it was always going to be red, wasn't it? Cullen's new shirt, but it is quite nice, I have to admit, that one. So, yeah.
Tell you what, David Evans was cruising at one stage, but now, Luke, it's not the case anymore. We are back on throw.
You're right about that one. He was 4-0 up, but it's back to 4-3, and Rasma has a chance to level this up at 4-4. He's slowly improving, Rasma. We're up to a 98 average for him. David Evans kicked off this game. He's done well so far. He's putting David Evans under immense amounts of pressure, but there's been missed start so far, and that is the difference. But Rasmus coming back, though, so that one's getting closer. Luke Humphries against Kim Hybrids, he's starting to pick up. We've seen more in it. We've seen the averages start to creep up as well. Luke Humphries has taken a 3-2 lead, but it looks like Kim Hybrids might level this up on throw, and we may be just sticking with throw 3-3, potentially on the cards.
Board 4, Gob. Surely not.
Please! Wadey's gone 180, 177. He wants 144 for the 9. Please!
No.
Oh, go away.
I've never seen a bloke so gutted. Can you imagine?
88 for Wadey. I mean, he wants 56 for a potential 11 dart leg here, which I'm not saying it needs to go with Joyce sat on 170, but it goes anyway, thank God, because if that 170 had gone, that would have broke my heart.
So it would have broken my bank balance. Moving on, Michael Smith missing double 12 for not for a 9 darter, but would have been for a holder throw. And Joe Cullen pings in a 104 and takes it out, and he's now in with a chance here, it looks like at least, of going 3-0 up. So not the best start for the bully boy indeed. Peter Hudson currently 3-6 down now to go in Price. Price has now left on himself on 164. If he gets this one, you would expect Price to get a chance at this now. And if he was to hit the 164, you'd expect, appreciate it'd be a bit of a difficult one, but you'd expect him to go and on and comfortably win this. But Peter Hudson, he just has not worked out for him. Bully. He's just missed a dart at tops for a 145. It would have been incredible. But Joe Cullen pings in double 10, and he will continue on in that game. We'll go around the boards in a second. We'll go to boards 5 and 6 and then 7 and 8. Where's the steps music when you need it? When to go and Price wins this leg, or Peter Hudson wins this leg as we go into the next break. Opportunity here. And Price, will he find double top? The answer is yes. So he does go 7-3 ahead. Going Price, the world number 1 world champion, looking very, very good indeed at 7-3. Let's go to boards 5 and 6. Martijn Kleermaker has just got a break of throw. What does that do to the game, Lee?
Yeah, he's moved in 3-2 in front, but Jamie Hughes has missed 6 starts in that lead, one of which was at ball for a 1-2-4. But Kleermaker has just stepped in and then punished him. That average is still, there's such a huge difference in the average. There's 18 points between Jamie Hughes and Martijn Kleermaker. That's just been because Martijn Kleermaker, on his throw in the first 2 times he's had throw, has done 180, 140, and has been, Jamie Hughes was back on 300 in lead 2 and back on 200 in lead 4. So that's why there's such a difference in that average. But it is a close game, early stage of that one. Andy Bolton and Peter Jatz on board 6 apiece. Haven't had many breaks in this one, but Peter Jatz has got an opportunity here. 4-82 checkouts. Andy tated in 3. So Peter Jatz moves 7 sits in front against Andy Bolton, and that is a break of throw.
What a way to get an opening leg on the board. Michael Smith, a 157 to go and get the opening break, just to hold throw, really. That was bonkers, but well done to the bully boy. Will that be the catalyst there? Let's go over to board 7 and 8. David Evans against MODUS, Rasma, Kim Hybrids against Luke Humphries. How's that one developing at the moment, Luke?
Yeah, Evans has just stopped the rot. He's managed to get his first leg on the board. He's led 4-0, but Rasmus come back to 4-4. But it was only a hold throw. We're back to Rasmus throw, and potentially we're going to be looking at going level again. Luke Humphries, he came with a 15-dot break, but the leg before was the recipient of a 12-dot break from Kim Hybrids. So Currently leading 5-4, averaging 96. Hybrids is averaging 99. Really close game. Good. This is a much closer contest. It's funny because it's 5-4 in both matches, but this one's a lot closer. The other one's hit and miss. There seems to be form different in and out from both Evans and from Rasma. But Hybrids Humphreys is really difficult to call. So 2 good matches shaping up.
Correction from me. I thought it was a 157 from Smith. Excuse me, it was a 154. Chris points that out in the chat. I did have a look. Apologies. It was. Joe Cullen, can you find this 7 to keep break ahead against Michael Smith? Smith on a 2-2-2. I don't know. Did it go? Yes, it did. Although Dark Connect didn't show that it did, so that's really annoying. But it is 4-1 at the moment in time in that game. Let's go to board number 4. Like we said before, Gob, it's getting tight. It's getting tense between Wadey and Joyce.
It is, and they're just holding their throw so comfortably at the minute. Well, I say comfortably. They're under immense pressure literally every leg. These boys are really going at each other. Wadey is 8-7 up. I'm just finding a 140, but it was on 319 to leave 179. So Joyce has got 6 from 167, but the scoring phase of this match has been pretty similar, been neck and neck all the way down to the doubles, like I keep saying, and it's just been some exceptional finishing under pressure. The last leg, for instance, Wadey took out 80 cleanly in 3 darts. Like, it's just been a very, very good, accomplished game of darts. Wadey's just finding a 139 to leave tops, but Joyce had it a 121 from his 167. So he wants 46 to hold and put it at 8 apiece. And that goes in 3 darts again. I'm really not surprised at the minute. The double percentages in this one must be extremely high, unlike some of the other boards we've seen throughout the rest of the day. On 3, John Brown's 5-2 up on Mark McGeaney, although a double 10 here for, is he still called the Spartan? I lose track. He's one that's changed his nickname a couple of times. McGeaney does pin that double 10. The Gladiator, that's it. And that's 5-3. So John Brown still a break up on that one.
Well, Joe Cullen needs 60 in all. Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Joe, I know God mentioned Cullen's new shirt. Now, I know in the past I've seen players have had to change shirt because of kit clashes. Well, it's just popped up on screen. Cullen and Smith's shirts now look pretty similar. Obviously, to avid darts fans, you'd be able to tell the difference. But for your more casual darts fan, that gets a little bit confusing. I'm surprised they've let them both play in pretty much exactly the same shirts. I don't know whether the rules have changed since, but in the past, I had heard that people had to change shirts if they were too similar.
Yeah.
Joe Cullen goes a double break ahead of Michael Smith. You cannot do that in these circumstances. But it is 5-1 now to the Rockstar. He's already halfway to victory as Gerwin Price gets back underway with Peter Hudson in that one. Where are we going to go? Do you know what? Before we get into a potential noble, I mean, look, it looks like it's going to go to a noble on board 4, but we'll come to that in a minute. Luke, both your games are at the break at this stage, or at the interval, and they're both level.
They are both level. I did say that one was a lot closer than the other, but maybe I'm doing a disservice to David Evans and Madders Rasmus because this could go all the way. It's nip and tuck in both games, but you know what? I'm really happy with the standard. All 4 players are averaging over 96, which is nice to see. As I mentioned before, the average is already going into this last 32 was so high. I do think this could be the best field we've seen. And I do think whoever comes through these games is going to have had a hard test. It should set them up, no matter who they draw, for a good run in the tournament. And they're definitely a good next round.
So I've got leg to respond for Michael Smith to go to 5-2. Peter Hudson hits a 180 to lead double 14, and he gets there. So it's 7-4 to go in Price at the moment, who has the double break of throw. Let's go over to board 4. It is tight. It's tense. It's exciting tungsten. Not for Jack Garwood, though.
We're definitely heading to a noble here. Both players opened up 58 on the Joyce throw. Joyce has since gone 140, 171 to leave the 132. Would not surprise me if this goes at all. Wadey 58, 96 ton. Steady enough leg, but just not enough to match Joyce in the scoring department here. And like I said, it looks like we're going all the way. At least 6 from 132. And he's just found himself on double 14. John Brown, however, has just gone 6-3 up on the other board that I'm watching. He's throwing for a 7-3 lead at the break. A 140 from Wadey leads 107. Not really enough to pressure double 14 for Joyce. Like I said, the finishing has been excellent in this one. Go on, John.
I was going to say it'd be the first. It would be the first noble leg on the outside boards, Gob.
And we have it. Joyce takes out the 28 in 3 darts. We've gone all the way. I don't really remember a break in this one without looking at live darts data instead of Dart Connect. This has just been nip and tuck fantastic, especially since the interval. They went in at 5 apiece, and it's just been hold all the way. So I'll give you score by score in this one. Wadey opens up with a 136. Not sure I like that switch at all, especially as a 60 leads 305. A horrid lead when you're trying to set up a 3-figure outshot from there. Joyce, 85, 140. Edges ahead now, 276 left for Joyce. Relentless, as he has been for the entire match. These two nicknames are absolutely apt. A 174 from Wadey to leave 131. Joyce needs at least a 140 now himself again. Like I said, there's the 140 from Joyce on cue. This game has been ridiculous. I could watch another 15 legs of this. And to be honest, I wish I was actually watching this. This would have made a superb televised game. 91 from Wadey leaves top. So Joyce has to take the 136. I would not bet against this at all, and I'm just going to disappear if it goes.
Watching this on Dart Connect's more tense.
60 scored, leaves 76. Did you see that relief? As long as this 40 goes, that is. And it goes in 1 dart. James Wade, that is superb. 102 match average for Wadey to 98 from Ryan Joyce. Arguably the game of the round. It was absolutely superb through the entire way. But Jar, you've just seen something brilliant, so we'll go back to you.
Michael Smith has just taken out the fish in order to get the game back. The Cullen missed a load of darts in the previous leg in order to get it back to 6-3. To get it to 6-2, it would have been. Michael Smith gets to 5-3, pings in double 16. He then goes and takes out the fish, as he always did. Do you remember that game against A.D. Lewis at the Masters when he took out 2 of the bloody other fishes? Incredible scenes there, really. But it is a massive, massive checkout indeed. So there we are. That is board 4 done. Ryan Joyce losing to James Wade 10-9, a classic there. Michael Smith will have a chance now to get to 5-5 as we head into the break. But Going Price is 1 away. He had a chance of a fish, but he decided to lay up instead. Let's go to a big game now on board 6. This is getting towards the denouement, Lee. Who's going to take it?
Yeah, so on Andy Bolton's come back from 8 sits behind and had 3 darts to go 9-8 in front, but he's just been broken as you come to me. So Peter Jatz has got a 9-8 lead. No one's been more than 2 leads in front in this game, and it has been Peter Jatz throughout. But Peter Jatz is now throwing for the game in this one and sees himself 9-8 up against Andy Bolton. As I said, very slow start to this one, but he has picked up. Moving over to board 5, Martin Clearmatter and Jamie Hughes. Jamie Hughes has got slightly better. He's averaging 82 at the moment. But Clearmatter has just dropped in this game. He's averaging 90. So there's 8 points difference in the average. But Jamie Hughes finds himself 5-4 in front and against the throwers, though 140, 140, 174. Watch visits to the board by Jamie Hughes to leave 47 after 9. Clearmatter back on 150. He's only left at after 12. So Jamie Hughes is going to have an opportunity at 47 to go in 6-4 in the break. Can Jamie Hughes take out this 47 for a 2-leg lead for the first time for himself in this game? Yes, he can. So Yozat goes in front, 6-4.
We'll stay with you because Jakes has got the fish for the match.
Yeah, he has got the fish, but Andy Bolton's just hit a 180 to leave 124, and that pressure on Peter Jatz has told. Peter Jatz had only hit 48. So there's a 1-2-4 for Andy Bolton. There's a 1-2-2 for Peter Jatt. Andy Bolton has missed a dart at ball to take it out and take it to a George Noble lead. Peter Jatt is coming back for 1-2-2. This is his first opportunity to win this game. Can he take it? Oh, he's missed a dart at ball as well. So Andy Bolton's missed the dart at ball for 1-2-4. Peter Jatt has missed the dart at ball for 1-2-2 in this leg. Andy Bolton has got 25 now. What a big visit to the board this would be if he can take this out. Andy does. Last dart in hand. George Noble led on this one. Andy Bolton, Peter Jatt, we are going all the way.
Going Price has had his throw broken against Peter Hudson. It's now 9-5 in that one. Let's go to board 6 to 7 and 8. We'll come back to you, Lee, in just a second about this game when we go to the Noble in just a moment. Let's go to board 7 and 8. Huge opportunity for MODUS Razma on 7, Luke.
Yeah, this is probably the first big break opportunity we've seen in quite a few legs. It's just going hold the throw, hold the throw, hold the throw. Both are playing well, but it's just difficult to actually carve out an opportunity. And the other game, it's 7-7 currently. Again, going with throw all the time. 16 darters coming in every leg. Currently an 101 average from high breaks, 98 from Luke Humphrey. So they're playing exceptional. Razma, I think, has probably missed a dart there at double 16 and left himself on double 8. So if David Evans can't check out 149 in 3 darts, then he is in trouble because MODUS Razma is going to have a break opportunity and he doesn't do it. So this is it. MODUS Razma, double 8. He's got 3 darts high for the first big break opportunity we've seen in quite a few legs. Remember, he was 4-0 down, but he now leads 7-6. So the comeback has been completed. He leads for the first time. But can he go on and complete it and finish this match and win it 10 something? Who knows? Who knows how many legs David Evans is going to pick up, but can he win the match?
We'll come back to you in a second, Lee, because I appreciate we're getting close to the denouement in this game at 9 apiece in the Noble. Michael Smith for the 5-all now. He's come back from 5-1 down. He hit a 1-1-7. Sorry, was it one? No, excuse me. It was a 1-1-1. It was all the ones to go and get it done, but to go and get it back to level. But Peter Jakes now has got 6 at 81 for the match.
Yeah, he's on 100, 180, 140. He's hit his 8th 180 in this game. Can't take out 81. However, Bolton's back on 183. So Jakes leaves tops. Andy Bolton's got 183. Can he put some pressure on? Yes, he does. 134. So Peter Jatt leaves tops to win this game and take it out in 13 dart lead. If I'm being honest with you, looking at board 5 and 6, this was the one game that I wasn't really looking forward to. But it's been a great game. It has been a great game. 93 and 92 averages don't tell the full story, but very good game, lots of drama. The lead changed numerous times, but it's Jakes who comes through with a 10-9 win over Andy Bolton.
And we have another result on the stage, on main stage, and the world champion is through. Gerwyn Price has beaten Peter Hudson by 10 legs to 5. The game, I'll be honest with you, will not be on Sky Sports' Darts Gold. Both not really getting going on the 180s on the scoring. In the end, 9 of 33 on the checkout for the world number 1 and world champion. He needs to improve on that if he is going to be the champion going into on Sunday evening. Here over there on the second stream, we've restarted between Joe Cullen and Michael Smith. Michael Smith won the last 4 legs in order to try and get himself through to level it up at 5 apiece. What's going to happen in that one? We will, of course, keep you posted. Let's go over to board number 8. Great game between Kim Hybrex and Luke Humphreys. As expected, to be fair, though. Here's Luke with the update.
Yeah, Luke Humphreys and Kim Hybrex are playing phenomenal. We've seen another 13 darter just go in there for Kim Hybrex. He keeps putting the pressure on, but there's just no break to throws. So the way it's going at the minute, there can only be one winner, and it's probably going to be Luke Humphreys because he's won the throws. So the ball was so important at the start of the match. But currently, honestly, this is what I know you always mention Sky Sports Gold. This is one of the games that I'd love to have seen on there because it's so close. It is nip and tuck, but there's just been at each other's throats the whole game. Pressure is always applied. It's always starts at double. So I've really enjoyed this one. Other one, MODUS Razma got the all-important break to lead 7-6. He held throw. He's now 8-6 up. A 1-2-1 to start in this 15th leg. But yeah, he's looking strong now. That break was critical. These games are coming to their end, but we've just seen Luke Humphreys. He takes the 9-8 lead. He's held through again. So yeah, we're getting close to the end now, but currently Luke Humphries and MODUS Razmat have the lead.
What a way to go and win the leg against the throw. Michael Smith comes out the break with a 10-darter. Incredible. Michael Smith is now really firing. He's now getting into this game. And Joe Cullen, the rock star, is on the ropes here at this moment in time. MODUS Razmat as well is currently absolutely bossing the game against David Evans. He's also stolen the darts. We'll come back to you in a second on that one, Luke. I want to go up to John Brown against Mark McGeaney. That's just started off. Huge checkout for McGeaney to stay in the match, Gob.
Yeah, not huge in terms of number, but in terms of importance, he just checked out 98, which can be a tricky one to get back 6-5. That was a holder throw, but Brown was threatening to break once again. So Brown still with the break of throw advantage here. 6-5 up and throw in here in leg number 12.
Joe Cullen has just won leg number 12 and levelled it up at 6 apiece. David Evans was 4-0 up on board number 7, Luke, but it looks like he could be on his way to losing this game.
I think it's a huge shame for David Evans. It looks like he's just run out of steam. He was playing so well in the first few legs. The tumblers, checkouts, everything was good. Everything was flowing and everything looked good. As of right now, MODUS Razmat, you can't take anything away from MODUS Razmat because this has been a really good performance since that first few legs. And just as I say that, Luke Humphries has actually broken in the 18th leg to win that match against Keir Highbrecht. So we have a result. 14 darter, 99 average. Luke Humphries always turns up and plays well at these major events. He's done it once again. Kim Highbrecht's tested him there, but he'll be better for that because that was a really good game for him. But yeah, back to MODUS Razmat. He takes a 9-6 lead, and it's looking like David Evans is probably going to get ran close, but it's not close enough. He was unlucky, but it's just not happening for him. And MODUS Razmat now just needs one of the last 4 legs, and he will be through.
Joe Cullen is on the way at the moment. He is looking like he's going to go 7-6 up. Remember, we've got one more game to get going, and that is on the main stage between Peter Wright and Dave Chisholm. We will bring you that game, and then we will bring you the draw live as it happens. But there we go. Luke Humphries, as you say, is through 10-8. John Brown at the moment currently looking in really good form. Joe Cullen goes 7-6 up over Michael Smith. Let's go over to board number 5. They have resumed after the break. What's been going on, Lee?
Yeah, Jamie Hughes has got the throw in this. He sits 5 up. It's a very, very slow start. Just run through his scores quickly. 41, 99, 86, 45, 60, 60. So he's left 110 after 18. Clay Matterton only leave tops after 18. So Jamie Hughes is going to have an opportunity here. Take out 110. Can't take it out. So Clear Matter can potentially break here if he doesn't take tops out. He does. It's a 19-dart break to throw. So Clear Matter, that's one bat. Jamie Hughes is still 6-5 in front. Clear Matter's now got the throw.
We'll keep you back there, but stage 7 is done. Luke.
An 11-darter in the last leg. What a performance from MODUS Razmat in the end. A ton plus average as well. Really, really good. Really impressed with him. Came up well. There was a bit of fighting spirit there to come back from 4-0 down, but an 11-darter in the last leg. 131, 165, 127, and then 78 and 2 darts is really impressive. So MODUS Razmat through. He joins the last 32 lineup and will await his opponent.
Yes, he will. If you want to, by the way, mate, you're more than welcome if you wish to do right against Chisnell while we try and get, if you want to.
I'm happy to do that. Can I pop to the toilet quickly? So I'll be back.
Of course you can. Do not worry, mate.
No.
Appreciate the effort. The guys that have been on, especially these two here, by the way, Jack Gobbegold and Lee Boyce have been amazing with us today all day on the stream. And a massive thank you to everybody who's been watching in the chat room all day. You have been amazing. And in the next half an hour, we will be able to answer a lot more of your questions as well as we're watching the Wright Chisnell game together. So think about your questions. We will open up the chat room to some questions in a bit. We do see everybody in the chat room, so a massive, massive thank you. We will give you some shout-outs as well in a little bit. But we will more than likely do that while we're watching the Peter Wright Dave Chisnell game together. Oh my, that's a big, big breaker throw on board 3, Gob.
Yeah, which way did it go? I just saw the leg was over. I can't remember the score. This is absolutely.
That's what happens. That's what happens, Joe. When you praise one of us, we will mess up.
Yeah,
we've been on all day.
To be fair, I was watching the bully boy firing an 11-dart hole to go 7 each, and the cheeky little roundup on ITV4 coverage as well. I got distracted a little bit by that. I wasn't expecting anything big to go off in this leg. I'm going to suggest, though, that it was a break by John Brown because he had to throw in this leg jar. So that's about as much information as I know. I don't know how we got there. But he wants the fish now for a hold as well. And probably has to go with McGeaney sat on 81, 140, 140, 140 from McGeaney against the throw to potentially get this break back, unless Brown finishes 170, 121 from John Brown. An interesting stat I've just seen in the chat room as well. I can't remember who put it there. Was it Chris or was it someone else? I'm just scrolling through it now. No, it was Craig Hadley. Craig Hadley. John Brown is just 3 places behind his dad in the rankings now, and he's been a professional player for 3 weeks.
Indeed. But Michael Smith has left himself on 47. It might have to go, actually, because Joe Cullen's has taken out a shot there, and he is now 1 away, Gob.
Yeah, John Brown checks out 46, I think, with McGeaney on 49. It was one of them. They're just the same way, but upside down. So, yeah, they just look the same when you glance at it. But, yeah, he's 1 away now with a holder throw. I expect him to get over the line the way he's playing. I don't think he'll get any tension as he approaches the finishing line. He's won enough today, and he's looked good enough on the Pro Tour so far. So, yeah, John Brown looking like he's about to put himself in the draw for the 5th round. And to be fair, we didn't really give him a lot of credit earlier, but like I said, he played very well on the Pro Tour. We sort of focused on Sebastian Bielecki earlier, but John Brown is very much in the same age category, and he's playing superb.
Let's move over to board number 5. Last game going on there. It's a tight one between Clearmatter and Hughes. Lee Boyce.
Yeah, very, very inconsistent scoring from both players. So, like in this one, Hughes has done 58, 140, then 45, 140, then 94 to leave 24. Clearmatter's only had 1 treble in this lead, and Jamie Hughes wraps it up 7 sits. Averages of 86 and 84. So, Hughes was 19 points behind in the early stage of this, has gradually closed that gap on the average. But it's more the fact that Clearmatter has dropped off in this than Hughes has stepped up massively. But Jamie Hughes has got a 7-6 lead in this. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, the more this goes on, it's his first game back since his operation that he had in January, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes on with this one. Clearmatter started this lead well. So currently, Jamie Hughes is 7 sits up.
Yes, indeed. Big moments now in the game on stage 2. Joe Cullen and Michael Smith, 9-8. We look like we're going to a noble, but then Joe Cullen just pings in a 140 to leave 302. What can Smith do there? He can hit an 85 to leave 216. Gob, we will come to you if Mark McGee does not hit this, because John Brown will then have darts for the match. And he does hit it. So it's 9-6. John Brown will be throwing for the match. I just want to stay with this because Michael Smith has just hit a 180 to leave 36. So this is incredible. What a game this has turned into. 10 180s, 5 each between them. And Joe Cullen leaves himself on 153. Michael Smith now for double 18. This has to go, and it doesn't. And it doesn't. Double 9 left. He expects to be back because Cullen's got to hit a massive shot for the win. A 153, and he can't take it out because he'll go and hit 65, 88 left. Smith might go and actually... he doesn't. I was thinking he was going to go and split it. But, ladies and gentlemen, we started the night with a noble leg on board 2. We now have a noble leg on board 2 to end it. Let's go, though, to board number 3, where we could be finished very, very quickly, Gob.
Yeah, we could. John's really turned on the style here in leg number 16. It's on 96 180 ton to leave 125 after 9. McGeaney way back on 251. So going to get 6 darts at least from this 125.
Oh, Michael Smith.
105 scored, so leaves 20. I'll come back to you, Jar.
Well, Michael Smith has just gone off 180, 140, 140, 180 in a leg against the throw. Joe Cullen has to try and find something, and he does. He leaves himself 128. Michael Smith will try and leave it handed. Gob to you, match darts.
Yeah, 3 in hand, that double 10 now, and it goes into darts for John Brown. Superb timing on that one. The youngster gets over line with 91 average. I'll come straight back to you, though, as these games look like they're finishing at exactly the same time.
Joe Cullen's just missed double 10 for a 128 for the match, and Michael Smith goes and hits tops. Michael Smith has done it. What a game of darts between the pair. Joe Cullen and Michael Smith have done it. Phil Bars' final is in tatters. The rock star has just gone, as did King Barry earlier on today. Michael Smith, Joe Cullen missing double 10 for the match. Michael Smith comes through from 5-1 down to come through 10-9. Incredible. Michael Smith is in the draw. It's another brilliant game to end the night on board 2, just like it was 12 months ago when Krzysztof Ratajski and Chris Dobie played each other on the final game on the Friday night on board 2. Board 3 is done. The main stage is the only place where we've got left. Peter Wright against Dave Chisnell has just kicked off. We're going to go to board number 5. Martijn Kleermaker against Jamie Hughes. Lee, what do you got?
Yeah, Kleermaker's just broken throw against Jamie Hughes. Jamie Hughes was 6-4 up at the break, finds himself now 8-7 behind. Kleermaker just hit a 180. That came from nowhere really in this game, and then he was able to take it out. So Kleermaker finds himself 8-7 in front here. Big break to throw at an important stage in this game. So currently Martin Kleermaker 8, Yoza 7.
Well, thank you very much, everybody that's still there in the chat room. Peter Wright against Dave Chisnell has just kicked off. I'm sure that Gob and Luke, will be watching this for us as we speak. And like I say, we are going to be here and we're going to be giving our initial reaction to the draw. Gob, Lee, and Luke will be sticking around. We're getting onto a Zoom call shortly to go and do the podcast. We'll have the UK Open Daily. That'll be there for you straight after that. I'm going to go off and do the report in a little bit as well. So the UK Open Daily Pod is near. He's going to be there shortly. Lee, Gob, you're nearly there, boys. You are nearly there.
I'm not going to lie until you just mentioned that. Until you said that, I totally forgot about the podcast. So if I've agreed to it, I'll do it. But I definitely forgot about it.
That makes 2 of us, mate.
I can sit there. I was going to say I'll sit there and do one myself, but I don't think a one-man podcast will be very interesting to listen. So you'll have to join us. We'll not take too long.
I'm sure you'll help us along, mate. I'm sure you'll help us both along.
I'd do it, but I've got to go and do the report.
I can't believe the shifts you have put in. Honestly, fair play to you both. You've been on forever.
Same again tomorrow, mate. No, 24 hours in 2 days. And that's just the streaming. That's not even.
Dave Chisnell, excuse me. Dave Chisnell is left on 1-4-1 at the moment. Dave Chisnell for a second leg 9 darter. Can he go and ping it against Peter Wright?
Oh.
The answer I'm assuming is no, he can't. No. All right. Well, there we go. Well, it was nice. It was nice thought. It was a nice thought process. But Martijn Kleermaker. What's that?
I've only just seen him win leg 1. ITV player is so far behind.
Well, to be fair, Lee's going to have to tell us the draw because he's the only one who's got live TV. So he'll have to tell us the draw.
I've got it on there as well. We can give you a live reaction.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you two can talk us through the draw then later on. That'll be happening after the end of the Peter Wright, Dave Chisnell game. I tell you what we'll do once this goes to an ad break on ITV. We'll go to our break, and then we'll go through who's through into the UK Open 5th round, which we'll talk to you about in a second. But what is going on in the state of this game on board 5, Lee?
Yeah, we totally claim after some back for 60 to win this in 23 darts for the holder throw. Yoz has missed 5 darts after double. Claim after wraps it up. Sort of summed up the game, really. They've not all been as bad as that. However, 86 and 84 averages. We have had a couple of 11 dart leads, but we've also had, I remember, a 21 dart and a 22 dart break of throw in this one. Clearmat has just won that in 23. So it's been a very inconsistent performance from both players. We wasn't sure what Jamie Hughes was going to see. It's not been a great Jamie Hughes. However, he has still got a chance. He's only 9-7 behind, so he needs to rule off 3 consecutive leads. But he would have to throw in 2 of those. It's just the doubling recently that's let him down. And early on, it was the Storming Tiffington. Just after there for 3 leads, we will see Yozza through. I think you can tell by my tone that I'm a little bit biased towards one of them than I am the other. But Yozza's done 142 here. Clearmat has done 95 and 100. So it's not looking very good for the man just down the road from me, Jamie Hughes.
Well, how's Peter Wright, Dave Chisnell going on at the moment, Luke? How's it looking?
Yeah, to be honest, you know what, Dave Chisnell, he's impressed me again. He just keeps pulling results out. Yeah, I'm sure Peter Wright's played Dave Chisnell quite a few times now. I keep remembering in the Masters, but these always seem to meet in first 10-leg affairs. But this is another one where Dave Chisnell, he's got to fancy his chances again. Peter Wright's not been playing well. The darts are changing again every other week. But this is a chance now. He's come inside of double 19. He had a chance there for 3-0 and a big break throw, but he hasn't it. And it's Peter Wright's going to come back to the board with 88 left. Good chance he to hold his throw, and this is a huge turning point in the match, because if Dave Chisnell did win this leg, then who knows? Peter Wright's massively changed the darts again. We saw them ugly barrel things that he was throwing earlier on in the week. These are much more straight. I'm not sure the exact specification, but it's very different to what he was throwing, but he's missed the bullseye. So Dave Chisnell, 3 darts at double 8 to take this out, take a break and throw, and potentially the 3-0 lead. Absolutely massive moments this early on. Oh, he's hit it. He's hit double 4. Dave Chisnell with his second dart is 3-0 up on Peter Wright. In a lot of danger now, Peter Wright. World number 3.
Lee, sorry to cut you off there, Luke. Lee, back to you.
Yeah, Clearmat has just missed the dart of ball for a 1-2-7. Jamie Hughes was sat on 80. I didn't see the Jamie Hughes score pop up, but he has now moved to 9-8. So Jamie Hughes has taken out the 80, so he's still fighting in this game. It is now 9-8 to Clearmat. Clearmat has got the throw in this one, and he started with a 96. Jamie Hughes has fired back with a 100. It was a 1-2-7, wasn't it, Joe?
It was. It would have been a 1-2-7 and game. 100% would have been the Paul Hinks.
Clearmat here. If you just want to stay with me then in this one. And I'll go back to Luke if anything happens in the right Chisnell one as we're in the early stage of that. Clay Matters on 96, 140. Jamie Hughes has done 100, 180. People who haven't seen any of this game, I can tell you this hasn't been the standard throughout. I wish it had. Does Clay Matters now hit a 1-3-3 to leave 1-3-2 after 9? Jamie Hughes is on 2-2-1 after 6. Can Jamie Hughes put some pressure on that 1-3-2? And then we'll see if Clearmat will have another dart of ball for the match. Only 45 from Jamie Hughes. That inconsistency is coming back in lead 18 here. Clearmat is going to have 6 starts from 1-3-2. But we've seen plenty of missed starts in this one. Let's see what Clearmat can do. Stores 99 to leave 33. From 1-3-2 there to hit 99, I can only think that he's potentially done 4 ball and it's 17 to win it, or he's mistounted to leave 33. Anyway, Jamie Hughes would put it's 81 to leave 95. Not really the pressure that he wanted to put on. And Martin Clearmatter takes out 33 in 2, and Clearmatter comes through in that last game on the other boards. Martin Clearmatter wins 10-8 with an 87 average to Jamie Hughes' 85. So we've one dame left at the moment, which on the main stage, which Luke is watching, Peter Wright and Dave Chisnell. Luke, all yours, my friend.
We are getting towards a break opportunity for Peter Wright. He's carved this out. He's got 8 left. And this is changing the tide of the match. He's got 3 darts at it. If he doesn't take this out, Chisnell's got 52 left. I mean, I think that's in. It is in. Peter Wright's broken back. It's 3-1. He now has throw to get back to 3-2 before the break, which is... he's avoided disaster here because this could easily have been 4-0 and he would have been in a really, really big spot of bother. But the chance to get it back to 3-2, that's not too dangerous going into the break. Just as a side note, the polka dot trouser thing that he's got going on today, I don't know what you think. It's a bit of a fashion disaster for me. He's had better outfits. I prefer the bleached one to these, but they're a little bit dodgy, I'm not going to lie.
Well,
Luke, I'm wearing a pair now. I've got the leopard print on and the polka dot trousers on underneath. I'm just not showing it, mate.
Well, as we say, everybody, remember this game is free to air on ITV4. You can watch it along with us if you do wish to, and we'd love it if you would stay with us because we're going to be giving our reaction to the draw in a little while. What we're going to do in a moment is that once our producer is back, he's going to give me a shout. We're going to give a quick ad break, and then what we'll do is we'll go through some performances of the day, as it were, and we'll also tell you who is in the 5th round draw. We've got one more space available, but that is where we are. Right. Peter Wright against Dave Chisnell is the only game that's left. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat room that's been with us throughout the entire day since we started. Massive shout out to Gob and to Lee, who have been with us since the very start this morning. Very well done to the pair of you. And Luke as well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Scott, to Phil, to Cam, to Brad, to everybody that's been involved in our UK Day 1 coverage. Don't forget as well, by the way, we're back tomorrow, 12 o'clock. Don't forget, set your alarm. We'll be there 12 o'clock GMT, and we'll be there with you for live coverage of stages 1 to 4. Stages 1 to 4 is going to be live with you on stages 1 to 4 for that. And then we're going to be with you all the way through Saturday as well. We even have both streaming boards live, as in, like, we'll have the coverage on Live Darts Data. Obviously, we can't show it because otherwise we'll then get copyrighted like that Korean YouTube channel. But chance here, though, for another break of throw.
It's impressive.
Jeez. Cheers. Up the cheers. This is an interesting one as we get to 4-1.
The one thing I did want to know is, it's minor, but if Chisnell does win this match, he'll earn an extra $2,000, which would put him level with Gary Anderson. Now, I'm not sure who would be 6th seed going into the next tournament, but it's just one thing that Chisnell, it's another feather in his cap if he can manage to get this and get ahead of Gary Anderson once again. And it's going to become all important because I don't know whether I've really mentioned this on stream, but I'm a huge World Cup of Darts fan. That's got to be out of my top 2 tournaments, along with the World Championship. I love the World Cup of Darts so much. So this is huge because Dave Chisnell, Michael Smith, James Wade and Rob Cross are going to be so close on money by the time we see the World Cup of Darts. So any win that you can pick up here could be really, really important.
Gob, your turn. You can praise him for being a World Cup of Darts fan. Go on.
Oh, incredibly. There was talk of top tournaments the other day and all sorts, and you were all incredibly wrong. The World Cup of Darts is the greatest tournament in the sport. Anybody that disagrees can lick the bottom of my size 10s because that's what you deserve to do.
You're wrong, but that's where we are. Again, in the chat room, favourite tournaments? Put that in the chat room and we'll have the discussion because we want to prove Gob wrong.
We've got a few interesting teams this year, though. Like, obviously, we're starting to see obviously, we know the big 8 teams are pretty much always they're roughly the same names. But the new teams that we're starting to see, we're going to see Baggish and Lauby probably for the first time for the USA, which makes them a huge danger. I always love the Philippines. Malik Dem and Alagan, they're always strong. D'Souza and Marquez, we know how well he played at Q School, Marquez. I really didn't rate him that much the first time we saw him at the World Cup, but them two are now a danger. If the Spanish if Reyes gets firing and Noguera, there's so many dangerous teams. It's just going to keep getting better and better, and I'm absolutely loving it. We're going to finally I think this year could finally be the year that we see 32 teams who can actually all win a game. I think in the last few years we've seen maybe 3 or 4 teams. Greece usually, like, I can't believe Greece won a game last year, but we usually see a couple of teams that can't actually win games. This year is the year that we see the teams come through. I mean, how many of you mentioned Canada, Smith and Campbell? Like, there's so many teams. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Mate, you've missed so many more as well. The Italians were superb at European Q School. Can't wait to see Petri and Krasen. Hopefully, those two together after their showing. Where else we go? Poland. What a formidable side they could be. That could be absolutely stacked. That's Ratajski and Kachuk with potentially Bielecki waiting in the wings as well. That's a production line coming through. The Germans at the minute. Gabriel Clemens looks superb. Max Hopp looks like he's playing his way back into some form as well in that one. Who else have we got?
Even the Russians.
Singapore.
Karachinkov could
He's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah.
Like Koltsov and Dmitry Gorbanov. Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Please. What a walk-on that would be from the Russian pair. Can't wait to see that one either. Jar, how can you not be excited about the World Cup of Darts? Even you admit that before this year, you weren't really all that with the World Cup. But after seeing it the year just gone, with the excitement that I projected onto you and after seeing some of the results and all the rest of it, your opinion changed on the event. It didn't elevate it to the very top level, but your opinion on it definitely changed for the better as well.
Look, like, so
don't try and worm your way out of this one.
I'm not. Listen, before you suggest anything, listen before you go and have a go on it. Right. You know the quarterfinal session